Read. Chapter 1. February 15th, Market Day. The sky was just beginning to brighten as dawn approached. The county gates were still closed, with a long queue forming outside. Most people in line were pushing carts or carrying goods on shoulder poles, small vendors coming to sell their wares in town. On the empty spaces flanking the city gates, a few breakfast stalls had been set up, wisps of steam rising from their hot food. Those entering the city had traveled from nearby villages, walking half the night. They were hungry now, and knew that once inside the gates, food prices would be a copper or two higher than outside. So many waiting in line chose to grab a quick bite from the stalls to tide them over. Yui was no exception. As soon as she reached the county gates, she went straight to a familiar breakfast stall and spent 10 copper coins on 10 large meat buns. She ate 2 herself and gave the other 8 to the red-crowned crane following behind her. This crane was tall and stately, standing as high as a person. Its white feathers were like fresh snow, its black feathers like an ink stone, and the splash of red on its crown as vivid as cinnabar. It was clearly no ordinary bird. The young woman beside it wore a flowing white dress, with snow-white skin and jet-black hair. Her bright, lively eyes were dark and gleaming, filled with an otherworldly light. The girl and crane standing together truly looked like an immortal maiden and her celestial companion straight out of an ancient painting. If one ignored the large meat bun she was holding, that is. To ordinary folk, cranes were considered mounts of immortals typically only seen in celestial realms. Occasionally one might hear a crane's call and catch a fleeting glimpse of its majestic form soaring overhead, but it was rare for a crane to descend to an unremarkable county town like this. However, this crane was an exception. No one quite remembered when this crane and the young immortal who kept it first appeared in Round County, but it had been several years at least. People were curious about them at first, but had grown used to their presence by now. After all, every market day on the 1st and 15th of the month they could be seen at the city gates. On market days, the young immortal would bring her crane into town to set up a stall. She sold talismans for warding off evil and protecting homes and helped local people deal with supernatural troubles that ordinary folk couldn't handle. Her prices were reasonable. If someone didn't have enough silver, she would accept payment in fruits, grains, or meat instead. Everything was clearly priced and she never took anything for free. She was nothing like other cultivators who seemed to look down on mortals from on high. The people of Round County were quite fond of this young immortal. Whenever she came, the market grew livelier. Some came specifically to catch a glimpse of her, while others sought her help with various matters. After the city gates opened and Yui entered, those going in with her greeted her warmly, calling her Little Immortal, and asking where she would set up her stall that day. "I'll wander around with Senior Crane first and set up wherever we end up." "It's up to him," Yui replied with a smile. Her dark eyes were filled with the warm glow of the morning sun, as sweet as melted caramel. She was naturally beautiful, with a rosy complexion, red lips and white teeth. Cultivators always had an otherworldly air that set them apart from ordinary people. But when she smiled, that distance melted away, filling people's hearts with joy just to look at her. The red-crowned crane beside her nodded its head solemnly, truly giving off the air of a senior disciple. Everyone knew her routine by now, so they didn't press further. After entering the city, they dispersed to different streets to go about their business. Yui and Senior Crane meandered through town, buying some household necessities. Round County was just a small county seat, not very large. After 5 years of wandering its streets, Yui knew the location of every shop by heart. She quickly finished her shopping and tucked everything into her storage pouch. This lifestyle was certainly leisurely, but it had grown rather dull. Yui tilted her head back to gaze at the vast sky above, sighing listlessly. Life without smartphones or internet, where even market days held no new excitement, was truly hard to endure. If she had known that leaving a single comment would cause her to transmigrate, she would have tied her hands up while reading that web novel. Every time Yui thought about it, she couldn't help but smack her own hands. "Serves you right for being so impulsive," she scolded herself. "You should have just read quietly. Why did you have to leave that comment saying the female lead has it so rough? And we even share the same name. I wonder if I'll transmigrate too." As if summoning fate, right after posting that comment, she was struck by a jolt of electricity and truly transmigrated into this dog-blood tragic romance novel, becoming its ill-fated female protagonist. The entire book, including extras, was only 800,000 characters long. Yet for 700,000 of those characters, she was tormented physically and emotionally by the male lead and various other characters. In the remaining 100,000 characters, the female lead reconciled with her past, found true love, and got a happy ending with the male lead. A happy ending. The male lead was named Pei Jingzhao, and the book was titled Jingzhao Tidal Wave. From the title alone, she should have guessed the author didn't truly care for her character. Yui still vividly remembered the ending described in black and white. She turned back with a smile, but her eyes no longer held that clear, dazzling light that had captivated him when they first met. That scoundrel had hurt the female lead the deepest. Yet in the end he still complained that the light had gone from her eyes. When Yui transmigrated into the book, it was right at the moment the naive female lead encountered the gravely injured, unconscious male lead. She had woven a small raft from vines to lay him on and was exhaustively dragging him back home. She had nearly reached her doorstep. Yui shuddered violently at the thought of the 700,000 characters worth of physical and emotional torment that would follow if she rescued the male lead. Even though Pei Jingzhao, as the author's favorite character, was described as handsome and refined, with sharp brows and starry eyes that retained a certain allure even when he was disheveled, blood-stained and unconscious, Yui couldn't muster an ounce of goodwill towards him. After pondering for a moment, she found a hatchet in the yard and spent quite some time wavering over whether to use it on his neck. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she dragged the small raft into the nearby woods, dug a hole, and buried him. Afterwards, she even stomped on the freshly packed dirt mound a couple times for good measure. Yui rushed back to the original owner's home, hastily packed some essentials, then set the small wooden cabin ablaze that very day before fleeing. Before entering the world of cultivation, the female lead had lived alone with her grandfather, a hunter who had taught her some martial arts for self-defense before he passed away. When Yui took over this body, she inherited those skills, which gave her some confidence in avoiding bandits on the road. Determined to leave the territory of the male lead's sect and avoid any interaction with him, she traveled as quickly as she could for over a month before reaching the Rounan County area. There, by chance, she stumbled into the cave dwelling of a rogue cultivator. This cultivator was nearing the end of his lifespan and regretted never taking on a disciple to inherit his legacy. Even his pet crane would be left without a caretaker. When the disoriented Yui stumbled in, he was overjoyed and immediately pressured her into becoming his disciple. Having transmigrated into a world of immortal cultivation, Yui was quite eager to learn supernatural arts. She hadn't seen any mention of this rogue cultivator in the original novel, so she assumed he was an insignificant background character unrelated to the main plot. Thus, she readily agreed to become his disciple. After accepting her, the cultivator performed a ritual to cleanse her body and establish her spiritual foundation, infusing her with his lifetime of cultivation. He then entrusted her with all the cultivation manuals, talismans, magical artifacts, and even his pet crane that he had accumulated in his cave dwelling. Before Yui had a chance to truly get to know her new master, the rogue cultivator, having fulfilled his final wish, exhausted the last of his lifespan and passed away peacefully the very next day. Afterwards, Yui settled down in the cave dwelling. She spent her days caring for the crane and studying the cultivation techniques left behind by her master. To avoid accidentally getting involved in the original plot, Yui rarely ventured out during those 5 years of seclusion. She only left twice a month, using the swordsmanship and mystical arts she had taught herself to earn money for food and necessities. She also took those opportunities to gather news about the outside world, especially regarding Pei Jingzhao's whereabouts. Of course, she didn't actually believe that burying Pei Jingzhao alive back then would have killed him. He was the male protagonist after all, his plot armor was too thick. Sure enough, Pei Jingzhao had indeed survived. As the head disciple of the Mount Li Sword Sect's leader, one of the 12 great immortal sects, he was renowned not only among cultivators but even among ordinary people. Even in a small county town like Rounan, Yui frequently heard news about him. Even without the female lead by his side, it didn't affect Pei Jingzhao's progression through the plot at all. He still followed the original story as written, first making a name for himself in the sect's grant competition, and then obtaining a divine weapon in a secret realm. At the 9 Provinces Dharma Assembly, he outshone all others, claiming the top spot and becoming the leader among the younger generation of cultivators in the immortal sects. Pei Jingzhao's reputation grew higher and higher, and naturally, as in the original story, waves of female cultivators admired him one after another. In the original plot, the female lead was the only woman who would receive special treatment from Pei Jingzhao. She was like a living target, tormented openly and secretly by his admirers. The female supporting characters adored Pei Jingzhao and envied the female lead, while the male supporting characters pursued Pei Jingzhao and felt that the ordinary, pure female lead wasn't worthy of their big brother. Even the female lead herself, constantly targeted and belittled, began to doubt herself, becoming insecure and timid, humbled to the dust. Now with Yui gone, the position of the female lead by Pei Jingzhao's side was vacant. The female supporting characters used every trick in the book to become his companion. Every time Yui emerged, she would hear rumors about him with different female confidants. However, these were all ambiguous rumors, with none being confirmed. This also led to Yui continuing to hide in this small place, not daring to venture far, fearing that the female lead's halo was still hanging over her head. She worried that if she went out, she might encounter some character from the plot and start the life of a despised pure female lead. Gaga. The Crane senior brother's call brought Yui back from her thoughts. She looked in the direction the Red Crown crane was pointing with its stretched neck and saw the familiar small tavern. The Crane senior brother loved eating the steamed fish from this tavern, so Yui followed its wish and led it into the tavern. They were regulars at this tavern. Yui didn't even need to order. The waiter already called out skillfully to the kitchen. "Crane senior brother is here, 5 plates of steamed fish, half-cooked with less salt. The red-crowned crane happily called out Gaga twice, and Yui burst into laughter. Thank you, brother. The human and the crane sat by the window under the gaze of other diners, but the attention on them quickly shifted away. Yui slowly sipped her tea, overhearing a group of traveling merchants at another table discussing, with your spirit horse's speed, how many days will it take to reach the foot of Mountly from here? Just 2 or 3 days, no more than 3 at most. You can rest assured. These 2 horses of mine are no ordinary steeds. I guarantee they can get you to Mountly before the Dao Lord's wedding. Hearing the words Mountly, Yuyi's ears perked up. She looked out the window and indeed saw 2 black horses tied up in the empty space behind the tavern. The 2 black horses were large and sturdy, with robust muscles and bones, spiritual energy flowing around them. One look was enough to tell they were raised on spirit grass and pills, completely different from ordinary horses. Along with the black horses, there were also 2 large carts of goods parked in the empty space, packed in sealed, red-lacquered wooden boxes. The sooner the better. We small businessmen just want to take advantage of the crowds and bustle to make a few more deals. If we're any later, we'll miss the best opportunity. Of course, I understand. The speaker was the owner of the spirit horses, making a living by transporting goods for people with his horses. He opened one large palm and said, there are still 5 days until Dao Lord Pei and Yusho Fairy's wedding. By the time we reach Mountly City, the people coming to join the festivities should have mostly arrived. Your 2 carts of goods are sure to sell out, sir. If you ask me, for such a grand event with cultivators from all over the 4 seas and 9 provinces gathering in Mountly City, bringing only 2 carts of goods is too little. The merchant replied, you don't know how many traders are rushing there, all wanting a piece of the pie. We small businessmen are just picking up crumbs from the Xue family trading company's fingers. If we're too greedy and can't sell all our goods, we'll end up losing more than we gain. Yuyi's hand holding the cup trembled and her breathing became heavy with excitement. What did she just hear? Dao Lord Pei and Yusho Fairy's wedding? Wasn't Yusho Fairy that vicious female supporting character in the original story who, out of love for Pei Jingqiao, crazily envied and hated the female lead? Congratulations to her for finally getting what she wanted. Pei Jingqiao marrying someone else. Doesn't that mean their ill-fated relationship has come to an end? Yui felt as if she could almost hear the sound of the female lead's halo shattering above her head, and it was particularly pleasing to the ear. Only 5 days. After Pei Jingqiao's wedding, when everything is settled, she can go wherever she wants. Fitue Ray of Light, too. Chapter 2. Yui excitedly pounced on the crane, hugging it tightly and patting its back feathers. She said cheerfully, that's wonderful, Crane Senior Brother. The world is so big we can finally go out and see it. Crane Senior Brother was in the middle of swallowing a fish, its head tilted back. Yuyi's sudden embrace caused the fish to get stuck halfway down its long neck, nearly choking it. Yui quickly let go and grasped its neck with both hands, helping to push the stuck fish down. After swallowing the fish, Crane Senior Brother angrily pecked her once, then snatched up the last fish on the table. With a light leap of its slender legs, it jumped out the window. After a few running steps, it spread its wings and flew away. Yui reached out her hand, futilely trying to call back its retreating figure. Oh, Crane Senior Brother, I'm sorry. Don't be angry. Though Crane Senior Brother flew off in a huff, Yui wasn't in a hurry to go look for it. She stayed in town to gather more information about Pei Jingqiao's wedding. The news of the Lishan sword sect leader's daughter marrying his top disciple had already spread throughout the cultivation world. However, Rounan County was remote, so news traveled a bit slower there. If not for the group of merchants passing through, it might have taken a few more days for the news to reach them. Yui was in high spirits. After helping a merchant in town deal with a small ghost stealing money, she packed up early and left the city. She planned to return home to take inventory of her belongings in the cave dwelling and prepare for her journey into the wider world. The cave dwelling left to her by her wandering cultivator master was called the Bamboo Pavilion, a secret realm deep in a mountain valley surrounded by bamboo. Amidst the green bamboo stood a 2-story bamboo building. In front of the building was a deep, tranquil lake with a wooden bridge spanning it, fishing equipment left on the bridge. The courtyard in front of the building was planted with many flowers, herbs, and vegetables. Behind the yard, there was a pen with chickens, ducks, and 2 plump little piglets. This place didn't look like a cultivator's cave dwelling, but rather like an ordinary rural household, full of the atmosphere of mortal life. Yui had lived in this secret realm for 5 years, accumulating quite a few possessions. It took her a full 3 days to take inventory of everything. She packed the things she wanted to take into her storage bag and sealed the rest in the secret realm. Before her master passed away, he had specifically taught her how to seal the secret realm. Once sealed, time would stand still here until it was opened again in the future. Yui finished packing and waited another 2 days, but Crane Senior Brother still hadn't returned. Crane Senior Brother was used to roaming freely and often stayed away for 3 to 5 days at a time. Yui didn't usually restrict it much. But this time was different. From the moment she heard about Pei Jingqiao's wedding, Yuyi's heart had already flown to the outside world. She was practically counting down the days, waiting for Pei Jingchao's wedding day. The auspicious hour had passed. Outside, the sun was setting in the west and the moon climbing in the east. By now, Pei Jingjiao should be enjoying his wedding night. Yui finally couldn't sit still in the secret realm anymore. She sealed the realm and went out to look for Crane's senior brother. With freedom just within reach, Yuyi's mood was unprecedentedly relaxed. Her sword-riding posture in the air was even more graceful and carefree than usual. The green sword made from the secret realm's 1,000-year-old bamboo carried her, cutting a streak of green light as they flew into the depths of the forest. Yui searched the places where Crane's senior brother might go one by one. As she was walking out from the cave where Crane's senior brother hid fish, she suddenly glimpsed dozens of streaks of light falling from the sky, heading straight for the shallow waters in front of her. Yuyi's spirit tensed immediately. She quickly shrank back into the bushes concealing the cave entrance. Her hands swiftly formed a seal, and her body's spiritual energy fluctuated, perfectly blending her form with the bushes. The next moment, the streaks of light plummeted into the shallow water, splashing loudly. A dark figure fell into the water, followed immediately by more than 10 cultivators who landed, surrounding him on all sides. Someone shouted, "Form the sword formation." Dozens of long swords flew into the air, forming an array. The sword lights interwove densely, trapping the dark figure in the middle. The dark figure glanced around and let out an inhuman roar of rage. Suddenly, it reached back into its own chest and forcefully tore open both sides, peeling off a bloody human skin from its body. Inside the human skin was a terrifyingly strange demon. The demon was blood-red all over, seeming human but not quite human. Its 4 limbs were sprawled on the ground, and without the human skin covering its face, its eyes and teeth were exposed ferociously. Its eyeballs rolled about, and its fangs were sharp. Its body suddenly shook and swelled to several times its original size. At the same time, 24 ribs pierced through its back from under its armpits, suddenly elongating and transforming into bone blades that stabbed towards the sword formation on all sides. Clang! 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 The collision of bone and spirit swords produced a sharp metallic sound that made Yuyi's ears ring. She heard someone outside cry out in terror. "It's a bone demon!" Before the words faded, the sword formation was broken. The bone demon's ribs were as agile as spider legs, its bone blades piercing through the bodies of several cultivators, hoisting them into the air before slicing them to pieces. Something fell in front of the bushes where Yui was hiding, splattered with fresh blood. She looked closely and saw it was a cultivator whose legs had been cut off but who was still barely alive. In the bright moonlight, the silver bamboo leaf pattern on the cultivator's sleeve was particularly eye-catching. Silver thread bamboo leaf pattern. Yui recognized the emblem and thought to herself, how unfortunate. This group of cultivators turned out to be Mountly disciples. Today was supposed to be a joyous day for the Lishan sword sect, yet they still had people out subduing demons and slaying monsters. Truly worthy of being one of the world's top 12 righteous sects. In the brief moment Yui was distracted, the battle in the shallows had already been decided. The bone demon was a high-level demon, and even though most of these Mountly disciples were at the golden core stage, they were no match for it. The shallows were littered with severed limbs, blood flowing in rivulets. Now only 2 Mountly disciples remained intact. One of them looked older and had a higher cultivation level. The other was a young man with the lowest cultivation among the group of Mountly disciples, barely at the foundation establishment stage, a full major realm lower than everyone else present. Yet miraculously he had survived until now. The older cultivator pushed the young man behind him and stood alone with his sword in front of the bone demon, shouting, "Junior brother, I'll hold it off. You go quickly and inform senior brother Pei." A long sword pierced through his heart from behind, cutting off his unfinished words. The cultivator instinctively grabbed the blade protruding from his chest, his expression blank for a moment before his eyes slowly widened in disbelief. The sword was swiftly pulled out from behind him, its sharp edge cleanly severing his fingers. He spat out a mouthful of blood and turned with difficulty to look at the young man he had been protecting. "Junior brother, why, you?" The young man stared at him coldly, his pupils devoid of any human emotion. He raised his hand and swung his sword, stabbing the older cultivator several more times. Fresh blood splattered onto his snow-white clothes, blooming like red plum blossoms. The male cultivator collapsed to the ground, his rigid eyes forever frozen in shocked anger at the betrayal. The young man reached into his abdomen and dug out the blood-soaked golden core. His fingers were long, slender, and white, with prominent knuckles. They were covered in dripping blood. As he gripped the golden core, his 5 finger joints bizarrely softened, resembling the tentacles of some soft-bodied creature. Tiny suction cups even appeared on his fingertips, writhing and adhering to the surface of the golden core. The moon had temporarily hidden behind wisps of clouds, preventing Yui from seeing these details. She only saw the golden core growing smaller and smaller in the young man's hand until it finally disappeared. After the clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again, he licked his lips and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. The bone demon, which had been fierce and brutal earlier, now behaved as docile as a dog. It retracted all its bones and crouched at the young man's feet. The young man raised his foot and stepped on its head, grinding down hard enough to make the bone demon's skull crackle. He said, "To be discovered even like this, you're truly useless." The bone demon's teeth clashed together, producing a series of rhythmic clicking sounds. "You dare argue?" As he spoke, the young man pressed down harder with his foot, crushing half of its skull into the gravel of the shallow waters. Yui heard intense breathing from the legless cultivator beside her. He was staring at the scene unfolding in the shallows, his eyes bulging, clearly about to explode with anger. Disregarding the need to hold his breath for self-preservation, he propped himself up on his arms and cursed furiously, "Shuechenjing, you son of a bitch. You dare collude with demons and betray Mount Li." Shuechenjing. Yuyi's heart skipped a beat when she heard this name. She was all too familiar with it. After all, he was also a significant male character in the original novel, being both the gentle and caring second male lead and the cold-blooded, cruel mastermind behind the scenes. Before his descent into darkness, he almost lured the female lead away from Pei Jingqiao. After turning evil, he nearly sent Pei Jingqiao to meet the king of hell. Of course, the supporting male character remains just that. No matter what he tried to do, he always fell short by a little. In the end, under the leadership of the Lishan Sword Sect, he was surrounded and killed by the 12 great immortal sects in the Demon Sealing Formation, cementing Pei Jingqiao's reputation as the #1 in the world. In the moonlight, the white-robed youth turned his head at the sound, removing his foot from the bone demon. He kicked aside a nearby corpse and walked towards her, treading through the shallow, blood-stained stream. He wore the same sect uniform as the Mount Li disciples, except for a soft fleece lining at the collar, making him appear more warmly dressed than others. The silver bamboo leaf embroidery on his white robe shimmered like water in the moonlight as he moved. The young man was tall and slender, not yet of age to don the formal cap. His long hair was tied high with a crimson gold ribbon, the ends curling like seaweed, fluttering in the night breeze. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing delicate features and a straight, noble nose. If not for the blood splatters on his white robe, he would have been a truly pleasing sight to behold. Shuechenjing approached, stopping a step away from the cursing Lishan sword sect cultivator. He called out in a rather obedient tone, "So it's senior brother Li." The crippled sword cultivator spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and formed a sword seal with his hands, intending to summon his spirit sword to cleanse the sect. In response to his call, the whistling spirit sword, before it could reach Shuechenjing, was cleaved in two by a bone blade that shot out from the bone demon's back. The sword cultivator vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and cursed in anger, "You're nothing but the son of a lowly merchant. If it weren't for your father's groveling and bribery, you'd never have entered the Lishan sword sect. How dare you?" Shuechenjing bent down and gripped his jaw. "Of course I wouldn't dare," he said. The night breeze swept by, gently swaying the loose strands of hair on his forehead. A drop of blood clinging to the tips of his hair slid down to the corner of his upturned eye, tearing away his gentle facade and revealing his true, ferocious nature. He blinked and said matter-of-factly, "So if you all die tonight, no one will know, right?" Shuechenjing's fingers tightened, and the skull beneath his palm exploded. Red and white matter splattered onto his robe, staining the white cloth with a jarring crimson. Yui covered her mouth, barely managing to suppress a retch. After killing the man and extracting his core, Shuechenjing turned and walked upstream to wash his hands. The bone demon remained motionless where it lay, its head half buried in the shallow pebbles of the stream, its grotesque and terrifying body not daring to move. The shallow stream fell completely silent, save for the gentle flow of water. Dismembered body parts were scattered everywhere, making it almost impossible to piece together a complete corpse. Human blood had dyed this entire section of the stream red. Yui, crouching in the bushes, stared at a section of intestines caught between the rocks in the stream. The nausea in her stomach grew increasingly intense. Shuechenjing's method of killing was excessively brutal. Coupled with the self-satisfied smile on his face as he killed, it was truly spine-chilling. Could it be that because she, the female lead, had run away, Shuechenjing had lost his role as the second male lead and thus turned evil prematurely? Momentarily too shocked, her concealment technique wavered slightly. Yui immediately noticed and hurriedly formed hand seals to recast the spell. Her figure only briefly appeared in the bushes for an instant before perfectly blending back into the surrounding foliage. Yui anxiously looked towards the shallow stream. She was pressed against the cliff wall here, with slanting tree branches blocking the moonlight. The patch of bushes where she was hiding was pitch black. Surely she wouldn't be discovered, right? She clung to a glimmer of hope, but just then in the dead silence, a sudden chattering voice rang out. "Oh my goodness, master, look. It's your wife. She's finally online, ah. She looks so cute curled up hiding in the bushes." This voice interjected so abruptly, its tone so cheerful and excited, completely at odds with the current scene. Yuyi's heart, which had just settled, leapt into her throat again. She thought with trepidation, what bushes? Oh no, surely it couldn't be talking about her? It wasn't just Yui. Even Shuechenjing was startled by this sudden voice. He paused in washing his fingers, momentarily confused. "Whose wife?" "Yours, of course." Master, she's the wife you've been searching for these past 5 years. The voice grew even more shrill, sounding almost piercing in its excitement. Look, she's even wearing a red dress. You're matching. Yui clutched her pomegranate red skirt tightly. Now she could be certain that the voice was indeed referring to her. She glanced at the hem of Xueqinjing's robe. What matching outfit? Wasn't that just stained red with blood? The blood-soaked hem of Xueqinjing's robe was a horrifying sight. She kept her eyes fixed on him, nervously watching his every move, her hand reaching into her sleeve to touch the teleportation talisman. Whatever nonsense about being someone's wife, she had absolutely no desire to become the wife of a villain. Just as she was about to activate the teleportation talisman to escape, she suddenly noticed a hazy glow materializing in the void, condensing into the form of a book. Above the book, a ball of light appeared, from which a paw extended, patting the book cover forcefully. The voice spoke with conviction. Master, after triple-checking, this system confirms that she is indeed the female lead of this book, your one and only true wife. Indeed, your fate is heaven-ordained. No matter how many times you miss each other, you're destined to meet in the end. Yui paused in activating her teleportation talisman, shocked as she looked at the book floating in the hazy light. On its exquisitely designed cover, a line of dazzling golden characters was embossed. After transmigrating into a book, I got a happy ending with the villain. What on earth? What kind of book was this? Hadn't she transmigrated into a novel called Title Shock? And that ball of light claimed to be a system. How could the villain be bound to a system? Wasn't a system supposed to be the standard equipment for transmigrators like herself? If a villain had a system, wouldn't he go on an unstoppable killing spree? Yuyi's mind was filled with question marks. She had a feeling that her previous understanding might have been seriously flawed, which made her hesitate in her attempt to escape. Xueqinjing flicked the blood from his fingertips, his gaze casually sweeping towards the bushes. As if finally remembering something, he said with sudden realization, "Ah, it's her." The book hovering in midair disappeared. The system made a ding sound and its tone suddenly became formal. Ding, congratulations, host. The mission target has appeared, and the main storyline mission is now officially launched. Please pursue Yui, heal her deeply wounded heart with your love and tenderness, increase her favorability, and achieve a 100% happy ending. To save the world, we're in this together. This system will wholeheartedly provide guidance and assistance. Yui. Whose love and tenderness? This demon spawn, who in the original book committed every evil deed from killing to robbing corpses and was explicitly written to want to destroy the world, did he really possess such qualities? And when did her heart become deeply wounded? How come she herself didn't know about it? Ch3 Clouds, Mountains, Fog, and Mists 1. Chapter 3. System 073 knew how absurd its mission briefing had just sounded, but it had no choice. 5 years ago, when the mission was initiated, something went wrong. Instead of binding to the female protagonist at the moment of her transmigration as intended, it was erroneously bound to the villain. It had tried to report the error to the main system for correction, but the main system's response was, "The mission has already begun and cannot be rectified. System 073, you are the ace auxiliary system of the multiverse. You should know how to adapt to circumstances. This is just a minor issue, do your best to overcome it. For us systems, this is also a form of cultivation." After that, the main system ignored all further communication. System 073 had no choice but to adapt and improvise. It decided to issue all the tasks meant for the female lead to the villain instead. After all, as long as they achieved the final happy ending and allowed this world to operate independently of the plot, did it really matter who carried out the romance missions? However, it felt the need to disguise its wording a bit. This mission uses the standard system template. I haven't had time to modify it yet. Master, please don't mind the phrasing. In essence, the main quest can be summarized as romance Yui and achieve a happy ending. Faced with such an outrageous mission, the great demon of destruction seemed to have no reaction. The young man crouched by the water's edge, his hair unbound. With a calm expression, he leaned down to scoop up water and wash the bloodstains from his hair, giving no indication of his thoughts. Yui clutched the teleportation talisman tightly in her hand, quickly processing the information she had just heard. At first, she thought she had transmigrated into a novel called Title Shock, but it turned out she had actually transmigrated into a book within a book. According to the system, she was the female protagonist of this novel called, After Transmigrating, I Got a Happy Ending with the Villain. From the title alone, it wasn't hard to deduce that what she had assumed was an electric shock followed by transmigration into a book was actually just part of the plot of this novel. After transmigrating, I got a happy ending with the villain. As it turned out, she herself was also just a fictional character. If Yui had learned this truth when she first transmigrated, she probably would have had a breakdown. However, she had now lived in this world for 5 years. During those 5 years, everyone she had met, whether it was Crane's senior brother, the merchants in the small county town, or even nameless passers-by in the book, were all flesh and blood people. In her eyes, this world was the real world. So Yui accepted the fact that she was originally a fictional female protagonist in an instant. From what the system was saying, she had become Xueqinjing's romance target, and they were supposed to end up with a happy ending. That meant her life should be safe at least. Yui wanted to glean more information from the noisy system voice coming from the other party, so she didn't rush to escape just yet. After all, Xueqinjing didn't seem to be making any moves either. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move, she decided to wait and observe for now. Having made up her mind, Yui remained crouched in the bushes, clutching the teleportation talisman, and continued to listen quietly. Seeing that Xueqinjing wasn't moving, the system couldn't help but anxiously urge. Master, the female lead has been missing for 5 years. Your romance progress is a full 5 years behind. Now that you've finally encountered the female lead, before she gets scared away, quickly take a billion steps forward and start your sweet romance storyline. Yuyi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. So this book was a sweet romance? If it was a sweet romance. She glanced at the gruesome corpse nearby, and her momentary relief instantly vanished. No matter how handsome Xueqinjing might be, even if this book was a sweet romance, she could never have a happy ending with someone so cruel. A man's love couldn't be relied upon. If they ever got into an argument in the future, wouldn't he crush her skull in a fit of rage? System. Ding, main quest now issued. Please complete the first encounter with you. Quest within 30 days. Raising the romance target's favorability to 10%. If the main quest is not completed, side quests will be temporarily frozen. Xueqinjing, who had just finished washing the blood from his hair and was gathering it up to tie, paused upon hearing this and asked, what does it mean for side quests to be frozen? The system hesitantly explained, Master, if you don't complete the main quest, you won't be able to open the sword sealing stone of Lishan Town. Also, the next divine artifact won't appear. In the book, the plot and romance storylines were meant to complement and advance each other. Over these 5 years, because the romance between the male and female leads had been at a standstill, the plot had also progressed with great difficulty. Just obtaining this one sword sealing stone had cost Xueqinjing a great deal of effort. Only now did he frown, crushing a stone by the river in frustration. Why didn't you say so earlier? No wonder in all these years of searching he had only found the sword sealing stone of Lishan Town and couldn't find any trace of the other divine artifacts. Xueqinjing suddenly stood up. Yuyi's heart leapt in alarm. As he turned his head in her direction, she channeled her spiritual energy into her fingertips, activating the teleportation talisman she had been holding. The talisman's light enveloped her. In the moment before the teleportation talisman whisked her away, she saw Xueqinjing's figure instantly moving towards her. The young man's handsome features suddenly loomed close, appearing to Yui like a life-stealing demon. His hand, still damp from the stream, reached into the light of her teleportation talisman, tearing open a gap in the teleportation runes. Yui looked up, her gaze colliding with his at close range. Xueqinjing's dark eyes fixed on her, his pupils elongating into sharp needles before her eyes. The iris surrounding them was pitch black, but that vertical pupil was silvery white, exuding a suffocating inhuman aura. Yui found herself unable to look away from his gaze. It was as if countless transparent, viscous threads extended from those vertical silver-white pupils, crawling into her eyes. The cold, slippery sensation lingered at the corners of her eyes, seeping in through them and firmly gripping her nerves. Yui heard a voice emerge in her mind, coaxing, "Be good, don't run." This voice multiplied in her mind, splitting and proliferating. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, more and more until it seemed like tens of thousands of people were chanting in her mind. The whispers overlapped, wave after wave, threatening to drown her. Be good, don't run, listen, 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 like me, like me, like me, like me. Yui maintained her upward gaze, eyes wide open, her expression gradually becoming blank. Just then, another sharp voice suddenly pierced her ears, crying out in anguish. You can't do this to her. She's the female lead. Not some magical beast you want to tame. That sensation of having every nerve ending gripped by someone suddenly vanished. The voices in Yuyi's mind receded like a tide. She shuddered violently and struck out at Xueqinjing with her palm. Xueqinjing dodged to the side but was still grazed by the sword chi in her palm wind, cutting his neck. A line of red seeped out, soaking into his collar. The teleportation talisman finally took effect, whisking Yuyi's figure away from the bushes. TCH. Xueqinjing covered his neck, clicking his tongue in annoyance. His vertical pupils shrank back into round dots, returning to normal human eyes. The system wailed in despair. We finally encountered the female lead, and you scared her away again. Now it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Where are we supposed to look for her? After being erroneously bound to the male lead, the system had urged Xueqinjing to find Yui, but Xueqinjing wasn't interested in the suddenly appeared entity and ignored its suggestions. It wasn't until the system gave him a spoiler, predicting when the sword sealing stone of Lishan Town would appear, and the prediction came true, that Xueqinjing started to pay it some attention. However, by the time Xueqinjing followed its directions to that mountain cabin, the place was long deserted. Even the house had been burned to the ground, leaving no clues for them to track the female lead's whereabouts. Xueqinjing was, after all, the big villain of the book. His movements could still be traced. If the system had been bound to Yue, it could have issued quests to her based on Xueqinjing's movements, pointing her in the right direction. But now that it was bound to Xueqinjing, and Yue had no system constraints, her movements became unpredictable. For 5 years, not even Pei Jingzhao had the slightest clue about her. A perfectly good female lead had completely vanished after transmigrating without making the slightest ripple. Now that they had finally run into her, only to let her escape again, the system couldn't help but burst into tears. Even if it was a system, it was still a system created by the ancestors of the myriad worlds to maintain world stability. It was a top-tier divine artifact spirit, and it had feelings too. Xueqinjing, annoyed by its wailing, impatiently said, "Shut up." I tore her teleportation talisman to pieces. She couldn't have teleported far and is still on this mountain. The wound on his neck had healed, but he picked up a broken sword from the ground, lifted his sleeve, and cut off a palm-sized piece of flesh from his arm. System 073. Ouch, master should be a bit more frugal. This body isn't yours alone. No matter how many times it had seen it, it couldn't get used to its host casually cutting off his own flesh to feed demons. Although his combat power was indeed a bit low now, and he seemingly couldn't defeat anyone without relying on demons. But if he kept cutting away so recklessly, wouldn't there be nothing but a skeleton left for the female lead in the end? How could that work? Xueqinjing hissed in pain, too preoccupied to pay attention to it. The bone demon, which had been lying face down with its bottom up, caught the scent of Xueqinjing's flesh and blood. Its skull suddenly lifted from the ground, its eyeballs bulging on its blood-red cheeks, staring at him unblinkingly, with saliva dripping from between its teeth. The clicking sound of its teeth expressed its urgent desire to have a bite too. Useless at everything but causing trouble. What do you think you're eating? Get lost. Xueqinjing glanced at it sideways, dipped his finger in blood, and drew an array on the ground. The edges of the wound on his arm began to writhe like a living thing, growing flesh tendrils that connected and fused together, quickly healing the wound. The array on the ground pulsed, and a viscous white fluid crawled out from its center. The white fluid was like a soft mass of pus, occasionally bubbling and releasing some white mist when the bubbles burst. After emerging, it excitedly wriggled to Xueqinjing's front, extending 2 tentacles from its body to wrap around his right hand, which was holding the piece of flesh. The white fluid enveloped his hand, dangling stickily from his wrist for a moment, then consumed the flesh in his hand. Satisfied, it slid to the ground, bubbling like boiling water. The mist released from the bubbles quickly merged with the cold fog in the forest, completely enveloping the shallow beach. Xueqinjing gazed at the pitch-black sky and said, "Go." The white fluid sank into the ground. In less than half an hour, the mist in the mountains grew thicker and thicker, obscuring the sky and earth, swallowing the entire massive mountain range into dense fog. Meanwhile, Yue tumbled out of the teleportation talisman's light. This talisman was supposed to be a directional teleportation talisman, meant to transport her back to the Bamboo Grove's secret realm. Even if the secret realm was closed, she should have appeared at its entrance. However, when the talisman took effect, it was torn by Xueqinjing. The talisman's effect was greatly reduced, and Yue fell into a dense forest, unsure of where she had been teleported. Her head was still throbbing with pain. Xueqinjing's vertical pupils were truly creepy. The repeated "like me" in her mind made her scalp tingle. It was practically mental pollution. Fortunately, she hadn't been brainwashed. Yue took out a processed mint leaf and put it on her tongue. As the cool, stimulating sensation rushed to her head, she sat cross-legged and meditated, circulating a mind-clearing technique through her body for 1 cycle. Only then did she thoroughly cleanse the pollution from her mind, and her thoughts became clear. The night mist in the forest grew heavier and heavier until it was almost impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Yet the forest wasn't dark, as if moonlight could penetrate the mist and shine into the mountain forest. The milky white mist clung to her clothes, hair, and skin. Tiny glittering particles separated from the mist and adhered to her skin. Yue was completely unaware of this. She took out another directional teleportation talisman. Yue's wandering cultivator master was skilled in both sword and talisman techniques, and she had inherited her master's will, cultivating both paths. However, compared to talisman techniques, she seemed to have more talent in swordsmanship. The teleportation talisman in her hand was one of the few successful intermediate-level talismans she had, and using one meant one less. Yue's heart ached at the thought. After a moment of hesitation, she still activated the talisman in her hand, attempting to teleport back to the Bamboo Grove's secret realm. After all, life and freedom were more important, and talismans could be made again in the future. The talisman's light enveloped her figure, disappearing for an instant, only to reappear in the same spot a moment later. Yue looked around in confusion, feeling numb inside. The teleportation talisman had failed to work. She tried stepping onto her green bamboo sword and flying up into the sky. She flew for a long time, but all around her was just a sea of white. A maze barrier? Yui guessed inwardly, carefully lowering her sword and landing back on the ground. She had clearly flown upwards for a long time, but it took less than half a quarter hour to fall back to the treetops on the ground. It was evident that there was indeed something strange about this mist. The maze barrier obscured vision and confused spiritual sense. Flying through the forest on a sword could easily lead to accidents, so Yui had no choice but to feel her way through the undergrowth. She hadn't gone far when she found a dilapidated mountain god temple in the forest. Seeing this temple, Yui finally figured out her location. She was still on this mountain, not far from the shallow beach from earlier. Not long ago, when she was bored, she had come to play at this mountain god temple with Crane's senior brother. They had specially bought some paints from town to repaint the weathered and dim stone statues in the temple. Yui hadn't even approached the mountain god temple when she heard the sound of fighting from inside. The surrounding mountains in this area were all poor and treacherous. Apart from the bamboo grove secret realm built on a small spirit vein, there were no spirit veins for thousands of miles around, and cultivators were rarely seen. She hadn't expected it to be so lively tonight. Having just experienced the drama at the shallow beach, Yui didn't care who was fighting in the mountain god temple. She had no desire to get involved and turned to leave, intending to find another place. At that moment, there was a sudden loud boom from inside the mountain god temple, followed by an explosion. The blast wave dispersed the thick fog, instantly rushing towards Yui's back. She reacted extremely quickly, turning back with her sword. A screen of blue-green sword light formed a barrier, shredding the flying bricks and stones. Behind the debris, a figure was blown back by the blast wave, about to crash into her sword light barrier. Yui hurriedly withdrew her sword and reached out to support the person's waist, gliding backward with the horizontal rush of the blast wave. The waist under her hand was soft and slender, the body light. It was a young woman wearing a pink dress. The young woman appeared to be severely injured, her face pale, her willow-like eyebrows tightly knitted, with a red flower mark between her brows. She weakly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, about to collapse softly into her arms. Yui quickly supported her and was about to inquire when a familiar and noisy voice suddenly rang out, "Yes, master, that's right. You should faint now. The female lead is kind-hearted and compassionate, with a bodhisattva's heart. She definitely won't abandon you, and this way you'll have a chance to spend time together." Yui. She looked incredulously at the seemingly frail woman in her arms, suddenly withdrew her hand, and kicked her flying away. Then she quickly disappeared into the mist without a trace. Xueqinjing sat up from the ground covered in dirt, pressing a hand against his waist where he had been kicked hard. He laughed bitterly, kind-hearted and compassionate with a bodhisattva's heart. System 073. This shouldn't be happening. How could its lovable, kind, universally adored little sweetheart of a female lead do such a thing? It must be that Xueqinjing had corrupted her. In the 5 years without its companionship, she must have suffered greatly to become so vigilant and unwilling to trust others. Woo-woo, it was all its and the male lead's fault. Ch4 Clouds, Mountains, Mist, and Haze 2. Chapter 4. To make Yui accept him more quickly, Xueqinjing deliberately dressed up as a woman. From his observations, people tended to lower their guard more easily around beautiful girls, especially since he intentionally pretended to be severely injured, appearing weak and pitiful, posing no threat to her. As a result, she actually kicked him flying with one foot. Xueqinjing stood up from the ground, his face gloomy. He glanced in the direction Yui had fled, then slowly disappeared into the mist barrier. Several more groups of people subsequently came to this mountain, all following clues about the sword stone of Mountley Town. The mist barrier of earth impurity enveloped the entire forest, causing those who entered to lose their sense of direction. Every scene and object within the mist barrier was under Xueqinjing's control. He knew Yui's whereabouts and could easily find her again. In fact, he didn't even need to go look for her. He only needed to manipulate the earth impurity to shift the mist barrier slightly, and it would guide her back to him. Meanwhile, Yui ran out of the mountain god temple in a frenzy, soon finding herself surrounded once again by the all-encompassing mist barrier. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but vast white fog in all directions. Within the white fog, only faint, indistinct tree shadows were visible, with sparse sounds of insects and birds. When Yui ran out, she wasn't running aimlessly. The mountain god temple had given her a sense of her current position. Where there was a temple, there must have once been human activity. And where there was human activity, there would be a path. Although the path, like the mountain god temple, had been abandoned for many years and was now overgrown with weeds, rarely trodden, it still retained traces of man-made excavation. Following the stone mountain path at least gave her a sense of her location, which was better than running around aimlessly in the mist. When she kicked Xueqinjing away and fled, she had intentionally looked for the mountain path to the right of the temple. The dense fog blurred space and distance, so Yui could only count her steps in her mind, stopping at the place where the mountain path should appear in her memory. Sure enough, she discovered stone steps beneath a tangle of bushes and weeds. She walked down the steps for a while when suddenly she heard a faint groan. Yui gripped her green bamboo sword tightly, then heard two more painful, ouch, Ouch, sounds coming from beneath a tree shadow ahead. An old man with graying hair was leaning against a large tree beside the mountain steps, with a small basket full of medicinal herbs placed to his right. Was he an herb gatherer? Although Cloud Mountain had no spiritual veins and wasn't a celestial mountain, it was rich in resources for ordinary people. Local villagers often came up to hunt or gather herbs. After her recent experience, Yui was somewhat suspicious of this old herb gatherer. But after a moment's consideration, she still took the initiative to approach him. After all, if he really was an injured old herb gatherer, leaving him here overnight could be dangerous. If he encountered that demon, the old man might not survive. Hearing her approach, the old man grabbed the sickle beside him and looked up, startled and afraid. Yui quickly spoke up, "Old sir, don't be afraid. I'm the crane fairy, the young lady who often wanders around here with the red-crowned crane." Her crane senior brother was quite famous in this area. As a result, she had also gained the beautiful title of Crane Fairy. Hearing her words, the old man indeed put down his sickle and gratefully said, "Crane Fairy, thank goodness I met you. Otherwise, these old bones of mine might have been left here for good." Yui walked up, observing him while inquiring about his situation. The old man hunched his back, tilting his face up slightly. His thin face was full of wrinkles and his coarse linen clothes were soaked by the cold mist, causing him to shiver and hug his arms tightly. He suppressed a cough, then caught his breath and said, "I had already finished gathering herbs and was planning to rest for the night in the shed halfway up the mountain, then go down the mountain the next day. But halfway there the fog got thicker and thicker. I accidentally fell and broke my leg. I can't move. It hurts whenever I try." Halfway down this mountain path, there was a small cabin on the mountainside of Cloud Mountain where hunters or herb gatherers occasionally spent the night. Yui glanced at the old man's right leg, which had been crudely splinted with tree branches. The wound was covered with a layer of crushed herbs. Most of her suspicions dissipated. This fog is a bit strange and easy to get lost in. "Old sir, I'll take you to the shed first. If the fog clears by morning, I'll take you to the county town's medical clinic." The old man nodded, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Seeing the scene, the system was immensely gratified and said cheerfully, "See, I told you the female lead is kind-hearted and eager to help others. She would never ignore someone in need. That previous incident must have been a misunderstanding." Yui's movement to help the old man up paused subtly. The system's voice. It was the system's voice again. So the herb-gathering old man in front of her must be xianxia in disguise. This demon was truly relentless. Yui steadied herself, pretending to be unaware. She helped the old man onto her green bamboo sword, using it to gently lift him, then began to descend the mountain steps with him. The hilt of the green bamboo sword emitted a bright green flame, radiating warmth and illuminating the rugged steps of the mountain path. The system chattered in xianxia's ear, fretting, "Master, although this method has allowed you to successfully approach the female lead, look at your current state. You look like you've got one foot in the grave. How are you going to raise her favorability like this? Are you going for a made-December romance?" The system sighed deeply. If only they hadn't scared the female lead during their first encounter, he wouldn't have had to change his appearance just to approach her. How unlucky they were to meet the female lead in such circumstances. Xianxia silently curled his lips. He had no intention of raising any favorability. "Young lady, my leg hurts so much," Xianxia wailed, turning his head to look directly at the woman beside him. In the flickering green flame, those wrinkle-filled eyes gradually became clear, with a silvery white light overflowing from his pupils. Invisible tendrils extended from his eyes, their tips swaying as they attached to her smooth cheeks, eager to devour her consciousness and turn her into his puppet. If only Yui would turn to look at him. Bang! A tremendous noise exploded next to his ear. Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his head, the impact making his entire brain rattle. Before Yui could turn to look at him, he received a heavy blow to his head. Xianxia tumbled off the green bamboo sword, rolling uncontrollably down the steep mountain steps. Yui touched the corner of her eye apprehensively, still feeling a lingering wet sensation as if something had crawled over it, giving her goosebumps all over her body. She glanced at the figure rolling down the mountain steps, now obscured by the dense fog. Grabbing her green bamboo sword, she used its power to sprint back up the mountain path in the opposite direction. The system cried out in alarm, "Master!" The bone demon quickly darted down from the treetops, blocking the mountain steps. Xianxia rolled into the bone demon's arms, finally coming to a stop. The illusory disguise on his body dissipated. His wrinkled skin returned to smooth and fair, his features once again became three-dimensional and handsome, and his coarse linen clothes transformed in the blink of an eye, changing into a white brocade robe. Xianxia clutched his still-throbbing head. His chin had been gashed to the bone from hitting the stone steps. He turned his head to spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his face contorted with rage as he shouted viciously, "Earth impurity!" In response, white fluid condensed from the dense fog, shooting towards Xianxia like falling rain, enveloping him completely. Moments later, the white fluid turned to mist, and Xianxia's figure vanished from the spot. The mist on the mountain steps dissipated considerably. Morning light filtered through the branches overhead. Day had broken. The bone demon, left behind, lay on the ground, meticulously licking up the blood xianxia had spilled on the steps. It joyfully picked up a tooth that its master had lost, immediately becoming so excited that it danced about, its bones rattling. It raised its hand to toss the tooth into its mouth, crunching it with glee. Yui also noticed that the dense fog had thinned. Morning light poured down, tinting the mountain forest mist a golden honey color. She gripped her green bamboo sword tightly. The light on the sword suddenly blazed intensely like a burning flame. Within the fire, snake-like streams of light intertwined. With one swing, the air filled with faint popping explosions. The green flame sword energy, carrying the momentum to split mountains and seas, tore through the mist. The mist barrier violently churned, like a curtain ripped apart, opening a rift. Behind the rift was a clear, bright sky. Yui leapt onto her green bamboo sword, flying towards the rift in an attempt to break through the mist barrier. At that moment, the space above her head rippled. Something writhed out of the air, layer upon layer, blocking the rift. Even the sunlight became distorted within this thing's body. Yui had no time to react before she crashed into a soft and slippery object, as if falling into some animal's cavity lined with tender flesh. Things quickly coiled around her body, tightly gripping her waist and limbs, with an icy wet sensation crawling across her skin. She opened her eyes wide, channeling her spiritual power to activate her spirit vision, yet she still couldn't clearly see what was binding her. The torn mist slowly closed before her eyes and the thick fog engulfed her once again. Yui was pulled back down, and through the swaying mist, she caught a glimpse of a vague outline. The thing looked like countless intertwined vines. No, not vines, but rather transparent tentacles would be more accurate. They were soft and slippery, writhing wetly in the air. Yui felt a chill on her neck as a tendril climbed up, attaching itself to her jaw and cradling her chin, twisting her head backward. From the corner of her eye, she saw a figure standing on the stone steps behind her. The young man wore white robes with his hair tied up, looking up at her. His jet-black hair clung to his pale skin, his entire body exuding a damp moisture from the mist, like a freshly painted ink wash painting. The only spot of color was the bright red blood on his lips. Yui, bound by invisible tentacles, was twisted around and pulled down from midair, getting closer and closer to him until their noses touched and their breaths intermingled. Xianxia raised his hands to cup her face, his palms as cold and wet as the tendrils wrapped around her neck. Even his breath on her face was damp and cold, his features seemingly frosted over, devoid of any human warmth. Looking up at her from below, his black eyes were like two deep wells and she was falling into them. Yui bit her tongue, the pain jolting her back to awareness. She immediately closed her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. She heard Xianxia's laughter beside her ear. He didn't force her to open her eyes, but Yui still saw those eerie pupils floating before her, jet-black irises encasing sharp, silvery white vertical pupils that held an irresistible magical power. Even though she kept her eyes tightly shut, those eyes still appeared before her, staring at her unblinkingly. Yui's mind began to fill with countless fragmented noises again, creeping up and trying to engulf her entire consciousness. Don't run, you want to stay by my side, you don't want to go anywhere else, just stay by my side and love me. Love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. Yui's mind was completely filled with these forcefully injected thoughts, every nerve wrapped in his cold tendrils, holding a megaphone and shouting, love me, you must love me right now immediately. Her head was about to explode. Unable to bear it any longer, she opened her eyes and glared at him furiously. Will you stop it? The voice in her mind paused, and Xianxia seemed stunned by her shout, his expression momentarily bewildered. However, he was only dazed for a moment before the silver light in his eyes grew stronger, drawing even closer to her face. The tidal wave of voices in Yui's mind surged again, more turbulent than before, attempting to alter her perception and make her submit like the other magical beasts, becoming a captive at his feet. Yui gradually realized that this demon only knew how to shout with a megaphone in her mind, but he had no idea what love actually meant. It was as if he was frantically writing solve in her mind with a pen without knowing the correct answer to the problem. So despite his efforts, he could only score 0. Yui was terribly annoyed by the noise, but she wasn't brainwashed by him. She impatiently spat in Xianxia's face. Pa, I'll never love you. Unless she went mad, she would never love such a monster. What did it matter if she was the female protagonist in a novel? What did it matter if the book said she should have a happy ending with the villain? She wouldn't let someone else's pen dictate her fate. She could dump Pei Jingzhao, and of course she could dump Xianxia too. Why should she have to choose a boyfriend from the trash can? Xianxia blinked, his vertical silvery white pupils contracting into a dot. The confusion in his eyes gave him a somewhat human appearance. He didn't understand why this method was ineffective on her. But Xianxia wasn't a demon who gave up easily. Compared to the effort of trying to win her favor, it seemed simpler and quicker to just brainwash her into falling deeply in love with him to complete the system's task. He gripped her face with one hand, while his other hand's thumb wiped away the water on his face. His fingertip hooked up a silver thread, smearing all the saliva she had spat on his face back onto hers. Yui! A cold, slippery tendril pressed against her lips, worming its way into her mouth. Yuyi's eyes widened as she struggled with muffled sounds. Although she couldn't see the transparent tentacle, she could clearly feel its presence. It clung to her neck and jaw, prying open her teeth, writhing on her tongue, its tip almost reaching her throat. The thick tendril stretched her mouth open and then sealed it shut. Xianxia lowered his eyes slightly, seeing through the transparent flesh of the tendril how the depths of her mouth instinctively convulsed and gagged at the intrusion of the foreign object. The system was already dumbfounded, advising in disbelief, "Master, this is only your third meeting. Isn't this a bit too hasty and impolite?" What it really wanted to say was that it was a bit too perverse. Xianxia ignored it. He raised his eyes again, staring intently at Yuyi's eyes. Invisible filaments extended from his pupils like mushroom spores, seeping into her through her 7 orifices, then taking root in the depths of her consciousness, enveloping every nerve. The megaphone in Yuyi's mind started shouting again. Xianxia seemed determined not to give up until he successfully brainwashed her. In the end, even Yui almost forgot what the word love meant. The green bamboo sword kept ringing within the embrace of the tentacles, its green flame tinting the crowded tentacles with a gradient of green. Fine electric currents darted about, outlining the shape of the tendrils coiled in the air. Xianxia felt his flesh and bones go numb from the flowing light on her sword. A strange sensation built up higher and higher in his body, pushing him to the crest of an invisible wave. Every hair on his body stood on end, each tentacle trembling in the coursing electricity. His expression went blank for a moment, his eyes widening, pupils dilating. Tears welled up at the corners of his upturned eyes, a red flush spreading from his eye corners to his ears. Blue veins bulged on his neck, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. The system was shocked. How could this arouse him? Its master was truly a bit too perverse. Xianxia's momentary distraction allowed Yui to break free from the brainwashing completely. She gave an odd glance at the suddenly panting man and, taking advantage of Xianxia's daze, plunged her hand deep into the transparent tentacle flesh, struggling to form a sword seal. The green bamboo sword's energy suddenly surged, transforming into a winged red-crowned crane. Each of its feathers carried a sharp sword light wrapped in raging fire, cutting through the tentacles tightly binding Yuyi's body. The crane sword shadow spread its wings wide, letting out a long cry. It raised its claws and forcefully stomped on Xianxia's face. Its sharp nails directly tore through the flesh of his face, even piercing through the facial bones, producing a crackling sound of bone fractures. A series of pop-pop-pop sounds echoed in the air, like the sound of bubbles bursting. The invisible tentacles exploded, and a small salty rain fell on the mountain steps, showering Yuyi's face and body. Yui broke free from her restraints, and the tendril was pulled out of her mouth, drawing out a silver thread. The tip of the tentacle, warmed by her body temperature, had turned a faint rosy color and was hanging with glistening saliva, looking like a delicious crystal jelly. But she knew how tough it was and that she couldn't possibly bite through it. In fact, she was a bit afraid to bite it. Xianxia looked like some kind of jellyfish monster, and she remembered that most jellyfish are poisonous. The sword seal had exhausted all of Yuyi's spiritual power, and she fell backward, her body completely limp. At that moment, Crane Sr. rushed out from the forest, caught her on his back, and dashed back into the woods, disappearing without a trace. Xianxia's entire body trembled as he knelt weakly on the ground. The tingling sensation flowing through his bones was cut off by intense pain, as if he had suddenly fallen from the crest of a wave into the deep sea. He covered his face with both hands, curling up on the stone steps in agony, whimpering softly as copious blood seeped through his fingers and dripped down in streams. "Master, are you all right?" the system anxiously inquired. Xianxia's voice was muffled in his palm, each word seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth, filled with a viciousness that suggested he wanted to devour someone alive. Despicable, shameless, and underhanded. The system was bewildered. After a long while, Xianxia finally stopped trembling. He straightened up and lowered his hand. The claw marks on his face had already healed, and the remaining blood was licked clean by the earth impurity that surged to his side. The system was as quiet as a cicada in winter, not daring to utter a word. Xianxia sat motionless for a moment, then stood up and slowly walked up the mountain path, returning to the collapsed mountain god temple. The rubble on the ground rolled and reassembled with his footsteps, fitting back together like pieces of a puzzle. The collapsed temple gradually restored itself as if time was flowing backward. But upon closer inspection, one could see viscous, gel-like filaments between the bricks and stones. This wasn't time reversal. Rather, the fallen bricks and beams were being pulled back together by these filaments. Inside the temple, the mountain god statue had been smashed to pieces with colorful stone fragments scattered all over the ground. Xianxia stood before the shrine. Transparent fleshy tendrils emerged from the shadows at his feet, picking up the statue fragments one by one, placing them back on the shrine, and binding them together with fine threads. In the blink of an eye, the statue took shape. A rotund body, intertwined limbs with a large chunk missing from the head. But there were no more painted stone pieces left on the ground. The system cautiously said, "Master, I don't think you've assembled it correctly." It wasn't just incorrect, it was completely unrecognizable. Judging from the bizarre monsters Xianxia kept, the system seriously doubted its host's tastes. His preferences seemed to have nothing to do with humans at all. Thinking this, the system became even more worried. Xianxia stared at the statue, lost in thought for a moment. A howling wind sound echoed in the void and the tentacles moved rapidly. The mountain god statue on the shrine was quickly disassembled into fragments, then reassembled moments later. This time it looked a bit more human-like, but no deity statue would have a gaping hole in its belly. Its colors were a chaotic mess, clearly out of harmony. It really didn't look like this originally, the system said, materializing an image of the statue before it was destroyed for its host to see. It was heavily weathered with blurred contours, but the colors were still vivid. "Master, you can reassemble it based on the color blocks on its body." Xianxia accepted its suggestion, disassembling the statue once again. He sorted the fragments according to the painted colors, then reassembled them following the painted lines. Yes, that piece is correct there," the system cheerfully observed for a while before belatedly realizing, no, we should be chasing after the female lead now, trying to increase her favorability towards you, not playing some puzzle game here. "Master, please don't give up, Master." Ch5 Clouds, Mountains, Mist, and Mists 3. Chapter 5. Xianxia crouched on the ground with his head lowered, holding a painted stone in each hand. He appeared to be carefully examining the remaining paint on the stone fragments, intently piecing together a deity statue. But the system heard him sniffling. The system, although it was anxious and impatient, after a moment's hesitation, it ultimately refrained from urging him again. Its host had truly been beaten badly by the female lead. His face had been clawed up by her sword spirit, and it looked very painful, though the host deserved to be beaten. But having witnessed the whole thing, the system was starting to doubt who the real villain was. Damn it, what on earth had happened to its sweet, adorable female lead to make her like this? The bone demon peeked in through the broken wall of the mountain god temple, craning its neck. Its protruding eyeballs rolled back and forth as it looked quizzically at Xianxia, who was crouched on the ground with his head down. It twitched its collapsed nostrils, sniffing the air repeatedly as saliva began to drip from between its teeth again. Unable to resist temptation, the bone demon slowly moved its limbs, approaching its master. It crawled on all fours to Xianxia's side, lowering its body and twisting its head 180 degrees. It stretched its head underneath him to look up, seeing the glistening teardrops on his eyelashes. Excited, it stuck out its tongue, wanting to lick his face. Xianxia grabbed a stone and smacked it on the demon's forehead with a thud. He roughly wiped his face with his sleeve and said irritably, "Get away from me." The bone demon's neck retracted quickly from the blow. It swiftly bit onto the sleeve he had used to wipe his tears, ripping it off with a swoosh. Then it scurried back to the tangled grass in the courtyard on all fours, hugging the torn sleeve and inhaling it obsessively. Xianxia was greatly annoyed by this dog-like creature. He picked up stones and hurled them at the bone demon to vent his frustration. The bone demon's body resounded with thuds as it was pelted, but it didn't dodge at all. This level of pain was nothing more than a tickle to it. After finishing his assault, Xianxia ordered it to fetch the stones back to the base of the shrine so he could continue assembling the unfinished mountain god statue. Because of his barrage, the stones were even more shattered now, significantly increasing the difficulty of reassembly. Fortunately, the mountain god statue gradually took shape on the shrine, with fine threads firmly bonding the pieces together, leaving no trace that it had ever been broken. The timing was perfect. Just as Xianxia finished assembling the mountain god statue, the sound of footsteps came from outside the temple, very faint and cautious. Xianxia took a final admiring look at the mountain god statue, then circled around the shrine and climbed out through the broken wall at the back of the temple, disappearing into the thick fog. At the front entrance of the mountain god temple arrived 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, all disciples of the 10,000 Joy sect. Leading the way was a middle-aged male cultivator with a broad-backed saber strapped to his back. His name was Zhao Tingyi, the senior disciple of the 10,000 Joy sect, a saber cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. Behind him followed his younger brother Zhao Chifeng at mid-core formation stage, and their junior sister Wan Qiutong at qi condensation stage. Nowadays, most cultivation resources were controlled by the 12 great immortal sects, and other sects could only survive by attaching themselves to them. Cultivators who could reach the foundation establishment stage were already considered rare, and almost all of them came from the great immortal sects. Cultivators like Zhao Tingyi who could form their golden core through their own efforts were as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, by the time he formed his core, he was already past his prime, so naturally, he couldn't be compared to those young foundation establishment disciples from the immortal sects. The world of cultivators was led by the 12 great immortal sects, while the rest were scattered sects of little renown that could all be classified as second-rate sects. This time, the Lishan Sword sect was celebrating a joyous occasion. Small sects like the 10,000 Joy sect, which didn't even rank among the second-rate sects, were naturally not on the guest list. But that didn't stop them from coming to Lishan City to join in the festivities. And as it turned out, they had come at just the right time. Taking advantage of the Lishan banquet, demons and monsters had invaded the forbidden area of the back mountain and stolen the Lishan Sword sect's treasure, the Sword Sealing Stone. The Lishan sect leader xianxia had publicly sent out a message to all directions, promising that whoever found the Sword Sealing Stone could choose one divine weapon from within it. Or they could send their own magical weapon into the stone for tempering. It was said that inside the Lishan Sword Sealing Stone was a weapon tempering platform imbued with the power of ancient gods. It was the forging platform used by the Ji clan, the #1 immortal clan of Mount Qi 2,000 years ago, to temper weapons and refine tools. The Ji clan had ruled the cultivation world for 5,000 years, and even after their complete downfall, the things they left behind were still divine artifacts and immortal treasures beyond the reach of modern cultivators. Even the revered elders of today's 12 great immortal sects, if one traced their origins, mostly came from under the Ji clan. The three great families of Jiang, Yao, and Yun, who are now at the height of their power, were merely household servants under the Ji clan back then. Thus, when xianxia made this announcement, cultivators all over the world couldn't help but be tempted. The three from the 10,000 Joy sect naturally couldn't resist such temptation either. They had followed the trail of a Lishan Sword sect disciple to get here. That Lishan disciple had taken a liking to Wan Qiutong's beauty, and the 10,000 Joy sect also wanted to establish a connection with him. The two parties had exchanged some personal items which were perfect for performing tracking spells. After tracking to this location, they encountered the mountain fog barrier and couldn't find the Lishan Sword sect person. However, they were lucky enough to find a fluorite stone belonging to the Lishan Sword sect. This fluorite stone could sense the sword sealing stone and would glow when within a certain distance of it. Zhao Chengfeng muttered. There's actually a temple in this godforsaken place? Cloud Mountain God. Zhao Tingyi glanced at the faintly glowing fluorite stone in his hand. Be careful, we're very close to the sword sealing stone now. It might be inside this temple. You two wait here while I go in to check the situation. Only come in if there's no danger. Ruan Qiutong clung tightly to Zhao Tingyi, saying anxiously, Senior brother, let's go in together. This thick fog is very strange. We'd better not separate. Zhao Tingyi thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Junior sister speaks wisely. Worried that monsters might be lurking in the temple, the three were very cautious, each gripping their magical weapons tightly. First, they used spine talismans folded into paper cranes to scout the mountain god temple several times. Only after confirming there was no unusual activity inside did they take action. Zhao Tingyi pushed open the crooked gate of the mountain god temple and cautiously stepped into the courtyard amid the creaking of the door. The fog barrier inside the temple was much thinner than outside, making the surroundings clearer and brighter. The temple was in ruins, with weeds growing all over the courtyard, appearing to have been abandoned for a long time. The roof of the temple was full of holes, with sunlight streaming through, illuminating the mountain god statue in the center of the hall. Many of the fine details of the mountain god statue had been eroded smooth by the wind, but the overall shape remained. However, the painted colors were incredibly vibrant, in stark contrast to the dilapidated state of the entire temple. All three were drawn to the eerily vibrant statue in the center, their expressions gradually becoming dazed. They unconsciously walked to the front of the shrine, simultaneously looking up at the colorful deity statue standing on the pedestal. The facial features of this statue were blurred, but its eyes were painted so vividly that they seemed lifelike. In the dim light, they were clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. The statue's eyes were long and narrow, half-closed, with an eerie silver light gradually brightening in the depths of the painted black pupils. They gazed down at them from above with a holy compassion that seemed to pity the mortal world. The three people maintained identical postures, their heads tilted high, expressions entranced, staring unblinkingly at the statue like the most devout believers of the mountain god. This eerie scene lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour before the three frozen individuals suddenly averted their gaze and moved at the same time. Zhao Tingyi, holding his saber in one arm and the fluorite stone in the other hand, walked around the temple, detecting the location of the sword sealing stone. Zhao Chengfeng took out a water pouch from his storage bag and handed it to Ruan Qiutong. She reached out to take it, her gaze scanning the deity statue up and down as she said puzzledly, the paint on this mountain god statue looks like it was applied not too long ago. The three spoke naturally as if they had no memory of what had just happened. It might have been done by nearby mountain villagers. People in these poor, remote areas like to do these things, Zhao Chengfeng said, his attention shifting to the fluorite stone in Zhao Tingyi's hand. He frowned. Is this broken stone even accurate? It's been glowing constantly since we found it. Surely the sword sealing stone can't be all over this entire mountain. Zhao Tingyi held the fluorite stone and searched around the temple, also feeling confused. He asked Wan Qiutong, junior sister, can this fluorite stone really sense the sword sealing stone? That's what Li Xinhai said at the time, and this fluorite stone is the same as the one he secretly brought out to show me before, said Wan Xiutong. The fluorite stone was pried off from the path leading to the sword-sealing stone. It doesn't sense the sword-sealing stone itself, but rather the sword energy within it. The Li Xinhai she mentioned was the Lishan sword sect disciple who admired her, one of the disciples guarding the stone at the back of the mountain. The fluorite stone has been glowing continuously, which means we've always been close to the sword-sealing stone. If we hurry, we can definitely find it before the others, a young man's voice naturally chimed in. In the dilapidated temple hall, a fourth person's figure had appeared at some point. This additional fourth person stood right next to Zhao Chofeng, yet didn't arouse any of his suspicion. Instead, he raised his hand and patted the young man's shoulder, regaining his spirits as he said, "Junior brother is right." Ruan Chotong finished drinking her water and turned her head to ask the silently appeared fourth person. "Junior brother, would you like some water?" "I'm not thirsty." Xue Chongjing shook his head, his gaze slowly sweeping across their faces. The three people's gazes all focused on him, affectionately calling him junior brother one after another, as if this young man had been there from the beginning, one of their companions. Xue Chongjing stared at them and asked, "Do you like me?" His question came out of nowhere, causing Zhao Tingyi and Zhao Changfeng to be stunned for a moment. They put their hands on his shoulders, one on each side, and joked, "Is there really something wrong with this mist? Why is little junior brother suddenly asking such a question? It's too strange for men to ask each other if they like one another." Xue Chongjing said, "Answer me." Seeing his serious expression, Zhao Tingyi and the other dropped their playful smiles and nodded, "Of course we like you. What about senior sister Ruan?" Xue Chongjing looked towards Ruan Xiutong. Being a young woman, Ruan Xiutong blushed when asked so directly, stammering, "You're our junior brother, of course I like you too." Having received the desired response, Xue Chongjing showed no signs of happiness. His brows furrowed slightly as he raised his hand to touch his eyes, his fingertips directly contacting the black eyeballs. So his function wasn't impaired. Why was it ineffective on her? While the other three were discussing continuing their search for the sword-sealing stone, Xue Chongjing kept pondering this question. Hearing Wan Xiutong call him junior brother, he suddenly understood. Wan Xiutong said he was their junior brother, so they naturally liked him. However, when he had previously tried to tame Yue, he had forgotten to add an identity for himself. Xue Chongjing abruptly stood up from the ground and strode out of the temple hall, walking into the mist without looking back. Startled by his sudden action, Zhao Tingyi and the other two hurriedly chased after him, but how could they find any trace of him? Seeing its host finally pull himself together, the system quickly asked, "Master, are you going to find the female lead now?" Xue Chongjing nodded. The system rejoiced, "That's great. But I suggest that when trying to increase the favorability of your conquest target, you still need to proceed step by step. We should go from meeting to getting acquainted to understanding each other and then to falling in love. We can't rush things." Xue Chongjing tilted his head back, his gaze seeming to pierce through the mist to see the cranes flying in the sky above. He confidently said, "I understand." The system praised him approvingly. "Master is so smart." The clouds and mist on the mountain had formed a barrier, trapping all living things inside, allowing entry but no exit. Whether it was Pei Jingqiao or Xue Chongjing, Yue didn't want to get involved in their storylines. She now only wanted to find a place to hide with Crane's senior brother, wait for the mist to clear, and then run to a place where the villains couldn't find her to continue lying low. Lying low until the second female lead halo above her head shattered. Damn it, why couldn't she have transmigrated into a carefree background character? Even if she had to be the female lead, couldn't her arranged marriage candidates be a bit more normal? Yue lay on Crane's senior brother to recover her spiritual energy, resignedly saying, "Crane's senior brother, tell me you're clearly a celestial crane, so why can't you cultivate a human form? If you could turn into a human, I'd just be with you and be done with it." Hearing this, Crane's senior brother hurriedly let out a series of urgent cries, declaring that its preferred mate would have snow white, beautiful feathers like its own, a bright red crown, long legs, and a resounding call, the crane spirit in Yuyi's green bamboo sword. Cranes are faithful birds. Whether it was the sword spirit's previous master, the Qingxian Daoist priest, or the current master Yue, Crane's senior brother wasn't interested in either of them. It only loved their sword spirit. The crane's call echoed through the mountains, showing how eager Crane's senior brother was to preserve its pure bird status. Yue, fearing that its cries would attract that pervert, quickly reached out to clamp its beak shut, soothing it. Yes, I know, I was just joking. This junior sister is too ugly to be worthy of you." Crane's senior brother flew around these nearby mountains every day and had a much better sense of direction than Yue. Even with Cloud Mountain shrouded in mist, it could still find its usual resting place by instinct. The human and Crane landed in an extremely secluded mountain hollow. Two mountain ranges formed a very deep valley ravine where the trees grew exceptionally well, their canopies like clouds appearing as a vast dark mass in the mist. Crane's senior brother carried her down into the forest. Beneath the dense canopy, there was actually a deep, small lake hidden away. A faint smell of sulfur permeated the air. This was actually a hot spring lake, with many tiny flowers blooming around its edges. This was Crane's senior brother's secret bathing spot, which even Yui had never visited before. Unable to leave the misty barrier, they could only stay here temporarily. Crane's senior brother jumped into the water to preen its feathers, while Yui only scooped up some water to wash her face before sitting cross-legged under a tree, wanting to recover her spiritual energy as quickly as possible. With her current cultivation at the newly formed golden core stage, forcibly summoning the nascent soul realm sword spirit left by her master was still a bit too much for her. Just calling out the sword spirit for that brief moment had completely drained her dantian. At times like these, Yui would deeply doubt her female protagonist Halo. Why could other protagonists reach chi condensation in 1 year, foundation establishment in 2 years, golden core in 3 years, and rush straight to nascent soul and deity transformation in 4 or 5 years? While she, with the spiritual foundation laid by her master's lifelong cultivation, starting directly from the foundation establishment realm, had painstakingly cultivated for 5 years in the Bamboo Grove secret realm, swinging her sword 10,000 times every day, nearly draining the small spirit spring in the secret realm dry, only to barely crawl up to the golden core stage. Could it be that her female protagonist Halo was all spent on those bizarre romantic entanglements? Little did she know that reaching golden core in 5 years was already an unimaginable feat for countless cultivators. Yui was inwardly indignant but had no choice but to cast aside distracting thoughts and meditate quietly, circulating her energy. However, after meditating for half a day, not a trace of spiritual energy had recovered in her body. Her meridians were as dry as a desert. Spiritual energy flowed throughout the world. Although Cloud Mountain had no spirit veins, it was still connected to heaven and earth. While drawing in spiritual energy was more difficult, it shouldn't have been impossible to draw in even a little. Just as Yui was at her wit's end, she suddenly felt a spiritual shock, sensing an extremely powerful pressure bearing down from above. The surrounding tree canopies rustled as if swept by a fierce wind, and Crane's senior brother suddenly let out a shrill cry. Yui opened her eyes to see a blood-red shadow descending from above. The thing was enormous, seemingly human but not human. Its chest cavity was split open into 2 halves, with ribs stretching out the blood-red sinews of its body like sturdy palace pillars, deeply embedded in the ground on either side of her, enveloping her within its abdomen. It was the bone demon, xianxia's bone demon. The instant Yui opened her eyes and saw it, she instinctively wanted to swing her sword and attack. But her spiritual energy was depleted, and she couldn't unleash the green bamboo sword's energy. The bamboo sword alone clashing against the bones inside the bone demon couldn't cause it any harm. Crane's senior brother, anxious, flew onto the bone demon's body and pecked forcefully at its back again and again. The beak of a red-crowned crane was as sharp as any sword, and dazzling sword light burst forth from its beak, making the bone demon's back resound with loud thuds. The vibrations transmitted into its abdominal cavity, exploding like muffled thunder next to Yui's ears. Given that it had wiped out dozens of golden core disciples from the Lishan sword sect, it was obvious that neither Yui nor Crane's senior brother were a match for it. Her entire body was swallowed into the bone demon's abdominal cavity, once again sinking into that crowded mass of soft flesh. At first, she thought it was the bone demon's internal organs, until the familiar tentacles crawled up her neck, cold and sticky, clinging to her skin. Hands as cold and damp as the tentacles cupped her face. In the darkness, a pair of familiar eyes emerged, glowing with an eerie light like cat's eyes in the night. Yui's gaze was immediately captivated. Xianxia's gentle voice resonated in her ears and echoed in her mind. He said, "From now on, I am your husband." The system. What happened to the gradual progression? Host, didn't you say you understood? You don't understand a damn thing. Ch6 Clouds, Mountains, and Mist 4. Chapter 6. Under the mountain shrouded in thick fog, Cloud Mountain's geography became treacherous and unpredictable. This ordinary mortal mountain had somehow managed to trap many cultivators. Numerous practitioners entered the mountain, only to wander in circles for days without even being able to exit a small patch of forest. Even Pei Jingqiao, whose cultivation had reached mid-stage nascent soul, stumbled in this misty trap. Their group of 6 were all disciples from the 12 major immortal sects, the cream of the crop among the new generation of cultivators. 4 were direct disciples of the Lishan sword sect, while the other 2 were from the Blazing Sun sect and Xianxia Illuminating Flower Palace respectively. These 2 sects were on good terms with Lishan and had specially sent disciples to assist in finding the sword sealing stone. However, after entering this bewildering barrier for a full 7 days and exhausting every method they knew, they still couldn't break through. "I've read about this kind of barrier in an ancient text," said Xianxia. He was from Xianxia Illuminating Flower Palace, which specialized in talisman arrays, so he naturally understood maze formations better than the others. The book mentioned something called the 10 Demon Formation. As the name suggests, it's an absolute formation created by 10 great demons. One of the demon arrays is exactly this kind of maze. The demon capable of laying such a maze is called Earth Impurity. It's a demonic entity born from the world's impurities gathering in deep ravines and chasms. Therefore, earth impurity inherently contains the power of thousands of mountains and waters. Under its bewildering barrier, it can transform sand into mountains and water into seas. As xianxia spoke, he bent down to scoop up a handful of soil, crumbling it between his fingers. We've been rushing about in these mountains for so many days, but we might just be circling around a few small mounds of dirt. I remember the book stating that this barrier cuts off spiritual energy. The mist is full of filth and impurities. If trapped here for too long, our spiritual roots will degrade, and will gradually turn into ordinary mortals incapable of cultivation, then die of premature aging. Zhang Kuang, the body cultivator from the Blazing Sun sect, irritably flexed the muscles on his arm and said gruffly, "Damn it. No wonder I've been feeling my meridians becoming more and more congested these past couple of days." The others nodded in agreement. During the few days they had been trapped in this barrier, they all felt their spiritual energy becoming sluggish and their cultivation dissipating. It turns out it wasn't just their imagination. I also sensed my cultivation regressing, which suddenly reminded me of what I read in that book, Xianxia said. As he spoke, he continued to rub the sand between his fingers. Far from looking worried, his face revealed a hint of barely concealed excitement as he surveyed the surrounding vegetation. Earth impurity was such a rare demonic creature that one might not even be born in 1,000 years. So Xianxia had only ever read about it in books. When they first entered this misty barrier, he hadn't thought of earth impurity at all. It wasn't until now, when everyone clearly felt their cultivation regressing, that he came up with this guess. Seeing his enthusiastic expression, as if he had encountered some rare treasure, Yao Yuxiu angrily said, "You've said so much, but can you break through this barrier or not?" Pei Jingjia reached out to grasp her wrist, frowning as he said, "Yuxiu, don't be impatient. Don't be rude to senior brother Shen." Senior brother? Yao Yuxiu turned to glance at him, her eyes filled with resentment and grievance. These cursed demons had invaded Lishan on her and Pei Jingchao's wedding day, stealing the sword sealing stone and using despicable means to injure her father. How could she not be anxious? The wedding banquet she had looked forward to for so long, which she had personally prepared for several months, staying up countless nights to embroider. Her wedding dress stitch by stitch, she hadn't even had the chance to wear it or step into the wedding hall before this calamity ruined everything. Who knows how many people were laughing at her behind her back? How could she not be anxious? Yao Yuxiu's eyes reddened, brimming with tears. Right now she wanted nothing more than to devour these cursed demons alive and tear these sewer rats to pieces. "Yuxiu." Pei Jingjiao called her name again softly, gently rubbing her wrist with his fingertips as he shook his head in disapproval. His gaze was gentle and understanding, exuding a convincing calmness as he said firmly, "We will definitely find the sword sealing stone and eliminate these demons that are wreaking havoc on the world." Under his gaze, Yao Yuxiu took several deep breaths, suppressing the tumultuous emotions in her heart. Reluctantly, she said, "I'm sorry, senior brother Shan." Shan Qingji waved his hand, not taking it to heart, and continued, "To break this maze formation, we must first find the location of earth impurity's true form. There's dense fog everywhere obscuring the sun and moon. Even our compasses aren't working. We don't even know where we are, so how can we find its true form?" Another sword cultivator from the Lishan sword sect asked urgently. His cultivation wasn't as stable as the others. After staying here for a few days, his nascent soul realm was already beginning to waver. He could barely suppress the chaotic sword energy within him. If they continued to stay in this barrier, he feared he might fall from the nascent soul realm. With the thick fog obscuring their vision and preventing them from observing the surrounding mountain terrain, Xinqingji could only rely on identifying the types and growth patterns of nearby vegetation. He bent down to examine the soil, rocks, and plants on the ground while the others followed closely behind him. Xinqingji said, "Earth impurity is a demon of the abyss. Like water, it loves to flow to low places. We just need to find the lowest point in this area, and its true form will definitely be there." Hearing this, Pei Jingjia pondered, "The landscape here is illusory and uncertain. It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake, and with the thick fog obscuring everything, it won't be easy to find." Indeed, Xinqingji sighed. "But this is the only way to break the formation. We have no choice but to try." In a valley nestled between two peaks, this area was unusually free of white mist. The warm early spring sunlight poured down, casting shimmering reflections on the steaming hot spring lake. The lake wasn't large, but it was extremely deep. Its blue-green waters turned pitch black in the center where light couldn't penetrate the depths. A red-crowned crane with bright plumage stood in the shallow water, preening its feathers. Yui rolled up her pant legs and stepped into the warm spring, scooping up water to pour over the crane. She watched a senior brother crane spread his wings, splashing water everywhere. Yui raised her hand to block the flying droplets, her eyes curving into crescents, her smile more radiant than the sun above. The young woman's silvery laughter drifted into the small wooden cabin by the hot spring lake. A tall figure stood at the window facing the lake, the shadow of the window frame casting his eyes into darkness, but a strange silver light flickered deep within his pupils. Shuechenjing held a kitchen knife in his right hand, his long fingers of his left hand pressing down on a piece of marbled pork belly. Early that morning he had sent the bone demon to fetch a small wild boar from the mountain, and this was freshly cut from its body. All because Yui said she wanted to eat twice-cooked pork today. His gloomy gaze fixed intently on the person frolicking with the crane in the lake, as he sliced the pork belly into even, thin pieces. He imagined the blade cutting into Yui instead, peeling off her fair skin and flesh slice by slice. "Ah, master, you should watch the cutting board when you're chopping vegetables. You've cut your own hand," the system suddenly shouted in his ear. Xueqinjing's fingers throbbed with pain. Looking down, he saw a deep gash on the knuckles of his index and middle fingers, cut to the bone. He let out a whimper of pain in his throat, then forcefully swallowed it back, pressing his lips tightly together. The bone demon, catching the scent of his blood, suddenly leapt in through the window at the back of the cabin, crashing into the furniture inside with a series of bangs, and rushed to Xueqinjing's side. But a wisp of white mist moved faster, floating in from outside the window like a small white cloud. It completely covered the cutting board, licking up all the fresh blood, then instantly bounced onto Xueqinjing's hand. It rapidly condensed into a soft, flowing white ball, wrapping around his injured fingers. The bone demon didn't even get a drop of blood. Its eyeballs nearly popped out of its face as it stared in disbelief, scratching at the ground in frustration, its teeth chattering angrily. Yuyi's voice called from the lakeshore, "Akyu, what's wrong? I thought I heard something." Xueqinjing gritted his teeth and squeezed out two words between them, "It's nothing." He waved his hand, shaking off the earth impurity wrapped around his fingertips. Tender flesh grew from the wound, quickly knitting it closed. The bone demon stared longingly at his healed fingers, then raised its head to look into his eyes. Xueqinjing could tell what it was hoping for just by looking at its stupid expression. He stepped on its face and said, "Both of you get out. Don't let her see you." The bone demon, with a fresh footprint on its face, hung its head dejectedly as it climbed back out through the rear window and shrank back into the forest. Xueqinjing's gaze returned to the half-cut meat slices on the chopping board. He raised his hand and brought the knife down on the board, his voice as cold as if it contained crushed ice. "Twice-cooked pork? Why should I be making twice-cooked pork for her here?" The system hurriedly tried to placate him. Master, the female protagonist's favorability towards you has already increased to 6%. Please endure a little longer. You'll be able to complete the system task soon." 6%. Xueqinjing repeated each word slowly. The system's words not only failed to soothe him but made him even angrier. A thin flush of annoyance rose on his jade-white cheeks. The corners of his eyes, as if drawn with a single brush stroke, showed traces of red. His eyelashes were damp as he sarcastically remarked with heavy breath, "Ha, her favorability towards her husband is only 6%. No, not even 6%. That day when Yui woke up in his arms, her jet-black eyes stared at him for a long time. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned in close, and gently nuzzled his cheek. The young girl's voice was soft and coquettish as she sweetly called him husband. Xueqinjing's heart blossomed with joy at that moment. Immediately after, the system chimed in his head, informing him that the female protagonist's favorability towards him was 4%. As soon as the system finished speaking with a clang, the favorability immediately dropped to 3%. 3%. How dare she call him husband? The current 6% was only achieved after days of fulfilling her every request and working tirelessly. The system was speechless. Don't you have any idea how you became her husband in the first place? True affection can't be gained through trickery and deception. By the hot spring lake, Yui had already come out of the water, but she was still crouching by the water's edge, craning her neck to peer into the water. The crane had gone to the center of the water and was now sticking its bottom up, head plunged into the water, exploring the depths of the lake. Just moments ago, they had seen a large white shadow flicker past the black hole in the center of the lake. Bubbles gurgled up from the water, carrying wisps of mist that shrouded the lake's surface. The crane master lingered in the center of the lake for a long time but didn't discover anything unusual. Instead, it began to feel dizzy and lightheaded, perhaps from soaking for too long. It floated back to shore in a daze, collapsing onto a rock by the shore like a puddle of mud, weakly squawking twice. Yui hurriedly examined it closely, only breathing a sigh of relief after confirming it was unharmed. She glanced towards the center of the lake once more before anxiously returning to the wooden cabin. She said to Xueqinjing, "Achoo, I think there's something at the bottom of the hot spring lake in front of our cabin." Xueqinjing paused for a moment before vaguely replying, "You must have seen wrong. What could possibly be in the water? Don't let your imagination run wild." System, ding, a temporary strategy task has been triggered. Please note, host, that the target of your strategy got her clothes wet while playing in the water. Please seize this opportunity to kneel before her, gently lift the hem of her skirt, and dry her clothes for her. Hearing the system's voice, Xueqinjing glanced at Yui out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, he saw that her clothes were half wet, the pale green skirt clinging to her legs, outlining the slender, straight lines of her limbs. With his back to Yui, he viciously tugged at the corner of his mouth before turning to walk towards her. Following the system's instructions, he half knelt down, cupping her dripping skirt in both hands and using his spiritual energy to dry the soaked fabric. Yui looked down at the young man kneeling before her, reaching out to pat his head. She smiled sweetly and said, "Achoo, you're so good to me. I like you so much." Xueqinjing raised his head, his dark eyes staring directly at her as he asked, "Is that so? How much do you like me?" "I like you very, very much. In this world I like you the most," Yui said with a beaming smile. Her fingers slid down to his face, gently caressing the upturned corners of his eyes. The young man's skin was slightly cool, his eyebrows and eyes dark as if painted with ink. The corners of his eyes were tinged with a hint of lingering red, as if he had been crying. Looking up at her like this from below, he exuded an air of pitiful vulnerability that was particularly endearing. This appearance was truly very beautiful. Xueqinjing, half closing one eye at her touch, asked in his heart, favorability. The system. After a good while, it finally answered tremblingly, 55%. Very well. Despite her sweet words, the favorability had actually decreased. Xueqinjing's chest heaved with anger, the corners of his eyes growing even redder, as if tears might fall at any moment. In the empty space of the wooden cabin, ripples began to form. Transparent and sticky tentacles squeezed out of the air, enveloping Yui from behind. The thick appendages swayed, longing to wrap around her body, tighten, writhe, and entangle, crushing her bones inch by inch, then devouring her flesh and blood, consuming her until nothing remained. The system screamed, "Master, calm down. Think about the sword sealing stone, you'll be able to open it soon." Yui blinked innocently, asking in confusion, "Husband, why aren't you happy? Don't you like hearing me say I like you?" Xueqinjing replied with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes, "I like it. I absolutely love hearing it." Ch7 Clouds, Mountains, and Mist 5. Chapter 7. The transparent tentacles writhed frantically behind her, making squelching sounds in the air. "I think I heard something. Chio, did you hear that?" Yui asked. She turned her head in confusion, her eyes meeting a tentacle dangling right in front of her. The tip of the tentacle hovered just an inch from her face. A bead of viscous fluid gathered at its end, growing heavier until it stretched into a silver thread and dripped onto her cheek. Yui wiped the sticky liquid from her cheek and said curiously, "Where did this water come from? It feels so gross." "Chio, is our roof leaking? But it's not even raining outside." She couldn't see the tentacles, those agitated, grasping, transparent appendages that wanted to envelop and crush her. Xueqinjing stood up, grasped the edge of his sleeve, and gently wiped the fluid from her cheek. A smile curved his lips, but his eyes remained cold as he said, "It might be water that collected in the roof tiles after last night's rain. After lunch, I'll take a good look at the roof." Yui nodded and immediately moved away from his touch, sitting to the side and waiting obediently for Xueqinjing to cook. She praised him. "In the south, there's a dragon in the mountain pool. Chio is like that dragon in the pool, capable of anything." Xueqinjing's hand, still suspended in the air, paused briefly before he lowered it and returned to the stove. He picked up the cleaver again to cut the pork belly, saying casually, "My father did indeed choose my courtesy name based on that." "Courtesy name?" Yui looked surprised. She had always thought it was his given name. "Then what's Chio's formal name? How strange, we're married and I don't know your full name." "Xueqinjing." The system coughed violently. His full name was not to be spoken. Yui, as a transmigrator, held the script for Title Shock in her hands. In her mind, Xueqinjing was an utterly villainous antagonist. If she knew, this play could not go on. Xueqinjing understood its warning and said smoothly, "Xueqiu, that's my full name." After all, Qiu was just one of the courtesy names Xueqingji had chosen for him. He hadn't come of age yet and had never used this name publicly. Yui was immediately convinced. She folded her hands in front of her and leaned on the table, watching him cook. Born into a wealthy merchant family, Xueqinjing had been waited on hand and foot his entire life. He had never had to lift a finger in the kitchen. Yet the system's mission required him to cook personally for it to count. The young master was furious enough to smash pots and pans, but he had no choice but to swallow his pride. These past few days he had relied entirely on the system's guidance, practicing in secret several times before becoming somewhat proficient. This small cabin in the mountains was formed from earth essence, but the food they ate couldn't rely on that essence. If they ate 2 bites of such food, they would both perish in this godforsaken mountain valley. The cooking oil, seasonings, and rice in the kitchen had all been bought by him. He had disguised himself as a human and gone to town overnight to purchase them. However, Yuyi's food requests were becoming increasingly difficult to prepare with each passing day. Xueqinjing suffered no small amount of torment trying to make the dishes she wanted, and the frustration in his heart was beyond words. Today's twice-cooked pork was even worse. Under the system's frantic instructions, Xueqinjing had hot oil splattering everywhere, burning several blisters on his hands. The tentacles behind him tried multiple times to tear the house down, only calming after the system's patient persuasion. He had to open the sword sealing stone and retrieve the weapon tempering platform inside. As Shuechenjing was about to flip the wok in frustration after another splash of hot oil on his hand, the system shouted, "Master, stay calm. Calm down. It's almost done. You're doing great, it looks exactly like the recipe picture. It's sure to be delicious." Shuechenjing's furrowed brow could kill a fly. With a face full of long suffering, he managed to restrain himself. Yui rested her chin on her hand, watching him at the stove. He was clearly flustered, yet still trying to maintain an air of ease. She listened to the system's desperate shouting, which sounded like a battle cry. She pressed her lips tightly together, barely managing not to laugh out loud. Shueqiu, how had she stumbled upon such an adorable husband? No, she shouldn't say she found him. He had actively sought her out, after all. He even had a romance system, and she was his target. When Yui first opened her eyes and saw his face, she was a bit dazed. But soon, the information in her mind told her that after transmigrating into this novel called Tidal Shock, she had burned down the original owner's wooden cabin to avoid crossing paths with the male lead, Pei Jingqiao. She had then fled to this remote mortal town. While in seclusion here, she encountered the son of a local merchant. To thoroughly shatter her female lead halo, Yui had married him and successfully coaxed the young master into hiding in these deep mountains with her. They had been living in seclusion here for 3 years. Yui rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Based on the information she had gleaned from the system over the past few days, she felt this experience was somewhat strange. First, they had been living here for 3 years, and Shueqiu had been cooking for her for 3 years, yet he was still so clumsy and needed the system's guidance to know how to cook. Second, they had been together for 3 years, and Shueqiu had been trying to win her over for 3 years, yet she remained completely unmoved. Even knowing he had approached her with ulterior motives, given her personality, she would likely have intentionally controlled herself to avoid falling for him. But Shueqiu's appearance was exactly her type. Yui knew herself well. It was impossible for her to remain so steadfast. Even if she didn't fall in love with him, her favorability towards him couldn't possibly be this low. Finally, and most importantly to Yui, when Shueqiu had just wiped the water from her face and his hand touched her cheek, her body's first reaction was not a desire to be close to him, but a sense of danger. A chill had run down her spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. Every muscle had tensed involuntarily, screaming at her to get away from him. She had barely restrained herself from kicking him. All of this made Yui feel strange. Yet the knowledge in her mind insisted that the man before her was indeed her lawfully wedded husband. Married and bound by vows? Yui's gaze unconsciously followed Shueqiu's movements as she pondered. Although Shuechenjing had struggled to prepare this meal thanks to the system's step-by-step guidance, the final product turned out quite well. Seeing Yui's eyes crinkle with happiness as she ate with satisfaction, the system finally breathed a sigh of relief. "See, I told you the master did a great job," the system encouraged its host. "To capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Master, you're already halfway there." Shuechenjing picked up some food with his chopsticks for Yui, smiling gently while coldly asking in his heart, "Favorability. System." The system fell silent immediately. After Yui finished eating, Shuechenjing ate all the leftovers on the plates. Although he had been badly burned while cooking, the final product did taste quite good. Moreover, this dish was made by his own hands. How could he waste it? After clearing away the bowls and chopsticks, Shuechenjing still had to steam fish for her crane. It was less like a crane and more like a pig able to eat 8 fish in one meal. It disliked raw fish but also disliked overcooked fish. Too salty was no good, but neither was too bland. Furthermore, Crane's senior brother strongly disliked Shuechenjing and would seize any opportunity to peck at him. The beast was cunning enough to avoid attacking when they were alone, only pecking him sneakily when Yui was present. Every day, from the moment Shuechenjing opened his eyes until he fell asleep at night, he might have 800 thoughts about killing Yui, but he definitely had 801 thoughts about killing that feathered beast, Crane's senior brother. But he couldn't kill it. The system said that if he killed Crane's senior brother, Yui's pitiful bit of goodwill towards him would instantly drop to 0 and be difficult to recover. So to complete that damn system task and open the sword sealing stone, Shuechenjing could only continue to endure this humiliation. Shuechenjing brought fish to the crane and was pecked twice by the beast, which had seized the opportunity. He turned his head and, sure enough, saw Yui coming out of the house and walking towards them. Crane's senior brother knew he wouldn't dare retaliate in front of Yui. Even a mere beast dared to bully him so openly. "Master! Master! The favorability has reached 6%. You must cherish it," the system cried out in panic. Shuechenjing's murderous intent faltered slightly. He resisted the urge to wring the crane's neck and, under the system's nagging, suppressed his homicidal thoughts as he walked back. "Xiao, I noticed your hand seems to be burned. Let me help you apply some medicine." Yui approached him, holding a burn ointment in her hand, and looked up at him with a gentle smile. Shuechenjing was stunned for a moment, immediately hiding his hand behind his back. Something writhed frantically beneath the skin on the back of his hand. Moments later, two bright red blisters emerged on his previously smooth skin. Yui urged, "Give me your hand. Don't hide it, I saw it earlier." Xueqinjing obediently extended his hand to her. The youth's palm was long and slender with distinct bones. His palm was as cold as ever, like winter morning mist, exuding a damp chill from deep within. Blue veins were visible beneath the reddened, scalded skin. Yui cupped his hand and gently blew on it. She looked up at him, her expression both reproachful and concerned, saying, "In the future, don't hide and endure when you're hurt. Applying some medicine will make it better quickly." Her eyes were as alluring as peach blossoms, with long curled lashes. They reflected the bright sunlight, like pools of warm spring water, warm and sweet. Xueqinjing was momentarily lost in her sweet gaze before coming to his senses. He asked inwardly, "Favorability? The system?" Favorability, you ask about it 800 times a day. Each time you ask, you get angry, and it has to comfort you. Will this ever end? The atmosphere was so good now that the system didn't want to ruin it, so it ignored him. Without the system's response, Xueqinjing could guess. This woman was always just saying nice things with her soft and sweet features. When she looked at him, it seemed as if her whole heart and mind were focused on him, appearing to like him very much, but in reality, her heart was harder than anyone else's. She was the very definition of a stone-cold heart. Xueqinjing had always felt that although people were very intelligent, they were also easily fooled. He only needed to implant an unshakable perception in their minds, and their brains would automatically rationalize and perfect its existence. Just like the stone-guarding disciples on the back mountain of the Lishan Sword sect, and those 3 people from the 10,000 Joys sect. When he implanted the perception of he is her husband into Yuyi's mind, she automatically fabricated a plausible background for him, which even sounded quite good. However, her favorability towards her husband was only 3%. Xueqinjing stared at the whirl on top of her head, his eyes growing increasingly gloomy, his heart beginning to stir once more. Yui remained oblivious, her head bowed before him as she carefully applied the burn ointment to his reddened hand. As she applied it, she gently blew on it, whispering, "It doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt." Crane's senior brother finished eating his fish and strode over on his long legs, giving a disdainful caw at him. Xueqinjing turned his gloomy gaze towards it, looking at it with murderous intent. The crane shuddered at his look, its feathers all puffing up as it flapped its wings and ran behind Yui, cawing loudly in complaint. Yui pushed its head away, lightly scolding, "Don't cause trouble. How could Chio possibly be mean to you?" Xueqinjing narrowed his eyes. The evil bird dared to complain first, it was simply too much. This could not be tolerated. He casually raised his hand a bit, and something writhed within his sleeve. The ink-black cuff slid down his arm a few inches, revealing 2 bright red welts on his wrist. The edges of the welts showed marks of serrated teeth, clearly the handiwork of the crane. Yui was shocked and pushed his sleeve up further, revealing more welts. "How did you get so many injuries on your arm?" Xueqinjing quickly pulled down his sleeve to cover the wounds, withdrew his hand behind his back, and lowered his eyes, saying softly, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. I know Crane's senior brother didn't mean it." Behind Yui, the crane's beak gaped open, its small bird eyes filled with disbelief. "Caw." It had clearly pecked his left hand and hadn't even used much force. How could the wounds have moved to his right hand? Yui turned around, grabbed Crane's senior brother's beak, and scolded it, punishing it by not allowing it to eat dinner that night. The corners of Xueqinjing's mouth turned up, and suddenly his mood greatly improved. Ch8 Clouds, Mountains, and Mist 6. Chapter 8. Spring days were often rainy with short daylight hours, especially in these deep mountain valleys. Before dusk, darkness had already descended, and an orange light glowed from inside the small wooden cabin. A light drizzle fell outside the eaves, and the oil lamp's flame flickered, suddenly extinguished by a gust of wind with a soft hiss. Yui, wrapped in a fuzzy blanket, unconsciously dozed off while sitting on a round cushion. This place was devoid of spiritual energy, and the spiritual power in her meridians had not fully recovered. Still, she hadn't given up, meditating and practicing for long hours every day. Any recovery, no matter how small, was worthwhile. Xueqinjing approached Yui, his footsteps inaudible. The only lit oil lamp behind him cast his shadow on the ground. As he drew closer, the shadow gradually crept up the hem of her dress spread on the floor. Something writhed continually at the edges of the shadow, distorting his silhouette into something inhuman. The shadow suddenly expanded, unfurling several grotesque tentacles that coiled around Yui. The person sitting cross-legged on the cushion nodded off slightly, her body swaying. The shadow projected on the ground seemed to startle, abruptly retracting its tentacles and resuming a human shape. Yui, half asleep, lifted her eyelids slightly and called out with a soft, nasal voice, "Xueqiu." Xueqinjing remained silent for a moment, then crouched beside her and said quietly, "If you're tired, go sleep on the bed." "No, I'm waiting for you, and I haven't finished this cycle of cultivation yet," Yui murmured, her eyes narrowed and body swaying, clearly on the verge of sleep. She mumbled, "Why did we settle here? We should have found a place with spiritual veins." Her voice grew fainter, and she nodded off again. Shuqinjing took out a spirit pill from his storage pouch. He forcefully divided the pill no larger than a fingernail into 3 equal parts and fed one small piece into her mouth. If Yu Yi's spiritual power didn't recover, she definitely wouldn't be able to stay here. But if it recovered too quickly... Shuqinjing winced, recalling how her sword spirit had mangled his face. According to his initial plan, he had wanted to feed Yu Yi earth and purity every day, letting the filth and evil within it devour her golden core and corrode her spirit root completely. He wanted to turn her into a cripple incapable of cultivation. This way, she would have to rely on him, obediently stay by his side, and become a puppet solely devoted to loving him and helping him complete his tasks. But the system was annoyingly persistent. Whenever he considered doing this, it would scream in his head, warning him of mission failure. It hadn't been so protective of him when Yu Yi was beating him up. So Shuqinjing had no choice but to feed her a small amount of spirit pill every day, allowing her to recover just a little bit. This way she wouldn't have enough spiritual power to attack him again. After feeding her the pill, he cradled her face, pressing his forehead against hers. Invisible tentacles slowly writhed in the air, embracing them both. In her light sleep, Yu Yi seemed to fall into a viscous, cold pond. Sticky, damp air seeped through every pore of her skin. The sound of murmuring waves and voices began to echo in her mind again, as if every nerve was being grasped, transmitting an irrefutable message. I am your husband, you should like me, like me, like me, like me, like me. Yu Yi mumbled in her sleep, I like you very much. Shuqinjing's eyes brightened with excitement. He eagerly asked the system, what's the favorability now? The system replied, 6%. The joy in Shuqinjing's eyes vanished, his expression turning gloomy again as he lowered his gaze, staring intently at the sleeping person. No, you don't like me enough. What kind of liking is 6%? You should like me 100%, like me, like me, like me. Yu Yi's mind felt swollen, and she groaned uncomfortably. Shuqinjing still didn't let go of her. In his pitch-black eyes, the silvery white vertical pupils dilated, almost occupying half of his irises. Invisible fine threads, like floating fungal hyphae, extended from within, adhering to Yu Yi's face. Shuqinjing's fingertips unconsciously caressed her smooth cheeks. In the dim glow of the oil lamp, the writhing tentacles in the air crowded around them, their appendages wrapping around Yu Yi's wrists, waist, and neck. The rounded tip of one tentacle pressed against her lower lip, feeling her warm breath as she mumbled, gently rubbing her bottom lip. Not enough, not enough, not enough, not enough. You can like me even more. Please like me a little more, okay? Okay. I like you. Yu Yi murmured. Shuqinjing asked again. Favorability. The system was speechless. Every night was like this, every single night. The host never tired of it, but the system was growing weary of answering. Nonetheless, it reluctantly replied truthfully, 6%. Shuqinjing's chest heaved as he took a deep breath. In that moment, the tentacles filling the room expanded in fury, causing the small wooden cabin to implode from within. The 4 walls and roof shattered and flew outward, dissipating into mist in the light rain. Raindrops fell directly, splashing visible ripples on the massive cluster of tentacles. Surrounded by the tentacles, not a single raindrop touched Yu Yi. The voice in her mind continued uninterrupted, pleading with her. Will you like me? Please like me a little more. I beg you to like me a little more. Please, please, please like me a little more, okay? In the quiet valley, Senior Crane stood obliviously on one leg in the hot spring, its long neck twisted back and tucked into its wings as it slept. Suddenly, the light rain in the valley began to behave strangely. The drizzle trembled in midair, as if under the impact of extremely strong sound waves, yet no sound could be heard upon careful listening. Yu Yi's lips moved slightly, finally unable to bear it, and she whispered almost inaudibly, "It hurts." The system panicked and screamed, Master, stop quickly, the female protagonist says she's in pain." Shuqinjing's snow-white pupils suddenly contracted, the surrounding iris enveloping them once more, concealing those eerie vertical pupils deep within his eyes. He regained human-like eyes, his expression somewhat dazed. The trembling raindrops in midair returned to normal, falling once again. Mist from the earth impurity drifted out of the rain, restoring the shattered wooden cabin. The small oil lamp on the table flickered, its flame reigniting. Shuqinjing lowered his gaze to the person in his arms and said dejectedly, "Still no change." The system remained silent. Damn it, he had gone to such lengths, couldn't she like him a little more? Nothing but a smooth-talking liar. Shuqinjing, frustrated and exasperated, shoved Yu Yi away, letting her fall to the ground and stood up to leave. Suddenly, a blood-red monster rushed out of the rain curtain, charging towards him on all fours. Its teeth chattered excitedly, its chin dripping with what could have been either rainwater or saliva. "So annoying," Shuqinjing growled, kicking it back into the rain curtain. He wiped his face roughly with his sleeve, then tore off the cuff, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it out. The bone demon leapt up instantly, caught the sleeve in its mouth, and carefully protected it from the rain. It ran happily into the night, disappearing from sight. Xueqinjing crouched under the eaves, hugging his knees, his shoulders trembling slightly as he occasionally sniffled, trying hard to hold back tears. Otherwise, the bone demon would charge over excitedly like a dog smelling excrement, the tactless thing. He opened his palm, revealing an ancient, grayish-white stone. The stone was irregularly shaped, like a miniature mountain range resting in his palm. In the center, the character for seal was inscribed in wild cursive script. Xueqinjing attempted to open it again, but to no avail. The night in the valley grew deep, with only a small flicker of candlelight from the wooden cabin. Xueqinjing leaned dejectedly against the doorframe, curled up with his knees hugged to his chest in the cold spring night wind, staring blankly at the sword-sealing stone in his hand, looking utterly miserable. After a long while, the system finally gave a weak chime in his ear, issuing a temporary task urging him to carry the female protagonist to bed and tuck her in before leaving. The system cautiously said, if the female protagonist sleeps on the ground like this, she'll get sick. Xueqinjing's fingers closed around the sword-sealing stone as he let out a contemptuous snort, his voice thick with nasal congestion. Let her die of illness then. Master, if the female protagonist dies, you'll never be able to open the sword-sealing stone. Before the system could finish speaking, Xueqinjing had already stood up and walked back into the room. He bent down to pick her up and carried her to the bed in the inner chamber. The system called in his ear. Gently, gently, you need to be more tender. Xueqinjing impatiently said, shut up. Under the system's nagging, he resisted the urge to simply throw her onto the bed. He eased his grip slightly, bending down to lay her flat on the bed, then shook out the blanket to cover her before turning to leave. The system, like a fussy old nanny, said disapprovingly, you should remove the hairpins from her head, otherwise she'll be uncomfortable sleeping like that. What does her comfort have to do with me? Xueqinjing said coldly. The system sighed. Its host was truly a hopeless case. It's because you're so inconsiderate that the female lead doesn't like you. That's why your favorability never increases. Xueqinjing angrily retorted. If you say one more word, I'll kill her. The system. For the sake of favorability he had endured so much. What was removing a few hairpins in comparison? Xueqinjing sat back down on the edge of the bed, leaning over to carefully remove all the ornaments from her hair, placing them on the bedside table. Is this satisfactory now? Xueqinjing snorted. The system. Xueqinjing, speak. Yes, absolutely, master is amazing. The system replied wearily. You're truly difficult to please. What a predicament, why did it have to be bound to the male lead? It wanted to be bound to the adorable female lead, it wanted to be close to the female lead. If it were bound to the female lead, it would surely be very happy right now. Just as Xueqinjing was about to stand up and leave, his neck was suddenly encircled by someone's arms. Yui had struggled awake. Her slender arms reached out from under the covers, wrapping around his neck and pulling him down closer to her. Her voice was soft with sleepiness as she murmured, Husband, did I fall asleep alone again? Xueqinjing propped himself up on his elbow, his body stiff as he tried to pull back. He turned his head to see Yui's slightly opened eyes, adjusted his tone and said gently, It's very late, go back to sleep. Yui rubbed her eyes, forcing herself to become more alert. She shook her head, No, I don't want to sleep now. Didn't I say I was waiting for you? In the past, she would always be asleep while Xueqio was still busy, though she didn't know what he was busy with. By the time Yui woke up, he would have already risen. As a result, Yui had no memory of sharing a bed with him while awake. Xueqinjing didn't understand her hint. He lightly patted her forehead, coaxing, You sleep? Why wait for me? I haven't finished cleaning up the kitchen yet. Don't clean up, it can wait until tomorrow, Yui said, not releasing her arms from around his neck. One of her legs emerged from under the covers, hooking around his waist. Her dark eyes shimmered in the candlelight, and she said somewhat shyly, Of course I'm waiting for my husband to do what married couples do. Xueqinjing froze. Yui narrowed her eyes. In the dim light, she saw pure bewilderment in Xueqio's slightly swollen peach blossom eyes. He seemed to have no understanding of what married couples did. They had been married for 3 years, living alone as man and wife in this remote mountain forest. Could it be that they had never consummated their marriage? No wonder she had no memory of such things. It was too unreasonable. The system reacted faster than Xueqinjing, quickly reminding him, Master, in the female lead's mind, you've been married for 3 years. You can't act like you've never done anything. Be more experienced. Xueqinjing. He. The system had deliberately emphasized in the female lead's mind, which sounded odd no matter how you interpreted it. As Yui pondered this, she suddenly heard Xueqio say softly, All right then. She looked at him in surprise, only to see the young man lowering his eyes, gazing deeply at her. The bewilderment in his eyes had vanished. He reached out to tuck a strand of her black hair behind her ear, his fingers sliding to the nape of her neck, cradling her head. The cool touch of his fingertips made her shiver slightly, a tingling sensation spreading across the back of her neck, raising goosebumps. This looked like the prelude to a kiss. They were extremely close, their noses almost touching, their breaths mingling. Even across that tiny distance, Yui could feel the cool, moist air from his lips. Her eyes widened involuntarily, her heart skipping a beat. Xuechenjing's fingers at the back of her head applied slight pressure, and Yuyi's eyelashes fluttered violently before she fainted. The arms around his neck fell limply, and Xuechenjing sat up, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. But merely making her faint wouldn't be enough to complete the task. She would surely be suspicious when she woke up tomorrow. Xuechenjing furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then leaned down close to her again. Beneath the shadow of his eyelashes, his black pupils gradually elongated, transforming into silver needles. A bewitching whisper once again entered Yuyi's subconscious. Your husband is very skilled, extremely skilled. We cultivated together until dawn, and you finally fainted from exhaustion. The system had originally planned to politely shut down, but upon seeing its host's bizarre actions, it fell silent for a while before asking uncertainly, Master, could it be that you don't know how? Xuechenjing paused, recalling how he had lost his composure when electrocuted by her sword, helplessly having several of his tentacles severed and his facial bones crushed. He felt nothing but aversion towards such acts. He lowered his eyes, glancing contemptuously at Yui, and said coldly, only humans would indulge in such base physical coupling. Ch9 Clouds, Mountains, and Mists 7. Chapter 9. The young woman's body was soft and warm, truly comfortable to hold, especially now that her clothes were loosened. More alluring than her beauty was the cozy warmth radiating from her body. Xuechenjing placed his hand on her soft abdomen, feeling her soothing warmth. It was like being given a perfectly sized hand warmer after being numbed by freezing cold for too long. His fingertips felt as if they were burning. Xuechenjing contentedly narrowed his eyes, unconsciously tightening his arms around her, wishing he could press her completely against himself. He had completely forgotten how disgusted he had acted at first. The system was speechless. It had never seen a male lead use the female lead as a hot water bottle before. He might be comfortable, but the female lead clearly wasn't. The system said sympathetically, Master, don't use your ice-cold hands to chill the female lead's stomach. A girl's lower abdomen getting cold can cause stomachaches. Xuechenjing, only concerned with his own pleasure and completely disregarding others' well-being, said carelessly, if she's in pain, that's her problem. What does it have to do with me? After all, Yui couldn't actually feel what he was doing. The system. Despicable scoundrel. Having been with Xuechenjing for 5 years, the system knew well that its host wouldn't listen to advice unless he suffered some hardship himself. As the female lead support system, it had already made a huge mistake by initially binding to the wrong person, leaving the female lead to wander alone in a strange world for 5 years. Now of course it couldn't stand to see the female lead bullied carelessly. System. Ding warning. The system has determined that the host's current behavior is detrimental to the target's physical and mental health, and unfavorable for the smooth completion of the conquest mission. Please cease this behavior immediately and maintain a distance of at least half a foot from the conquest target. Otherwise, the system will activate an automatic defense mechanism for the female lead. Xuechenjing. As if to challenge the system, he hugged his warm cushion even tighter. Transparent, sticky tentacles filled the space around the bed, wrapping around Yuyi's back in circles, physically expressing his refusal. He said irritably, are you seeking death? System, warning ineffective. Automatic defense mechanism activated. Duration, 6 hours. As soon as the system's voice faded, Xuechenjing felt a sudden sharp pain in his palm, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing through Yuyi's stomach into his hand. Not just his palm, but anywhere his skin touched Yuyi's, he felt the stabbing pain of needles. This acute, piercing pain was unbearable to him. The tentacles crowding the bed quickly retracted, causing the bed curtains to flutter. The oil lamp's flame wavered in the wind, casting flickering shadows in the room. Xuechenjing abruptly released her and moved back, looking down at his palm. There was no visible wound on his hand, and as soon as he let go of Yui, the pain in his palm immediately disappeared. Xuechenjing cautiously reached out to touch Yuyi's face, but as soon as his fingertip made contact, he quickly withdrew it, stung. Though there was nothing visible on Yuyi's body, it was as if she was covered in invisible thorns that stung at the slightest touch. Xuechenjing said irritably, what did you do? Although the system had acted tough, it was actually quite cowardly. It explained weakly, I used points to exchange for a 5-colored cloud robe for the female lead. As long as she wears it, anyone who touches her will feel pain. Xuechenjing. He fell silent for a moment, truly laughing from anger, and said through gritted teeth, you used the points I earned from completing tasks to exchange for some ghostly thing to guard against me? The system remained silent. Xuechenjing sat alone at the edge of the bed seething. Faced with this intangible and biased system, he truly had no recourse at the moment. But it didn't matter. Once he got what he wanted, he would personally send this broken system and its so-called female lead to their doom. Xuechenjing sat on the floor by the bed, glaring darkly at the sleeping figure on the bed. The human body has 3 fires: the sovereign fire of the heart, the ministerial fire of the kidneys, and the people's fire of the dantian. Xue Chenjing had lost all three fires, making him as cold as an ice cave, frigid from the inside out. The little warmth he had felt in his arms earlier quickly cooled after leaving Yue, making him even colder than before. Xue Chenjing turned back, pulled the quilt from the bed, and wrapped himself in it, savoring Yue's lingering body heat. To ensure absolute certainty, Xue Chenjing sat up in the middle of the night and from a distance, sent tendrils from his pupils flying out to penetrate Yue's spiritual platform, deepening the impression that your husband is truly impressive. As dawn approached, he reinforced this notion once more. Xue Chenjing only needed to plant this idea in her mind, her brain would automatically fill in the rest. In her hazy state, Yue had many indescribable dreams. In her entire life, before and after transmigrating into the book, she had lived for 24 years, over 8,000 days and nights, and had never had so many erotic dreams combined. When she finally woke from her deep slumber, she felt as if she were still floating on clouds, her entire body light and airy, her limbs weak and sore. Both her body and soul felt completely drained. Yue lay on her back, not wanting to move at all, staring blankly at the dark canopy above. The first thought that popped into her still foggy mind was, my husband is very impressive, though heaven knows her mind hadn't fully awakened yet. After a long while she turned her head slightly and was surprised to see the person sleeping on the side of the bed. Xueqiu was facing her, lying on his side at the edge of the bed, still asleep. A pillow lay between them like a dividing line, separating them, with most of the quilt wrapped around him. Yue's hands and feet were ice cold. No wonder she had felt cold while sleeping. Knowing Xueqiu's aversion to cold, she didn't hold it against him for hogging the blanket. Outside, daylight had long since broken, sunlight filtering through the thin gauze and falling on his face. A few strands of hair lay across his forehead, his long eyebrows pressed beneath his black hair. His eyelashes were long and thick, as if drawn with an ink brush. Yue noticed a tiny red mole in the middle of his right eyelid, which would be hidden in the crease of his eyelid when his eyes were open. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch that little mole, her fingertips sliding down the bridge of his straight nose. Xue Chenjing's skin was very fair, making his lips appear somewhat rosy red in contrast. She traced his face, mesmerized, wondering if they had really done it last night. Yue wriggled closer to him, pressing her fingertip against his lips, carefully feeling the contours and texture of his mouth. Then she pulled his hand out from under the quilt, first measuring the size of his palm against her chest, then gently kneading his knuckles, carefully examining the shape of each finger. Xue Chenjing couldn't keep up the act any longer and finally opened his eyes, unable to bear it anymore. To make everything seem authentic, he had stayed in the room all night, listening to Yue's moans in her sleep, and this morning he had deliberately lain here, waiting to wake up with her. He hadn't expected her to start fondling him as soon as she woke up, like a starving color demon. He had been awakened by the stinging sensation as soon as she touched him. What are you touching? Xue Chenjing separated her hand under the quilt. Yue grabbed his hand back, continuing to knead his knuckles. Her delicate brows furrowed in confusion as she said, I just feel like my husband's touch is different from last night. Hearing this, Xue Chenjing immediately averted his eyes, his thick lashes hiding his flickering gaze. He pulled his hand away from hers, turned over, and threw off the quilt, getting up to dress with his back to her. As the stinging sensation disappeared, he silently let out a breath. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting there's someone else here besides you and me? Of course I'm not suspecting there's someone else, Yue said, stretching out her arm to firmly grab his buttocks, feeling the texture beneath her palm. Xue Chenjing felt as if his backside had been hit with a spiked club. The pain made his whole body shudder, and he jumped forward 2 steps, half-dressed, moving away from the bed. He turned back to glare at her, at a loss for words. Yue was startled by his extreme reaction. What's wrong? Xue Chenjing couldn't explain his predicament. He said hoarsely, don't touch me casually. Realizing his tone was too rigid and fearing Yue might become suspicious, he added, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Fortunately, he had read some erotic novels from the mortal realm. Yue let out a small laugh. She obediently withdrew her hand and stared at it, opening and closing her fist as she pondered the sensation she had just felt. Thoughtfully she said, I just feel that touching you now seems much more real than last night. Xue Chenjing. The system side, see? I told you the female lead is very clever. You can't fool her. Hearing the system's voice, Yue's eyebrows twitched slightly. It seemed Xueqiu was indeed deceiving her. Xue Chenjing didn't know how to smooth things over. He quickly wrapped his robe around himself and hastily said, don't overthink things, before turning and leaving the room, saying he would go make porridge for her breakfast. Once he crouched down in the kitchen, the first thing he asked was, check the favorability rating. The system happily replied, it's at 9%, master. We're about to succeed. Xue Chenjing's eyes widened slowly, joy blossoming on his face like a flower. The gloom of days spent compromising dissipated, and his whole demeanor became bright and cheerful. He asked incredulously, really? He had tried so hard before, but the favorability had always hovered around 6%. He never expected it to suddenly jump to 9% overnight. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then understood. To complete this damn system task as soon as possible, he didn't mind sacrificing a bit more of his dignity. Xianxia asked, "When will your 5-colored cloud robe lose its effect?" "System, in about half an hour." Inside the room, Yui had also gotten up and was sitting at the dressing table, combing her hair in front of the mirror. The snow-white nightgown wrapped around the young girl's slender frame, vaguely revealing the flesh-colored skin underneath. She gently pulled open the collar, letting the smooth silk slide off her shoulders, exposing a large expanse of fair skin. Yui examined herself in the mirror, turning from side to side, but found no traces of last night's passion on her body. They clearly hadn't done anything. But in her mind, she remembered her husband being very skilled, and they had battled until dawn, until she finally passed out from exhaustion. Yui stared at her reflection in the mirror, slowly and methodically dressing herself. After a while, her eyes gradually grew calm as she figured it out. She didn't mind that Xianxia had come to pursue her with the system task, but she did mind him arbitrarily altering her memories and perceptions. The 3 years they had spent in seclusion here were probably just 3 years in her perception. She had no idea how many days they had actually been together, or whether Xianxia was really Xianxia at all. She couldn't distinguish which memories of him were real and which were fake. Since she couldn't tell them apart, she might as well treat them all as fake. Yui wasn't particularly worried about her safety. After all, as the target of his pursuit, she should be quite important to Xianxia. She finished dressing and arranging her hair, then reached out to open the makeup drawer. Her fair fingers slid over the neatly arranged vermilion hairpins, selecting a pomegranate-shaped hairpin to insert into her bun. She smiled sweetly at herself in the mirror. The hairpin was strung with bright red beads, which stood out vividly against her dark hair, complementing the sweet smile on her face beautifully. Suddenly there was a loud crash outside. Yui's fingers paused as she was adjusting her hairpin. She lifted her skirts and hurried out, asking anxiously, "Xianxia, what happened? What's going on?" The kitchen at the front of the wooden cabin was in disarray, half-collapsed. Sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the dust floating in the air. "Don't come any closer," Xianxia said harshly, his back to her. The undisguised disgust in his tone made Yui pause in surprise. Xianxia's whole body was tense, his head lowered. His shoulders trembled in the golden dust, and it was clear he was desperately trying to suppress his emotions. From behind, Yui could see his hands gripping the stove tightly, his knuckles white with effort, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. The brick surface of the stove was cracking under his fingers. The sandpot boiling over the fire had split in two, and scalding white porridge had spilled out, most of it pouring over the hands gripping the stove. Yui gasped, raising a hand to cover her mouth. Her gaze fell on the backs of his hands, reddened by the hot porridge, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Xianxia, what's wrong with you?" Her voice was full of concern, but she didn't step forward at all. In fact, she even took a few steps back, towards the hot spring lake. Hearing the commotion, the crane master flapped its wings and flew from the lake to land behind her. Yui once again felt that chilling sensation, every cell in her body screaming warnings of danger. She heeded her body's instinct of warning and maintained a distance from him. "Master." The system called out tentatively to its host, at a loss for how to comfort him. Just half an hour ago, it had happily reported to its host that the female lead's favorability towards him had risen to 9%, just a hair's breadth away from completing the main quest and unlocking the side storylines. But in that half hour, the favorability had begun to slowly decline, finally settling back at 6%. Anyone who had just received good news only to be knocked back to square one would be unhappy, especially when its host was someone not particularly skilled at controlling his emotions. The system looked at its female lead with great exasperation, truly unable to fathom why Yui was so difficult to win over. The white porridge, simmered to a soft consistency, was still bubbling even as it leaked out of the sand pot. The hot steam wafted into Xianxia's nose, soft and sweet-smelling, but where it scalded the back of his hand, it was excruciatingly painful. Due to gripping too tightly, the blisters on the back of Xianxia's hand had burst open, and the blood seeping out quickly stained the white porridge red. The agitated bone demon rushed out from the forest but was forcibly held back by its master's command. It paced restlessly, pawing at the ground, drool pooling beneath it. The sound of teeth chattering carried faintly from afar. Yui heard this strange noise and looked curiously towards the forest. Sensing danger, the crane master opened its beak and tugged at her sleeve, trying to pull her onto its back to leave this place, to get away from that unpredictable, strange fellow. Just as Yui was about to jump onto the crane's back and flee, something suddenly tightened around her waist. Like a snake, it quickly coiled around her waist and violently yanked her away from the crane side. The entire wooden cabin was crushed and collapsed by an invisible force. The crane master was blocked outside, unable to break through. It could only frantically peck at the invisible barrier in front of it with its sharp beak. Each peck caused its long beak to sink into something slippery and sticky, though it couldn't tell what it was. It spread its wings wide, calling out anxiously. Yuyi's entire body was tightly bound by those snake-like things. The cold, slippery sensation pressed against her skin felt oddly familiar. Flashes of memory flickered through her mind, a mountain path shrouded in thick fog, tentacles writhing and crowding the air, slipping into her mouth, their tips gradually turning pink. Now, just like in those resurfacing memory fragments, she was being dragged before Xueqinjing by tentacles. Xueqinjing turned around, enduring the thorns of the five-colored cloud robe on her body, and reached out both hands to her. Yui, my hands are scalded and it hurts a lot. Can you help me apply some medicine? The young man's face was pale, his eyes red-rimmed. Tears pooled beneath his thick lashes, covering his dark pupils. The slightest blink would send teardrops rolling down his cheeks. His lips were even redder now, almost bleeding, with teeth marks visible on his lower lip. Yui hung suspended in midair by the tentacles, looking down at him from above. His tear-filled image was deeply imprinted in her eyes. She swallowed hard twice, her voice hoarse as she said, "Why you put me down first?" No sooner had she finished speaking than her feet touched solid ground. However, the tight grip around her waist didn't disappear, invisible tentacles still firmly held her waist. Yuyi's altered perceptions began to recover, and her mind was in chaos. One moment, she saw images of herself and Xueqiu living in this mountain cabin, her smiling as she watched him fumble about cooking, or crouching on the roof to repair tiles. The next moment, she saw a blood-soaked shallow shore with him stabbing someone through the heart from behind. Yuyi's temples throbbed painfully as she struggled to sort through the memories in her mind. She took out a burn ointment from the pouch at her waist and began applying it to his scalded hands. Every time her fingertips touched the back of his hand, needle-like pain shot into his bones. Xueqinjing gritted his teeth and endured, asking in a hoarse voice, "Can you like me a little more?" Yui looked up in surprise. "What?" Xueqinjing stared intently at her, his eyes brimming with tumultuous emotions. Tears he couldn't control slid down his cheeks as he fixed her with an intense gaze. "Your feelings for me are too weak, not enough, far from enough. I want you to like me even more. Please like me a little more." The man before her looked utterly frantic. Yui instinctively stepped back, but her gaze remained locked on him. For the first time, she realized she could be so captivated by a man's tearful face. Xueqinjing's repeated pleas reached her ears. Yui found them oddly familiar, as if she had heard them countless times before, constantly saying it wasn't enough, begging her to like him more. She took a step back and he took one forward. His entire figure loomed over her, approaching with an overwhelming presence. Yui even felt a few tears drop from his chin onto her cheeks. She blinked, wiping away the tears that had fallen on her face, and stared at him blankly, saying, "Your tears are so big, like pearls. If only they were real pearls." Xueqinjing was stunned for a moment, his emotions interrupted and caught in his throat. He stared at her silently for a moment, then persistently reached to undo his belt. He tossed aside his waistband, shed his outer robe, and pulled open his collar. He took her hand and pressed it against his body. The sensation made him tremble, his skin flushing pink. With a thick nasal tone, he said, "You like how I look, don't you? You like my body? You can look, you can touch, you can do whatever you want. Just like me a little more, just a tiny bit more, okay?" Yui was forced to lean back onto the fleshy bed formed by invisible tentacles behind her. She opened her eyes wide, her dark pupils reflecting his image, pitifully beseeching yet overwhelmingly dominant, begging for her mercy. She was completely dumbfounded. "Wait, brother, are all of you this dedicated when carrying out your seduction missions?" Ishten, the Stone of Suppression 1. Chapter 10. Yui raised her other hand to push away his face, and Xueqinjing instinctively flinched. Yuyi's hand paused, and she immediately wanted to withdraw it. For some reason, every time she touched him, he looked as if he was in pain. Xueqinjing instead gripped her hand tightly, tilting his head to press his cheek into her soft palm, nuzzling it ingratiatingly. His wet eyelashes pressed against her fingertips, and warm tears flowed along her fingers into the crevices, moistening her palm. His eyes, red from crying, were full of pleading, like a dog trying its utmost to please its master. "My wife, I won't hurt you. I'll make you porridge, cook the dishes you like, make you desserts, watch the sunrise with you, listen to the rain with you, dry your clothes for you, and even mend them if they tear. Can you like me?" All these things Xueqinjing mentioned were what he had done for her in the past few days, temporary tasks issued by the system. If Yui couldn't hear the system's voice, she would have been certain that she was being deceived by his appearance, truly believing that he loved her to the point of madness, to the point of no return. Even though Yui was very clear in her mind, Xueqinjing's tearful pleading was still hard to resist. She heard a ding like the sound effect of completing a game level. System. Ding, the favorability peak of the target character has broken through 10%. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the main quest. Initial encounter with the Lord. The host's loving and tender care has successfully left a deep impression on the target character, leaving an indelible mark in her heart, warming that cold, broken heart. Yui. No, he just suddenly cried in a somewhat attractive way, that's all. Main quest completed. Side quest, Sword Sealing Stone of Mountly, has been unlocked. The person lying on top of her immediately got up, released her hand, quickly retracted the fawning and pleading expression on his face, and exhaled deeply, saying, "Finally." Tears still hung from Xueqinjing's eyelashes as he laughed out loud in wild joy, not even glancing at Yue as he turned and walked away without a second thought. The writhing tentacles quickly withdrew from behind Yue, picking up the scattered clothes on the ground and putting them back on him. Yue fell from midair to the ground, blinking her eyes, unable to react. This scoundrel, did he have to change his face so quickly? Xueqinjing rolled up his sleeves, his fingers forming claws, forcefully scratching his own arm. While wincing in pain, he dipped his fingers in the flowing fresh blood and drew a blood-red magic array on the open ground. Every line of the array he traced was stained with the crimson of fresh blood, and the smell of blood quickly spread, making one want to cover their nose and hold their breath. But as the last line fell and the array took shape, the blood aura in the array suddenly converged. The entire array became clear and transparent in an instant, like a mountain spring, even exuding a hint of pure and flawless fragrance. Xueqinjing stepped forward, walking into the magic array. His footsteps rippled in the array, like water droplets falling into a lake. From beneath those ripples, Yue suddenly glimpsed a huge black shadow. The shadow flashed by, until Xueqinjing took another step and the ripples spread from under his feet again. This time, Yue saw countless writhing tentacles in the black shadow beneath the array. Besides the tentacles, she seemed to see something else. Some roaring beast shadows, intertwining pythons, flapping large birds, and even human faces distorted beyond recognition. There were many things she couldn't identify at all, tangled into a jumbled mass of shadows. Xueqinjing finally stood still at the center of the array, the shadow under his feet seeping into the array, seeming to coexist with the jumbled black shadow hidden at the bottom of the array. When Yue thought about how the tentacles that had just bound her and once entered her mouth might have come from there, she felt acid rising in her stomach and wanted to vomit. Xueqinjing had completely forgotten her existence by now. He spread his hands to take out the sword sealing stone, covered it with his own blood, and threw it into the air. The originally calm magic array suddenly boiled up, countless shadows rushed out from under the array, like fish leaping out of water, crashing towards the sword sealing stone floating in midair. The barrier on the sword sealing stone was triggered, bursting out a layer of golden screen enveloping the stone. As the black shadows collided with the screen, a series of shrill beast howls suddenly echoed through the valley. The endless black shadows were repeatedly blocked by the barrier of the sword sealing stone, falling back into the array below, only to rush out of the array again and again, continuing to crash into the sword sealing stone, as if in a frenzy. Even the bone demon couldn't resist the temptation of fresh blood. Leaping up from the ground, its bone blades opening from its body, slashing towards the barrier of the sword sealing stone. Xueqinjing stood in the magic array, submerged by the constantly surging black shadows around him. Only in the intervals between the overlapping shadows could one see the figure of his fluttering clothes. The bright golden hair tie intertwined with the flying black hair strands was particularly eye-catching. He gazed intently at the sword sealing stone above his head, his face showing unrestrained ecstasy and joy, no longer bearing any resemblance to the dog-like appearance of earlier when he was crying and begging for her affection. He now exuded a very villainous aura. The barrier of the sword sealing stone was constantly shaken by the impacts, emitting a bell-like ringing sound. Yue coldly observed for a while. Her altered perception had now returned to normal, and remembering everything that had happened before, she had no desire to be Xueqinjing's tool for unlocking plot points. She only wanted to stay away from the villain and be beautiful on her own. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she retreated into the forest with Crane's senior brother, planning to escape. A black shadow crashed into the golden barrier, falling from midair, and suddenly landed in front of Yue. The black shadow abruptly expanded, turning into a three-headed evil dog, pinning her under its paw, baring its teeth at her and barking madly. The foul-smelling saliva splattered on the ground, immediately turning into spreading black mist. The surrounding vegetation withered over a large area in an instant. Demonic aura? Yue was shocked. She grabbed the green bamboo sword, channeling the remaining spiritual energy in her meridians into the blade, and violently stabbed it into the blood-filled mouth of the center head that was lunging at her. The three-headed dog let out a miserable awu howl, twisting its other head to bite her arm. The green bamboo sword was stuck in the evil dog's throat. Yue couldn't pull it out and had to let go and retreat. She rolled back twice, avoiding the gnawing of the three-headed dog, and hurriedly formed a sword seal to summon her spirit sword. The spirit sword hummed in the evil dog's throat, its green flames causing the three-headed dog to roll and howl in agony. Xueqinjing frowned and stroked his own throat, finally noticing its commotion. Two tentacles shot out from the magic array, wrapping around the snarling three-headed dog, suddenly dragging it back into the array. "Stupid thing! I told you to break the sword sealing stone, what are you biting?" Xueqinjing scolded, stepping on the middle dog head, stomping the whimpering three-headed dog back into the black shadows at the bottom of the array. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yui had fallen from dear wife to what thing, but she had no time to be angry. Her hands moved in a blur as she once again formed the sword seal to recall the green bamboo sword. However, as the three-headed dog was stomped into the bottom of the array, Yui's connection with the green bamboo sword was instantly severed. She formed the recall sword seal several times in succession, but the spirit sword showed no response. The crane paced anxiously beside her. Seeing that she couldn't recall the spirit sword, it spread its wings without a second thought and turned its head to charge towards the magic array under Xueqinjing's feet. Crane senior brother, Yui called out, lowering her body and nimbly jumping up, landing on the crane's back, charging into the magic array together with Crane senior brother. At the same time, the ringing of the sword sealing stone stopped, and the wind in the valley suddenly ceased, the shadows dissipating. The golden barrier of the sword sealing stone cracked, like breaking ice, quickly spreading to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the barrier shattered completely. The sword sealing stone turned into a beam of golden light, shooting into the sky. Then came a thunderous boom as the sky was split open, and a massive black mountain suddenly appeared in the clouds. A rumbling sound like thunder rolled continuously from the sky into the earth below, causing Cloud Mountain to tremble incessantly. With the sword sealing stone opened, Xueqinjing was overjoyed. His attention was completely occupied by the great mountain in the sky, and he didn't even hear the system shouting in his ear. The female protagonist has run into your magic array. Xueqinjing waved his sleeve to retract the magic array under his feet. A fierce wind howled through the forest, sweeping away the mist covering Cloud Mountain. The scattered black shadows, the bone demon, and the earth impurities from the bottom of the hot spring lake all entered the magic array together. The array lines converged into Xueqinjing's body. He lightly tapped his toes, leaving only a giant rock shadow to spread its wings and carry him, flying into the cloud-shrouded mountain and disappearing into the pitch-black mountain ranges. As Xueqinjing departed, the miasma dissipated, and the verdant beauty of Cloud Mountain reappeared. The cultivators trapped in the mist finally saw their surroundings clearly, only to realize that despite all their trekking, they had been circling the outskirts of Cloud Mountain all along. A massive, pitch-black mountain loomed in the clouds, blocking out the sunlight and leaving the forests below in darkness. "What is that?" a cultivator shouted. "Is it a mountain? How can there be another mountain above the clouds? Is it another illusion? Or a secret realm? This place lacks spiritual energy. How could it produce such a large secret realm?" The three members of the 10,000 Joys sect were in a dense forest, still searching for their lost junior brother. When the mountain appeared in the clouds, the luminous stones in their hands burst with blinding light. The sword sealing stone was Mount Li's greatest treasure. Only the most talented inner disciples of the Lishan sword sect had the privilege to enter it and seek their destined swords. Ordinary cultivators had never seen its true form, only hearing rumors about it. Everyone looked up at the sky until they saw the faint red character 4 seal at the center of the cloud-shrouded mountain. Someone finally realized it's the sword sealing stone. Mount Li's sword sealing stone has opened. Pei Jingchao's group had navigated through several illusory mountains and seas, finally reaching this valley bottom. When the mist disappeared, they were less than 10 miles from the hot spring lake. The resonating sound of the sword sealing stone's barrier being struck also reached Pei Jingchao and his companions. They rushed towards the sound into the valley, but they were still a step too late. As the sword sealing stone's barrier broke, Pei Jingchao gazed at the towering mountain in the clouds, barely believing his eyes. "How is this possible? It's impossible. No one except my father can open the sword sealing stone seal," Yao Yuxiu cried out, wiping her eyes and using her spirit sight to look at the mountain in the sky. When Lishan sword sect disciples entered the sword sealing stone to seek their swords, they used an entry token to open a mountain gate. She had only seen the sword sealing stone enshrined on the altar in the back mountain, never witnessing what it looked like after its seal was broken. "This is indeed the sword sealing stone," Pei Jingchao said. He also knew that the barrier around the sword sealing stone was an ancient seal left from the time of the Ji clan of immortals, which no one could break. Even the entry token only opened a small entrance. No one could break the ancient seal on the sword sealing stone. Not even Xueqinzi, the leader of the Lishan sword sect. This was why the Lishan sword sect wasn't afraid to announce its theft and ask cultivators worldwide to help search for it. Now someone had torn open this ancient seal by brute force, which shocked Pei Jingchao. However, now wasn't the time to wonder who had the ability to open the sword sealing stone. Countless cultivators were already flying out of Cloud Mountain and entering the sword sealing stone above. They couldn't afford to fall behind. The majestic mountain covered the sky for hundreds of miles around. Not only did cultivators near Cloud Mountain see it, but those in other regions also noticed this mountain suddenly appearing in the sky. In an instant, countless streaks of light rushed towards this celestial mountain. Yui was completely unaware of what was happening outside. She and Crane's senior brother plunged into the formation and immediately found themselves in a boundless void of darkness. The light above quickly faded, leaving only infinite blackness. She held tightly onto Crane's senior brother as they continued to sink in the darkness. Thump, thump. A rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat, echoed in Yu Yi's ears. At first, she thought it was her own heartbeat or Crane's senior brother's, but later realized it wasn't. Something was gathering around them. She thought it might be the strange black shadows she had seen outside the formation. Had they fallen into the interior of those odd, indescribable black shadows? How could this thing have a heartbeat? Ch11 The Stone of the Sword 2. Chapter 11. Apart from the sound of heartbeats, some rustling noises gradually arose around them. Yu felt an eerie gaze upon her. It was as if countless beings were surrounding them, observing her, sniffing her, discussing her. Crane's senior brother's feathers stood on end. Suddenly, something heavily licked the back of Yu hand. The wet tongue covered in coarse barbs wrapped around her wrist and tried to burrow into her sleeve. Yu's skin crawled from the sensation. She reflexively grabbed Crane's senior brother's beak and thrust it forcefully towards the unseen entity. There was no other choice. Her spiritual power hadn't recovered since entering the Misty Mountains. Moreover, it seemed spiritual power couldn't be used in this strange place at all. Crane's senior brother had practiced with her in the Bamboo Grove's secret realm for 5 years, and the human and Crane had developed quite a rapport. The Crane unhesitatingly offered its neck to Yu, allowing her to wield it like a sword. With Crane's senior brother's steel-like sharp beak, they managed to temporarily drive back whatever was surrounding them. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Yu silently recited a sword incantation. Moments later, a faint green light flickered in the dark space, sinking deep into the darkness. Both human and Crane's spirits were immediately lifted. Yu, lying flat on the Crane's back, pointed at the green light and said, "Crane senior brother, it's over there." The Crane immediately spread its wings and flew towards the source of the green light. The rustling sounds continued to pursue them, like waves surging in the darkness, damp, sticky, and incessant. This dark space seemed infinitely vast. The light of the green bamboo sword was clearly visible ahead, yet they never seemed to get any closer to it. After what felt like an eternity, they finally neared the green light. Yu reached out and grasped the green bamboo sword, finally feeling its solid form in her hand. She sighed in relief. Got it. Now they needed to find a way out of this hellish place. But in this realm of darkness there was no up or down, left or right, just an endless void. Apart from the rhythmic thumping of heartbeats, there was only the persistent rustling that followed in their wake. It was impossible to discern any sense of direction. Yu brandished her sword to ward off the unknown entities that were once again closing in around them. A glimmer of spiritual light flashed in her eyes, and under her spiritual vision, she faintly glimpsed a weak, firefly-like white haze deep in the profound darkness. She used the light from the green bamboo sword to guide the Crane, saying, "Crane senior brother, there's light over there. It might be the exit. Follow the sword's light and fly." The Crane spread its wings and swiftly pursued the sword's light. The white haze that had seemed so distant turned out to be much closer than the green bamboo sword had been earlier. The white light ahead suddenly expanded, engulfing both human and Crane in an instant. The entities pursuing them suddenly became agitated. The white light illuminated dense shadows of people and beasts around them, along with writhing tentacle-like shapes. They surrounded the patch of white light, twisting and howling violently but not daring to approach. As they entered the white light, Yu instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. When the dazzling light dissipated, she was shocked to find herself in front of a tall gate tower. The tower was embedded in a mountainside, predominantly painted in vermilion with black tiles and red pillars. Inside the tower was a heavy black door. Carved on the door was a strange totem of a divine official. The official sat cross-legged in the center with a sacred and compassionate expression. To the left and right of his shoulders were successive rows of overlapping faces as if they were shadowy incarnations of the official. The carving became increasingly blurred towards the edges. Beneath the official's seat were layers upon layers of stacked furrows and wrinkles. These wrinkles were polished to an exceptionally smooth and delicate finish resembling layers of stacked fat. The sacred official sat atop this mound of flesh, his lower body almost merging with it, creating a jarring and unsettling juxtaposition that was quite uncomfortable to look at. Suddenly, music began to play behind her. Yu turned around and was surprised to find 100 or so people standing in neat rows just a few steps away. They were all dressed in luxurious white robes, with the hem embroidered in gold thread with patterns similar to the flesh mountain beneath the official on the door. Regardless of gender, they were all young and beautiful with an extraordinary air about them. With hands clasped and raised before them, they chanted blessing scriptures, bowing and kneeling towards the divine official on the door. It appeared to be some sort of ceremonial ritual. Yu and Crane's senior brother happened to be standing right in front of them, inadvertently receiving their prostrations, though the people seemed completely unaware of their presence. After the ceremony, the man who had been leading the ritual entered the heavy black door alone, while the rest remained kneeling and chanting scriptures. At the back of the crowd, 2 young people with childlike faces took advantage of the family head's departure to relax their solemn postures and whisper to each other. Yu brazenly walked over to eavesdrop. "I hope the white taisui produces more this year, so we can refine more white spirit pills. This is my year to form my golden core, and if I only get 1 pill, it won't be enough." White taisui. Come to think of it, the flesh mountain beneath the official on the door did resemble Tai Sui. She seemed to have heard somewhere that thousands of years ago, the Ji clan of immortals was rumored to worship White Tai Sui as a deity. Had they traveled thousands of years into the past? That didn't seem likely. Perhaps they had entered some kind of illusion? If so, they would need to find the formation site to escape. Yui glanced at the young man speaking again. He looked even younger than her, probably only 13 or 14, yet he was already preparing to form his golden core. The talent of the Ji clan was indeed enviable. The person next to him spoke during a pause in the chanting. Father has already made arrangements for you, requesting an extra spirit pill. If the request isn't granted, she paused, pursing her lips slightly before continuing, he'll find other means to obtain one for you. Yui bent down, looking at each person's face, trying to find anyone who resembled Shuechenjing. Before long, the family head who had entered the black door earlier emerged again. He had gone in alone, but now he was followed by a group of white-robed child-sized attendants, each carrying a black jade box. Crane's senior brother craned its neck, following behind the small attendants, trying to peck at the boxes they were carrying. Of course, it couldn't actually touch them. The people here couldn't see them, and they couldn't affect anything in this place either. Yui stepped forward, trying to get a closer look at the white spirit pills to see what made them so special. However, the black jade boxes were tightly sealed, preventing her from seeing or even smelling their contents. She glanced at the eyes of one of the child attendants and realized that they were all clay puppets, not living beings. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the family had directed these puppet children to place their black boxes into a refining furnace taller than a person. He then activated the furnace's formation and ignited the true fire within, beginning the pill refinement process. Scorching heat immediately engulfed the area, even causing the air to ripple with waves of heat. After delivering the boxes, the child attendants lined up and returned to the heavy black door. Yui wiped the fine sweat from her brow and looked around. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Crane's senior brother lingering by the black door. Just before it closed, the Crane's snow-white body flickered, and it actually slipped inside with the group of attendants. Crane's senior brother, don't wander off. Yui called out urgently. Seeing the door about to close, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and squeeze through the gap in 3 quick steps. Unexpectedly, the space behind the door was not dark. What met her eyes was a long corridor with intricate landscape murals and totems carved on both walls. Every 10 steps, there was an ever-burning lamp embedded in the wall, its pearly light reminiscent of moonlight, casting a silvery frost on the ground. Although inside the mountain, this corridor looked far more exquisite and luxurious than even the most carefully crafted entrance halls of wealthy families. Yui grabbed Crane's senior brother by its long neck, pulling it to her side, and warned, Crane's senior brother, why do you always have to dive into every cave you see? This isn't one of your fish hiding caves. Now that we're in here, we might not be able to get out. The crane tilted its head, letting out 2 innocent squawks. Yui sighed. The door behind them had already closed. Made of heavy iron and over 10 feet tall, it was impossible to budge even slightly. Since they couldn't go back, their only option was to follow the child attendants deeper inside, hoping to find another exit. After walking along the corridor for about 15 minutes, a hollow courtyard appeared at the end, where an imposing temple stood. The ground was covered with eternal lamps, illuminating this temple buried deep within the mountain, without a trace of darkness. How strange that the temple is built inside the mountain, Yui muttered to herself. Was this meant to worship or imprison the gods? Could the deities inside a temple built within a mountain still receive offerings? She surveyed her surroundings while stepping over the temple threshold, following the footsteps of the young acolytes. Though the temple appeared grand from the outside, it contained only one main hall. As such, the space inside was quite spacious, with a total of 12 round pillars on the left and right. In the center of the great hall on the altar was enshrined the strange divine official carved on the main gate earlier. The statue was enormous, almost like a small hill. Now in 3 dimensions rather than flat, the layers of fleshy Tai Sui piled under the divine official's seat looked even more realistic. When light shone on them, those folds of fat seemed to writhe, making it even more unsettling. The white-robed acolytes entered the hall and lined up on both sides, serving at the feet of the divine official, appearing incredibly small in comparison. Yui was stunned by the central statue and only noticed after a while that someone was sitting on a rush mat in the middle of the great hall. That person had his back to the hall entrance. Judging by his figure, he was a young man, dressed in the same white robes as the surrounding acolytes. His long hair was bound in a simple headdress, with the ends cascading down to his waist in seaweed-like waves. Suddenly, the youth in the hall turned his head, his gaze piercing through the empty hall and directly meeting Yui's eyes. Well, it was that fellow Shuechenjing. Yui gripped her green bamboo sword tightly and strode into the hall, calling out, Shuechenjing, let us out. Her voice echoed in the empty hall as Shuechenjing slowly stood up and walked towards her. Yui watched him warily. The young man was tall and slender, with an extremely pale complexion that accentuated his ink-black eyebrows and eyes as deep as pools. His originally sharp features now seemed softer and more gentle. The silvery frost of the eternal lamps coated his form, giving him an almost transparent, fragile aura. Somehow Yui felt that the Xueqinjing before her seemed different from before. Staring at him like this, Yui's tone involuntarily softened as she spoke again. Xueqinjing, I didn't mean to run into your formation. I just wanted to retrieve my sword. The soft pleading voice that reached her ears was at first unrecognizable as her own. It wasn't until she finished speaking that she suddenly realized with a start. What was going on? Was that her speaking? Had her state of mind been influenced by him again? What was he trying to act out this time? Yui immediately tore her gaze away from him, but from the corner of her eye, she saw Xueqinjing walk straight past her, completely ignoring her words and exit the hall. The puppet acolytes serving in the great hall followed behind him as he walked out. One of the young acolytes, following his footsteps, asked, Young master, do you want to bathe and rest now? Xueqinjing paused, gently patting the acolyte's head, and said softly, I don't want to rest yet. You can go play by yourselves. I'll call you if I need anything. The acolyte nodded, but when Xueqinjing turned to continue walking, they still followed him step by step. It seemed that here they had nothing to do except serve him. Xueqinjing, trailed by this group of little followers, walked 2 laps around the courtyard before saying resignedly, All right, go prepare hot water for me. Only then did the white-robed acolyte stop following him, turning towards the back of the temple to obediently prepare his bath. Yui, having adjusted her mindset, quickly walked up to Xueqinjing's side again and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Xueqinjing had no reaction. Strange, I could have sworn he saw me when he turned his head, Yui said to Crane Senior Brother, who tilted his head with a foolish bird-like expression. She thought for a moment, then raised her green bamboo sword and thrust it directly towards Xueqinjing's eyes. The sword tip was less than a hair's breadth from his eyeball, barely touching his long eyelashes, yet Xueqinjing remained completely oblivious, his pupils not even dilating. Yui turned the sword tip aside, letting it brush past his cheek. The breeze from the blade stirred the strands of hair by his ear. Xueqinjing's movement suddenly halted. He looked around puzzled and said softly, Who's there? Yui observed his reaction while reminding herself not to be influenced by him. She responded, It's me, your dear wife. I don't know what kind of strange place this is and I didn't mean to intrude. Could you please let us out? Xueqinjing furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly unable to hear her voice or see her presence. He stood in place for a moment, then lowered his eyes and shook his head self-mockingly. I must be imagining things. How could he possibly let anyone in here? As he spoke, Xueqinjing started walking towards the back of the temple, apparently intending to rest. Yui, growing anxious, reached out to grab him but grasped only air, her hand passing right through Xueqinjing's body. Yui frowned at her hand. So, like the people outside, he couldn't perceive their existence either? She suddenly remembered that since seeing him here, she hadn't heard that annoying system voice from him either. Xueqinjing rounded the corridor outside the temple, heading towards the living quarters at the back. His figure was about to disappear around the corner. After a moment's thought, Yui chased after him again. Holding her green bamboo sword, she pointed the tip at Xueqinjing's back and thrust it directly at him. The green bamboo sword pierced through Xueqinjing's right shoulder without causing him any harm, but Xueqinjing still sensed something amiss. He lowered his head slightly, raising his hand to press on his right shoulder, and suddenly turned around, asking again, Who's there? How did you get in here? The confusion and surprise on his face didn't seem feigned. Yui studied his expression, withdrew her sword, and moved even closer to him, though she cautiously avoided looking into those beguiling eyes. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted near his ear, I'm inclined to believe that you really can't see me, but you can sense me a little, right? What kind of strange place is this? How can I get out? Xueqinjing stood quietly, his eyes slightly lowered, concentrating on sensing the presence of another person. After a long while he faintly heard a weak female voice intermittently reaching his ears. Catching bits and pieces, he asked, You want to get out? He shook his head, indicating his helplessness. This is the deepest part of his purple palace of the Heart Sea. Unless he personally comes in to lead you out, you can't leave. Yui pursued him, asking, Who is he? Isn't this your Heart Sea? Xueqinjing, what trick are you playing now? Xueqinjing maintained his listening posture for a good while before saying softly, I'm sorry, I can't really hear what you're saying. He then started walking again, slowly heading into the living quarters. Yui raised her sword and poked him several times, finally leaving the sword embedded in his body as she shouted angrily, Can you hear me now? Xueqinjing seemed to sense her anger and tried to reassure her. Don't worry. He won't allow outsiders to stay here for too long. He should come to lead you out soon. I'm quite surprised that he managed to let someone intrude this far. Ch12 The Stone of the Sword 3. Chapter 12. Before the sword sealing stone of Lishan Town was privatized as a forbidden relic, it was a natural mineral mountain, devoid of any greenery with only bare, craggy rocks exposed. When the sword sealing stone's restrictions were lifted, countless cultivators rushed to this treasure mountain, hoping to obtain a magical weapon or two. By now, the differences in cultivation levels had become clear. Most cultivators could barely withstand the sword aura at the foot of the mountain. Another group of cultivators managed to reach the mountainside, where there was a sword grave. It contained masterless swords whose owners had long since passed away. These abandoned swords included ancient blades from the time of the G clan of immortals, as well as new swords with gleaming edges that had yet to experience much of the world. Many spirit swords still bore traces of their former owners, congealed blood on the blade, sword tassels with only half the jade remaining, cracked scabbards, and tattered red silk. Everything spoke to the desolation of this place. As humans have their burial grounds, swords too have a place for their spirits to return. The sword grave was filled with the mournful cries of spirit swords. Even sunlight entering this area seemed to lose its warmth, leaving only cold reflections. Cultivators gradually made their way to the sword grave, standing on the stone platform at its edge, stunned by the scattered and dilapidated spirit swords within. Of course, some couldn't help but feel greedy at the sight of the famous swords in the grave. Look! Isn't that the lonely arrogant sword? Luing Taoist once used it to cleave Xianxia mountain in half, and sword echoes can still be heard in that crevice to this day. I never imagined that after Luing Taoist's death, this sword would be buried here. The man spoke with a frenzied expression and was about to jump into the sword grave to retrieve the once renowned blade. His words prompted other cultivators to recognize several other legendary swords within the grave. Just as the crowd was growing restless, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was clear and gentle, like a cool spring striking jade, and it advised, "These are all sorrowful swords that have lost their masters. I urge my fellow Taoists to think thrice before acting." The crowd turned to look and saw a group of people emerging from the mountain path. The speaker was Pei Jingzhao, the top disciple of the Lishan sword sect. He wore a narrow-sleeved, moon-white robe with silver bamboo leaf patterns on the collar that reflected a faint moonlight. Beside him was Yao Yuxiu, the only daughter of Juechen Taoist, the master of Lishan. She wore a dress of the same color, with bright eyes, white teeth, and fluttering black hair. Standing together, they truly made a perfect couple. Behind them, apart from two Lishan disciples, were Xin Qingji from Jiahua Palace and Zhang Quang from the Blazing Sun sect. These six were all well-known figures, especially Pei Jingzhao. He had recently made a splash at the 10,000 Immortals conference, and Lishan had thrown a grand wedding banquet for the couple. As such, everyone present recognized him. Yao Yuxiu looked around and noticed that among the cultivators trying to steal swords from the grave were several disciples from the 12 great immortal sects who were attempting to hide their identities. This infuriated her. She placed her hand on the sword at her waist and said sternly, "This sword sealing stone is the foundational treasure of our Lishan sword sect. It has always been restricted to Lishan's inner disciples only. Those who are not Lishan disciples, please leave immediately or don't blame me for being impolite." The group of cultivators by the sword grave looked at each other. Yao Yuxiu was right. This was indeed the Lishan sword sect's treasure. If it hadn't suddenly appeared in the clouds, they would never have had the chance to enter, let alone see that so many famous swords were buried in this sword sealing stone. These people didn't dare offend the Lishan sword sect. But with superior spirit swords right before them, how could they leave empty-handed? So, a quick-witted cultivator in the crowd racked his brains and found a loophole. Hiding behind the crowd with his head lowered, he said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "Juechen Zi publicly announced that anyone who could help the Lishan sword sect find the sword sealing stone would be allowed to enter and choose a divine weapon." The sword sealing stone appeared in the clouds, and we who witnessed it can all be considered to have found it. Of course, we can come in here and find a weapon according to the agreement. As soon as the cultivator's word spread, everyone chimed in, suddenly becoming righteous. Even the few disciples from the great immortal sects who were about to leave out of respect for their sect's reputation stopped in their tracks. "I think what he says makes sense. We all found the sword sealing stone, so of course we have the right to be here." "That's right, it was your father who made the public announcement. We traveled thousands of miles to help Lishan find the sword sealing stone. Now that it's been found, don't tell me your great immortal sect is going back on its word." Yao Yuxiu's face flushed red with anger and she shouted. The sword sealing stone broke through its own restrictions and appeared in the clouds by itself. "How can you claim you found it?" Before she could finish speaking, someone immediately retorted, "We all came here to find the sword sealing stone, and we saw it here. How does that not count as finding it?" Yao Yuxiu's fingertips twitched slightly, and her spirit sword at her waist hummed, emitting a flash of bright sword light. Angrily, she was about to draw her sword to teach a lesson to the disrespectful cultivator. However, just as her sword was an inch out of its sheath, a slender hand pressed it back. Pei Jingzhao didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on the crowd before him. He spoke calmly, "What you all say is quite right. Our Lishan sword sect is certainly not one to break promises. If you wish to take a spirit sword, you may do so at your convenience." "Senior brother." Yao Yuxiu couldn't believe he would say such a thing and interrupted him in disbelief. Pei Jingzhao patted her hand reassuringly and continued, "I advised you all earlier not to enter the sword grave only because the swords within are all sorrowful blades that have lost their masters. Sorrowful swords are fierce and can easily harm people. Those who fall in might not be able to escape unscathed. With famous swords before them, his words couldn't dissuade them. The crowd was unmoved and sneered. That sounds nice, but I think you're just afraid we'll take the famous swords from here. Among the group, a cultivator with narrow eyes and a short beard had been lingering at the edge of the sword grave. He finally confirmed that one of the spirit swords in the grave looked familiar. Pointing at that long sword, he said angrily, "I'd like to ask fellow Taoist Pei, if this sword sealing stone is from Lishan, why is the sword of our sect's elder in the sword grave? After the old man passed away, his sword vanished without a trace. I never expected that you Lishan people had hidden it away." "That's right, Luing Taoist wasn't from your Lishan either. Why is her lonely arrogant sword in the sword sealing stone? You've hidden all the spirit swords of the world in your own sect and only allow your disciples to choose from them. Isn't that a bit too greedy?" Pei Jingqiao stood tall before the crowd. Under their questioning, he explained calmly and confidently. The sword sealing stone contains the essence of sword spirits. Many spirit swords that have lost their masters are drawn by the sword aura within the sword sealing stone and automatically come to this mountain to rest. It is for this reason that our sect created this sword grave here to house these spirit swords. Unless a masterless spirit sword actively chooses one of our disciples, Lishan disciples never enter the sword grave to select swords. At this point, both sides were at an impasse. The crowd naturally didn't believe his words. Even if what he said was true, those who had come this far wouldn't easily give up the chance to enter the sword grave and choose a famous sword. The sword sealing stone has always been hidden deep within your Lishan, inaccessible to outsiders. Who knows if what you're saying is true or false? If I hadn't come in here today, I wouldn't have known that Elder Tao's sword was here. As he spoke, the narrow-eyed cultivator resolutely jumped into the sword grave, running towards what he claimed was Elder Tao's sword. For a moment, all eyes were on him, watching as he made his way unobstructed to a completely black long sword stuck diagonally in the ground. He cupped his hands and bowed, performing a disciple's salute to the spirit sword. The entire sword grave remained undisturbed. This made the crowd even more convinced that Pei Jingqiao had been trying to scare them. As a result, more and more cultivators jumped into the sword grave, running towards the famous swords they had set their eyes on. When 2 or 3 people wanted the same sword, they began fighting on the spot. As soon as someone made a move, spiritual energy spread throughout the sword grave, immediately stirring up the sword aura throughout the grave. The mournful sword sounds intensified, sweeping across the entire sword grave like a chaotic current. Blood splattered amidst the sword light, and some unfortunate souls perished on the spot. "It's hard to talk sense into those destined to die," Shen Qingji observed this spectacle, holding a jade brush for talisman making against his lips, commenting with schadenfreude. Pei Jingqiao, the man who had been constantly questioned despite his good advice, now disregarded past grievances and swiftly darted into the sword grave. He drew out the bone destiny sword, its scarlet blade glowing like burning flames, deflecting the chaotic sword energy as he swiftly maneuvered through the sword grave, grabbing people and tossing them out. In no time, he had rescued several individuals. Yao Yuxiu stood at the edge of the sword grave, stomping her foot impatiently. "Senior brother, why are you still saving them? They deserve to die here." Zhang Kuang remarked with great approval, "Brother Jingqiao is truly a person of great kindness and righteousness." The commotion in the sword grave on the mountainside was intense, with the humming of sorrowful sword sounds drowning out the activity on the path leading to the weapon tempering platform. Xue Chunjing was climbing a deep, narrow stairway between 2 walls, aiming to reach the weapon tempering platform at the mountain's central peak. This mountain path was the most coveted sword-claiming route for disciples of the Lishan sword sect. The higher one climbed, the closer to the weapon tempering platform, the higher the grade of spirit sword one could obtain. However, ascending was no easy feat. The spirit swords embedded in the walls of the path seemed to sense his intention to reach the weapon tempering platform, letting out a chorus of sword hums. The surging sword energy converged in this deep, narrow stairway, like waves of a flood growing stronger, attempting to expel this reckless intruder who dared to challenge the weapon tempering platform. Xue Chunjing was engulfed by sword lights of various colors, each step bearing the weight of 1,000 jun amidst the flickering sword lights. The writhing tentacles of air around him were clearly outlined. Those transparent tentacles formed a thick cocoon enveloping Xue Chunjing, their tips wriggling menacingly. When the sword light entered the tentacles, it seemed to slow for a moment, as if sinking into a gel. This brief moment provided an opportunity for the demonic creatures, led by the bone demon, to counterattack. Crackling sounds occasionally rang out, the noise of spirit swords on the walls being shattered by the demonic creatures. Despite this, as they drew closer to the weapon tempering platform, the sword currents grew denser and more powerful. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Xue Chunjing's forehead, his pupils flickering with light. One careless move, and he would be swept by the sword lights as dense as a sudden downpour. Although protected by demonic creatures, his physical body was extremely fragile. With cultivation barely at the foundation building stage, if he were truly struck by a sword, he would perish instantly on this long stairway. Thus, even though the female protagonist's favorability towards the host kept dropping after entering the formation, almost reaching 0, the system didn't dare make a sound, fearing it might distract him. It could only silently pray that the female protagonist could hold out a bit longer in that formation, and not be completely devoured by the remnant fierce demonic energies. Ch 13 The Stone of the Sword 4. Chapter 13. Within this mountain cave temple there was no distinction between day and night. The light from the eternal lamps filled every corner of the cavern, enveloping this eerie shrine in a layer of holy frost. Yui had been here for 3 days and could now discern the time. Because the group from the G family, revered as immortals by future cultivators, would punctually chant sutras and make offerings outside at dawn, even more precisely than the elderly folks doing their morning square dancing. After the ceremony, the G family head would enter the mountain cave alone, coming to the inner sanctum. The several layers of doors and windows of the sanctum would be sealed shut, all the eternal lamps within lit, reflecting off the golden lacquered totems to create a dazzling array of light. Yui couldn't clearly see what they did within the light array, but after about 15 minutes, the G family head would lead the group of young Taoist acolytes out. The acolytes all carried black jade boxes identical to the previous days, which they would place in the alchemy furnace outside at noon. Yui watched as the group exited the temple and entered the long dark corridor. Each little Taoist acolyte was about the same height, and in fact they looked quite similar, moving mechanically and only following orders. The only people who could command them were the Ji family head and Shueqinjing. The acolytes all respectfully called him young master, but from Yi's observation it seemed less like Shueqinjing was ordering them and more like these acolytes were regulating Shueqinjing's every word and action. When it was time to do something, the acolytes would go to ask for instructions. If they didn't receive the correct answer after asking, they would circle around Shueqinjing like malfunctioning dolls, only knowing how to surround him. Only when he gave the correct command would they happily go to execute it. The puppet children weren't really living beings after all, and most people wouldn't be constrained by such things. But the young master's heart was especially soft, even caring for these clay figures, unwilling to see them troubled. Yui turned back to look at the youth sitting with his back to her in the inner sanctum. Shueqinjing sat in the center of the sanctum, looking up at the statue of the holy and merciful deity, his hair trailing to the floor, forming winding curls on the marble tiles. Today's scene was identical to yesterday's and the day before that. She had even gone out to listen to the pair of siblings whispering at the end of the Ji family procession. Even their conversation was exactly the same. Yui tugged at the neck feathers of the crane inside. They repeat the same day every day. She had searched the entire surroundings, and as Shueqinjing had said, she couldn't leave this place. The only one she could communicate with intermittently was him. Yui walked into the inner sanctum, crouched in front of him, looked at the youth's particularly pale face, and skillfully inserted the green bamboo sword into his body. The signal between them was really poor, but after trying many times, Yui firmly believed that stabbing him with the sword could increase the chances of their phone call connecting. See, this time, Shueqinjing felt it. He lowered his brows and eyes, touched his chest, and his pitch-black pupils reflected the eternal lamp at the base of the deity's statue. There was no additional human reflection, but he seemed to see her and spoke to the empty space. You haven't left yet? You must be very busy outside. The youth smiled gently as he spoke. His smile was different from before, the corners of his lips slightly raised, a clean smile spreading in his eyes, like a clear spring rippling with sparkling waves touched by the spring breeze. Over these 3 days, Yui often saw him smile, at those dull-witted puppet children, at her, this stranger of unknown origin. His entire being exuded a gentle and pure quality from the inside out, something very difficult to fake. Previously, when Shueqinjing was trying to curry favor with her, he would pretend to smile gently, but the smile never reached his eyes, clearly reluctant and unwilling. He was truly like a different person from before. Either his acting skills were incredibly good, or they were indeed two completely different people. But Yui couldn't be entirely certain. After all, their time together had been very short, too short to see through appearances to the essence. Yui pondered, glancing at the crane beside her, and said, Crane senior brother, why didn't you peck him this time? Do you also think they're different? Crane senior brother let out a GA sound and nodded. Yui gripped the sword with both hands, speaking along the blade, trying to transmit her sound waves through the green bamboo sword. Who is he outside? Is he another Shueqinjing? Did he imprison you here and then occupy your body? The youth listened carefully for a moment, though it wasn't clear how many words he actually heard, and murmured Shueqinjing. He opened his mouth, repeating this name on the tip of his tongue a couple of times, his eyes actually showing a trace of envy. He has a name now. Yui found this utterly perplexing and wanted to ask more, but suddenly saw a figure rush into the inner sanctum from outside like a violent storm. The newcomer had beautiful, slightly curled black hair that flew as he moved rapidly, with 2 vibrant golden-red ribbons intertwined in his hair strands, instantly approaching her. 2 identical faces entered Yui's vision, but one face was calm and gentle, eyes reflecting the silver frost of the eternal lamps. The other face was full of murderous intent, his pupils reflecting her image, his gaze fierce, as if he might bite at any moment. Such a stark contrast made their differences immediately apparent. Shueqinjing. Yui pulled out her sword and chopped down at his head. Having suffered several surprise attacks before, Shuechenjing was now on guard. He twisted his body to avoid the strike, and simultaneously, something emerged from the shiny marble tiles beneath, skillfully wrapping around Yui's body. This was his inner world. How could he possibly be injured at will again? A cold, slippery sensation enveloped Yui's hands and feet like a cocoon. The crane was also caught up in the tentacles, its cries becoming muffled. Are you a rat? Sneaking into any place you can. Shuechenjing said irritably, his face gloomy as he reached out towards her. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, clearly intending to kill her at that moment. But in the end he gritted his teeth and held back, only covering her eyes with his hand. The cold, damp palm firmly adhered to her face and Yui's vision instantly plunged into darkness. She heard the young master's question, who is she to you? Yui felt herself being forcefully pulled, her back pressed tightly against the cold body behind her. Shuechenjing's moving Adam's apple was close to her ear as he spoke with extreme disgust, snorting a laugh, you'll never know. Then a gust of wind rushed past her ears. When the hand covering her face relaxed, she had already left that eerie mountain cave temple and arrived at an unfamiliar concave platform. This platform wasn't large, like a round basin with walls on all sides and a smelting furnace in the center. The furnace was blazing bright, flowing with molten iron like lava, resembling a volcano about to erupt. Just a glance could burn one's retina. Endless waves of heat emanated from the furnace, sealed within this concave basin by the arrays carved on the surrounding walls, making it unbearably hot. Even the air was distorted. Every breath Yui took felt like swallowing burning coals, making it difficult to breathe. She struggled to ask, where is this place? Shuechenjing, however, seemed completely unaffected by the heat. He stood very close to the furnace, the boiling heat distorting his figure as if he might melt. The weapon-tempering platform within the sword-sealing stone. Shuechenjing replied casually, his attention focused on the central furnace. The air around Yui began to smoke, the vapor from the evaporating tentacles wrapped around her body. The scorching temperature quickly penetrated the tentacles and those transparent limbs turned red-hot, finally revealing their true appearance to Yui. Her eyes widened in shock, pupils reflecting a large mass of writhing tentacles. These tentacles extended from Shuechenjing's feet, spreading to every corner of this place, turning this concave basin into a nest of intertwined tentacles. Wet, sticky fluid hung everywhere. Even the boiling heat from the furnace couldn't evaporate all that transparent, viscous liquid. The air was filled with the squelching sounds of the tentacles moving, a sound Yui had heard before. They looked similar to octopus tentacles, with the thickest parts wider than her waist, and suction cups on the underside that opened and closed as they writhed. The semi-transparent backs, steamed by the furnace's heat, were adorned with golden wave-like patterns. Yui raised her green bamboo sword and thrust it at one of the tentacles wrapped around Crane's senior brother. The sword tip slid off the golden pattern on the tentacle's back. The clash of metal rang out as the sword struck sparks off the tentacle. The golden wave patterns on the tentacle bristled angrily, and as it swept across the ground, it effortlessly carved a deep groove. Only then did Yui realize that those weren't patterns at all, but rather a layer of hard scales. Shuechenjing heard the sound of the sword and turned to look at her, a smug expression on his face. He sneered, this time you won't be able to cut through it so easily. Yui. Good grief, she thought. She distinctly remembered that these tentacles didn't have these snake-like scales when she last encountered them up close. Could it be that Shuechenjing was capable of evolving? What kind of bizarre novel was this? What sort of monster was she supposed to have a happy ending with? You'd better not move or I'll flay that stupid bird alive right here, Shuechenjing threatened in a low voice. Crane's senior brother let out a shrill cry of alarm and, wisely choosing discretion over valor, didn't dare to move an inch. Yui withdrew her green bamboo sword and sat in this strange fleshy nest, her entire body entwined by these snake-like octopus tentacles covered in cold, slimy fluid. With utter disgust, she asked, what on earth are you? Do you think you're a Pokemon or a Digimon? Shuechenjing didn't understand what she was saying, but the system immediately chimed in with an explanation. Master, Pokemon and Digimon are cartoon animations, equivalent to children's picture books in the human world. The little creatures in them can evolve into stronger forms, just like how you added defensive snake scales to your tentacles. Although the female protagonist's fondness for the host had plummeted to new lows, the system still tried its best to cheer up its host. Exaggerating, they're all super cute, Master. When the female protagonist compares you to them, she's complimenting you on being adorable. Yui. She didn't. She was just trying to probe whether Shuechenjing was also a transmigrator. Could this damn system please stop overinterpreting everything? Shuechenjing scoffed disdainfully, muttering, who needs her compliments? After all, her goodwill towards him was now only at 2%. He raised his hand and stroked one of the thick tentacles beside him. All the tentacles on the platform writhed in response, forming two tight cocoons that separated and imprisoned the crane and Yui. Stay put, Shuechenjing said, then turned towards the central weapon-tempering platform. The intense heat distorted his form. As he approached the furnace, his hair spontaneously combusted, bursting into sparks like scattered stars. Flames licked at the hem of his robe and sleeves. With each step Xueqinjing took, a sizzling sound erupted beneath his feet, like the sound of raw meat being placed on a grill. He finally reached the center of the weapon-tempering platform, standing at one end of the furnace. He looked down at the dazzling flames below, where molten iron, heated to a bright yellow, churned in the furnace. Then, without warning, he dove in. Through layers of semi-transparent tentacles, Yui watched in shock as sparks flew up from the furnace, flames engulfing his figure in an instant. She found it difficult to comprehend. Xueqinjing had gone to such lengths to curry favor with her, trying to unlock the plot and enter the sword sealing stone. Surely he hadn't come all this way just to jump into a fiery pit? Even if he was extremely cold-natured, this seemed excessive. Perhaps he intended to forge a sword? This was the first time she'd seen someone jump into a furnace to consecrate a blade. Yui thought with relief that at least he hadn't dragged her in with him when he jumped. Ch 14 The Stone of the Sword 5. Chapter 14. As Xueqinjing leaped into the furnace, the tentacles covering the ground grew increasingly red. Through her clothes, Yui could feel the tentacles wrapped around her body changing from initially cold and slimy to warm, and gradually becoming hotter than her own body temperature. These tentacles didn't seem to be faring well either. They writhed restlessly, continuously secreting slippery mucus from within to lower their own temperature. The mucus slowly evaporated in the heat, and eventually, some of the smaller tentacle tips even began to curl up from the burning, emitting a constant sizzling sound. The rising steam almost engulfed the entire concave platform. The continuously rising temperature within the tentacles soon became unbearable for Yui as well. If she didn't want to be roasted alive while wrapped in the tentacles, she had to find a way to escape. Fortunately, as the heat scorched these tentacles from the inside out, they rapidly lost moisture and shrank, feeling as if they were about to be cooked through. Their grip around her body also loosened significantly. Yui was completely enveloped by the tentacles. With her eyes closed, she managed to draw in some spiritual energy from the sweltering air, channeling it into her depleted meridians. As her internal spiritual power slightly recovered, she silently recited a sword incantation. The green bamboo sword lit up with a sword glow, breaking free from the fleshy cocoon. Then Yui used her mental power to control the green bamboo sword, prying open the half-cooked tentacles wrapped around her body one by one. By the time she crawled out from the tentacle wrappings, she was nearly exhausted. The scorching steam made it difficult for her to breathe. The surrounding tentacles still tried to slither over and entangle her, but she kicked them away forcefully. Yui swung her sword to part the mist and ran towards the crane. "Crane senior brother? Are you still alive?" Yui prodded the crane's drooping head. The crane's senior brother opened and closed his sharp beak, having been burned to the point where he couldn't even make a sound. Seeing that he was still alive, Yui breathed a slight sigh of relief. She quickly took out a talisman from her storage bag and stuck it onto the crane's body. Under the talisman's light, the crane shrank to the size of a palm-sized bird, which she then tucked into her pouch. After safely storing away Crane's senior brother, she trudged through the sea of soft, writhing tentacles on the ground, making her way towards the edge of the forging platform. There was no way out from above. Both the heat and the mist were contained within this concave basin by the spell formation. The basin was like a pressure cooker. If she wasn't a golden core stage cultivator with both thunder and fire spiritual roots, she would have likely been steamed to death already. Yuyi's entire body was flushed red, her hair wet and clinging to her face, her skin marked with circular imprints from where the tentacles had bound her. Finally reaching the wall carved with spell formations, she leaned against it to rest for a moment before starting to feel for an exit. After walking along the wall for a short distance, she finally found a crack. Cold air from outside seeped in through this crack. She pressed herself against the opening, cupped her hands around her nose and mouth, and took several deep breaths, finally regaining some composure. If cold air could seep in from outside, the heat inside could certainly escape through here as well. The spell formation should have been airtight, and if this trap formation was meant to contain the heat within the forging platform, it shouldn't have left such a fine crack. This opening had clearly been artificially damaged, and it was likely that Xueqinjing had entered the forging platform through here earlier. Yui felt along the crack for a long time before finally finding a broken spell symbol about the size of a mosquito. She concentrated sword energy at her fingertip and pressed hard against the broken spell symbol. The wall suddenly shook, and a beam of white light shot out from this symbol, quickly outlining a square door shape on the wall. Then, the bricks inside the door rapidly retreated to both sides, opening up a doorway. The cool air of early spring rushed in, giving Yui a comfortable shiver. She quickly stepped out along with the surging mist behind her. Amidst the swirling mist, her ankle was suddenly gripped tight. Several bright red tentacles squeezed out from the mist, attempting to ensnare her once more. Yui quickly retreated 2 steps, swinging her sword to cut through the approaching tentacles. She twisted the long sword in her hand at a tricky angle, avoiding the hard snake scales on the tentacle's back. The sword tip burst forth with a sharp sword light, diagonally pinning a tentacle to the wall from its belly upwards. The tentacle convulsed violently, transparent mucus flowing from its wound, sliding down the green bamboo sword's blade and pulling on the ground. Yui watched its trembling tip in midair. The tentacle's end was curled and the originally semi-transparent flesh had turned white. The tip, about a finger's length, wasn't covered in snake scales and gave off a scent of grilled squid. Yui's stomach growled, her empty belly whining with hunger. She firmly held the sword, keeping it pinned there, and moved closer to bite the tentacle's tip. She bit down hard, and to her surprise, she actually managed to tear off a piece. "Pa, the meat is too tough, can't even chew it, tastes awful," Yui spat it out in disgust. She flew back several steps before summoning back her green bamboo sword, then turned and fled quickly. The large tentacle fell to the ground, shuddered once, wrapped around the small piece of meat spat on the ground, and suddenly retracted back through the door. After escaping from the forging platform, Yui discovered that this place was actually at the peak of a majestic mountain, with the sunken forging platform truly resembling the crater of a volcano. The mountain echoed with incessant sword hums, and chaotic sword lights formed aurora-like bands in the sky above. Unable to fly on her sword, Yui could only run down the Soul Mountain path. Because she had broken open a door in the originally sealed mountain mouth, all the heat that had been contained within the forging platform now poured out through that opening. The collision of hot and cold air quickly formed a ring of clouds around the mountain peak. Yui took out 2 soft flatbreads stuffed with meat from her storage bag, gave one to Crane's senior brother, and ate while running down the mountain. She had no desire to know what would happen to Xue Qinjing, nor did she want to know who the young man in the depths of his heart, who looked exactly like him, was. Whether he was a body snatcher or transmigrator with the system, it had nothing to do with her. The fate of protagonists was always fraught with difficulties. She neither wanted to be the despised innocent female lead nor did she want a happy ending with such a monstrous villain. She just wanted to be a free and carefree background character, cultivating and enjoying the scenery in this world of immortal cultivation. In the past, when Yui played games, she was always a solo player who enjoyed the scenery, with no interest in grinding for levels or forming couples. The heat flowed down the mountain steps, and the spirit swords on both walls vibrated with a hum. As she ran down quickly, her fluttering skirt was caught by a spirit sword on the wall. Yui casually grabbed the spirit sword and gave it a pull. She had acted on impulse, not expecting to be able to pull out the spirit sword. After all, such high-level spirit swords were known for their pride and wouldn't let anyone pull them out easily without a struggle. Back then, she had suffered quite a bit to forge her green bamboo sword. However, to her surprise, when she gripped the spirit sword and gave it a light pull, it came loose with a clang, separating from the cliff wall. Yui paused, looking at the spirit sword in her hand with astonishment. This spirit sword was about 2 feet long and 2 fingers wide. A short sword. It was snow white all over, with a frost-covered blade. After leaving the wall, frost quickly covered the bright blade, forming an icy scabbard that contained all the cold energy within the sword body. This was undoubtedly a high-level spirit sword. Yui hugged the frost snow sword, her dark eyes slightly moving as she looked up at another spirit sword a bit higher. She measured the height with her eyes, half-bent her knees, and suddenly jumped up. Her lithe body leaped nimbly into the air, her hand grasping the hilt of that sword. Clang! The sword tilted with the force of her descent, once again easily pulled out by her. Yui looked at the 2 high-level spirit swords in her hands, which had been surprisingly obedient, and her eyes instantly brightened. Although the spirit swords embedded diagonally in the walls of this mountain path weren't very dense, and just the distance she had run down, there were about a dozen or so, all high-level spirit swords. If she could take them all back, even if she couldn't use them herself, she could sell them. She wouldn't have to worry about travel expenses for a long time. Yui patted the pouch containing the still recovering Crane and excitedly said, "Crane's senior brother, we've struck it rich." She immediately took out a storage bag, emptied it of less important items, and dedicated it to storing spirit swords. Jumping up and down between the 2 walls to pull out swords slowed her descent, but with so many high-level spirit swords in hand, she was willing to endure being scorched by the heat flow a bit longer. Yui climbed up the cliff face. As she pulled out the highest sword, she glanced down and suddenly saw 2 cultivators racing up the straight mountain path below. The approaching pair, a man and a woman, didn't even spare a glance at the humming spirit swords on either side. They were rushing upwards, clearly aiming for the weapon-forging platform at the summit. In the brief moment Yui squinted to observe them, the 2 had already nearly reached her. The female cultivator lagged slightly behind, panting as she clutched her chest. Reluctantly she said, "Senior brother, the sword pressure on the sword retrieval path has disappeared. Those cultivators below will surely take this chance to retrieve the spirit swords. Are we really going to let them do as they please? I've already sent a message to Mountly. Our disciples will arrive shortly." The male cultivator in front turned back and extended his hand to her. "Yushio, the weapon-forging platform is shaking, which is why these spirit swords no longer wish to remain here. Right now, the platform is our top priority. Nothing else matters." Yao Yushio glanced sideways at the spirit swords nearby, biting her lip. She placed her hand in his, and Pei Jingchao supported her waist as they continued to sprint upwards. The narrow mountain path carried their voices to Yuyi's ears. At the same time, she could clearly see the silver bamboo leaf patterns glinting on their clothes. There was only one person who could be called senior brother, by Mount Lee's fairy Yushio, and act so intimately with her. Yui cursed her bad luck silently. If she continued downwards, she would inevitably encounter Pei Jingzhao. Not to mention whether he still remembered that she had once buried him alive, just the fact that the weapon-forging platform was in trouble, and she happened to be descending from this only mountain path. Even an idiot could figure out that those two wouldn't let her leave easily. Above her head, the sword energy was in chaos. Flying would likely result in being cut to death by the wild swords. If she turned back, the only destination was the weapon-forging platform at the summit, where a giant squid was still being roasted. As Yui was caught between a rock and a hard place, Pei Jingzhao suddenly looked up. His sharp gaze penetrated the clouds surrounding the mountain, precisely capturing the figure leaning against a sword on the cliff face. Who goes there? His thin lips parted, his voice rolling like thunder to Yu Yi's ears, imbued with spiritual might. Yu Yi's ears rang from the impact, her chest aching violently. She nearly coughed up blood. In one swift motion, she pulled out the spirit sword from the cliff face, twisted her body as she fell, and used all her strength to sprint upwards. To hell with it. Since there was no escape anyway, it was better to bring those two together. It would be easier to muddy the waters that way. She hoped Xuechenjing could still hold on and not end up completely roasted. Inside the weapon-forging platform, Xuechenjing finally entered the core of the furnace and saw the motionless white flame at its center. Although the flesh of his body was burned red-hot, he hadn't actually sustained much damage. After all, this true fire had been taken from his body, and now he was merely here to reclaim it. 3,000 years have passed, yet divine power still remains. Xuechenjing approached the white flame. As he drew near, the flame began to dance vigorously, as if eagerly wanting to return to his body. However, Xuechenjing seemed somewhat disgusted. He despised the divine power lingering in this flame, saying irritably, "If I simply take you back as you are, it would only strengthen his power." He had gone to great lengths to imprison that fool and gain control of this body. He absolutely couldn't give him a chance to turn the tables. Unable to even protect the three fires within, causing this body to become so weak, utterly useless. Xuechenjing took a deep breath, cut open his wrist, and let the fresh blood flow from the wound, dripping down in a vertical line to his feet. The blood line moved, coalescing into a formation. As soon as the formation took shape, he immediately covered the wound on his wrist. When he removed his hand, the wound had already healed. With the pain gone, Xuechenjing's tightly pressed lips finally relaxed. Black mist surged out of the formation, guided by his fingers towards the flame. The white flame wavered even more violently, refusing to be tainted by the demonic energy. Xuechenjing paid no heed to its struggle, summoning more black mist to emerge. Like layer upon layer of curtains, it shrouded the flame's light, dimming it. The demonic energy and the divine power within the white flame wrestled, wearing each other down. This true fire had been sealed in the weapon-forging platform for 3,000 years, used to forge countless weapons. The divine power remaining in the fire now was merely 1/10,000th of what it had been. Even the master of this divine power had been imprisoned by him, let alone this tiny, struggling remnant of divine power. The endless demonic energy soon devoured all the divine power remaining in the white flame. Only then did Xuechenjing extend his hand, satisfied. He collected the now cleansed, true fire into his palm and pressed it into the sea of qi below his navel. With the sea of qi's natal fire back in place, a warm current flowed from his lower abdomen into his 4 limbs and 100 bones, melting his ice-sealed blood and bones. Xuechenjing savored this long-lost warmth, letting out a comfortable sigh. Even the corners of his eyes flushed red. With the true fire reclaimed, the fire energy in the furnace dissipated rapidly. The flowing lava and molten iron gradually solidified. A thick tentacle extended from above, wrapping around Xuechenjing and lifting him out of the furnace. All the tentacles on the ground came back to life, gradually cooling and returning to their semi-transparent state, occasionally flashing with serpentine golden light as they writhed. The tentacles crowded around him, and Xuechenjing narrowed his eyes as he lay down in the fleshy bed they constructed, slowly feeling his body warm up. A tentacle wriggled to his front, continuously coiling and uncoiling around the back of Xuechenjing's hand. He finally grew a bit annoyed. His long eyelashes lifted slightly, revealing a narrow slit of his eyes as he glanced at the restless tentacle. "What's wrong?" The tentacle suddenly stood upright, moving closer to show him the teeth marks on its head. The sticky fluid secreted from the wound dripped down wetly, like tears covering its face. It had been bitten, a large chunk of flesh torn away, and the person who bit it even complained that it didn't taste good. Xuechenjing had been in the furnace earlier and hadn't paid attention to these tentacles. Now that this tentacle was tattling, he received the information it conveyed and saw the scene from earlier. Very well, biting him was one thing, but to insult his flesh is tough and unpalatable. Xuechenjing lazily reached out his hand, pulling the tentacle into his embrace. His fingertips repeatedly caressed the teeth marks, covering his hand in shiny sticky fluid. He said resentfully, "I'll bite back sooner or later." He would devour her bit by bit until nothing remained. Surely her flesh would be tender and juicy. The system helplessly reminded him, Master, this is a sweet romantic novel, not a culinary one. Ch 15 The Stone of the Sword 6. Chapter 15. Yui climbed back to the mountaintop, panting heavily, and burst into the forging platform. What she saw was this scene. Xueqinjing's clothes had been burned to ashes when he jumped into the furnace. His hair tie had also burned off, leaving him completely naked as he lay in the semi-transparent tentacle nest. When clothed, he looked slender, but in reality his muscles were taut, with defined contours visible on his chest and abdomen. Due to the lingering heat, his entire body was flushed a rosy red, covered in glistening fluid. His long black hair was strewn messily over the writhing tentacles. The occasional flash of snake-like golden scales on the tentacles' backs reflected in his eyes, creating a startling glimmer in those weary orbs. Yui never imagined she would witness such a vividly sensual scene. Every aspect exuded an inhuman strangeness, yet it was pleasing to the eye. Her pupils trembled slightly as her gaze honestly traveled downward, causing her to draw in a soft breath. She thought she might not forget this for a long time. If the book ended with her having a happy ending with this little monster, it would likely be because she was seduced by his body. After all, food and sex are human nature. You dare come back, Xueqinjing said, somehow producing a set of robes from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, he was fully dressed, his eye-catching body now tightly wrapped in indigo robes. He pulled out a hair tie and bound his long hair again. The system's delighted voice suddenly interjected, Master, the female lead's favorability towards you has returned. It's back. It's finally crawled back up to 6%. Quick, put in some effort. Don't put your clothes back on. Yuyi's spirits lifted as she came back to her senses. Just then, a tentacle suddenly shot out swiftly, wrapping around her waist and skillfully dragging her into the fleshy nest. Yui was forcefully restrained, falling uncontrollably into his embrace. A slender hand slid between her fingers, gripping her delicate wrist. That palm, originally cold and clammy, now held a hint of warmth. Xueqinjing's lips curled into a smile. At close range, his face, beautiful to the extreme, was fully reflected in Yuyi's pupils. Seeing this, the system felt deeply gratified. However, in the next moment, the curve of Xueqinjing's smile continued to widen from both corners of his mouth, eventually stretching to his ears. In an instant, this face that had been alluring turned grotesquely terrifying. Like the slit-mouthed woman from a horror movie. He opened that mouth that had almost split his entire face, the neat teeth inside making a clicking sound. Under Yuyi's surprised gaze, they rapidly transformed into sharp fangs like those of a wild beast, dripping with silvery saliva, becoming a veritable bloody maw as he fiercely bit down towards her right hand. This bite would immediately cripple her. The system, watching its host who was still trying to add insult to injury, cried out, Master, what are you doing? Xueqinjing inwardly sneered. 6%, who cared about such a miserly bit of goodwill? He had had enough of her repeated taunting. The system was about to go crazy. Given the host's actions, the fact that there was still 6% favorability was already a blessing from the female lead that should be gratefully accepted. Yet the host didn't know to cherish it. Have you forgotten how pathetically you begged for favorability before? Do you still want to complete the conquest or not? Favorability is something that accumulates through moments of heartfelt connection, like piling stones to build a mountain or small streams converging into rivers and seas. Every emotional fluctuation of the female lead is immediately torn apart by you. How can favorability accumulate like this? If it had hands, it would have beat the host's dog head in frustration by now. Amidst the system's clamorous screaming, Yuyi's heart raced wildly as her fingers blurred into motion, forming a sword seal. Just as Xueqinjing's fangs closed, a green sword light burst from her fingertips. The sword light clashed with the sharp fangs, sending out sparks and a piercing sound. Both of them let out muffled groans of pain simultaneously. Yui was violently flung out by the tentacle wrapped around her waist, clutching her hand which now bore a bloody red bite mark. Xueqinjing covered his mouth with both hands, hunched over and trembling. He turned his head to spit out a mouthful of blood, in which lay several knocked-out teeth. Seeing him with a jaw full of blood, Yui felt a sense of balance in her heart. Serves him right. Immediately, a mass of black mist rose from the ground. From within the mist, a pair of claws emerged, scrabbling at the blood Xueqinjing had spat out. The finger bones transformed into sharp daggers, scooping up both the blood and bits of stone, cradling them preciously as they retreated back into the black mist. Yui! Xueqinjing ignored the bone demon's actions. He was so angry that tears welled up in his eyes as he glared at Yui. Only after a new set of teeth had grown from his tightly pressed lips did he viciously wipe the corner of his mouth and spit. "Pa, tastes awful." And it broke his teeth too. Yuyi's gaze moved from the hole in the ground back to Xueqinjing. She keenly noticed the tentacles wrapped around his waist, poking their heads out curiously. The tentacle was semi-transparent with a faint pink hue, and its tip was clearly missing a piece, the part she had bitten off. After all that, it turned out Xueqinjing was just getting revenge on her. I bit your tentacle, so even if you want revenge, you should bite my foot, Yui said, provocatively raising her foot at him. Xueqinjing glanced at her mud-covered shoe sole with disgust. After this interruption, Yui momentarily forgot to remind him that 2 cultivators from the Lishan sword sect were heading this way. By the time she remembered to say something, Pei Jingqiao and his companion had already arrived outside the forging platform. Their silhouettes flashed behind the open door, and Pei Jingqiao's sword energy, red as fire, swept in first, slashing towards the interior of the forging platform. Those who trespass in the mountly forbidden area shall die. Pei Jingqiao's cold, sharp voice rolled in along with the sword energy. The sword pressure of a nascent soul cultivator condensed into a giant blade pressing down on the forging platform. The energy bursting from the blade transformed into countless small swords, slashing down with a whoosh. Yui was immobilized by the sword pressure, the green bamboo sword's light barely managing to protect her body, contending with the red small sword slashing down. The impact made her chest resonate again, and the mouthful of blood she had been holding back in her throat could no longer be contained, dripping from the corner of her mouth. Xueqinjing's situation was not much better. He had shed his previous lazy, pleasure-seeking demeanor, his eyes narrowed slightly, his aura tense. The 2 cultivators outside were at the nascent soul level. This first sword strike alone was almost too much for the 2 inside to handle. Xueqinjing's physical body was weak, his own strength even less than Yuyi's, far from being able to face off directly against nascent soul sword cultivators. The tentacles quickly writhed to form a wall blocking the giant sword shadow overhead. The snake-like scales on the tentacles' backs rippled with layers of golden light under the sword pressure. Xueqinjing was forced by the sword pressure to bend his knees inch by inch, almost kneeling on the ground. He pinched his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall. The blood droplet quickly formed a palm-sized formation on the ground. The formation lines flickered, and a black shadow struggled to squeeze out of the palm-sized formation, rapidly expanding into a huge, muscular wild bull. As soon as it appeared, it occupied nearly half the space of the forging platform. When it raised its head to charge upwards, its hoof shattered the ground of the forging platform. The tentacles piled overhead quickly retracted, and the sword shadow instantly pressed down, colliding with the curved bull horns. Yui heard a cracking sound like porcelain shattering, and the sword pressure enveloping her suddenly lightened. The wild bull scattered the red sword energy, pawed at the ground with its hooves, and charged out with a rumble, directly smashing down the narrow doorway in the surrounding wall. The man and woman outside were revealed. Yao Yuxiu exclaimed in surprise. How could the forging platform be broken so easily? Pei Jingqiao's sword shadow had been shattered, and he had already estimated the unusual strength of this demonic creature. He readied another sword stance, his expression solemn as he said, "Junior sister, let's coordinate." Yao Yuxiu nodded, raising her sword in unison with him. They held their swords, one red and one white, using the mountly dual sword technique. The 2 sword blades crossed, their red and white sword lights intersecting to form a cross, enlarging into a shadow that pressed against the wild bull's massive horns. The 2 people and the bull were temporarily locked in a stalemate. The entire forging platform was shaking violently, deep cracks appearing in the ground on the verge of collapse. Amidst the earth-shaking tremors and chaotic sword energy, Yui stumbled towards a gap that had been shaken open in the right wall, hoping to escape in the chaos. Little did she know that someone else had the same idea. Xueqinjing didn't want to directly confront Pei Jingqiao and his companion at the moment, exposing his identity. He planned to use the wild bull to keep them occupied while he circled around to the back of the forging platform, seeking a path to leave through the back of the mountain. They collided at the breach simultaneously. Xueqinjing's lips were still stained with blood as he coldly glanced at her. He pressed his hand on her shoulder, forcefully pushing her back while grunting 3 words. "Don't block me." He then vaulted over the gap ahead of her. The system shouted indignantly in Xueqinjing's ear, "Master, can't you show some gentlemanly manners? You should protect the female lead and let her escape first." The wild bull, unable to break through the cross-shaped sword energy pressing on its horns, let out an angry bellow and stomped its hooves forcefully. The quenching platform, having already lost its true fire, couldn't withstand such turmoil and collapsed even more severely. Xueqinjing was struck on the head by a falling brick, letting out a pained groan and cursing, "Stupid bull." Yui burst into laughter with a pfft, taking pleasure in his misfortune. The system also chimed in with a sarcastic remark, "See? That's karma for you." Xueqinjing. Pei Jingqiao noticed the commotion from the corner of his eye. Through the cracked wall he saw a familiar face, or more precisely, a pair of familiar eyes. At that time he had been gravely injured and near death, drifting in and out of consciousness. His eyes were filled with blood, both his enemies and his own. His vision wasn't clear then, he could only vaguely make out the contours of a woman's face. She bent down, weaving nearby vines into a raft, using all her strength to lift him onto it. How could a slender young woman possibly lift a grown man? She pushed and shoved, taking quite some time and accidentally bumping his wounds. He had already passed out but was awakened by the pain. Pei Jingqiao, breathing heavily, struggled to prop himself up and managed to say, "Thank you, miss. I can manage from here. He crawled onto the raft on his own, and as the young woman reached out to help him, she accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. The strength in his arms suddenly gave way, and he collapsed powerlessly on top of her. In that fleeting moment of closeness, he clearly saw her eyes bright and clear, like the purest spring in the world. His reflection fell into her eyes as if even his blood-stained body could be cleansed in that gaze. He was in such a wretched state then, yet she still looked up at him with admiration and timidly called him Immortal Lord. At that moment his heart pounded violently, but before he could say anything, his vision went black, and he fainted. When he regained consciousness, his nose and mouth were filled with the fishy smell of wet soil. He had been buried in a grave. It was Pei Jingchao's contracted spirit beast that found him by following the scent of blood, dug him out of the grave, and carried him back to the sect, saving his life. After recovering from his injuries, Pei Jingchao went back to search the area, only to find the remains of a long-burned mountain village dwelling. As Pei Jingchao climbed to his current position, he had encountered many outstanding women of various styles. Some were cold and otherworldly, some gentle and graceful, or even slightly spoiled and willful like his junior sister, all of them exquisitely beautiful. Such an ordinary mortal girl shouldn't have been worth his remembrance. Yet Pei Jingchao couldn't forget those eyes, often recalling that moment of heart fluttering without warning. He had never experienced such a feeling before. So he remembered that fleeting surge of emotion for a long time, and he remembered those eyes that stirred his heart for just as long. If he had found her then, he probably wouldn't have remembered for so long, but he couldn't find her. The unattainable made him yearn even more, almost to the point of lovesickness. Pei Jingchao never expected to see her again in this day and age. He was distracted by those eyes, causing his sword momentum to weaken. The bull demon's magical energy immediately surged, instantly suppressing the 2 layers of sword light. The magical beast roared angrily, stomping its hooves forcefully, causing another round of rumbling collapse in the quenching platform. Yao Yuxiu noticed his distraction and, struggling to hold her sword, followed his slightly stunned gaze to see the female figure revealed through the cracked bricks and stones. Jealousy immediately surged in her heart, and she called out to him angrily, "Senior brother." At the same time, she unexpectedly twisted her wrist, causing her blade to scrape against Pei Jingchao's fierce rainbow sword, creating a clear, resonant sword chime. A sword light like a white silk ribbon vertically cleaved through the crack in the wall, slashing directly towards Yue. Pei Jingchao hurriedly regained his senses, running his fingers along his sword. Fresh blood stained a red line on the sharp blade, and the crimson sword light suddenly brightened, hastily chasing after the white light. Yue had already gripped her green bamboo sword, holding it in front of her for defense. As she watched the white and red sword lights howling towards her, the sharp sword wind of the nascent soul cultivators shattered her defense before the sword light even reached her. However, just as the 2 sword lights were about to strike her, they suddenly intertwined. The fierce white light was shredded by the red sword energy and abruptly dissipated. A remnant of the red sword energy brushed across her cheek like a gentle spring breeze, sweeping past the corner of her eye and stirring her sideburns. It was so tender it bordered on affectionate, not harming her in the slightest. Yue looked up in surprise through the dissipating red sword energy, her gaze meeting Pei Jingchao's from across the space. The system was nearly driven mad. Damn it, look at the original male lead, and then look at this useless current male lead. What sin had it committed to be mistakenly bound to him? It felt that in the novel, after transmigrating, I got a happy ending with the villain. If the female lead hadn't been bound to a system and forced to pursue the villain, Shueqinjing would really have a hard time finding a wife. Moreover, the original male lead wasn't just an ordinary supporting character. If one were to delve deeper, the content of Jingchao was actually the most fundamental and underlying plot of this world. And in the plot of Jingchao, Yue and Pei Jingchao were the real couple, the original main characters. Its master could only be considered a third wheel who cut in. The system developed a strong sense of crisis and reminded, "Master, please turn back and look at your wife. Someone is trying to steal her away." Shueqinjing turned his head back from outside the wall, his gaze quickly sweeping over Pei Jingchao and Yue. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he squeezed out a drop of blood and flicked it in front of the wild bull. The bull's straight pupils were immediately filled with that drop of blood, its eyes turning completely red. Its magical power surged violently as it charged forward. As it bit the blood drop, it also rammed into the distracted nascent soul sword cultivator and the enraged one, sending them both flying back into the chaotic sword energy aurora in midair, temporarily disappearing from sight. Shueqinjing leaned against the wall, reaching in from outside to grip Yuyi's chin and turn her face towards him. His gaze swept over her up and down as he praised, "I didn't expect you could use your feminine charms. The system. It's hopeless, this male lead is beyond saving. Just destroy everything." Ch 16 The Stone of the Sword 7. Chapter 16. The Brutox, a type of demonic creature, was considered a high-level monster 10,000 years ago. Its pair of horns could split mountains and crack the earth. However, after the war of gods and demons, the god clan fell, and demonic creatures ceased to exist. The world fell into a long period of primitive silence. Later, the G clan of immortals rose to prominence with divine blessings, and the human race began to flourish, achieving today's prosperous state of human cultivators. The Broodox before them was not the actual great demon, but merely a remnant of its demonic breath, temporarily manifested through Xueqinjing's blood array. Its magical power was no longer what it once was. After Pei Jingzhao and Yao Yuxiu were both knocked flying, the Broodox approached Xueqinjing's hand, begging for another drop of his blood before obediently transforming into a black shadow and being retrieved by him. Yui recalled the strange four-legged black shadow she had seen earlier under that clear array, with countless beast and human shadows within its enormous form, symbiotic with Xueqinjing. The spiritual platform in hearty is the most important place for a cultivator, yet he kept so many dangerous demonic shadows nurtured there, turning himself into a monster that was neither human nor demon. It was clear he had gone mad beyond measure. Was he truly not afraid of being consumed by the demons and ultimately becoming a mere vessel for them? Thinking of this, Yui increasingly wanted to distance herself from him. She had no desire to be with him in the future, constantly guessing whether the body before her contained the Broodox from earlier, the blood-red bone demon, or a writhing mass of tentacles. It was quite possible that the shell of Xueqinjing now housed a demon. The true soul of Xueqinjing might be imprisoned in the mountain temple deep within his hearty, repeating the same day over and over. As Xueqinjing finished retrieving the Broodox and turned around, he saw the talisman paper in her hand turn to ash. The talisman's light swiftly enveloped her entire body from her fingertips, causing her figure to vanish from the spot. A teleportation talisman. She always seemed ready to run. This time, however, Xueqinjing didn't stop her. He even smiled at her with a look of confidence that she couldn't escape his grasp. Yuyi's teleportation talisman was of her own making. Her talent in talisman crafting wasn't as strong as her swordsmanship, and this talisman was quite ordinary. During the teleportation process, it could easily be affected by external interference. Earlier, with chaotic sword energies everywhere, she hadn't dared to use it. The battle between the Broodox and Pei Jingzhao had dispersed much of the rampant sword energy in the vicinity, so she no longer had to worry about being caught in the sword currents. Only then did she dare to use the teleportation talisman. As the light of the teleportation talisman faded, a sea of green bamboo appeared before her eyes. This time, the talisman had safely transported her to her destination, just outside a secret realm within a bamboo forest. The black mountains in the clouds stretched for hundreds of miles, shrouding the surrounding area in dark clouds. The forest was dim and lightless. Just as Yui emerged from the sword sealing stone, she heard a tremendous rumbling from the mountains above. A circular array appeared above the sword sealing stone. The spiritual energy from the array flowed into the red seal character on the black mountains. The character glowed brightly, and the massive mountains began to shrink rapidly, inch by inch. Only when the dark shadow overhead moved away could Yui see the Lishan sword sect disciples standing on their flying swords around the sword sealing stone. The cultivators still in the mountains began to fly out, and the Lishan sword sect disciples didn't stop them, truly keeping their sect leader's promise to let them take swords and leave. Yuyi's storage bag was full of high-grade spirit swords she had harvested, making her one of the most successful among this army of wool-gatherers. Now that Lishan sword sect disciples were everywhere, she didn't want to get involved with Pei Jingzhao, and was also worried that Xueqinjing might come looking for her. So she left immediately without lingering. Previously, to avoid the plot, Yui had lived in seclusion here for 5 years, and the place she visited most often was just the small Rounan County. However, this didn't prevent her from wanting to tour the heart of the Four Seas. She had collected several versions of maps of the 9 provinces in 4 seas alone, including mundane maps of provinces and prefectures that only circulated among ordinary people, as well as celestial realm maps bought at high prices from cultivators. In addition, she had read countless geography books, travelogues, and anecdotes about immortal sections. She had long planned her route. Yui left the Rounan County area and headed east, intending to go to Inzhou City. Ino City is a large city where immortals and mortals coexist, belonging to the territory of Jiahua Palace, one of the 12 great immortal sections. It is most famous for its market. There are 2 major markets in the cultivation world. One is the sea market, held annually on Penglai Immortal Island. The other is the land market, located in Inzhou City. Sitting on the back of her crane senior brother, Yui took out the spirit swords from her storage bag and laid them out in a row. She had harvested a total of 16 spirit swords from the sword sealing stone. She took each one in hand and swung it a few times, feeling the sword energy, intending to select those incompatible with her spirit root attributes to sell first and use them to exchange for some travel funds. She originally had an innate single lightning spirit root, but because Xueqinzi primarily cultivated fire-based swordsmanship, he had passed on his lifelong cultivation to her before his death, inducing a secondary spirit root in her body, a fire spirit root. Over these 5 years, Yui had been practicing the same sword technique to refine the spiritual energy her master had infused into her body. Her sword energy was intense, sprouting from wooden swords, with both lightning and fire attributes. It was most consumptive of spirit swords. Earlier, when dealing with xianxia, forcibly summoning the red-crowned crane sword spirit left by her master had already caused 2 cracks to appear on this bamboo sword. During the 5 years of cultivation in the secret realm, she had swept through a large area of 1,000-year-old bamboo in the realm, using it all to craft bamboo swords. Now, among the 16 high-grade spirit swords in her hand, after excluding the 9 incompatible with her attributes, the remaining spirit swords could be reforged and integrated into her bamboo sword, elevating its grade. As a sword cultivator, one is destined to spend a lifetime journeying to practice swordsmanship, forge swords, and search for sword forging materials. Being able to obtain so many sword forging materials at once made Yui unable to suppress the smile on her face. Now, whether in small towns of the mortal world or among cultivators encountered on the way, everyone's topic of conversation was the Lishan sword sect. Cultivators who had obtained spirit swords were full of praise for the Lishan sword sect, which had kept its promise. Ordinary people viewed that huge mountain in the clouds as a calamity sent by heaven. With the mountain looming overhead, potentially falling at any moment, people were filled with fear. From the day the mountain appeared, the people living under its shadow began to flee with their families. When the disciples of the Lishan sword sect arrived, resealed the sword sealing stone and retrieved it, then went about comforting the affected villages and towns, the displaced people gradually began to return. The people were immensely grateful to the immortals who had saved their homes. The first thing they did upon returning was to organize rituals, burning incense and bowing towards the direction of Mount Li. Wisps of smoke rose into the air, and the wind carried the scent of sandalwood. Both in the cultivation world and among mortals, the reputation of the Lishan sword sect had soared. And as the main person responsible for handling this sword-sealing stone incident, Pei Jingqiao had also gained a good reputation. In the Xiangfu Inn on the main street of Raonan County, Pei Jingqiao stood by the window, flipping to the last page of the document in his hand. After quickly scanning it, he gently closed it and asked, "Have all the people affected by the sword-sealing stone been sent back?" "Yes," the disciple behind him replied. "We have followed senior brother's instructions and sent all the displaced people back, repaired their damaged houses, and compensated for the crops and gardens affected by the sword energy. The people are all grateful to us." Pei Jingqiao nodded. "That's good. Now that matters here are settled, you lead the remaining disciples along with your senior sister Yuxiu back to Mount Li first. Then senior brother Yu." Before the disciple could finish his question, Pei Jingqiao had already explained. "The weapon tempering platform has collapsed, and we still haven't found the person who controlled the demons. I need to stay here to continue investigating. Otherwise, I won't be able to give a proper account to the master when we return to the mountain." The disciple said, "We could also stay here to investigate with senior brother." Pei Jingqiao shook his head and turned to place the document in his hand into the disciples. "You're all too conspicuous here. How would those evil spirits dare to show themselves? Lianqing, your senior sister Yuxiu is severely injured and needs to return to the mountain to recuperate in the spirit pool. I can't spare the time, so I need you to escort her back." Qi Lianqing followed his gaze to the woman lying on the bed. Yao Yuxiu's eyes were tightly shut, her face pale, brows furrowed. Even in her unconscious state, she looked to be in great pain. It was the first time he had seen his senior sister so weak, like the rose outside his window after being battered by a storm, her beautiful face in ruins, evoking a deep sense of pity. Feeling Pei Jingqiao's gaze upon her, Qi Lianqing quickly lowered her head, concealing her eyes beneath lowered lashes, and nodded obediently. "Yes, Lianqing will surely escort senior sister safely back to Lishan sword sect." Pei Jingqiao patted his shoulder approvingly. "Go prepare for the journey back. I'll tend to Yuxiu's meridians once more. You'll set off early tomorrow morning." Qi Lianqing obediently withdrew from the room. Pei Jingqiao sat on the edge of the bed, helping Yao Yuxiu into a cross-legged position. He grasped her wrist, channeling spiritual energy to dispel the chaotic sword chi within her body. The day they were struck by the Brudox and flung from the weapon tempering platform, Pei Jingqiao had also sustained internal injuries, though not as severe as Yao Yuxiu's. This junior sister of his had an arrogant temperament, impulsive and quick to anger, with a heart heavy with jealousy. If not for her birth into the Yao family with such a disposition, she wouldn't have reached her current stage on the path of cultivation. Her nascent soul cultivation was mostly built up through precious spiritual materials. The master had only this one daughter. The usually stern and humorless sword venerable became a man without principles before Yao Yuxiu, giving her whatever she wanted and spoiling her beyond measure. Yao Yuxiu had admired him since childhood, always trying to keep pace with him, yet she was naturally indolent and couldn't endure the hardships of cultivation. When she wanted to build her foundation, Xianxia sacrificed 100 years of his own cultivation to forge her sword foundation. After he reached the core formation stage, Yao Yuxiu also wanted to form her golden core. Xianxia personally went to Medicine King Valley to request pills, and joined with the sect elders to assist her in forming her core over 3 months of seclusion. Now that Pei Jingqiao had reached the nascent soul stage, Yao Yuxiu naturally wanted to follow closely behind. Xianxia even procured the white spirit pill left behind by the Ji clan of immortals. feeding her one pill a day for 30 days to help her successfully form her nascent soul. However, cultivation hastened in this manner was ultimately superficial. Yao Yuxio's sword foundation wasn't built solidly enough, her sword chi was unstable, and after being struck by the Brudox, the sword chi immediately reversed course, injuring her meridians and internal organs. As Pei Jingqiao circulated his spiritual energy to clear the sword chi in her body, Yao Yuxio's pained expression finally eased somewhat. She collapsed softly against his shoulder, muttering resentfully even in her sleep, "Senior brother, you're not allowed to look at anyone else. I forbid you to look at her." The woman's heavy scent of cosmetics assailed his nostrils, and Pei Jingqiao's eyes revealed unconcealed irritation. He had heard such words far too many times. Yao Yuxio couldn't stand any female cultivator coming near him, whether within the sect or outside. She always acted as if he were her personal possession. She wanted him, so he could only be hers. Pei Jingqiao's expression was cold, but his hands were exceedingly gentle as he supported her shoulders, laying her back down on the bed. His voice remained as warm and soft as ever. "Sleep peacefully. With you by my side, how could I look at anyone else?" Yao Yuxio's brow smoothed out. She mumbled a few more words, then pulled his hand to her bosom, embracing it possessively before falling into deep sleep. Pei Jingqiao sat on the edge of the bed, looking at their interlocked fingers. He slowly adjusted the position of his wrist, shifting from being tightly pinned beneath to resting on top. From this angle, it appeared as if he were the one holding her hand of his own volition, rather than being forcibly possessed by her. Having endured for so many years, he wasn't in a hurry now. His master's cultivation had stagnated, and in recent years he had become increasingly obsessed with worldly desires, his state of mind deteriorating day by day. This could be seen from how he had been trapped in an illusion cast by demonic creatures this time, suffering severe mental damage before barely breaking free. Before long, control of Lishan's sword sect would fall into his hands. Then he could decide for himself whose hand he truly wished to hold. Outside the window, the setting sun sank towards the west, and twilight quickly enveloped the small county town. On the roof of a tavern opposite Xiangfuan, Xue Changjing perched with his toes touching a moss-covered blue tile. Between his fingers, he held a plump little black bug. The bug squirmed as if unable to bear his grip, struggling to release a bubble. Inside the bubble appeared an elmwood lattice window, beyond which was the scene of Pei Jingqiao tenderly watching over Yao Yuxio's bedside. Watching their intimately clasped hands, Xue Changjing's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Are you sure this original wife truly has lingering feelings for her and can threaten my position?" The system paused before countering. "Is the master referring to your position with only 6% favorability?" Xue Changjing. Ch 17 Substitute 1. Chapter 17. Xue Changjing ignored the system's sarcastic jabs. He had secretly observed Pei Jingqiao for several days and was unimpressed by this potential rival, not wanting to waste time on him. Transparent tentacles emerged from behind him, resting on his shoulders. The tips of the tentacles burst open like blooming flowers, transforming into countless writhing, soft filaments. These filaments swayed in the air, capturing information left on Yu Yi's body. Xue Changjing followed the direction of the swaying filaments, eventually tracking them to a ghost city where he lost Yu Yi's trail. The outskirts of this ghost city were covered in ashes from burned joss paper. A rope circle formed by talismans surrounded the perimeter of the ruins. The talismans were of varying ages, showing they had been layered year after year. When Xue Changjing arrived, nearby villagers were conducting a sacrificial ceremony, with several cultivators from Jiahua Palace present. These cultivators wore light purple Taoist robes and jade crowns, untouched by dust. Among the coarse-clothed country folk, they stood out like cranes among chickens. After a series of ritualistic procedures, the Jiahua Palace cultivators handed a stack of talismans to the village head. "Tie these talismans to the rope circle every 10 zhang. Before the Ghost Festival, Jiahua Palace will reinforce the barrier here. You should prepare as usual for that time." The village head quickly called over the young, strong men of the village to distribute the talismans, instructing them to follow the immortal's directions. However, it was only the 3rd month, with quite some time before the Ghost Festival. He asked worriedly, "Immortal sir, we saw that crane circling above the ghost city for 3 whole days, crying incessantly. Has something changed inside the ghost city? If so, can this year's ritual be held earlier?" The cultivator frowned slightly, lowering his gaze to sweep over the mortal bowing eagerly before him. Is the village head questioning Jiahua Palace's abilities? The village head nervously wiped his sweat, bowing even lower, and hurriedly said, "How dare this old one? If not for the immortals of Jiahua Palace, coming every year to suppress the evil spirits in the city, how could our nearby villages live in peace? This old one misspoke, please forgive me." The cultivator hummed in acknowledgement and said coolly, "We have taken that crane away." With that, the group made hand seals and flew away. Xue Changjing followed the Jiahua Palace cultivators and found Crane's senior brother tied up in a tea house. Upon seeing him, Crane's senior brother became agitated, flapping about. With its beak bound, it could only make guttural sounds. Crane's senior brother's perception had been altered by him earlier. Although Yui had awakened, the stupid bird hadn't come to its senses and still saw him as its master's troublesome husband. It usually disliked Xianxia, but in crucial moments, it had to set aside its prejudices and seek his help. The Jiahua Palace cultivators immediately looked over. Xianxia approached them, bowing with clasped hands and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. Is this the crane you captured?" They looked him up and down, stood up, and returned the greeting. "It broke our barrier, so we were about to take it back to Jiahua Palace for punishment." "I see. To be honest, this crane is my mount. We got separated a few days ago and I've been searching for it for a long time." Xianxia glared reproachfully at the red-crowned crane, and the flapping crane's senior brother immediately settled down. He then took out a heavy bag of spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed it over, saying apologetically, "It's my fault for not managing my mount properly and causing trouble for you all. Please accept this small compensation." Seeing the crane's reaction, the group realized they must know each other. These Jiahua Palace cultivators weren't particularly interested in a foolish crane, so they weighed the spirit stones and immediately untied the ropes. Finally, they warned him, "We hope you will properly restrain your mount and not let it break through others' barriers again. If something serious happens, it won't be resolved with just a bag of spirit stones." "Thank you for the reminder. I will certainly teach it a good lesson," Xianxia said, eyeing Crane's senior brother narrowly as he led it out of the tea house. Crane's senior brother carried him away from the area, landing in a small grove. Xianxia asked, "Where's your master?" The red-crowned crane circled Xianxia, making a series of cawing sounds worse than crying. Its flapping wings emitted a foul odor that even overpowered its natural bird smell. Xianxia held his breath, unable to understand bird language and finding the noise irritating to his ears. He grabbed the crane's long, slender neck, and transparent tentacles emerged from his sleeves, wrapping around its beak. The tip of a tentacle extended into a long, thin spike that suddenly pierced into the back of the crane's head. Crane's senior brother's flapping wings went limp and fell still. Xianxia extracted the desired information from its brain, which was smaller than a walnut kernel. After emerging from the sword sealing stone, Yui had swiftly left the Cloud Mountain area. She wanted to attend a fair in Inzhou Prefecture. 3 days ago, while riding the crane past this area, both she and the bird were pulled down from midair by an invisible force, crashing into the ghost city. The bird had been dazed by the fall. When it awoke, it found its master missing. It had searched the area for 3 days, exploring every corner of the ghost city without finding her. Instead, it triggered the barrier sealing the ghost city, attracting the Jiahua Palace cultivators who captured it. "Woo-woo, the female lead is missing again. I told you to chase after her quickly," the system wailed. Xianxia released his grip, and Crane's senior brother fell limply to the ground, its small eyes rolling back, looking as if its soul was about to leave its body. He picked up the crane and returned to the outskirts of the ghost city. The villagers had already left, and a string of fresh talismans had been added to the rope circle to suppress the yin energy of the place. Xianxia tossed Crane's senior brother aside and drew a magic array with his fingers to release the earth impurity. The misty earth impurity quickly penetrated the barrier, covering the entire ghost city. Moments later, the dense fog coalesced back into his hand, forming a 3-dimensional miniature of the scene, replicating every tiny detail within the ghost city. Xianxia manipulated the earth impurity, examining the local terrain. "Hidden in land," he muttered. No wonder it felt so gloomy upon entering. The vegetation here grew lush, but there were no birds or beasts, and even insect sounds were scarce. Crane's senior brother had lingered here for 3 days, becoming covered in a chilling corpse energy. The miniature scene created by the earth impurity expanded between his 5 fingers, revealing local details. Xianxia thoroughly examined the ruins inside and out, discovering some battle traces that time had not erased and uncovering remnant text within the ruins. This appeared to be the site of a sect that had been destroyed thousands of years ago. A great battle had overturned the underground spiritual veins, leading to the sect's downfall. The accumulation of massive resentment had transformed the spiritual land into a place of evil, and the passing of time had altered the surrounding landscape, intensifying the situation and creating the ghost city that exists today. When Yui passed through here, it was midnight when yin energy was at its peak. She was likely pulled in by earthbound spirits in the ghost realm to serve as a substitute. "Is this what you call the female lead's luck? Getting into trouble just by walking around?" Xianxia clicked his tongue. He disliked unnecessary complications and didn't want to get involved in anything unrelated to his goals. What would happen if she just died like this? The system was shocked. "The female lead can't die. Master, she's your future wife, not your enemy. If you approach her with such a resistant, hateful attitude, you won't be able to win her over." Xianxia's face remained expressionless as he sneered. "I've always coexisted with demonic beings of hatred and resentment. Did you really think my body would contain things like love and tenderness that could warm her? System. Of course I know you don't have those things, that's what's worrying, wooer." It turned out the host had actually listened seriously to its mission briefings. The system suddenly felt a bit guilty. Of course, Shuechenjing was just saying this. After the sword-sealing stone incident, he had finally compromised with reality and had to seriously consider how to win her over and increase her favorability. He sat down beside the unconscious crane, glancing at the setting sun on the western mountain peak, waiting for nightfall. Unhurriedly, he took out a food box from his storage pouch and opened it. The box was divided into 8 compartments, each containing an exquisite dessert. Shuechenjing popped a piece of peach blossom cake into his mouth, rubbing the sugar powder off his fingertips. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Tell me, why would her heart be riddled with wounds? Could it be that her entire family was murdered with the killer humiliating her parents before her eyes? Or perhaps she was once imprisoned, abused, her flesh cut and blood drained, treated like livestock? After all, the tragedies of the human world are more or less the same." The system, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted him. No, nothing like that. The female lead hasn't suffered that badly." Oh, Shuechenjing calmly fell silent, then continued to ask, "Then tell me, what trauma has she actually experienced for her heart to be so riddled with wounds, cold and shattered?" Heavens, he not only listened attentively to the system's task but remembered every word of it so clearly. The system paused for a moment, then asked softly, "Why is the host asking these questions? Didn't you tell me to win her over?" Shuechenjing licked the sugar powder from the corner of his lips and said, "I need to know how her heart is riddled with wounds so that I can use my love and tenderness to fill each and every wound, healing her heart." His smile was extremely malicious, and he deliberately emphasized love and tenderness, sounding quite sarcastic. System. This was the most difficult host it had ever been assigned to. Mortals are such fragile, sensitive, and troublesome creatures, Shuechenjing said disdainfully. After waiting for a long time without a response from the system, he impatiently snorted through his nose and urged, "Speak." The system racked its brains, hemming and hawing for a long time. How could it know what trauma the female lead had experienced? In the book setting, the female lead was just a sweet girl born in peacetime, raised under the red flag, gentle, kind, and morally upright. She hadn't experienced any dark side of life, let alone carried the burden of a blood feud from a family massacre. No one had bullied her either. She was a person who grew up properly, surrounded by love. It wasn't until she was 19 that, according to the book's plot, she transmigrated into this world and began to experience the cruelties of life she had never encountered before. The system was supposed to bind to the female lead, accompany her, and assist her in winning over the villain, but it had bound to the wrong person. In the system task it had issued, all the descriptions of the target to be won over were not meant to describe the female lead, but to describe him, the villain. So the one with a heart riddled with wounds in the original novel was him, the cold and shattered one was also him. The fragile, sensitive, irritable, and particularly cry-prone troublesome creature was all him. And here he was, looking so disdainful. But the system couldn't say any of this outright. Under Shuechenjing's pressuring gaze, the system's core was about to burn up. Finally, it stammered out a response. "The female lead has come from another world to this unfamiliar world of the book. She knows that she's destined for a difficult fate, to be physically and emotionally tormented. She must feel very lonely, confused, helpless, and want to escape this life. You are her only salvation." Ch 18 Substitute 2. Chapter 18. From Yu Yi's appearance, Shuechenjing couldn't tell at all that she was very lonely, lost, and helpless. She had always wanted to escape, but only to flee from him, her sole salvation. The system was terribly afraid that its host truly intended to just sit and wait for the female lead to perish and was anxiously fretting. Just then, a leaf on the task tree within the system suddenly lit up, indicating a temporary task. System. Ding. A temporary courtship task has been triggered. Research shows that appropriate physical contact can promote emotional warmth between two parties and accelerate courtship progress. Please entice the target to touch you of their own accord within 12 hours. Holding hands earns 5 points, touching the cheek earns 10 points, touching other body parts under clothing earns 15 points, and initiating a kiss earns 20 points. Shuechenjing coldly laughed without concern. Ha! System, when the host accumulates 100 points, a plot clue will be unlocked. The words plot clue perfectly struck Shuechenjing's weak spot. The casual smile at his lips faded as his expression turned serious. He angrily said, "If points can unlock plot clues, why didn't you say so earlier?" The system replied very innocently, "Host's points were far too low. Even if I had told you earlier, it wouldn't have made a difference." Shuechenjing pondered briefly, then began to haggle with the system. "Only 20 points for a kiss? What do you take me for, some cheap male courtesan from a brothel?" The system said sourly. "The male courtesans in brothels are far better at pleasing people than you." To think the host was seriously haggling over points with it. Did he really believe that with such little affection he could actually manage a kiss? After careful analysis, the system concluded that the chances of its host kissing the female lead were essentially zero, but it ultimately refrained from saying so to avoid dampening the host's enthusiasm for completing tasks. It explained, "Master, these point values are set by the main system. I can't change them either. Moreover, the point values for this temporary task are already quite high, higher than those you've earned from previous tasks. The system was telling the truth. The points Xueqinjing had earned from previous tasks were all just scattered values. At that time, he didn't know points could be exchanged for plot clues, so he hadn't paid much attention. This allowed the system to take advantage and arbitrarily waste the points he had worked hard to earn, exchanging them for some ridiculous ghost cloud robe meant to guard against him. The more Xueqinjing thought about it, the angrier he became. Grinding his back teeth, he laughed in exasperation. Don't humans have even more intimate acts? How many points would those be worth? System. Aren't you getting a bit ahead of yourself? Why was its host always so overly ambitious? The system fell silent for a moment, then emphasized, Master, the temporary task issued by the system requires the target to touch you of their own accord to earn the corresponding points. You can't force her. Xueqinjing snorted coldly, displeased. Of course I know that. The system breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you understand. If the host can get the target to willingly perform more intimate acts with you, naturally the points earned will be correspondingly higher. At this moment, the red-crowned crane beside them woke up. Xueqinjing stopped arguing with the system and gave some instructions to his crane senior. Watching its head tilt back and forth with a foolish expression, he wasn't sure how much it understood. At midnight, Xueqinjing's figure dissipated into mist in the earthly realm, silently seeping into the ruins of the ghost city. The night in this gloomy, ghostly place wasn't particularly dark. A layer of eerie red light shrouded the wilderness, silent and still. Occasionally, ghostly fires would float by, flashing momentarily before vanishing behind broken walls. The shadows of plants swayed in the night, resembling writhing snakes. Faint rustling sounds came from within the ruins, as if the entire ghost city had come alive in the night. A black shadow flashed in the corner of Xueqinjing's eye. He whipped his head around, but at the edge of his vision was only a lush locust tree. Somehow the tree had become full of flower buds, with snow-white blossoms linked in clusters hanging from the branches, glowing faintly like piles of ice in snow. During the day there hadn't been such a flowering tree here. Xueqinjing stood in place, tilting his head slightly to examine the out-of-place locust tree, completely unaware of the changes occurring in the muddy ground beneath his feet. Countless black shadows emerged from the damp soil, with distorted human faces and grasping fingers materializing from the shadows. More and more such shadows appeared, popping up from collapsed walls and from among the roots of lush vegetation, sizing up this rare intruder. He's mine, this person is mine. Let him replace me, I want to leave this place. Replace me, please let me go, I don't want to experience those things again. Xueqinjing made a gesture of listening intently, and the rustling ghostly cries suddenly fell silent, making one think it was just the wind whimpering as it passed through the ruins. He deliberately walked towards the flowering tree. With each step he took, countless dark shadows grasped at the hem of his robe, like drowning people trying to grab onto a final lifeline. All the ghost shadows urgently tried to grab him, to drag him into this sunless ghost realm in exchange for their own freedom. But for some reason, after grasping him, these ghostly hands suddenly let go. As a result, Xueqinjing walked brazenly through this ghost city for quite some time without a single ghost shadow managing to drag him away. As time passed, the ghost shadows lurking around him actually grew fewer and fewer. The system sighed, Master, it's bad enough that you have poor relationships with people, but how is it that even ghosts reject you? Xueqinjing frowned. Just as another ghostly hand released his ankle, he suddenly crouched down, lifted his hem with his left hand, and swiftly reached out with his right, plunging it into the layers of ghost shadows at his feet. In a flash, he tightly grasped a withered ghostly hand. Shrill ghost screams erupted around him. All the ghost shadows instantly retreated into the ground like receding black water, leaving only the one Xueqinjing had grabbed. He gripped the ghost hand forcefully, his fingers sinking into the spaces between its fingers. He said in a friendly tone, a scapegoat has delivered himself to your door, and you don't want him? The ghost hand was unable to break free from his grip. After a moment of silence, black shadows seeped out from the ground, rose up rapidly, and quickly enveloped his entire body. Xueqinjing remained motionless as the ghost shadows swallowed him. After a moment of disorientation, he sensed that his surroundings had changed, presumably having been dragged into the ghost realm by that earthbound spirit. As soon as he entered the ghost realm, the system spoke up to remind him, Master, time flows differently here compared to the outside world. One day outside is equivalent to a year here. The female lead entered 3 days before you, which means she's been trapped here for over 3 years already. The earthbound spirit harbored extremely deep resentment and would be bound to its place of death, constantly repeating its past experiences. Those pulled in as substitutes could only act like puppets on strings, following the spirit's actions until their own consciousness was devoured, and they fell completely into the role of the earthbound spirit, trapped here in its place. 3 years. Could her consciousness truly endure for 3 years? But then he remembered how hard-hearted Yui was. Even he couldn't easily tame her, so it seemed unlikely that she would completely lose herself. The system asked hopefully, Master, if the female lead appears before you, you'll surely be able to recognize her immediately, right? Of course, Xueqinjing replied with absolute certainty and full confidence. Just as the system was feeling reassured, it heard him continue, she bears my mark. System. This implied that without the mark, he wouldn't be able to recognize her. How frustrating. In other novels, the male lead could always recognize his wife at a glance. Even Pei Jingqiao could immediately recognize Yue after 5 years, and he had only seen her once while severely injured and unconscious. Yet Xueqinjing, who had spent so many days with Yue, still relied on a mark to identify her. Its host truly was the most useless male lead under the heavens. Xueqinjing remained completely oblivious to the system's grief and disparagement. After entering the ghost realm, his vision remained dark, with a cloth covering his face and his hands tied tightly behind his back with hemp rope. The rope was imbued with magical power, preventing him from breaking free. Uncertain of his current situation, he refrained from rash actions. The shadow beneath him rippled as transparent tentacles lifted the hem of his robe, emerging from underneath him. In an instant, the tentacles filled the surrounding space, dancing flamboyantly in the air. The information gathered by the tentacles quickly fed back into Xueqinjing's mind. The room was brightly lit, with 2 candlesticks placed on the table by the window. Festive red candles were inserted in the candlesticks, already burned halfway down. The melted wax had formed small pools of red liquid on the golden candlesticks, as red as drops of blood. Red wedding decorations were pasted on the windows, and red silk hangings adorned the room everywhere. Clearly this was a wedding chamber. The bride, dressed in a big red wedding gown with a red veil covering her head, sat on the edge of the bed with her hands behind her back. There was only one person in the room. No, to be precise, there was only me in the room. Xueqinjing thought this way as one of his tentacles curled back and wrapped around his body, its tip brushing from his waist up to his flat chest. He was a man. A man wearing a woman's wedding dress, face covered by a veil, waiting in the bridal chamber. This scene was abnormal no matter how you looked at it. The system asked in confusion, bridal chamber? Why a bridal chamber? Xueqinjing replied calmly. It's a past memory of that earthbound spirit. The system anxiously said, No, how can you consummate a marriage with someone else? Master, you don't have many good qualities left, you must preserve your chastity for the female lead. Xueqinjing scoffed, only ignorant humans would obsess over such things. The emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch was anxious. The system frantically searched through its inventory and finally found something. It happily said, Master, I have the 5-colored cloud robe that I exchanged for the female lead last time. It still has 6 hours of effect left, which translates to about half a year in this ghost realm. Let me put it on you. If the system had a physical form, Xueqinjing would have torn it to pieces right now. He sneered and said in an increasingly gentle tone, You can try. The system's excited voice cut off abruptly, intimidated by him. Xueqinjing still retained his own consciousness at the moment and wasn't completely controlled by the earthbound spirit. A tentacle wrapped around his waist, its tip hooking onto the veil on his head and pulling it off. Xueqinjing opened his eyes, but his vision remained pitch black, with no light entering his pupils. This earthbound spirit that had dragged him in as a substitute was actually a blind person who couldn't see. Xueqinjing controlled a tentacle to crawl up his cheek. The rounded tip pried open his eyelid, and transparent soft flesh directly covered his eyeball. Countless fine threads seeped from the tentacle into his pupil. After a moment, the fine threads withdrew and the tentacle retreated from his face. These eyes were completely dead. Not only were the eyes dead, but his meridians were also in tatters and the bones throughout his body were shattered beyond recognition. If it weren't for a spirit with supporting his spine, he wouldn't have been able to sit up at all. His face was heavily made up, with white powder applied like a wall and rouge thickly smeared on his eyelids and cheeks. His lips were dyed as red as blood, even redder than the candle wax on the windowsill. Heavy jeweled earrings hung from both of Xueqinjing's earlobes with blood scabs congealed at the stretched piercing holes. Judging from this ridiculous attire and makeup, this earthbound spirit had not lived a good life. It must have been because of this that its resentment was difficult to dispel, binding it here, unable to transcend. Being bound as a substitute by such a crippled earthbound spirit, Xueqinjing could only blame his bad luck. Unable to move his body, he had to rely on the information transmitted back through his tentacles to observe his surroundings. Transparent tentacles extended from beneath him, sweeping around the room, pushing the door open a crack and creeping outside. Red lanterns hung from the corridors on all 4 sides of the courtyard. Every building, tile, blade of grass, and tree here was bathed in a festive red glow. Even the moon in the sky was tinged with a layer of red. Beyond the mini courtyard walls, sounds of laughter drifted from the front courtyard, and the wind carried the rich aroma of food and wine. The tentacle that had stretched out of the room stood erect in the middle of the courtyard. Suddenly, the inside of the thick tentacle began to gurgle and move. After a moment, fist-sized fleshy bulbs grew out of it. These bulbs separated from the tentacle, and under the fist-sized umbrella-like caps hung countless tiny fleshy tendrils. Small and light transparent jellyfish rode the flowing air, scattering like flowers from heaven. Their tails were attached to threads as fine as spider silk, connecting them to the main body. The scattered jellyfish floated in the air, and soon Xueqinjing's mind had a clear picture of the layout of this area. The hidden inland of the future was still a spirit land 1,000 years ago. Locust trees grew everywhere here, their flowers absorbing abundant spiritual energy and glowing faintly in the night. At the very center was a large locust tree with lush branches and leaves, its flowers hanging down white as piled snow. This was the tree Xueqinjing had seen earlier. Semi-transparent tree spirits fluttered among the treetops. The locust tree had developed a spirit form. Xueqinjing's tentacles were also spirit forms, but of the demonic kind. To avoid being detected by the possible sensing between spirit forms, he directed the jellyfish to bypass that large locust tree and float towards the most lively area. There the lights were as bright as day. Banquet tables stretched from the majestic great hall all the way to the square outside. People clinked glasses, musicians played, dancers twirled. It was a grand scene indeed. The demonic jellyfish in midair divided again, becoming even smaller, like floating dandelion seeds, silently falling into the crowd. The fleshy tendrils hanging from the spirits brushed over every person they passed, sniffing everywhere for Yu Yi's aura. A group of maids hurriedly carried trays of food into the hall, the slight breeze from their steps carrying a group of transparent little things into the great hall unnoticed. Inside the great hall, many figures moved about. It was the height of the drinking, with many drunk people sprawled on their seats. To call them people wasn't entirely accurate. Some had animal tails swaying behind them, some had animal horns growing on their heads, and some who had completely passed out had transformed entirely into their original forms. In the center of the great hall lay a writhing python, a wine cup held in its mouth, clearly having drunk itself unconscious. Another crimson snake tail slithered out from under a nearby table. This red snake still maintained a human upper body, a voluptuous man draped in red gauze. Only his lower half had transformed into a snake tail, tightly entwined with the tail of the unconscious python, openly mating in front of everyone. Small snakes slithered everywhere in the hall. The overwhelming demonic aura in the hall had almost solidified, feeding back to Xueqinjing's consciousness through the jellyfish's tentacles. I didn't expect it to be a demon city. Xueqinjing narrowed his sightless eyes, unconsciously licking his lips, then spitting in disgust at the taste of the sweet lip rouge. At the banquet, the red snake demon raised his wine cup towards the person in the main seat, swaying his head as he said, although the Shen Dan Mountain Lord forcibly abducted Jihani to humiliate him, Jihani has lost all his cultivation and his meridians are ruined. Mountain Lord, you're actually at a disadvantage to form a contract with such a useless person. The Mountain Lord at the main seat drained a cup, spilling wine from the corner of their mouth onto their chest, revealing alluring curves under the wedding robe. They stood up unsteadily, turned the cup upside down on the table, and laughed loudly. Tell me, when you saw Jihani stripped of his white robes today, forced to let down his hair, painted with rouge, adorned with hairpins and earrings, dressed in a big red wedding gown, pressed to the ground to bow and marry me, didn't it feel satisfying? The red snake demon flicked out his long forked tongue to lick the wine in his cup. His bewitching eyes narrowed slightly as he uttered two words from his throat, satisfying. Not just satisfying, merely recalling the humiliation on that white-robed immortal lord's face was enough to serve as a drinking snack for another jar of wine. Following him, cries of satisfying resounded throughout the great hall one after another. The crowd of demons was utterly drunk, crying and laughing. Some poured wine to mourn their dead clan members and friends, while others drunkenly pointed at the air, cursing and swearing. Ji Wangya, Ji Yumwu, Ji Luyan. These Ji clan people, it's good that they're dead, it's so good that they're dead. I think even the heavens couldn't stand the atrocities of the Ji clan, that's why they were made to fall into demonic cultivation and kill each other. The Ji clan despised all non-human races, viewing them as lowly creatures unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as humans. Under the Ji clan's leadership, human cultivators would kill any demon on sight. The Ji clan, which had long oppressed them, had fallen. These once lofty immortal lords of the Ji clan, who had terrified countless demons in spirits to the point where they dared not even mention their names, were now being cursed at will. They had endured in fear for too long and needed to vent this long-held terror. As the name Jihani kept reaching his ears, countless images flashed through Xueqinjing's mind. The past memories of this earthbound spirit that had dragged him into the ghost realm as a substitute. Xueqinjing's mind throbbed with pain, his body uncontrollably trembling. He heard his own rapid breathing, his heartbeat so strong it made his broken bones ache, his chest churning with intense disgust. He was forced to feel the surging emotions of another soul, but moments later, these emotions gradually settled, leaving only the desire for death. Unfortunately, he couldn't die now. His powers were gone, his limbs bound, unable even to take his own life. Even if he were to die later, his soul would be imprisoned here, reliving these past events over and over. Xueqinjing closed his eyes, struggling to separate these numb and cold suicidal emotions from his true self, not letting himself fall into them. When he successfully suppressed the emotions of the earthbound spirit and came back to his senses, his demon spirits had already scattered everywhere. Among the chaotic and fragmented information transmitted back by the demon spirits, Xueqinjing caught a familiar aura. He immediately traced it, and in a corner of the smoky and hazy demon hall, he discovered a small figure hunched over, eating. The demon spirit landed on her shoulder, its jellyfish-like tentacles sticking to her neck, detecting the mark he had placed on her. Found her, Xueqinjing said with pleasure. The demon spirits in the great hall instantly converged on that corner, surrounding her, sniffing her scent, watching her from all directions. Yui was oblivious to this. She was focused on peeling a handful of sunflower seeds. After peeling a small bunch, she stuffed them all into her mouth at once, her cheeks puffing out as she chewed with contentment, her eyes narrowed. She wore a deep cyan-colored dress with silver-embroidered locust flowers in full bloom. On her brow were 5 colored demon markings, and her hair was adorned with bright feathers. Her round, lively eyes moved about, taking in every bit of excitement among the demons in the hall. Xueqinjing found the 5 colored demon markings on her brow somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen her appearance in Jihani's memories of his past life. He closed his eyes, guarding his own soul, and scanned through the earthbound spirit's memories again. Finally, he found that splash of 5 colored demon markings. In Jihani's memories 3 years ago, out of a moment of compassion, he had spared a 5-colored bird. This bird demon would, 3 years later, on the night of his grand wedding with the Xiandan Mountain Lord, which was tonight, betray the Xiandan Mountain Lord and try to sneak into the bridal chamber to rescue him. Unfortunately, her rescue attempt failed. While carrying Jihani on her back, fleeing from Dark Cinnabar Mountain, they were surrounded by the mountain's demon guards. The Xiandan Mountain Lord, enraged at being cuckolded on her wedding night, threw this 5-colored bird demon into a fire pit in front of Jihani, roasted it, and forced Jihani to eat it, bones and all. Yui had been dragged in as a substitute by such a useless little bird demon, and had been trapped here for 3 years, unable to escape. Xueqinjing said in a displeased tone, "It seems she used all her energy to deal with me, her only salvation. The system remained silent, feeling guilty. Xueqinjing sat calmly in the bridal chamber, waiting for the little bird demon to sneak in to rescue him, so he could then take her out. However, he waited and waited, but Yui remained steadily seated in the corner of the demon hall. She finished a plate of sunflower seeds on the table, drank a pot of floral dew, emptied all the vegetables and pastries from the bowls and plates without touching the meat dishes. Finally, she stretched lazily, her eyes scanning the demon sprawled drunk all over the hall, and crouched up to stand. Xueqinjing perked up, thinking she had finally remembered to come rescue him. Unexpectedly, Yui crouched and sneaked around the hall, pilfering a plate of fruits and pastries from each table. Half an hour later, she returned to her original spot with her full harvest. This newly filled table of dishes was enough for her to eat until late afternoon. Where would she find time to rescue him? A fallen immortal lord trapped in the bridal chamber. Xueqinjing, as a substitute pulled into this ghost realm, though retaining his own consciousness, was still controlled by the earthbound spirit's every move, repeating its experiences and encounters from its past life, unable to act freely. But judging from Yui's behavior, she had clearly broken free from the earthbound spirit's constraints and could act freely. With the little bird demon not coming to rescue him, Xueqinjing began to feel restless in the bridal chamber. 2 tentacles wrapped around to his back, their mucus covering the hemp ropes binding him. The demonic aura quickly eroded the magical charms on the ropes, and with a gentle tug of the tentacles, the ropes loosened. But although he had undone the ropes, this body still couldn't move an inch, hands behind his back, maintaining the bound posture. This earthbound spirit was so deeply mired in the past that it didn't even realize the ropes on his body had come loose. After many attempts, Xueqinjing still couldn't break free from the earthbound spirit's constraints. He had no choice but to turn his attention back to the demon hall. Over there, the great hall was in chaos, the demons indulging in debauchery, too obscene to look at, various demonic auras intertwining. The Xiandan Mountain Lord, satiated with food and drink, finally remembered there was an immortal lord in the bridal chamber eagerly awaiting her favor. The legs under her long dress transformed into a snake tail, suddenly coiling around a maid who was pouring wine for her, lifting her high into the air before slamming her down hard. The maid couldn't even let out a scream before all the bones in her body were crushed, dying on the spot. Her blood slowly spread along the cracks in the floor. The great hall suddenly fell silent. Yui was so startled she dropped her sunflower seeds, craning her neck to look towards the front of the hall. The Xiandan Mountain Lord's snake tail retracted under her skirt. Her bewitching eyes glanced at the trembling maids in the hall, her crimson lips parting to scold. "Useless things, what time is it now? Why didn't you remind me? If I had missed the auspicious time for my wedding night, I would have flayed you all alive." The maids in the hall all knelt down at once, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging for mercy. They were all humans abducted to the demon mountain. If they didn't serve well, they would truly be skinned and have their bones picked clean, made into dishes on the table to be eaten by these demons. Now that the G-clan had fallen, the world was in chaos and all the dormant demons and monsters had emerged. The righteous immortals were struggling to protect themselves, with no one to spare a thought for these pitiful mortals. The G-clan had once led cultivators to kill countless demons. Now that the demon race had turned the tables, they wanted to eat as many humans. The enmity between humans and demons was as deep as the sea, irreconcilable. The human blood meandering across the floor was still steaming, its scent stirring the surrounding demons. The Xiandan mountain lord rose, her snake waist twisting as if boneless, smiling as she said, "This lord is going to enter the bridal chamber now. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves." With that, she beckoned two maids to support her as she walked towards the inner hall. Once the Xiandan mountain lord had spoken, the demons went wild. Screams erupted throughout the hall. A maid, chased by a cat demon, stumbled and crawled to Yuyi's feet, grabbing her skirt in panic, begging for help. The cat demon leaped up, its 6 long tails flying in the air, its agile body pouncing down from above, pinning both of them under it. It extended its barbed tongue, licking from the maid's neck all the way to the 5-colored bird's face. Yuyi felt half her face burning with pain. The maid in her arms had already been frightened stiff, her full weight pressing down on Yuyi, hot tears soaking her shoulder. The cat demon transformed into a human face, with golden eyes slanting upwards at the corners. It glanced at the sunflower seed shells scattered on the ground and said disdainfully, "Wiley, is this all you know how to eat?" The little bird demon looked up at him, her eyes quickly filling with tears, and said timidly, "We birds all eat these things." "Nonsense. Golden Hook is also a bird demon, and he's already eaten several people," the cat demon said, materializing a human hand to grasp the back of her head, pressing her face towards the maid's neck. "Eat her." The little bird demon shook her head desperately. "I don't eat people. I only eat insects. If you don't eat her, I'll eat you." The cat demon youth bared a mouthful of fangs, threatening. Under his intimidation, the little bird demon cried, snot and tears streaming down her face as she begged. "Li Su, if you bully me again, I'll go tell Grandma." Her appearance reflected in the cat demon's clear golden eyes, causing him to freeze. He stared at her tear-stained face without blinking. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses, angrily raking a claw through her hair bun, grabbing a feather in his hand, and cursed, "Tattletale, when the old woman dies, I'll definitely catch you and eat you." As he spoke, he lowered his head, baring his teeth to bite her neck. He didn't notice the hand seal the bird demon quickly formed beneath him. Suddenly, the sunflower seed shells on the ground moved without wind, pelting the cat demon's face. As he clawed and swatted away the shells attacking his face, a tremendous boom erupted in front of him, as if compressed air had suddenly exploded. The force blasted him flying backwards, leaving only a shrill cat's cry. Yui grabbed the nearby maid and fled from the great hall. Only after they had run far from the bustling area to a quiet corner did the two stop. The maid, dragged along the hallway, collapsed to the ground panting as soon as they stopped, looking at Yui with some fear. Yui said, "I only eat insects, I won't eat you. Go find a place to hide yourself." Hearing this, hope flickered in the maid's eyes, but before she could speak, Yui had already vanished from the spot. She knew what the other wanted to say. She was just a small bird demon, unable to protect anyone. Moreover, these people were already dead long ago. As Yui walked, she couldn't help but sniffle, her eyes like open faucets that couldn't be shut off. She always seemed to encounter crybabies. There, don't cry anymore." Yui wiped her face with her sleeve, patting her chest to comfort herself. Another voice inside her body sobbed, "Wawa, I was so scared, I almost got eaten." Yui burst out laughing, her face a twisted mix of laughter and tears. She comforted the little bird demon, "Don't worry, Li Su won't eat you." "How's that possible? His teeth are so sharp, I almost got eaten by him just now," Wiley said fearfully, recalling his mouth full of sharp teeth. Tears welled up again, "He'll eat me sooner or later, Wawa." Yui could only let her cry. She retied her loosened hair bun and after some thought decided to tell the little bird demon, "Li Su likes you, so he won't eat you." When that cat pounced on her earlier, the purring in his throat was unmistakably loud. The little bird demon hiccuped from crying, falling completely silent in shock at her words. It wasn't until quite a while later that she noticed Yui was not heading towards the courtyard where the immortal lord was trapped. She hurriedly called out, "Weren't you going to save the immortal lord? Hurry and go, or it'll be too late." "I'm not going," Yui flatly refused. Huili was an earthbound spirit here, trapped in the past. She only knew the present and didn't realize that if she went, not only would she fail to save the immortal lord, but she would end up as roasted little bird. That cat demon called Li Su who leapt into the furnace trying to save her would have 6 of his tails cut off, burning to death together in the raging fire. When Yui fell into this place, she had seen Huili's memories from when she was alive. She knew Huili couldn't go. Rather than repeating the tragedy of trying to save that immortal lord, she had more important things to do. She was skilled in both swordsmanship and talisman arts. Although she didn't have much talent in talisman arts, she had finished reading the talisman books her master left behind. Talismans and arrays go hand in hand. She had investigated the terrain of Dark Cinnabar Mountain. At this time, Dark Cinnabar Mountain had not yet formed into the hidden inland of later generations. To trap so many ghosts here, unable to transcend even after thousands of years, there must be something supporting the formation of this ghost realm. Only by finding the thing and releasing all the earthbound spirits on the mountain could they be freed from reliving these painful past events over and over again. Wiley didn't know her plan and just kept insisting on going to save people. You promised me you'd go save the immortal lord. You said you were a cultivator. How can you stand by and watch someone die? You're a demon, aren't you? There's a deep blood feud between humans and demons. Why do you want to save a demon-slaying cultivator? Yui countered. Wiley fell silent for a moment, then stubbornly said, he's different. He only kills evil demons. He lets go of demons who haven't committed any atrocities. Then earlier today when he was stripped naked and tormented by the demons, why didn't you jump out and tell everyone he was different? Wiley. You know too that he's just an immortal lord who has slain countless demons. Whether he killed good demons or evil demons, his hands are stained with the blood of many demon souls. Compared to him, weren't those maids in the Great Hall just now more innocent? Wiley was left speechless by her questions, torn as she said, but I can't save so many people. Yui covered her mouth and lowered her voice. Do you know what would happen if other demons found out about your thoughts? You'd be treated as a traitor to demon kind. Not only would you end up as a roasted little bird, your grandmother would also be implicated because of you. The timid bird demon fell silent again, frightened by her words. This bird was easily scared. When she was first pulled into the ghost realm, just a couple of simple threats had her crying and confessing, saying she didn't mean to grab Yui as a substitute. Having lived with her for 3 years, Yui understood her temperament all too well. She sighed softly and rubbed her forehead. I promised you I'd find a way to save him, but not now. After a long while, Wiley finally gave a low chirp and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Good girl. Having placated the little bird, Yui immediately gave instructions. Change into your bird form. Let's fly to the highest point and take a look. Though confused, Wiley obediently transformed into her original form. The palm-sized little bird shook out her wings, her 5-colored feathers shimmering faintly, as she flew towards the highest point of Dark Cinnabar Mountain. Tonight was the busiest time on Dark Cinnabar Mountain, when all the earthbound spirits would likely come out. She had altered Wiley's behavioral trajectory, making her deviate from her experiences when alive. The ghost realm here must have fluctuations, so they should be able to discover something. As for that immortal lord, he would just have to fend for himself. When Yui ran out from the demon hall, the magical jellyfish had clung to her skirts and escaped with her. However, Shuechenjing could no longer focus his attention on her side, because the Xiandan Mountain Lord was already being escorted into the courtyard, walking step by step towards the bridal chamber. The Xiandan Mountain Lord was supported as she stumbled drunkenly, forcing out the alcohol in her body with each step. Her gait gradually steadied, and the drunken look in her eyes disappeared. Before the door was even pushed open, tentacles had already sniffed out the fishy scent of snake demon on her body. In terms of physical cultivation, this snake demon far surpassed him. Shuechenjing was also restricted by the earthbound spirits, unable to do anything or summon any magical beasts. As the maids pushed open the doors, the Xiandan Mountain Lord entered. The transparent tentacles silently writhed, parting like the sea to make way, only able to cling to the walls and ceiling, watching helplessly as she drew closer. The Xiandan Mountain Lord's footsteps suddenly paused as she stepped into the inner chamber. She raised her eyes to look at the rafters. The tentacles crawling on the rafters carefully retracted, hiding behind the cover of the beams. The snake demon opened her mouth, flicking out a bright red forked tongue. The split tongue swept back and forth through the air several times. After this, she seemed unable to detect anything unusual and resumed her steps into the room. Shuechenjing's back was propped up by a spirit wood, a veil covering his head as he sat upright on the edge of the bed. He had retied the loosened hemp ropes. The Xiandan Mountain Lord stood before him and called out one word at a time. Jihani. This single call elicited a violent reaction from the earthbound spirit. If not for his current state of lost cultivation and shattered spirit bones, he would have surely leapt up and drawn his sword to slay her. The more intense Jihani's reaction, the more delighted the Xiandan Mountain Lord became. She reached out to stroke the tassels hanging from the veil, deliberately provoking him. You should know who you're marrying today, right? It's me, Xiandan, the most cunning, treacherous, cold-blooded, and cruel of the Snake Clan. I'm in the top 3 of your wild hunt ranking to be killed on sight. The G-Clan would lead their disciples on a wild hunt, every 5 years to slay demons and monsters disrupting the mortal world. They would rank talents based on the number and grade of demons killed. Under the G-Clan's leadership, other cultivators followed suit. Each wild hunt became a grand event for righteous cultivators. At the same time, it was also a great disaster for demons and spirits every 5 years. The snake demons ranked in the top 3 of the wild hunt ranking, becoming the target that all righteous cultivators competed to hunt down. What's wrong with us eating humans? Don't you eat snakes too? Why can you eat whatever you want, but it's an unforgivable sin when we eat humans? Ah, that's right, the immortal lord also ate human flesh today. The immortal lord is now just as unforgivably sinful as us. Ji Honey's body began to tremble violently, his stomach cramping. This earthbound spirit's emotions were on the verge of collapse. Xueqinjing's head throbbed from its intense emotions. He once again reflected on himself, thinking that when he had reached for the ghost hands earlier, he really should have grabbed a few more to choose from carefully. The Xiandan Mountain Lord was amused by his reaction and giggled for a while. Suddenly she reached out and grabbed his neck through the veil, tightening her grip forcefully. She said hatefully, "My father, mother, brother, and all my siblings who hadn't yet cultivated to take human form, they all died at your hands. You lords of the Ji clan sitting high above, killing us was like stomping on a nest of ants to you. Did you ever think that one day the Ji family would also fall from the clouds into the dirt, becoming a nest of ants for others to trample? The Ji family, favored by the gods, your pure ancestors, in the end you all became demons through your cultivation, even worse than us evil spirits. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous." Xueqinjing's throat bones crackled, crumbling under her grip. As he listened to the piercing laughter in his ears, he also had to suppress the out-of-control emotions of the earth-binding spirit, guarding against being swept up in its feelings and losing himself. Xueqinjing was extremely agitated. A breath of demonic energy leaked from his mouth, wanting to devour all the ghosts and demons on the ground, regardless of whether it was Yue or not. The Xiandan Mountain Lord tensed, keenly sensing danger. She abruptly let go and stepped back. Her slender nails hooked the silk ties of the veil, causing it to gently fall and slide off the man's head. Under the falling red silk, a face with white skin and red cheeks was revealed. His once pure and noble countenance was now covered in rouge and powder. His hair was styled in a woman's bun, full of pearls and jades, with heavy earrings hanging from his earlobes. The immortal lord had never pierced his ears, so these jeweled earrings had been forcibly inserted. The slightest touch would tear open the wounds again, causing blood to seep out. The rouge on his face and the jewels in his hair all came from the civilians he had once protected. Xiandan controlled his broken body, killing one person and taking an item from them to add to his dowry. Humans value propriety, so as demons wanting to marry an immortal lord, they of course had to observe all the proper customs. The Xiandan Mountain Lord admired his resentful expression, a sense of triumph surging to her head, causing her to overlook the fleeting sense of crisis from earlier, until he raised his head. Jihani originally had a pair of clear, dark eyes, but now those eyes only contained dullness, with red threads crawling across the whites, being slowly eaten away by venomous insects. He had long since lost the ability to see light. But when those eyes looked up at her, the Xiandan Mountain Lord still felt a pang of fear. The feeling of being watched that she had when first entering the room returned, coming from all directions as if countless eyes were staring at her. The Xiandan Mountain Lord saw his disheveled state and recalled how he had been helplessly toyed with by the demons. She regained some composure and shrieked, "You're already a useless wreck, don't tell me you still want to resist?" She didn't like his eyes. A sharp knife materialized in her hand, and she stabbed fiercely towards his eyes. The moment the knife tip pierced his left eye, her hand suddenly stopped. Fresh blood trickled down from Xueqinjing's left eye, carving a shocking red trail on his pale cheek. His other eye had somehow transformed into a snow-white vertical pupil. The Xiandan Mountain Lord's gaze was captured by that sharp, snow-white pupil. In an instant something pierced into her mind. She stood rigid by the bed, her eyes fixed on that vertical pupil. The snow-white pupil grew larger and larger in her eyes, almost completely engulfing her. In a daze, she saw countless eyes opening within that pupil. They weren't human eyes, but snake eyes. A coiled nine-headed demon snake looked down at this audacious little snake. With just one glance, the bloodline pressure crashed down on Xiandan's shoulders like a mountain. Under this instinctive fear, her knees bent inch by inch until she finally knelt at the feet of the person before her. The knife tip was finally pulled out of Xueqinjing's left eye. Blood flowed from his left eye, tears from his right. Looking at the snake demon kneeling on the ground, he curled his lips in a smile and twisted his throat bones, forcing out a hoarse, unpleasant sentence. "Of course I thought about it, because the Ji family's ancestor fell into demonic ways due to my temptation." The system wailed in distress. "Master, you're crying in pain. Please don't force yourself to speak." Xueqinjing. Shut up. Ch19 Substitute 3. Chapter 19. Dark Cinnabar Mountain was not originally called Dark Cinnabar. It used to be a spiritual land belonging to a branch of the Ji clan. When those venerable old ancestors of the Ji family succumbed to demonic possession one after another, the immortal clan fell into internal turmoil. The great family that had dominated the world of cultivation for thousands of years collapsed as swiftly as an anthill washed away by a flood. In just over 100 years, even the demon clan was able to claim a piece of the pie from the Ji family's hands. This spiritual land was occupied by Xiandan and renamed Dark Cinnabar Mountain. The highest point of Dark Cinnabar Mountain was where the branch family used to make offerings to the main family. After being occupied by demons, it had long been abandoned. But today, in order to humiliate that immortal lord, Xiandan reopened the altar, forcing Jihani to stain her hands with the blood of innocent people, wear a wedding dress, and perform the ceremony of bowing to heaven and earth with her at this altar. Colorful silks were hung all around the altar, along with red lanterns that hadn't been taken down. The ground was covered in firecracker debris, and in some places, dried blood had seeped into the stone bricks. The lingering smell of gunpowder inevitably reminded one of the demon's wild celebration during the day. Huai Li was reluctant to step into the altar, feeling guilty that she couldn't save the immortal lord. So Yui told her to stay on top of a locust tree outside the altar. The five-colored bird landed on a branch and transformed into a young girl wearing a RU skirt. On the deep green hem of her skirt, golden embroidery reflected a faint light, complementing the locust flowers around her. From here, one could see the entire layout of dark Cinnabar Mountain. The deep night shrouded the foot of the mountain, with the red glow of lanterns floating in the darkness. Most of the courtyards had quieted down, with only a few places still brightly lit where demons continued their all-night celebrations. Huai Li asked puzzledly, "What are we looking at here?" "Just enjoying the night scenery," Yui replied casually, turning her neck to carefully survey every part of dark Cinnabar Mountain, noting the differences between tonight and usual nights. Huai Li obediently began to appreciate the night view, thinking that Yui must like this place because she often asked her to transform into a bird and fly around dark Cinnabar Mountain, wanting to look at this and that. The night on dark Cinnabar Mountain was indeed beautiful. The air was rich with spiritual energy, and the locust flowers bloomed all year round. The drooping flower clusters emitted a soft glow, like natural crystal lamps adorning the green waves of branches and leaves. When the night wind rose, flower petals would be tossed into the air like stars scattered across the sky. "The stars are so bright," Huai Li said, sitting on a tree fork and swinging her feet back and forth. She plucked a cluster of locust flowers from the branch and ate them one by one. There were no stars in the sky. Yui knew she was talking about the flowers. Tonight, the locust flowers were indeed brighter than usual, not overshadowed by the lantern light. Under the glow of red lanterns all over the mountain, those spots of snow-white starlight stood out even more prominently. Yui savored the sweet taste of flower juice in her mouth, her gaze following the flying locust petals. When the night wind first rose, these petals flew out sparsely, scattering on treetops and roofs. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the flower petals would dissipate, and their glow would gradually dim. But tonight, the locust flowers' glow was brighter than usual, and after the petals fell to the ground, their light faded more slowly. Layer upon layer of flower petals accumulated, vaguely forming a pattern. Yui suddenly jumped up, startling the other soul in her body. Huai Li exclaimed, "What's wrong?" "Look at the falling locust flower petals." Yui pointed downward. The pattern formed by the locust flowers was still incomplete, with only a blurry outline, but it was clear that this should be an array. Huai Li said puzzledly, "It seems to be some kind of diagram. Strange, we've never seen this before." "Because tonight the glow of the flower petals lasts longer than usual," Yui said, standing still holding onto the tree trunk, wanting to wait for the outline of the array below to become clearer so she could make out what kind of array it was. Just then, the crown of a tree not far away suddenly began to shake violently, making a rustling sound. Yui turned her head, alertly looking in that direction. A live figure suddenly sprang into the air, his curved back in the moonlight like a flexible bow, with 6 long tails flaring behind him, revealing the identity of the newcomer. Yui bent her knees, intending to use the springiness of the branch to jump to another tree. But Huai Li, who had been startled by this cat for years, already had a psychological shadow of him. Li Su's sudden and shocking appearance made her feet go weak. Her foot slipped, and she fell from the branch with a scream. The cat demon swooped down, grabbed her shoulder, and forcefully pressed her into the grass at the base of the tree. With the back of her head hitting the hard tree trunk, both Yui and Huai Li were stunned. Before they could recover, someone grabbed her chin and lifted her head. Li Su had his back to the light, his face hidden in darkness, only a pair of cat eyes glowing green, staring at her with intense pressure. "What magic did you use to knock me away in the demon palace? Who taught you?" It was taught by grandmother," Huai Li choked out. Just seeing those cat eyes made her want to cry. Yui had said Li Su liked her, but if he really liked her, how could he be so fierce? He clearly just wanted to eat her. Li Su applied more force with his hand, his fingertip sinking into her smooth cheeks. He lowered his voice sternly, "You're lying. Do you think I don't know what magic you've learned? What you used clearly wasn't demon magic. Have you met that human cultivator? The way you looked at him earlier today was very suspicious." "I haven't." Huai Li raised her hands to pry at his fingers, trying to remove them. Li Su didn't believe her at all. His fingers remained as immovable as iron pliers as he continued to glare at her. "When that guy was performing the ceremony with the Mountain Lord, you were almost crying. Now you've come here in the middle of the night. You still say you haven't." "I just came to see the night view." Yui saw that the little bird demon really couldn't withstand Li Su's onslaught. She said to Huai Li in her mind, "Step aside, let me take over." Huai Li's soul immediately shrank into a corner. Yui raised her eyes to look at the young man pressing down on her. His mouth was opening and closing, still speaking, saying she was a cowardly, lazy, and useless bird who even felt sympathy for human cultivators, saying she smelled of humans, saying she was shameless. Yui heard these words and could feel Wai Li's sadness at these harsh words. She flexed her fingers and raised her hand to slap him hard across the face. Stupid thing, the trope of bullying the one you like went out of fashion long ago. If it weren't for the fact that he eventually sacrificed himself in a sea of fire to save Wai Li, Yui wouldn't even bother dealing with him. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the forest. Li Su's words cut off, stunned by this slap. He said in shock, "You dare to hit me?" The little bird demon was already dumbfounded by Yui's action. Yui raised her hand and gave him another hard slap, turning his head to the side. "I'm not some useless bird. I'm the most precious five-colored bird." The cat demon's cheeks burned as if on fire. He bared his fangs, about to get angry, but when he looked down, he saw the young girl beneath him looking up at him timidly yet stubbornly. The scattered light from the locust flowers above fell into her tear-filled eyes, more beautiful than any crystal jewel. Her gaze was also as cold as crystal as she said, "Li Su, you always scold me, belittle me, bully me. If you keep doing this, you'll only make me despise you." Li Su wanted to laugh. What was the big deal about being despised by a useless bird demon? But looking at the serious expression of the girl beneath him, his heart inexplicably clenched, realizing that she really would come to despise him. Yui didn't try to pry his fingers off anymore. She just looked up at him like this, not avoiding his gaze as she usually did. With his excellent night vision, Li Su could clearly see the red marks his grip had left on her fair face. Her brows were furrowed, the five-colored demon markings shimmering, truly showing an expression of disgust. Li Su's wrist trembled and he unconsciously loosened his grip. Yui raised her foot to kick him off her, massaging her sore jaw where he had grabbed her. The cat demon looked down at his own hand. The delicate feeling of the girl's cheek still lingered on his fingertips. Half of his face throbbed with pain, and he could feel his skin swelling up. This was the first time anyone had slapped him, and it was Wai Li who did it. How dare she? And he had actually been cowed by her. Li Su couldn't quite discern what he was feeling at that moment. Anger churned in his throat, his golden cat eyes nearly igniting in the dark night. Demonic energy swirled around him as he turned to glare irritably, only to see her raised hand once again. The demonic aura around Li Su instantly congealed. With agile movements, he flipped backwards through the air, landing lightly on bent knees, cautiously putting distance between them. However, Yui had no intention of hitting him. Her raised palm held a warm white light, a healing spell. Sobbing, she said, "Li Su, you're too fierce. I hit my head on the tree and my dress was torn by branches. I was just so angry earlier, that's why I hit you." Li Su crouched on the ground, hands planted, not moving an inch. He only let out a suppressed low growl from his throat. The little bird demon trembled in fear but still maintained the healing spell in her hands. Timidly she asked, "Did I hurt you?" Through the white light, she looked at him cautiously, tears teetering on the edge of her eyes. Though he was the one who had been struck, she looked even more pitiful than him. Li Su's lips moved, and immediately a stinging pain shot through his cheek. Her two slaps had been truly vicious. He could even taste blood in his mouth. But such superficial wounds were nothing to him. The insult was far worse. For a moment, neither of them moved. After a long while, the eyes behind the white light gradually dimmed. She lowered her gaze, and the tears that had been welling up finally spilled over, sliding down her cheeks to her chin, forming a glistening droplet. Seeing her about to withdraw her hand, Li Su finally couldn't help but leap forward, grabbing her hand and pressing it to his swollen face. In his heart, he berated himself for being so weak. But when her soft palm touched his face, the healing white light covering half his visage, he felt happier than he had in a long time. Yui sniffled and smiled at him. Li Su's gaze flickered. The swelling on his cheek had already subsided, but his face still felt hot. He said fiercely, "Stop smiling. Your face is all snot and tears. Ugly." Seeing the look in her eyes containing that cold light, as if one more harsh word, one more cruel syllable from him would shatter their relationship like fragile glass, never to be restored, just as she had said. Li Su's voice halted. He pressed his lips together, swallowing back the hurtful words. Yui smiled at him again, the dimple in her cheek faintly indenting, her eyes shining with joy. Suddenly, Li Su seemed to find the right way to treat her. His Adam's apple bobbed several times before he finally, rather awkwardly, managed to utter a concerned question. "Your head, is it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Yui smiled at him again, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. With a pleading tone, she said, "Li Su, from now on, can you always speak to me gently like just now? Don't be fierce with me and I won't be scared and want to hide when I see you." Li Su opened his mouth, but faced with her expectant gaze, the caustic words that usually sprang to his lips seemed stuck in his throat. After a long while, he finally gave a muffled, Yuyi's smile grew even sweeter, her eyes sparkling like stars. She deliberately leaned closer to his face. "Why is your face still so red? Let me heal you again." Her breath brushed his face, carrying the sweet scent of locust flowers. Li Su's heart pounded like a drum. He suddenly leaned back, the heat in his cheeks intensifying. He cast a hasty glance at her torn skirt hem, then turned and plunged into the forest. Your dress. I'll compensate you for it. Yui watched his retreating back as he fled in disarray. The smile faded from her face as she spoke to another soul within her body. Did you see? You don't need to fear him at all. Next time he's fierce with you, just deal with him like this. Give him a taste of the stick, then feed him a sweet date. Wiley was full of admiration, asking nervously, can I do that too? It's precisely because it's you that you can, Yui said, leaping back to the treetop. As she looked down, she patiently explained, he likes you, so between the two of you, he's at a disadvantage. You can use his feelings for you to put a bridle around his neck and train him into the shape you like. Wiley listened, half understanding. Her heart began to race, filled with eager anticipation. Yui tapped her own chest. But you mustn't fall for him, okay? Otherwise, you'll be the one with the bridle around your neck. The night wind swept through the forest, rustling the leaves with a soft susurration. A few transparent magic jellyfish floated away from the deep green skirt, rising and falling with the breeze. A moment later, they landed in a slender hand. Xuechenjing sat atop a pure white giant snake, which carried him through the dense forest. Though massive in size, it moved silently, not even disturbing the surrounding branches. Its body of white scales should have been dazzling in the night, yet when the cat demon brushed past them, he failed to notice the great snake or the man sitting upon it. The system murmured longingly, the female lead is so good at training dogs, if only it had been bound to the female lead, how smoothly the tasks would have gone. Xuechenjing let out a derisive snort through his nose, correcting, that's a cat demon. The system sighed. Because of Li Su's interruption, by the time Yui climbed back up to look down, the pattern formed by the falling locust flowers had completely changed shape. But still no complete form could be discerned. The time the locust flowers spent away from the trees varied, so the time it took for their light to dissipate also differed. This caused the pattern formed by the fallen flowers to always be incomplete. If not for the flowers glowing longer today, they would never have noticed this situation. These locust trees have been here since the mountain lord led us to settle here, Wiley explained. This place is rich in spiritual energy, so the locust flowers are saturated with it. Their nectar is sweeter than honey. I love to pick them and steam them to eat, or make them into locust honey, locust cakes, or cook them with rice. As she spoke, her mouth watered. She popped another locust flower into her mouth, then pointed at the large locust tree in the center, continuing, locust trees have heavy yin energy. Some demons don't like locust trees, so when we first came here, many were uprooted. At first, there were several trees as big as that one, but now only one remains. So you don't need to worry needlessly. If there was an array set up with the locust trees, it should have been destroyed long ago. But what if the array was formed after the trees were dug up? Yui asked. The little bird demon's mouth gaped open, stumped by her question. After a long while, she squeezed out a worried response. Maybe I should still report this to the mountain lord. She's the most powerful demon on Dark Cinnabar Mountain. She'd definitely notice if something was amiss. Yui shook her head. For all they knew, this could be an array set up by the Xiandan mountain lord herself. Besides, this array was unlikely to be so simple. Using locust trees to form an array would be too obvious. She had been investigating Dark Cinnabar Mountain for so long and hadn't noticed anything strange about the distribution of these locust trees. But regardless, there must be something peculiar about this pattern formed by the falling locust flowers. She rummaged through the treasure pouch hanging at Huili's waist, pulling out a charcoal pencil and a small string-bound notebook. Based on her previous explorations of Dark Cinnabar Mountain, she roughly sketched the layout of this area on paper, then drew the pattern formed by the falling locust flowers on top of it. She then instructed the 5-colored bird to fly up high and investigate if there was anything strange about the night wind. All the while, she remained completely unaware that someone was approaching them. When still some distance from the mountaintop altar, Xuechenjing reached out and patted the white snake beneath him. The snake immediately stopped, lowering its head to set him on the ground. During their time in the bridal chamber, Xuechenjing had subjugated the Xiandan mountain lord, reducing the snake demon to a servant at his command. This development deviated from Jihani's experiences in life, plunging this earthbound spirit into confusion and loosening its restraints on Xuechenjing. This allowed him to command the Xiandan mountain lord to bring him to the altar at the back of the mountain. The spine of this body was already shattered, unable to stand upright on its own. Xuechenjing could only rely on his own tentacles, firmly attached to his back, using their support to gain some mobility. He still wore that vibrantly red wedding attire. The voluminous outer robe draped over him concealed any oddities from view. Xuechenjing lowered his gaze to the snake demon prostrated on the ground. He extended his hand, a hand accustomed to wielding swords, with long and powerful fingers, yet the nails were painted with gaudy blood-red polish. His lips moved slightly as he commanded, "Go back and do as I instructed earlier." The white snake raised its head slightly, obediently touching its forehead to his fingertips in reverence 3 times, then turned and swiftly slithered down the mountain. Not long after, A burst of fireworks shot out from the Xiandan Mountain Lord's chamber with a shrill whistle, the explosive sound awakening all the demons. As the fireworks scattered, the Xiandan Mountain Lord's decree reached the ears of all demons. Jihani had been rescued by someone. Xiandan was furious and ordered the entire mountain to be on high alert, searching for Jihani and the traitor. Lights were lit in all the halls, demons mobilized, and dark Cinnabar Mountain once again boiled with activity. The flitting shadows of demons disturbed the night breeze and scattered the locust blossoms fallen on the ground, quickly erasing the outline of the magic formation. The little bird demon jumped up from the tree branch, the golden threads on her skirt flashing like rippling water, transforming into a 5-colored bird with a long, slender tail as it dove towards the foot of the mountain. Wiley chirped excitedly, "The immortal lord has been rescued. Someone else besides me wanted to save him." Yui tried to restrain Wiley's actions, wanting her to stay out of it for now. Wiley hadn't gone to rescue anyone tonight, yet the immortal lord had still been saved. Yui couldn't be certain if this was all still following the pattern of their past life experiences. If that were the case, this little bird demon rushing down now would be walking right into a trap. The two disagreed, and the 5-colored bird alternated between folding its wings to dive down and flapping them to return to the locust tree, frantically spinning in midair. As the two were chirping and arguing, a sudden gust of wind blew up from the forest. The 5-colored bird's feathers fluttered wildly, its round body spinning in the wind, just in time to catch sight of a crimson silk flower carried by the breeze. It grasped the silk flower with its claw and looked in the direction from which it had come, seeing a scarlet figure beneath the swaying branches and leaves. In the dark night, the figure concealed among the branches shouldn't have been so noticeable, but birds have exceptionally keen dynamic vision. Moreover, the person had just approached a locust tree, and the glow of the locust blossoms fell upon him, causing a golden glint to reflect off a vermilion hairpin on his head. "It's the immortal lord!" Wiley exclaimed joyfully, rushing over without hesitation, unstoppable even by 9 oxen. "Yui! Is that really the immortal lord? That's clearly your roasting rack." When the bird demon landed on the ground, it clearly startled the immortal lord. Jihani, using his sword as a crutch to support his severely injured body, tried to flee uphill. Sensing a demon approaching, he immediately gripped his sword tightly, pointing the tip directly at the newcomer. Though his eyes couldn't see, his other senses were extremely acute. His face, smeared beyond recognition, was filled with wariness. Perhaps to facilitate his escape, he had torn the skirt of his wedding gown and discarded cumbersome ornaments, leaving only a single vermilion hairpin in his disheveled black hair. The night wind tousled his long hair, and beneath the flying strands were a pair of dull, defeated eyes. His left eye was injured, the socket swollen and bloodshot, the eyeball itself invisible. A trail of bloody tears had congealed on his face, making him look particularly pitiful. Without the 5-colored bird entering the chamber to rescue him, it was unclear how this immortal lord had managed to escape from right under the Xiandan Mountain Lord's nose. Dark Cinnabar Mountain is full of demons. Your demonic power is mediocre, and you're burdened with someone whose cultivation is completely ruined. You won't be able to escape. Yui was still trying to prevent her from throwing her life away. If you capture him now and return him to the Xiandan Mountain Lord, you could earn great merit. Otherwise, if you're caught together, you'll have only death awaiting you. With the immortal lord right before her in such a miserable state, it was hard not to feel compassion, especially for such an innocent and soft-hearted bird who admired this immortal lord. Wiley couldn't heed Yui's persuasion anymore. She carefully approached, speaking in a voice so soft it seemed she feared startling him. "Immortal lord, it's me, the 5-colored bird you spared 3 years ago. Do you remember?" Jihani gripped his long sword, struggling to straighten his back. As one who had practiced swordsmanship for years, even with his cultivation completely ruined, he still exuded an aura of inviolable dignity when pointing his sword at someone. But Yui could see that he was at the end of his rope, barely able to stand against a gust of wind. Seeing that he remained unmoved, still defensively holding his sword against her, Wiley anxiously said, "Immortal lord, I won't harm you. I had intended to come rescue you tonight." Unable to stop Wiley, Yui could only think of ways to prolong the bird's life a little longer, as she had no desire to experience being burned to death. Seeing that some demons were already searching up the mountain, following Jihani's aura, Yui directly interrupted Wiley's reminiscing and said, "If you want to save him, stop wasting time. He can't fight you now, just pick him up and run." With that, she took control, pushing aside Wiley's soul and taking charge of the body to rush forward. Wiley was stunned for a moment but obediently went along with her intent this time. In the void, magical spirit jellyfish floating like dandelion seeds dispersed with the wind stirred by her footsteps, then quickly regathered, densely surrounding the little bird demon. The magical spirit jellyfish transmitted her every move into Xuechenjing's mind, even more detailed than if he were watching with his own eyes. The golden patterns on her skirt, the arc of her flying hair, the rise and fall of her breath, and the subtle changes in her facial expressions, not a single detail was missed. Thus, Xuechenjing easily recognized who was running towards him from the look in the young girl's eyes. At this moment, her eyes held no pity for the fallen immortal lord, only finding him troublesome. It was that cold-hearted Yui. Don't come any closer. He mimicked Jihani's personality, trying to drive away the person running towards him with a harsh horse shout. The effort caused his shattered throat bones to shift, and he couldn't help but turn his head and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xueqinjing bent his knees, pretending to be unable to support himself as he half-knelt on the ground, reversing his grip on the long sword to thrust it into the ground for support. Yui ignored his warning, a flash of light passing through her hand as she first took away the weapon in his hand, then slid under him before he could fall, using her shoulder to support his body. Warm blood dripped onto her neck as Yui warned in a low voice. If the Immortal Lord doesn't want to be captured and taken back to the Xiandan Mountain Lord's chamber, you'd better behave. This Immortal Lord was clearly a person who knew when to compromise. Although his breathing was heavy and he seemed quite unwilling to let a demon get so close, he truly didn't resist any further. Or perhaps the severely injured and crippled body of his simply couldn't resist even if he wanted to. The sounds of pursuit from behind grew closer. Transforming into a bird and flying away would make them too obvious a target. Yui could only carry him on her back and plunge into the dense forest. Fortunately, although the little bird demon's cultivation was mediocre, carrying a person was still manageable. 5-colored demonic energy entwined around the Immortal Lord's body, supporting most of his weight. Yui grasped his hands over her shoulders and sprinted forward. Does the Immortal Lord want to go to the altar? Is there a place to hide there? Yui asked. Xueqinjing lowered his eyelashes. Invisible magical spirit jellyfish surged around them, occasionally seizing the opportunity to silently attach themselves to Yui's body, their fleshy tentacles exploring beneath her hair, into her collar, skirt hem, and boot tops. The more magical spirits that landed on her, the clearer she became in Xueqinjing's mind. Enduring the pain in his throat, he breathed with difficulty and said, "Yes, just take me there." Yui said no more and carried him into the highest altar. Standing at the edge of the altar covered in firecracker debris, she turned her head and asked, "Immortal Lord, what should we do next?" Xueqinjing took a couple of labored breaths before squeezing out another sentence from his throat. "Do you know how to perform the U-step?" How could a cultivator skilled in both talismans and swordsmanship not know the U-step? But this little bird demon shouldn't know it. Yui hesitated briefly, feeling the demonic energy gradually closing in from below. With no other escape route available, she could only say, "I do." The person on her back gave a low acknowledgement, seemingly not very surprised, and instructed her to enter the altar and stand on a specific stone, saying hoarsely, "There's still a trace of my spiritual power left on my sword." Yui took out the sword she had seized from her storage bag and thrust it into the ground as he had instructed. A translucent, water-like glow flowed down the blade, spreading a layer of spiritual waves on the ground. Under the lingering spiritual power of the sword, she performed the steps of the Big Dipper. With each step, the spiritual energy on the ground would surge violently, seeping into the bricks below. As she completed the final step, the ground beneath her feet shook violently. With a rumbling sound, the bricks shifted, revealing a staircase leading downward. Just then, Yui caught sight of demons climbing up the outer edge of the altar from the corner of her eye. One lithe and agile figure leaped onto the outermost stone pillar of the altar. When its cat eyes looked at her, they widened slightly in surprise, then narrowed in fury as if about to spit fire. "Why?" He swallowed his shout, compressing his voice into a thin line as he rushed towards the little bird demon inside the altar, angrily shouting, "Huai Li, you liar. You said you didn't have one. Come back here right now." Yui sensed Huai Li's emotional turmoil but had no time to comfort her. She glanced at the cat demon, not hesitating for a moment as she grabbed Jihani's arms, hoisting him onto her shoulders, and plunged into the downward tunnel with him on her back. Li Su looked back at the horde of demons pursuing them, condensed a ball of demonic energy in his hand, and forcefully blasted it towards the altar. The explosive gust of wind and fierce flames dispersed the lingering aura of the Immortal Lord in Huai Li. He leaped forward, jumping into the billowing smoke rising from the altar. As Yui entered the underground passage, the bricks overhead quickly sealed shut, blocking out the surging demonic energy from outside and cutting off all the clamor. They entered a quiet stone chamber. 2 dim oil lamps hung on the inner walls, and in the center stood a table with an incense burner on top and a rush mat beneath. Opposite the incense burner on the wall hung an image of a divine official, the Taisui god statue worshipped by the Ji clan. After ensuring their safety, Yui set down the person on her back and asked, "What is this place?" Xueqinjing turned his head towards the divine official image on the wall, only turning towards her when he heard her question. Yui waved her hand in front of his eyes, but seeing how they were corroded by demon poison and his left eye was bloodshot from injury, she figured he probably couldn't see at all. "Confinement room, for punishing errant clan members and disciples." Xueqinjing's throat made a rasping sound, speaking with great difficulty. Yui looked down at the purple finger marks on his neck, understanding that his throat was damaged and speaking must be painful for him. She interrupted, saying, "I understand." This place was well sealed, no sound from the outside could be heard. It required an Immortal Lord's spiritual power and the steps of the Big Dipper to open, so the demon clan probably couldn't break in. The other soul stirred restlessly, so Yue willingly relinquished control of the body. Wiley immediately knelt in front of the immortal lord, dumped out a pile of items from her treasure bag, found the healing tools, and began treating his horrific wounds while reciting healing spells. Xueqinjing listened as the little bird demon stuttered about when and where they had met before. At that time, she was being chased by a cultivator, and Jihani, seeing no bloodshed on her, interfered and let her go. He even fed her a pill that healed her injured wing. The little bird demon had secretly followed Jihani for several days. In the life and death struggle between humans and demons, he still adhered to his principles, only killing evil demons and not indiscriminately slaughtering like other cultivators. It wasn't until the immortal lord returned to one of the Ji clan's immortal residences that the little bird demon could no longer follow him and reluctantly left. Little did she expect that when she saw the immortal lord again, he would be a prisoner of the Xiandan mountain lord, suffering such torture. The chirping and crying bird sounds in his ears were truly soporific. Combined with the constant healing spells the little bird demon was casting on him, Xueqinjing felt warm all over. His mind unconsciously relaxed, and he drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When he woke up again, he was alone in the stone chamber. He suddenly propped himself up, received information transmitted back by the demon spirits, and then relaxed again. While he was asleep, Yue had searched the stone chamber thoroughly and managed to open the connecting doors between the confinement rooms. She was now exploring the other chambers. The little bird demon had been somewhat useful. Although she hadn't completely healed his injuries, Xueqinjing's throat and eyes felt much better, not as painful as before. He rubbed his brow and asked inwardly, "How many points do we have now?" The system, like an ever-ready customer service representative, immediately responded, "If you're asking about the points for this temporary mission, it's still 0, master." "She touched me," Xueqinjing said, dissatisfied. The system replied matter-of-factly, "Master, it was the 5-colored bird who healed you, not the female protagonist." "Fine," Xueqinjing gritted his teeth. If they wanted to be so pedantic, he wasn't afraid to argue with this broken system. Initially, it was Yue who rushed over to carry me on her back. She supported my shoulder once, held both my hands continuously, her ear touched my face 3 times while running, and she held my waist once when setting me down in the confinement room. While others were busy saving him, he was calculating mission points in his mind. The system silently listened to him finish, then replied, "Master, this temporary mission aims to increase your favorability through necessary physical contact, but the prerequisite is that you both need to know each other's true identities. If you don't recognize each other, there won't be any point rewards." In other words, from Yi's perspective, the person she had been touching was Jihani, not Xueqinjing, so there were no points. Very well, very rigorous. Xueqinjing took a deep breath and angrily knocked over the incense burner on the table. The bronze incense burner crashed to the ground with a loud thud, spilling ashes everywhere. The rising smoke enveloped a group of demon spirits floating in the room, the ash outlining their silhouettes. The jellyfish-like demon spirits shook their large heads, their tentacles rising as they tried to shake off the ash clinging to them. Xueqinjing pressed his lips together as he called the demon spirits back, wiping them with his sleeve. Suddenly he smiled and said unhurriedly, "Fine, anyway, it's just the 2 of us in this secret chamber, and we have plenty of time." A year in this ghost realm was only a day in the outside world. This temporary mission had a time limit of 12 hours. When he entered the ghost realm, there were still 8 hours left, which translated to about half a year in ghost realm time. He didn't mind being trapped here with her for that long. The system, hearing his mental calculations, belatedly realized, "You planned from the beginning to lure her here just to make it easier to earn points?" Xueqinjing curved his lips in pleasure. Ch20 Substitute 4. Chapter 20. The confinement chambers beneath the altar were used to imprison errant members of the Ji clan. Each room was similarly sparse and austere. Some desks held a few family precepts or scriptures. Besides these, there were only writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstones for copying texts. After Dark Cinnabar Mountain was occupied by demon tribes, this branch of the Ji family was scattered or killed, leaving these chambers empty. The chambers were extremely quiet. The lamp bowls contained mermaid oil, which burned silently and steadily for thousands of years without extinguishing. Staying here for long, one would gradually forget the passage of time. Yue searched around thoroughly but found nothing. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. Before she could react, Wiley had already transformed into a 5-colored bird with a poof and frantically flew back to the original stone chamber, terribly afraid that something had happened to her immortal lord. Before the 5-colored bird returned to the stone chamber, Xueqinjing raised his sleeve, gathering the demon jellyfish that were lined up waiting for him to wipe their heads into his sleeve. At the same time, a transparent tentacle extended from the hem of his robe. It twisted in the air, changing positions 2 or 3 times before finding a suitable angle. Its tip curled slightly and slowly pressed against the incense ash on the ground. He gently tugged, and the tentacle lifted with a layer of ash clinging to it, leaving a winding trace on the ground, ensuring that the distinctive features on the tentacle were imprinted in the ash. Xueqinjing moved the tentacle elsewhere. shook it vigorously to remove the excess ash, and then retracted it. The sound of the little bird demon's flapping wings grew closer. A moment later, a 5-colored blur rushed in, landing and transforming into a girl wearing a short jacket and skirt. She glanced at the incense ash scattered on the ground and asked worriedly, "My lord, are you all right?" Shueqinjing shook his head. "I'm sorry, I accidentally knocked something over just now." "It's all right, it's just an incense burner." Huili, completely oblivious, wanted to go over and help her immortal lord to a clean place to rest. However, as she lifted her foot, she didn't move. Instead, she abruptly turned her head back to look at the incense ash on the ground. Huili asked inwardly, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Yui stared at the winding trace in the ash. The floor of the stone chamber was paved with dark stone, and the grayish-white incense ash spread on it made the trail left by something dragging across it particularly obvious. At first, she suspected a snake had crawled by, but upon closer inspection, she realized something was off. There were some blurry circular outlines in the ash, and the entire drag mark went from thick to thin, curling at the end. This clearly looked like the imprint of a tentacle. She followed the trail with her eyes and saw the hem of Jihani's wedding dress spread on the ground. He sat cross-legged on a rush cushion, his back against a desk, with crimson trousers visible beneath his torn skirt. Yui looked up at his face. The rouge and powder had been washed clean by the little bird demon, revealing his handsome features. His left eye was covered with medicinal herbs and bandages, while his right eye pupil was dull gray, showing no signs of vitality. But when he tilted his head up towards her, for a moment, Yui had the feeling of being observed. "Eichiao?" "No." Yui shook her head, correcting her instinctive internal address for him. There was no Shueqiu, only Shueqinjing, a persistent demon. Even when she accidentally fell into the ghost realm, he could track her down, like a stubborn plaster that couldn't be shaken off. Did he deliberately leave a clue for her to recognize him, or did he unintentionally leave this tentacle mark because he couldn't see now? Yui pensively examined his expression but could discern nothing from his face. The immortal lord sitting on the rush cushion tilted his head slightly. Although he couldn't see, the omnipresent demon spirits in the room transmitted Huili's reactions to Shueqinjing's mind. With such minute observations of her breathing rate, eye movements, and even pulse, almost a 360-degree surveillance without blind spots, Shueqinjing could easily distinguish between the two of them. Clearly Yui had discovered the mark in the incense ash and moreover she had recognized him. What should he do next to make her willingly touch him when her affection for him was only at 6%? At this point, Shueqinjing felt a bit fortunate that there was still 6% affection. If she was willing to marry someone with only 3% affection, then surely she wouldn't mind touching him, right? Shueqinjing pondered, tilting his head in a listening posture. Because he hadn't heard her speak for a while, he took the initiative to call out, "Miss Huili?" I'm here." Huili immediately responded. She didn't understand what had just happened to Yui, but she didn't dwell on her unusual behavior. She said caringly, "My lord, please don't move. The ground is covered in incense ash. Let me clean it up first, otherwise it might get into your wounds." "I'm sorry for troubling you and forcing you to hide here with me." Shueqinjing's face showed a trace of apology. "You really don't need to look after me." Huili vehemently objected. "My lord once saved me from that stinky cultivator and fed me medicine to heal my wounds. You practically saved my life. It's only right that I repay you now." Shueqinjing let out a light, self-deprecating laugh. "I've lost all my powers now. I'm no longer any kind of immortal lord. You can just call me by my name." Huili shook her head vigorously, causing a small hairpin on her head to jingle. "That's not true. In my heart, you will always be the noble and virtuous immortal lord." Huili's cultivation level was low and she needed external objects to assist in her spell casting. She took out a water spirit pearl from her treasure pouch, formed a water-gathering seal to summon a stream of clear spring water, and carefully wet the incense ash on the ground before washing it out of the stone chamber. During this process, she would occasionally turn her head to check on the injured immortal lord with concern. Yui took advantage of these moments when she turned back to vigilantly examine Shueqinjing, guarding against any unusual movements from him. Although Shueqinjing had freed himself from the shackles of the earthbound spirit, this body was still trapped in Jihani's role. With his powers nullified, he had become immortal, even less capable than an ordinary person. After a night of turmoil, coupled with injuries and illness, and having gone without food or water for a long time, his stomach was now so empty it was practically caving in, growling twice audibly. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet stone chamber it was extraordinarily clear. The little bird demon reacted quickly. She washed her hands and took out some rice cakes wrapped in lotus leaves from her treasure pouch. The cakes were made by steaming locust tree flowers with pounded glutinous rice. As soon as she opened the package, a sweet fragrance wafted out. After warming them with her magic, Huili pushed a cake into Shueqinjing's hand. "I only have some snacks like this in my bag. Please make do with these for now, my lord." "Thank you, Miss Huili." Shueqinjing nodded gently in gratitude. Huili smiled so widely her eyes nearly disappeared, and she happily began eating a cake herself. This silly bird was carefree and empty-headed, only concerned with watching her lord eat, without a worry about their current predicament or any thought of leaving. Yui also began to give up. Firstly, the outside was surely crawling with demon tribes searching for them, so going out would only be walking into a trap. Secondly, she needed to think carefully about how to deal with Shuechenjing, this demon. Yui had no intention of waiting on Shuechenjing. Huili was busy with everything. Yui wanted to advise the little bird demon not to bother with him, but clearly, Huili wouldn't listen to her. Seeing Shuechenjing finish one rice cake, Huili immediately eagerly offered another, thoughtfully pouring him a cup of flour do as well. After feeding the immortal lord, Huili busied herself changing his wound dressings. Shuechenjing's left eye was severely injured, and demon poison was constantly eroding his eyeball. To help him expel the demon poison, Huili had nearly exhausted her pitiful amount of demon power, but she could only temporarily suppress the poisonous insects, barely maintaining his comfort for an hour or two. After suppressing the poisonous insects, Huili reapplied pain-relieving medicine to his left eye. When she turned to look at his raised right eye, she suddenly felt dizzy for some reason and abruptly pitched forward. Yui was startled and quickly took control of this body, straightening her back before falling into Shuechenjing's arms. She called out internally, "Huili? Huili!" The other soul remained silent, having fallen into a deep sleep. Huili's unusual deep sleep was clearly Shuechenjing's handiwork. Even though his eyes were blind, he could still harm others. Yui didn't even know when he had acted. The two sat face to face. Without any hesitation, Yui reached out and slapped his left eye hard. Shuechenjing hadn't even had time to open his mouth before she struck. He covered his eye angrily saying, "What are you doing?" "Stop pretending, Shuechenjing," Yui said as she pulled out a strip of gauze. With one swift move, she slapped his hand away and quickly wrapped the gauze around both his eyes. She then grabbed a writing brush from the table, its tip long dried and hardened. Using her spiritual power to revive it, she pulled up his sleeve, cut through the previously wrapped bandage with her fingers, and jabbed the brush into the wound on his arm. The not yet healed wound was forcefully reopened by the brush, and fresh blood seeped out, quickly staining the brush tip. Yui enveloped the blood with her spiritual power and swiftly drew a sealing talisman on the gauze. This talisman was a demon sealing talisman, which she had learned from her master's inherited books on talismans. Yui had only used it before to deal with small demons and spirits hiding in gutters to steal things. She wasn't sure if it would work on a monster like Shuechenjing, but it was worth a try. After finishing all this, Yui leaped away from him, as if she couldn't bear to be near him for a moment longer. Yui wanted to leave this stone chamber, but suddenly her back touched something soft and cold. She immediately realized what it was and twisted her body to land elsewhere. But this stone chamber was filled with slimy tentacles everywhere. Although Yui couldn't see them, she could feel their cold, damp breath and hear the wet, squishy sounds they made as they moved. The tentacles blocked the exit of the stone chamber, not allowing her to leave. Shuechenjing, dressed in a scarlet robe, propped his elbow on the table and reached out with his fingers to touch the gauze over his eyes. However, before his fingertips could make contact, they were repelled by the power of the talisman. The blood-red talisman flickered with spiritual light. The seal had taken effect. "You used my blood to draw a talisman to seal my eyes?" Shuechenjing calmed himself down, his lips curling slightly, seemingly unconcerned as the wound on his arm continued to bleed. This body was truly in a state of decay, filled with both demonic poison and insect venom. His five senses had long since dulled, and even pain wasn't so intense anymore. He could tolerate minor injuries. Yui threw the brush to the ground with a loud clatter. To be precise, it's Jihani's blood. Although the immortal lord has lost his powers, he was once a spiritual being after all. It's most effective against demons and monsters like you. Demons and monsters. Shuechenjing mumbled these words, tasting them in his mouth. Then in a particularly aggrieved tone he said, "Have I ever done anything to hurt you? Why are you always so cruel to me? Invading my consciousness, altering my perceptions, trying to turn me into a tool for you to manipulate, doesn't that count as harm?" Yui remained unmoved, a faint sword light appearing at her fingertips. She said coldly, "I have no interest in being anyone's dog." Shuechenjing remained silent for a good while. He lowered his head slightly, his loose hair falling against his pale face. "I just liked you too much, so I used the wrong methods. I was wrong." His tone was desolate, his voice even trembling slightly with regret, making it sound as if these words truly came from the bottom of his heart. Yui, of course, couldn't be deceived by his flowery words. She opened her mouth and only uttered a short, mocking syllable, "Heh." Shuechenjing pressed his lips together. Even with the gauze covering his eyes, it was clear his expression was not pleasant. His jaw was clenched tightly, the lines sharp. After a long moment, he finally relaxed a bit, raised his head again to face her, and asked in a humble tone, "Then would you like to keep a dog?" Yui didn't react immediately. "What?" Shuechenjing said. "Take advantage of my feelings for you, put a leash around my neck, train me into the shape you like." System, oh my, its host is really going all out. Yui. Well, as expected of someone who could be a villain. For the sake of completing a task, he really could stoop so low, truly abandoning all dignity. Stage 21 Substitute 5. Chapter 21. He was truly adept at learning and applying, so confidently using her own words from not long ago against her. It seemed he had been hiding in the shadows, eavesdropping on their conversation all along. The silk flower carried away by the wind was likely not a coincidence either, but rather his deliberate attempt to attract the little bird spirit's attention. He knew well that once the little bird spirit saw Jihani, there was no way it would abandon him. Yui stared at Xueqinjing with a complex expression, unable to understand how things had suddenly taken such a strange turn. In any case, she now found herself sitting in the stone chamber where the Ji family imprisoned their errant disciples, negotiating with the novel's main villain about whether or not to keep a dog. Xueqinjing sat obediently on the rush mat, his eyes wrapped in gauze painted with demon-sealing blood symbols. Beneath the gauze, his face was as pale as jade, with a straight nose bridge. A hint of unwashed lip rouge left a hazy red mark on his thin lips. His scarlet wedding robes embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes were now in complete disarray after all the commotion. His topknot had come loose, with strands of jet-black hair falling over his shoulders and trailing onto the red hem of his wedding dress. If not for the wildly dancing tentacles filling the room, he would have looked like a beautiful bride abducted by bandits on her wedding night, lovely and vulnerable, his entire being exuding an aesthetic of helplessness ripe for violation. Even if Yuyi's heart was made of iron and stone, unmovable as a mountain, she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her chest at this moment. Jokes aside, even if Lu Xiaohui were here, he wouldn't be able to remain unmoved. Especially since Xueqinjing was so pitifully offering himself, wanting to be her dog. Yui certainly didn't believe that Xueqinjing could have any true feelings for her, it was just a system task after all. But she truly hadn't expected that such a ruthless villain would be coerced to this extent by a system task. Xueqinjing was now truly like a persistent mange-ridden dog, able to follow her scent and find her wherever she went, wagging his tail and begging for affection, impossible to shake off or drive away. She now had a first-hand experience of what it meant to be in a situation where she flees, he pursues, both unable to escape even with wings. Yui withdrew her green bamboo sword and slowly walked towards Xueqinjing. The tentacles filling the room writhed and hissed, making way for her steps. She stopped in front of Xueqinjing and grabbed his disheveled topknot, deliberately using some force to pull it back, forcing him to lift his head. But I only like obedient dogs. Xueqinjing was forced to tilt his head back, the lone vermilion hairpin in his hair teetering on the verge of falling. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, his posture almost humble to the point of groveling in the dust. He said, "I'll be obedient. I'll be even more obedient than that cat spirit, as long as you let me stay by your side." Yui frowned, releasing his long hair from her fingers. She deliberately pinched his earlobe, which still bore traces of blood, then slid her hand along his jaw to the corner of his lips, smearing the remnants of lip rouge on his lips. "You are not allowed to use any of your hypnotic or bewitching tricks on me anymore. You cannot do things I don't like, and you certainly cannot force me to do things I don't want to do." Yui pinched his cheek again, and Xueqinjing belatedly understood, obediently opening his mouth. Her slender fingers slipped past his lips, the pad of her finger pressing against his slightly pointed canine tooth. Most importantly, good dogs don't bite their masters. So you can never bare your fangs at me again. You can never harm me. If you can do this, make a solemn vow, and I might agree to your request. Xueqinjing's breathing gradually became heavier. He had never been touched so frivolously before. Yui looked down at him from above, indeed as if she were petting a dog, caressing a plaything. If it were anyone else, that hand would have become food for demonic creatures before it even touched him. Yuyi's gaze flickered as she observed his instantly reddening face. She inwardly sneered he was indeed angry. Unable to endure even this little humiliation, yet still wanting to be her dog. Did he really think she could be fooled by mere words? If you can't do it, then forget it. Don't bother me in the future. She tried to withdraw her hand, but her wrist was quickly grasped. Xueqinjing's heavy breathing wafted over the inside of her wrist. He obediently kept his mouth open, his soft tongue licking her fingertips. He even tilted his head to nuzzle her wrist, nodding as he said, "All right, I'm willing. I'm willing to do all of it." He had actually agreed. Yui was stunned for a moment. She forcefully pulled her hand back, wiping her fingers on her skirt to remove the wetness. She could hardly believe it. To agree even to this, had he truly abandoned all his self-respect? Xueqinjing's submission, so utterly without bottom line, did not reassure her. Instead, it made her feel afraid. Yui felt the urge to retreat, wanting to take back her words. "Never mind, we don't really need to do this. There was no need to go this far, no need to form a binding contract, no need to become so deeply entangled." But before she could finish speaking, the enraged tentacles behind her pushed her into Xueqinjing's embrace. Xueqinjing clung to her like a blood-red water ghost, his arms encircling her back, tightly gripping her waist. One hand moved up to threateningly grasp the nape of her neck, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his henna nails nearly digging into her flesh. His breath was rapid and heavy against her ear as he gritted out, "You can't take it back." "Why do you want to take it back? I can agree to everything you said. What else are you unsure about?" It was precisely because he had no bottom line that she felt unsure. If not for the system's constraints, Yui had no doubt that Xueqinjing would be the first to kill her. Being with him was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Almost instinctively, Yui had already conjured a sharp sword of light in her hand, threateningly pressing it against his back, right over his heart. She said, "Xueqinjing, let me go." Xueqinjing still held her tightly, refusing to let go. He even wrapped his tentacles around them, binding them tightly together. He buried his face in Yuyi's shoulder, his lips pressed against her ear as he pleaded softly, "Do you despise me so much? Am I not even qualified to be a dog by your side? Then tell me, what should I do for you to agree? What should I do for you to like me?" Yui almost laughed from anger at his act. "Xueqinjing, don't you find yourself ridiculous? Do you truly like me? What right do you have to demand that I like you?" Xueqinjing was silent for a moment before declaring firmly, "I like you. I truly like you." "Yui, I don't believe you one bit. You lying scoundrel, not a single word of truth comes out of your mouth." Yuyi's gaze grew colder. The sword of light in her hand burned through his clothes, pressing into his back over his heart. She warned him once more, "Let me go, or I'll run you through with my sword." Xueqinjing could already feel the sword energy piercing into his heart. Her sword energy was scorching, like magma flowing into his body, melting flesh and blood. The sword light also contained a terrifying electric current. Xueqinjing had experienced her prowess before. Without the protection of his demon spirit, a sword cultivator at the Golden Core stage could kill him as easily as turning over their palm. Xueqinjing's entire body was trembling, yet he still didn't let go. Dense demonic energy seeped out from his back, constantly eroding Yuyi's sword energy. "I won't let go," he suddenly laughed, his tone finally shedding the facade of obedience and humility. He said sinisterly, "Master, you have no other way out. Either agree or die." He had finally revealed his true face, the surging malice in his heart now laid bare before Yui without any reservation, almost solidifying into tangible form. Yui heard the system's out-of-control screech, judging that his threat to the target of his pursuit was too high. If he didn't restrain himself, he would be punished. Amidst the system's countdown warning, Xueqinjing burst into uncontrollable laughter. Damn system, damn task, damn Yui. He didn't want to play this boring game of redemption with them anymore. He had already died many times and didn't mind dying once more. If he could just die completely this time and never wake up again, it would be a release for him. As the system's countdown ended, Xueqinjing's body suddenly convulsed, and a suppressed groan of pain escaped his throat. Yui didn't know what punishment the system was inflicting on him. She could only hear his rapid breathing and pained groans by her ear. Tears quickly seeped through the gauze over his eyes, dampening her neck. But his arms around her only tightened, nearly crushing her bones. He laughed brokenly in her ear. Xueqinjing nuzzled her ear affectionately, genuinely feeling joyful, and said with a trembling voice, "Just holding you like this. Dying together in the sealed room until our flesh rots and bones turn to ash, inseparable, it's not so bad, don't you think, Master?" He really was insane, truly insane. The demonic aura emanating from Xueqinjing grew stronger, seeping into the other soul within him. Jihani screamed in agony amidst the demonic energy. He had been trapped as an earthbound spirit in these painful memories for thousands of years, enduring repeated torture and devastation without succumbing to demonic influence. Now, however, he was about to lose himself to the corrupting demonic energy. Dense black shadows spread from around him, flashing with some grotesque shapes, the demonic entities Yui had seen in his heart see before. The weaker Xueqinjing became, the more wildly these things writhed, nearly bursting out from his body. Even if she killed him, she couldn't escape these out-of-control demonic creatures. Yui had no doubt that he would truly die together with her. "I agree," Yui said, crushing the sword energy in her hand. She was being strangled so tightly she could barely breathe, gasping like a fish out of water as she uttered her compromise. She certainly didn't want to die here with him. The tentacles binding her from behind didn't loosen, but continued to tighten. Not just around her, even Xueqinjing's bones began to creak and crack. His shoulders were nearly crushed by his own tendrils, veins bulging in his neck. They were pressed tightly together. Yui smelled a strong scent of blood, possibly from Xueqinjing, or maybe from herself. Her chest ached from the pressure, every breath painful. She struggled to turn her head and shouted, "I agree. I agree. Xueqinjing, I agree, stop going crazy." Yuyi's vision began to darken, speckled with golden stars. The blood rushing made her heart race, every inch of her flesh throbbing with pain, her entire body feeling like it was about to fall apart. Xueqinjing pressed against her ear, saying happily, "Good, I'll obey. I've agreed to so many of Master's requests, so can Master make one heart oath for me?" Yui didn't even hear what heart oath he wanted before flatly refusing. No. No dog would turn around and make demands of its master. Xueqinjing's expression instantly turned cold, but a moment later, he smiled again and said softly, Master is right. I really shouldn't make demands of Master. Since I'm being so obedient, Master won't try to run away from me again, right? He waited a while, but when Yui didn't respond, he continued, it's alright. If Master tries to escape again in the future, I'll still find you. No matter how far, I'll find you. A strand of spiritual consciousness flew out from Xueqinjing's brow, forming into words in midair, coalescing into an oath document that detailed all of Yui's demands without missing a single word. Xueqinjing pressed against her ear, reciting each word clearly to establish the oath, then prompted, Master. Yui tilted her head to carefully examine the contents, then released her spiritual consciousness to imprint her mark on the oath document. The floating text dissipated, reforming into a ball of spiritual light that sank into Xueqinjing's brow. Yui closed her eyes briefly, watching that strand of consciousness descend into his purple palace hearty, forming into an oath seal that would eternally reside there. The tentacles loosened from their bodies. As the compressed air rushed back, Yui greedily took several deep breaths, her mind somewhat hazy. In her semi-conscious state, she heard Xueqinjing's conversation with the system. The system cautiously spoke up. Host, the punishment for you was issued by the main system. Xueqinjing didn't respond or get angry. He slowly suppressed the wildly dancing demonic shadows back into his hearty. After a long silence, the system tentatively asked, did you really want to kill the female lead just now? Xueqinjing lay flat on the ground, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, his face very red with many capillaries burst under his skin. Lying among the shattered wooden splinters of the desk, he was still chuckling softly. He didn't answer the system's question, instead asking, do you think she'll come to like her little dog? The system immediately replied, based on analysis of the female lead's description in the book, yes. The female lead is very fond of cute little creatures like kittens and puppies. She's especially indulgent in doting towards things that clearly belong to her. Yui was indeed very indulgent towards Senior Crane. Xueqinjing lay sprawled on the ground with arms outstretched, his lips curving slightly in satisfaction as he said, that's good enough then. He didn't mind being her dog, as long as she stayed by his side properly, helping him complete his mission and obtain everything he wanted. That was enough. Yui wanted to sit up and ask him what exactly he was, if he was really some kind of jellyfish monster come to life to be so brainless. But despite thinking she had exerted great effort, she had barely managed to twitch a finger before losing consciousness completely. When she woke again, it was to a sharp, angry roar. Yui raised her head to see an agile figure pouncing through the doorway, golden cat eyes blazing with boiling fury, his face a picture of catching adulterers in bed. When those cat eyes met her gaze, they nearly melted into pools of aggrieved tears. Huili, how could you do this to me? Yui quickly glanced down at her in Xueqinjing's current state. They were lying together, clothes disheveled, skin covered in blue and purple marks from the tentacles' constriction. Scattered wooden splinters and damp traces from the writhing tentacles covered the ground. It was indeed easy to misunderstand. Lisu was so enraged he seemed about to burst into flames, his demonic aura surging as sharp claws extended from his fingers. With a roar, he slashed towards Xueqinjing. He collided with tentacles that blocked him midair, demonic energy and snake-scaled tentacles clashing with a sharp ringing that made the invisible tentacles briefly visible in the air. Lisu's cat eyes contracted as another tentacle whipped him, sending him flying backwards. While still in the air, a hard, snake-scaled tentacle from behind pierced through his shoulder. As blood dripped steadily, Yui pressed a hand to Xueqinjing's stomach and urgently said, don't kill him. Xueqinjing grunted in pain, clutching his stomach as he sat up, and obediently replied, all right. As he spoke, the tentacles withdrew. The cat demon fell to the ground, staggering as he coughed up blood. His form flickered as he pounced at Xueqinjing again, bearing claws and fangs, only to be blocked once more by a transparent wall of interwoven tentacles. Lisu spread his hands, sharp demon claws slashing crosswise at the tentacles. Golden light rippled like waves across the snake scales on the tentacles' backs. Huili, come here, come to me. Lisu's eyes were blood red, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth as his face took on feline features. He continued slashing at the tentacles, heedless of the blood gushing from his shoulder wound. His cat eyes fixed on her as he called out again and again. Huili, I won't scold you anymore, I won't bully you anymore, come back, okay? He's a human cultivator, and the sect leader's man, you two can't be together. Yui explained with a slight headache, it's not what you think between us. We didn't do anything. The soul of Huili within her showed signs of awakening. Yui stood up, intending to walk towards Lisu to calm his current frenzied state, but her wrist was tightly gripped by Xueqinjing. He raised his head, bandages covering his eyes. The sealing runes on them had faded, losing their spiritual power, blurred into mottled red streaks by tears. You promised me, Xueqinjing said. Ch22 Substitute 6. Chapter 22. Yui turned her head to look at him, her brow slightly furrowed, and said, I don't like clingy dogs. Xueqinjing once again put on his pretend pitiful expression. Yui couldn't be bothered to play along with him. As soon as Huili fully regained consciousness, she relinquished control of the body. The young girl blinked, her expression becoming confused. She heard the cat demon's roar and instinctively trembled, but when she turned her head and saw the blood-covered Li Su, she unconsciously stepped towards him, completely unaware of the immortal lord beside her. Li Su, you're injured? The demon spirit transmitted her change in expression into Xueqinjing's mind. He released his fingers, his tentacles silently writhing, allowing the little bird demon to run to Li Su's side. Huaili. Li Su's cat eyes lit up, all the anger in his heart dissipating as Huaili ran towards him. Thank goodness she chose me. Huaili ran to his side and urgently said, You're wound, you're bleeding. It's nothing. The cat demon smiled at her. The joy of regaining what was lost filled his heart, and he couldn't even feel the pain in his shoulder. Li Su grabbed her and pulled her into his arms, transforming into a beam of light intending to escape from the stone chamber. But Xueqinjing's tentacles had already sealed the door of the stone chamber. His appendages quickly skittered across the stone bricks and the walls of the chamber shook. The stone door closed in an instant, with the bricks fitting tightly together. The beam of light crashed into the wall and fell back to the ground. Li Su held Huaili tightly, warily looking back at the human cultivator sitting on the ground. This person had deceived the master of Dark Cinnabar Mountain and all of them demons, yet he still possessed cultivation power. The human and the cat faced off silently. Demonic energy and the tentacles in the air clashed, bringing the atmosphere in the room to an extreme tension. The little bird demon looked back and forth between them, not knowing what to do. Yui finally found an opportunity to draw Huaili's attention and explain to her, Jihani's current situation is the same as ours. The soul in his body is not the immortal lord but another person. Huaili looked at the immortal lord in surprise, then where's the immortal lord? His soul should just be suppressed. Yui had heard Jihani's screams earlier, his soul had not yet been freed from being an earthbound spirit. I'm sorry, this person is here for me. Will he hurt you? Huaili said, immediately becoming alert and standing together with Li Su, glaring warily at the human cultivator on the ground. Xueqinjing frowned in displeasure, his tentacles crawling on all four walls, eyeing the two of them menacingly. The cat demon stretched out his arm to shield Huaili behind him, wishing he could hide her entirely with his body, a threatening growl rolling in his throat. Yui said to Huaili, he won't threaten us for now. You should calm your cat down first. Huaili had always trusted her, so hearing this, she refocused her attention on Li Su. However, she had been frightened by the cat demon so often before that she always wanted to run when she saw him. How would she know how to soothe him? Even now, she only dared to pull at a bit of his clothing from behind. She hesitated and said, Yui, should I give him a stick and then a sweet date? Yui said helplessly, don't give him the stick. Look how agitated he is now. If you give him the stick, he'll go berserk. Just hug him from behind, that's all you need to do. Huaili swallowed, her heart starting to pound. Even Yui could feel her blushing. She bit her lip and finally, before Li Su could pounce, she hugged his waist from behind and timidly called out, Li Su, don't be impulsive. Can I treat your wound first? The fierce cat demon instantly quieted down. His whole body stiffened as he felt Huaili's hands carefully rise from his waist and gently cover his bleeding shoulder. A healing white light glowed from her palms. He had once mocked her for studying medical arts instead of other techniques. They were demons, not medical cultivators from an apothecary. Demons should learn how to attack, how to occupy territory, how to bully others rather than be bullied. But now, as Huaili's hands eased the pain in his shoulder, he realized how warm these hands were. Li Su was calmed by Huaili, and an irrepressible low purr sounded in his throat. But his cat eyes still glared vigilantly at Xueqinjing. If he made the slightest move, he would bare his claws and fangs again. Xueqinjing sat on the ground, leaning against the soft flesh of his tentacles, perfectly still. After Huaili stopped the bleeding on the cat demon's shoulder, sprinkled medicine powder on it, and finished bandaging it, Xueqinjing tilted his head slightly and asked rather obediently, I'm injured too and have been bleeding all along. Won't the mistress come to treat me as well? Before he finished speaking, the cat demon had already bared his fangs, fiercely saying, in your dreams. Huaili was held possessively in Li Su's arms, unable to move at all. She turned her head to look at Xueqinjing. He was indeed bleeding profusely, with obviously more wounds on his body than before. Blood soaked through his clothes, visible even on the bright red wedding attire. Yui had lain on top of him for such a long time that even her clothes were stained with mottled bloodstains. The soft-hearted little bird demon asked worriedly in her heart, Yui, what should we do? Should we help him? Yui didn't have the same soft heart as the little bird demon. She only found it troublesome and said, don't bother with him. He won't die. The little bird demon was still concerned. But that's the immortal lord's body. The immortal lord's cultivation has already been crippled. If he keeps bleeding like this, won't he die? Yui became troubled. She had almost forgotten that although she knew they were already dead, these earthbound spirits immersed in the past believed they were still alive. Yui, he really has lost a lot of blood, Huaili said. But since Yui didn't speak, the little bird demon obediently remained still, showing no intention of getting up to treat the immortal lord. Li Su's expression became even more smug. He wished he could wrap all 6 of his tails around the person in his arms, marking her with his scent. Xueqinjing sat on the ground with tightly pressed lips, his tentacles adhering to the walls of the stone chamber writhing violently, causing the bricks to crack. Suddenly a rustling sound echoed in the room. This sound rose and fell like the tide, reverberating around them like murmurs. Gradually, this sound coalesced into a kind of indistinct human voice, pitiful and whining. You lied to me, you lied to me, you lied to me, you liar. You promised you wouldn't abandon me, mistress. I'm in pain too, I'm in so much pain. You won't abandon your dog, will you? Wiley rubbed her ears. What's that sound? I think I heard something. Li Su had also heard this voice. His cat eyes looked around vigilantly, finally locking onto Xueqinjing. But the red-clad human cultivator remained sitting there, quietly facing them, not moving at all. The surrounding sounds persisted, echoing in the room, as if weeping and pleading, more unpleasant than ghost cries, causing headaches. Yui was extremely annoyed and sighed. All right, Huili, Before she could finish, Huili immediately moved aside, urging in shock and fear, you go quickly, and pacify your cat. How is he even more frightening than Li Su? After all, apart from the immortal lord, she didn't dare approach that person. Yui. Xueqinjing was just a brainless tentacle monster. As soon as the person in his arms moved, Li Su's arms immediately tensed, alertly asking, what are you trying to do? Huili quickly straightened up again, grabbing Li Su's sleeve and persuading, Li Su, I'm just going to check his wounds. The immortal lord once saved me. I can't let him die here. Li Su wouldn't listen. No, I won't let go of you. I won't let you go over there. Unable to persuade him, Huili lowered her head and thought for a while. Her hand secretly reached into the pouch at her waist, fumbled for a moment, and pulled out a dry grass stem. She crushed it and sprinkled it on Li Su's face. Li Su twitched his nose, his pupils suddenly contracting and then rapidly dilating, his entire expression becoming dazed. His body went limp and he suddenly reverted to his original form, lying on the ground and rolling in the crushed grass, unable to stop meowing. Huili clapped her hands. There, this really works. Yui regained control of the body and looked at the constantly meowing cat on the ground. The small cat had a slender, supple body covered in spots. It was a leopard cat. She rubbed her fingertips, unable to resist saying, I want to pet it. Huili felt the same itch. I want to as well. It was the first time she had seen Li Su completely transformed into his original form. He was so tiny, much cuter than when he deliberately enlarged himself to look imposing. The two agreed, and the girl in the Ruchuan dress crouched down without hesitation, extending her wicked hands towards the little kitten intoxicated by catnip. The system let out an anguished wail. Master, you've lost so terribly. Xueqinjing was so angry that his tentacles were trembling. He coldly snorted in his heart. It's just a low-level stupid cat spirit. He reached out to pull a quivering tentacle into his arms and knead it. The tentacle surface was smooth, and its flesh was both supple and elastic. Wasn't this texture more comfortable than that furry thing? To be bewitched by a low-level cat spirit, it seems Yui's taste is equally low-grade. The system's howls reached her ears. Yui turned back to look at Xueqinjing sitting quietly to the side. His face was pale white, his long hair disheveled and black, his eyes covered with a gauze inscribed with runes. Beneath his vibrant bridal robes, a faint black aura floated, making him look like a resentful ghost bride. Even Huili could feel the gloomy resentment emanating from his body. She shuddered, her soul shrinking into a corner, and urged with a trembling voice. You should go quickly. Yui reluctantly withdrew her hand and stood up, walking towards Xueqinjing. As she approached step by step, the tentacles in the air also converged following her footsteps, connecting behind her and surrounding her in a fleshy cocoon, watching her from all directions. Master, I'm in so much pain, so much pain. Shut up, stop calling out. Yui stepped a step away from Xueqinjing, looking down at his blood-stained wedding clothes. I'm not as good at treating wounds as Huili. The room-filling whimpering finally ceased. Xueqinjing raised his hand to pinch her sleeve, revealing a pleasing smile. It's all right, as long as it's master helping me, it's fine. Yui shook off his hand and crouched down, directly pulling open his loose collar. She glanced at the burst wounds on his body and frowned. When Huili helped you earlier, you didn't have so many injuries. It was injured by the cat spirit's demonic energy. When he scratched my pseudopods, it was reflected on my body. Xueqinjing lied without changing his expression. He certainly wouldn't admit that these wounds were all self-inflicted. Because touching here earned more points. Yui suspiciously examined the wounds closely. 3 bloody gashes stretched diagonally from his left chest to his lower right abdomen, indeed looking like beast claw marks. Pseudopods? Yui asked in confusion, and immediately a cold sensation crept into her palm. Yui was startled and instinctively waved her hand to shake it off. A blue sword light sparked at her fingertips, almost piercing through. But from the corner of her eye, she caught Xueqinjing's face suddenly darkening, and she immediately realized what he meant by pseudopods. The sword energy at her fingertips dissipated and she reproached, without my permission, don't touch me with your pseudopods. I can't see them, and when they suddenly touch me like that, anyone would be startled. Moreover, she had almost been strangled by these tentacles just moments ago. Xueqinjing grumbled sullenly, withdrawing his tentacle and wrapping it around the wound on his abdomen. The transparent soft flesh was tinged with fresh blood, revealing a slender and rounded tip, looking like jelly drizzled with a spoonful of honey-sweetened fruit juice. He thrust it back in front of Yui. Yui stared at the blood-stained tentacle tip with a complex expression, noticing a familiar bite mark on it. You don't actually want me to touch it, do you? Xueqinjing nodded expectantly. Seeing her not moving for a long time, the anticipation on his face subsided, and even the blood-stained tentacle drooped its tip, asking plaintively, you were so happy to pet someone else's cat just now, but you're unwilling to pet your own dog? Brother, do you look anything like a dog? Yuyi's eyes held undisguised disgust. It's too dirty, I don't want to touch it. Xueqinjing's breath sank heavily, and he suddenly retracted his tentacle. A series of cracking sounds resonated from the stone chamber walls, and rocks of various sizes fell with a clatter. The once smooth walls had already been scratched into a pockmarked state by the tentacles. Perhaps he was truly angered, his blood surged, and another stream of blood seeped from his wounds. Yui performed a simple healing spell to stop his bleeding, then began rummaging through Huai Li's treasure bag for various jars and bottles of medicine. Tell me, how did you find me? Xueqinjing was in a sullen mood, his voice cold. I met Crane's senior brother outside who was looking for you. Knowing you had fallen into this ghost realm, I came in to take you out. Yui moistened a handkerchief, cleaned his wounds thoroughly, sprinkled on medicinal powder, and glanced up at him. Really just met? Xueqinjing was silent for a moment, then admitted, I came looking for you on purpose. How did you know which way I went? What trick have you played on me again? Yuyi's voice rose, clearly angered. She deliberately pressed harder on the wound on his abdomen. Take it back. With this body's meridians severed and senses dulled, Xueqinjing felt no pain, completely unaware of Yuyi's secret retaliation. He reached out towards Yuyi's neck. Yui immediately raised her hand to block, without a moment's hesitation. Xueqinjing's hand stopped midair, and he said sadly, Master, the hearty oath stone has been formed. If I violate the oath, my purple palace will be torn apart. You don't need to be so guarded against me. Ch23 Substitute 7. Chapter 23. Yui and he remained at a stalemate for a moment before she lowered her hand. The corner of Xueqinjing's mouth curved slightly as he reached out again towards her neck. His cool fingertips lightly brushed against her skin, like being tickled by a feather, causing a tingling sensation and making her neck hair stand on end. Xueqinjing withdrew his hand, now holding a ball of milky white mist in his palm, resembling a palm-sized cotton candy. What is that? Yui touched her own neck. Xueqinjing didn't hide it from her, earth impurity. It's what you saw at the bottom of the hot spring when we were in Cloud Mountain Valley. As he spoke, the ball of mist suddenly floated down from his palm, rolled on the ground, and transformed into a small, delicate cat. The kitten tilted its head and rubbed against Yuyi's feet, then rolled over and changed into a snow-white rabbit. As it leaped into the air, the rabbit's form scattered and reassembled into a plump little mountain bird. In the blink of an eye, the earth impurity had transformed into dozens of different animals. Because there wasn't much mist left outside, the creatures it transformed into were all small. When it changed into fierce beasts, it could only choose infant forms round and fluffy, surrounding Yui and acting cute and coquettish. Transparent tentacles surrounded them, meticulously collecting Yuyi's reactions. Xueqinjing could feel her quickened heartbeat, her unconsciously softened expression, and even her brightened eyes. Her heart rate peaked when the earth impurity transformed into a baby snow leopard. Xueqinjing directed the little snow leopard to climb onto Yui, its long, thick tail standing up, with its fluffy tail tip tickling her chin. Yuyi's eyes widened, her fingers clenched within her sleeves. She bit her lip, finally controlling herself, and asked warily, what trick are you trying to play now? He had already compromised to this extent, yet her guard was still so high. Xueqinjing felt irritated, but he still put on an obedient face, only shaking his head dejectedly. I'm not trying to play any tricks. I just want to please my master. As he spoke, the little snow leopard mewed softly twice and nuzzled her fingers with its nose. The system offered advice from the side, praising happily. I underestimated you, host. Master, quickly have the earth impurity turn into a panda. The black and white iron-eating beast. The female lead definitely won't be able to resist that animal. The mist on the ground transformed, truly becoming a doll-sized baby panda. The panda's fur was fluffy, its white parts extremely white and black parts jet black. Its body was round, with bright, round eyes looking at her innocently and purely. Yuyi's self-control completely crumbled, unable to stop the panda from crawling into her arms. Xueqinjing smiled triumphantly. Yui had seen Xueqinjing act cute and clever for the sake of missions before. While she wasn't moved in her heart, with the baby panda in her arms, she at least didn't openly reject him anymore. If Xueqinjing liked to pretend and curry favor, she'd let him act. After all, she had nothing to lose. This panda created by the earth impurity was exactly like a real one. Yui reached out to pet it and found herself unable to let go for a while. Xueqinjing took the opportunity to move his face closer, shortening the distance between them. With a slight nasal tone, he pleaded pitifully, "Master, my wounds haven't been fully treated yet. It hurts so much." Yuyi's attitude towards him indeed softened considerably. She put down the panda in her arms and focused on treating the wounds on his body. Xueqinjing finally found the right way to deal with her, feeling quite pleased with himself. Looking at the cat demon again, he no longer felt any threat from it. How could a low-level cat demon compare to him? Once he got out of here, the earth impurity could transform into any creature in the world for her to choose from. Xueqinjing watched the continuously rising points, his mood changing from cloudy to sunny. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips, and even the ghostly bride's resentment that had been lingering around him dissipated. When he was in a good mood, his tentacles also became jubilant, swaying their tips. Occasionally when Yui moved, she would accidentally touch the transparent tentacles crowding around them. Xueqinjing quickly said, "I didn't move, you touched me." Yui glanced at him, and the next time she touched the cool tentacles, her fingertips lightly stroked the tip of one. The tentacles not armored with snake scales were smooth and soft, especially delicate at the tips, like transparent crystal jelly. The tips were covered with dense sensory organs, and when touched by Yui, they involuntarily curled up, wrapping around her fingers. This body's five senses were dulled, and the eyes were blind and unable to see. Xueqinjing distributed his full attention to his pseudopods, making the sensations on the tentacles much more sensitive than usual. As such, the unexpected light stroke on the tentacle made him unable to control the shudder of his shoulders. He trembled violently, letting out a low moan from his throat. Yui withdrew her fingers and couldn't help but look at him sideways, thinking, "Such a big reaction from just one touch, you're truly a pervert." Xueqinjing's eyes, covered by bandages, first widened in a daze, then narrowed in pleasure, his face unable to hide his delight. Having tasted sweetness, his tentacles became increasingly presumptuous, secretly exploring towards her hands, hoping for more caresses. However, Yui ignored him again. Even when a tentacle rested on the back of her hand, she could completely disregard its existence. Xueqinjing became irritated by her fickleness, his breathing becoming heavier. Just as his dissatisfaction was about to reach its peak, Yui suddenly opened her fingers and grasped the tentacle that was causing trouble near her hand. Her warm palm completely enveloped the soft tip of the tentacle, her scorching body temperature instantly transmitting into Xueqinjing's senses. Caught off guard, Xueqinjing's body trembled again, a tingling sensation spreading across his scalp. But before he could react further, Yui released him again and said, "Put away all your pseudopods, stop causing trouble." Xueqinjing's atoms apple-bobbed as he swallowed. Though feeling somewhat frustrated, he obediently and silently retracted the tentacles surrounding them back into the void. Extremely docile. After treating the wounds on his chest, Xueqinjing twisted his body to reveal the sword wound on his back. The wound was raw red, deep enough to see bone, with traces of electricity snaking across his entire back. It was clear that when she had attacked, she had shown no mercy. Even though this body's senses were dulled, Xueqinjing had still been brought to tears by the pain at the time. He whimpered pitifully, "You're so cruel to me." Yui placed her palm over the wound, slowly infusing spiritual energy to eliminate the residual sword energy in his body. "You attacked first, intending to kill me." Xueqinjing lowered his head and admitted his mistake. He did lose control at that time. Sometimes he couldn't control himself, acting on impulse before reason. Unlike humans who think thrice before acting, he mostly acted on likes and dislikes, just like the demons in his sea of consciousness who act purely on desire. So when the system asked him to please her like a human would, Xueqinjing really couldn't find the right approach. While treating the wounds on his back, Yui felt the tentacles deeply attached to his spine, almost fused into the flesh. She asked curiously, "What's this?" Xueqinjing replied, "His meridians are completely severed, with multiple fractures. His spine is also broken into several pieces. Without my pseudopods supporting him, he wouldn't be able to sit up at all." Yui hadn't expected that Jihani had been tortured so brutally by the demons in the end. During the altar wedding, the little bird demon couldn't bear to see the immortal lord humiliated and didn't watch till the end. Now suddenly hearing this, its heart was filled with sadness. Its intense emotions infected Yui, and she felt a lump in her throat as tears began to stream down her face. The warm tears fell on Xueqinjing's back, with a few drops landing on the tentacles attached to his spine. He was surprised and extended several tentacles towards her face, catching more falling teardrops. "You're crying for him?" Xueqinjing lowered his head, his tentacles wriggling, savoring the tears that had fallen on them. So she could cry after all, and for someone who had long been dead. It seemed Yui was only this ruthless and cruel to him alone. Was it because he was a demon, a monster, an anomaly? Seeing his thoughts going in the wrong direction, the system anxiously said, "Master, that's not it. The female lead is definitely different from others. She just doesn't like you yet. Once she falls for you, she won't care whether you're human or demon, or if you're an anomaly." Yui had initially wanted to explain that those weren't her tears, but after hearing the system's words, she silently closed her mouth again. Let Xueqinjing think what he wants, she thought. It would be best if he could understand that she was no different from others, and perhaps even less knowledgeable than the cultivators born and raised in this world. She wasn't interested in non-humans. She just wanted to be with an ordinary person like herself. Xueqinjing didn't let the unbalanced emotions in his heart affect him for long. He quickly threw himself back into his plan to accumulate points. After treating the wounds on his back, he made several claw marks on his legs and begged Yui to bandage them for him. In the end, even Huili couldn't help but cry and curse Li Su, blaming him for being too harsh. She attributed all the additional wounds on the immortal lord's body to Li Su. As the points increased, Xueqinjing's mood improved once again. When he carefully calculated the system's point situation, he found that it differed greatly from the score he had calculated, so he began to argue with the system. Do you even know how to count? I don't think you've calculated correctly. Questioned about its professionalism, the system naturally refused to back down and went through the points with him item by item. The system starts calculating points after the female lead recognizes the host. The female lead touching the host's head and face area earns 10 points. When treating wounds, touching the chest and abdomen area earns 15 points, the back area 15 points, and the leg area 15 points. The female lead actively holding a tentacle once, which will count as hand-holding, earns 5 points. A total of 60 points, no miscalculation. Yuyi's movements paused subtly. Xueqinjing was still haggling with the system. She just hugged me voluntarily, how many points should that add? The system was speechless. Master, that was just wrapping bandages for you, not a hug. Xueqinjing snorted coldly. Isn't a hug between humans just putting 2 hands around the waist? What's the difference from her actions just now? The system couldn't explain clearly to his already dehumanized mind and said helplessly, the difference is that the female lead just now put her hands around your waist to wrap bandages for you, not to hug you. Master, you've already hurt yourself to make the female lead treat your wounds and touch you to gain points. This is already exploiting a loophole in the task. Please stop here and don't be unreasonable. Yui could only hear the system's one-sided voice, not Xueqinjing's thoughts when he was talking to the system. However, from what the system said, she could roughly guess what Xueqinjing was being unreasonable about. She knew that Xueqinjing's sudden humility must have had other motives, and sure enough it did. Xueqinjing laughed lightly in anger at the system and asked threateningly, "Are you deliberately playing with me?" After experiencing the shock of his threat to perish together with the female lead, how could the system dare? It hurriedly explained. Hugs between humans represent friendliness and intimacy. Master, you were also hugged by your father and mother when you were young. I believe you should be able to understand the difference. Xueqinjing fell silent at its words, and after a long while he slowly said, I don't remember. Now that he was living symbiotically with demons, his thoughts had long been assimilated by them. How could he remember what it felt like to be human? Xueqinjing had long forgotten how it felt when his parents hugged him. After the system's words, Yui clearly felt Xueqinjing's mood sink. She tied a knot in the bandage around his waist and looked up at Xueqinjing. Did such a monster actually have parents? Who were the people in that mountain temple? Was that his human side? Seeing her staring at him, Xueqinjing immediately brought his head closer, pretending to be obedient. Master, I'm still in a lot of pain. Can you stroke me, please? Yuyi's eyes narrowed slightly and she suddenly lifted her skirt and straddled him. Huili hurriedly buried her head in her wings, her small bird-like soul curled up in the corner, shouting, I'm still here. Why don't you knock me out first? Chirp. Xueqinjing was also startled by her unexpected action and leaned backwards, his eyebrows raised almost to his hairline. One could imagine that the eyes hidden under the bandages must also be wide open. But it was only for a moment. He quickly composed his surprised expression, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably. He actively opened his arms towards her, wanting to ask for another hug, Master. Yui heard the system's report. Congratulations to the host for achieving a further intimate contact, rewarded with 20 points. The current total accumulated points are 80, only one step away from 100 points. Please keep up the good work, host. Xueqinjing was overjoyed, but as he was about to close his arms, Yui blocked him with her sleeve. Yuyi's eyes, which had just been crying, were black and moist, like glass beads washed with water. She gave him a gentle smile and raised her hand to lightly stroke his cheek. As the system happily congratulated the host for accumulating 90 points, Yuyi's fingertips left Xueqinjing's face. She actively hooked her fingers with his, her slender knuckles fitting into the gaps between his fingers, and gripped his hand tightly for a moment. System, current points, 95. Xueqinjing was elated, his face flushing with excitement. The rosy color seeped through his pale skin, as if a long-ill person had suddenly experienced a final burst of vitality, his face glowing. Just as they were at the final step, Yui smiled and stood up, her fingers slipping from his hand as she said, All right, I'm done touching you. Xueqinjing. System. Shuechenjing's heart was once again left hanging, neither up nor down, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He hurriedly reached out to grab her retreating fingers. Touch me one more time, just once more. Yui smiled at him again, her smile as sweet as honey, but Shuechenjing felt a sinking feeling in his heart, sensing something was amiss. Sure enough, Yui slowly but firmly pulled her hand away, leaving no room for argument. I don't want to touch you anymore. She had no intention of being an obedient tool. Shuechenjing couldn't force her, so he tried his best to make his tentacles wriggle into her hands, rubbing back and forth on the back of her hand. But Yui was determined, her fingers remaining motionless, not responding to him. At this moment, Li Su, who had been indulging in catnip, was about to regain consciousness. Although he had been dizzy from the catnip, he had been able to see the interactions between Huaili and that human cultivator the whole time. Their figures appeared sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes clear, sometimes distorted. The scarlet wedding dress overlapped with her dark green robe, like a brilliantly blooming spring flower, deeply etched into his vision. The sound of their voices was intermittent and vague, but Li Su saw it. She had lied to him again. She wasn't just looking at his wounds, she was sitting on his lap, she was touching his face, she even held his hand, their fingers intertwined. They were being intimate and flirting right in front of him. She even cried for him. She cried for him again. The cat demon's limbs were weak from the stimulation of the crushed grass and powder beneath him, but his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, repeatedly wounded by the scenes reflected in his pupils. The ground was covered with claw marks from his loss of control, with specks of dark red mixed in the crisscrossing furrows, blood from his claws being ground against the floor. When Huaili regained control of her body and saw the mess on the ground, she was so shocked she covered her mouth. Li Su, what are you doing? Under her gaze, Li Su changed back into his human form. He reached out to grab the hem of her skirt, trying to smear his bloody fingertips on her dress to cover up the bloodstains she had picked up from that human cultivator. Li Su's eyes were bloodshot as he looked up at her. His golden cat eyes were covered with a layer of mist as he pleaded with a panicked expression. Huaili, I know I did wrong before, but I can change. I can please you too. Choose me, okay? Be my master. Ch24 Substitute, 8. Chapter 24. The cat demon, who had always been arrogant in front of her and loved to mock and bully her, was now prostrating himself at the hem of her skirt, frantically confessing his feelings. He liked her. He had always liked her. But he didn't know how to express these feelings. Huaili's temperament was too gentle and soft-hearted. She was so kind to everyone, always showing that warm smile to all. When Li Su realized that he wasn't special in her eyes compared to others, he became both angry and jealous, almost gnashing his teeth in hatred. He began to bully her, scare her, belittle her, deliberately making her out to be worthless. When he saw that her gaze towards him contained more fear and trepidation than when she looked at others, Li Su would secretly feel pleased. In her eyes, he was finally different from others, right? But when she actually said out loud that she would despise him, he still became afraid. When she walked towards that human cultivator, he still felt jealous hatred. That was a human cultivator, a celestial lord who had once slain countless demons. He wasn't like those demons who could be scared away with a few intimidating words. If Huaili chose Jihani, she would absolutely not be accepted by the demon race. The fear of losing her made the cat demon bend his proud back, kneeling at her feet, begging her to choose him. Huaili stood stunned in place, hands covering her lips. She had never seen Li Su like this before, nor had she ever looked down at him from this angle. Every time he appeared before her, he was always high and mighty, his golden cat eyes filled with mockery and derision. Now, it was as if their positions had been reversed, with Li Su looking up at her pleadingly. The little bird demon's heart began to race. She believed it now. Yui was right, Li Su did like her, which was why he had lowered himself like this. So what should she do now? How should she answer him? Huaili wanted to find Yui to give her some advice, but at this moment, Yui had become like before, no longer interfering in the entanglement between her and Li Su, telling her to decide for herself. The little bird demon was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead. She remembered what Yui had once said, that she could use Li Su's feelings for her to manipulate him, to shape him into what she liked. At that time, she had listened with longing, wanting to try it out on him. But now seeing Li Su begging her so humbly, her heart softened. How could she use Li Su's feelings for her to bully him? Huaili hesitated for a long time, but eventually crouched down, cupping his bleeding fingertips in both hands, lighting up a white healing glow. Behind the white light were her gentle eyes. She smiled and said, Li Su, how can a bird be a cat's master? I don't want to be your master. Let's just be like before. She paused, then corrected herself. No, not like before. You said you wouldn't bully me anymore. Li Su wished he could swear to the heavens, I'll change, I won't bully you anymore, and I won't let anyone else bully you either. The little bird demon was easily satisfied. Without holding grudges, she patted his shoulder and said happily, all right then, I'll like you too. Li Su's eyes widened, his cat eyes shining so brightly they almost glowed. He excitedly pounced forward to hug Huaili, feeling happier in this moment than if he had inhaled catnip. Yui wasn't surprised at all by Huai Li's reaction. If she had really been able to harden her heart, she would have kicked this annoying cat demon far away long ago. How could she have let him keep bouncing around her all this time? She also knew that the like in Huai Li's mouth was far different from what Li Su understood it to be. This little bird demon was very loving, liking cats, liking celestial lords, and liking her too. On the other side, Xue Qingjing, who was silently observing this scene, felt a mixture of emotions. Why was that little bird demon so easy to coax? Why was Yui so hard-hearted? Such a stark contrast and disparity made him feel resentful. Xue Qingjing had been in a state of agitation, wanting to be touched again, and now stimulated by those two cats and birds, his tentacles kept curling and uncurling, itching to grab his own tentacles and gnaw on them in frustration. The system routinely defended Yui, arguing, "The female lead isn't hard-hearted. She's also a very warm and kind girl. As long as you treat her sincerely, she will definitely be moved by you. Master, only true sincerity can be exchanged for true sincerity." Xue Qingjing laughed coldly in anger, withdrawing his tentacles and demon spirits from the void, sealing himself in darkness, choosing to turn a blind eye. He sank into his own sea of consciousness, where a twisted shadow immediately enveloped him. They craved him, wanting to devour him. He was born like a magnet, attracting these dark creatures to worship him. If he didn't want to be swallowed by them, he could only swallow them. Without realizing it, he had already become a dark thing like them. Xue Qingjing stirred up his sea of consciousness, not knowing where to find the so-called love and gentleness to heal her. He stirred around in his cesspool-like sea of consciousness, but ultimately stood before a faint white light deep within. Inside was locked another version of himself, another him who was pure in both body and mind. It was him, yet not him. If he were to release that version, how would it be any different from killing himself? Xue Qingjing didn't think Yui was worth going to such lengths for. He buried that ball of light deep in his sea of consciousness again, letting layers of demonic shadows obscure its radiance. Xue Qingjing had deliberately led Yui to this secret chamber under the altar, intending to spend time alone with her, undisturbed by others, to gain points. Now that a cat had burrowed in as well, whenever the little bird demon stayed by his side for even a moment, he would start howling, which was extremely annoying. Xue Qingjing used his injury to gain sympathy, causing Yui to come bandage him. Seeing this, the cat deliberately reopened the wound on his shoulder, leaning weakly against the wall, pretending to be on the verge of death. Xue Qingjing lost completely because his master wouldn't show him any extra pity. He couldn't even compare to Jihani. At least the little bird demon always kept her celestial lord in mind. For most of the day, the little bird demon was in control of the body. Xue Qingjing watched her cuddling with the cat demon, occasionally receiving hostile and gloating looks from Li Su, who put on the air of a primary consort. Xue Qingjing wanted to skin that cat and use his fur as a cushion. The system sighed, a world of 3 people. No, for people. Actually, to be precise, a world of 5 souls is still too crowded. The unloved one is really pitiful. Xue Qingjing bit through something, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Looking sinister as if he were the lingering ghost unable to let go of his grudges, he questioned inwardly, "You said she would be especially partial to things that belonged to her. Where was the love? Where was the partiality?" System. It had made a mistake. It shouldn't have rashly provoked him. As the point gain was unsatisfactory, Xue Qingjing didn't want to stay here anymore. Coincidentally, Yui had no intention of lingering here either. She still needed to investigate that phoenix tree formation, wanting to quickly end this ghost realm that had persisted for 1,000 years. For the first time, their intentions aligned, although Yui was thinking about getting out of this secret chamber, while Xue Qingjing was thinking about getting out of this ghost realm. Without Yui's permission, Xue Qingjing had never removed the demon sealing charm on his eyes, even though the charm's inscriptions had blurred into indistinct red marks, long since losing their effect. He turned his head slightly, black hair falling on both sides of his face, and said to her, "To get out, we just need to find the seam between reality and this place. It should be on the big phoenix tree at the center. I've already instructed Senior Crane to call from the tree. Once we hear its call, we can follow the sound to get out of here." Li Su heard something amiss in these words and became very alert. What seemed to reality? Where are you planning to go? He grabbed Yui's wrist tightly and said urgently, "I can help you send him out of Dark Cinnabar Mountain, but you can't go with him. Huai Li, he's a human cultivator and we're demons. Humans and demons walk different paths. There's no place in this world where humans and demons can live together." "I'm not leaving," Yui said soothingly, patting his hand to indicate he should let go. "Right now, Dark Cinnabar Mountain is at its most vigilant. It would be very difficult to send the Celestial Lord away at this time. We'll have to trouble the Celestial Lord to continue hiding in this secret chamber. Once the Mountain Lord relaxes his guard, we'll find a way to send the Celestial Lord out." Li Su's bristling fur settled back down. He reluctantly caressed the slender wrist twice before letting go, saying, "I think so too." Xue Qingjing lowered his head, and Li Su immediately looked over. If his eyes weren't covered by gauze, Li Su would have thought he could see their movements. Of course, it would be even better if he could see, preferably enough to kill any thoughts of abducting Huili. What Li Su wanted most was to tie up Jihani and bring him before the master of Dark Cinnabar Mountain. Not only would it clear his name, but it would also earn him merit. But Huili was unwilling. She still remembered the immortal lord's life-saving grace and was determined to help him escape from here. Li Su couldn't persuade Huili otherwise, so he could only try to help her. Xueqinjing raised his head again and asked in confusion, "Why? If you're not leaving, do you intend to stay here forever?" "If I leave, I'm taking them with me, understand?" Yui said. Of course she wanted to leave this place, but after she left, the little bird spirit would still be trapped here, repeatedly dying in the blazing fire. She had spent so much time with the little bird spirit, drinking her fermented flower nectar and eating her steamed flower cakes. How could she just leave without a second thought? She had to do something for her. Xueqinjing once again experienced that stark disparity. Well, it seemed she was indeed as kind-hearted and compassionate as the system had said, with the heart of a bodhisattva. However, her bodhisattva's heart was only generous to others, while being stingy towards him. Li Su listened to their cryptic conversation, his mind nearly in knots, and pressed further. "Huili, speak more clearly. Are we leaving or not?" Yui said, "We're leaving, but first we need to get out of this stone chamber. If you want to leave, you must take me with you." Xueqinjing took a deep breath, trying to soften his tone. "Only I know how to get out." He couldn't possibly agree to stay here alone. By staying close to Yui, he could still find opportunities to make her touch him. If they were separated, there would be no chance at all. The cat spirit immediately retorted, "Does the immortal lord have a choice right now? The master of Dark Cinnabar Mountain must be ordering people to search for you everywhere. As soon as you show your face, you'll be captured by the mountain master. It doesn't matter if you get caught, but don't drag us down with you." Xueqinjing ignored him and only spoke to Yui. "Whatever you want to do, I can help you. This used to be Ji family territory. I definitely know more about this place than you do." After suppressing the earthbound spirit, he had searched Jihani's soul and learned about the origins of this ghost realm from his memories. After the master of Dark Cinnabar Mountain married Jihani, their peace didn't last long. When the Ji family fell, most of the resources under their control flowed into the hands of the Ji family's former non-blood-related retainers. The people of the Jiang, Yao, and Yun families quickly became the new powers in the cultivation world. They still had to keep up appearances for the surviving members of the Ji family. Upon learning that Jihani was imprisoned on Dark Cinnabar Mountain, they quickly gathered a group of cultivators to attack the mountain. The master of Dark Cinnabar Mountain was a vicious snake. She sacrificed herself, extracting the spirit vein beneath Dark Cinnabar Mountain and causing it to self-destruct, burying all the humans and spirits here. Xueqinjing quite admired that snake. Hearing him speak this way, Yui pondered briefly and understood the meaning behind his words. Xueqinjing must have also read Jihani's memories. Jihani naturally knew more about Ji family territory than outsiders. The master of Dark Cinnabar Mountain had occupied this place for so many years but didn't know there was a secret chamber beneath this altar. Moreover, Huili had died too early, and she was just a clueless little bird. Yui couldn't get much useful information from her. After considering this, Yui took out a small thread-bound notebook from her treasure pouch. Inside were drawings of the locust tree flower pattern she had seen a few nights ago. She handed the notebook to Xueqinjing and said, "Take a look at this pattern. It might be some kind of formation, but what I saw was incomplete, so I couldn't tell what kind of formation it was." Xueqinjing took the notebook and opened it. Inside was an incomplete pattern sketched with charcoal. Though Xueqinjing's cultivation wasn't great, he was much more knowledgeable about formations than Yui. After all, he relied on formation symbols to transform the demonic energy in his body, making demonic creatures manifest and serve him. He stared at the pattern for a moment, then asked Yui for some charcoal. Using the known array lines to deduce, he crouched down and began drawing layer upon layer of formations on the ground. Yui quietly watched him work. Some of the formations he drew were familiar to her, but most were ones she had never seen or known, exuding an evil aura. The cat spirit paced anxiously nearby. Unable to help with this matter, he felt he had lost a point to that detestable human cultivator. After about half an hour, the charcoal in Xueqinjing's hand was almost used up. His fingertips were stained black. He waved his hand to erase the marks on the ground, then used the remaining bit of charcoal to sketch a few lines in the notebook before turning it over to show her. "It's a soul-settling formation to settle the souls of the deceased and preserve their primordial spirits," Xueqinjing explained while rubbing the charcoal from his fingertips. Yui wouldn't have produced an incomplete formation pattern for no reason. He could easily guess there's a soul-settling formation beneath this ghost city. Yui glanced at the completed formation diagram in the notebook, her eyes showing admiration. Xueqinjing's lips curled up. He immediately stepped forward, lowering his head close to her face, his expression clearly saying, "Pet me," as he said cheerfully, "Master, I told you I'm very useful." A threatening cat's yowl erupted beside them, and Li Su's fur stood on end. Before Yui could move, he squeezed between them, baring his fangs. "What, master?" She's not your master and has nothing to do with you. For a noble immortal lord to acknowledge a spirit as master, you truly have no shame left. This scolding was quite accurate. To complete his mission, Xueqinjing indeed had no shame left. Yui took the opportunity to retreat behind Li Su, keeping her distance from Xueqinjing and refusing to give him any points. Xueqinjing's expression darkened, his jaw clenched tight, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust as he coldly snorted, "Useless cat, only knows how to yowl." Li Su was so angry that he raised his paws to fight with Xueqinjing's snake scale-covered tentacles. Yui walked away from them with the notebook, carefully studying the soul-settling formation. Judging from the scale of the locust tree flower pattern she had seen, the soul-settling formation beneath Dark Cinnabar Mountain must be quite large. Could it be that this soul-settling formation was binding Huai Li and the other souls here? Xueqinjing had beaten Li Su quite badly, with cat yowls occasionally ringing out. Huai Li's soul called out worriedly from within Yuyi's body, please control that person of yours. Yuyi's thoughts were still immersed in the soul-settling formation diagram. Hearing the voice, she raised her head and instinctively opened her mouth to call out, "Achio!" As soon as the words left her mouth, she quickly pressed her lips together. The perception Xueqinjing had implanted in her mind had not yet faded. Even though she now knew the truth behind everything, knew that the experience of marriage and seclusion was all fabricated, these formed perceptions were still imprinted in her mind. Like an imprint etched into her brain, she would be influenced by this imprint if she wasn't careful. Although Yui closed her mouth quickly, Xueqinjing still heard her call. He immediately turned and came to her side, saying obediently, "Did you call me?" The demonic spirit floated beside Yui, seeing that her expression was very unpleasant. Xueqinjing thought she wanted to shield the cat spirit and felt quite indignant. He clicked his tongue and said, "I didn't use too much force on him. He even scratched me." The cat spirit shouted nearby, his spirit energy clashing with the tentacles, "Get away from her. I'll kill you." Xueqinjing lowered his head dejectedly, mumbling, "See? He's the one who wants a fight to the death." "Stop pretending," Yui said, somewhat annoyed. She turned her head to look directly at him. "Erase the perception you planted in my mind." Ch25 Substitute 9. Chapter 25. Xueqinjing hadn't expected her to suddenly bring this up. He paused for a moment before saying, "Aren't you clear-headed now? As long as you're clear-headed, you won't be deceived anymore." Unless he implanted new cognition in her again, but he couldn't do that now. He had made a vow, and doing so again would only tear apart his spiritual core. Yui looked at him and said, "I don't want those fabricated things to remain in my mind." Xueqinjing pursed his lips, feeling displeased by the obvious disdain in her eyes. But this time he hid his emotions well, putting on a troubled expression as he said, "I can't erase it. I don't know how to erase it. I can only implant another cognition to cover the previous one, but I'm bound by an oath now." Yui didn't believe his words and asked, "What about those people whose cognition you've altered before? Either kill them or kill the me in their cognition. That's how he used to resolve it in the past. For example, with the group of disciples guarding the back mountain of the Lishan sword sect. When he wanted to shed his identity as a Lishan disciple, he just had to kill everyone he had implanted with that cognition. Of course, he could also choose to overwrite the previously implanted cognition, changing his identity to that of an insignificant person, but most of the time, killing them was simpler. Xueqinjing observed Yuyi's expression and said ingratiatingly, "The name, Akyu, is real. It's the courtesy name my father had prepared for me. It's not made up." However, he had left home before that and never returned, so he never had the formal coming-of-age ceremony. "You can call me Akyu. I like hearing you call me that." What a beautiful dream, Yui thought. She had no intention of calling him that. They weren't close enough for that. Or rather, she didn't want to actively step into the sweet trap Xueqinjing had fabricated and play into his hands. The casual way Xueqinjing spoke about killing people was so nonchalant, as if he was simply plucking a blade of grass from the roadside. Human life was so cheap in his heart, it was terrifying. How could he possibly understand how to cherish anything else? Yui still remembered that blood-stained shallow beach, and the scene of him unhesitatingly piercing the heart of his senior brother who was protecting him. Just recalling it, no matter how he pretended or acted now, she could remain indifferent. Before she could speak, Li Su, full of jealousy, shouted from the side, "No way. You can't call him that. Huai, I've known you for 100 years and you've never called me a Su. Why should you call him that? Unless you call me that first." That was the little bird spirit's cat. Yui naturally wouldn't call him that. Xueqinjing truly didn't care how she addressed him. After all, whether she called him or not wouldn't increase his points. He just wanted to find a chance for Yui to touch him again voluntarily, just once would be enough. He said understandingly, "It's alright. If you don't want to call me that, then don't. I won't force you like others might. You can address me however you like. I'll do whatever you say." The other person was angered into meowing. Before leaving the confinement room, Xueqinjing took off his eye-catching bridal clothes and reluctantly put on the spare clothes of the cat spirit. Although Li Su had lived for over 100 years, He still looked like a young man, while Jihani had the build and physique of an adult man. The clothes were a bit tight on him, stretching tightly across his shoulders. Xueqinjing was constantly striving for his mission points, so he pleaded, "Master, could you help me adjust my clothes?" The troublemaking cat spirit once again stepped forward first, cracking his knuckles with a forced smile. Immortal Lord is quite delicate, needing someone to help him dress. "Let me help you instead. After all, these are my clothes. I'm more familiar with how to wear them than Huili." Xueqinjing forcefully pulled the clothes up to his shoulders, causing the fabric to tear with a ripping sound. He said in a low voice, "Get lost." Li Su immediately turned to tattle. "Huili, did you see that? He changed his face faster than turning a page. This kind of man is the most unreliable." The little bird spirit soul was made very nervous by their occasional confrontations, yet Yui still wanted to add fuel to the fire, saying, "The Mountain Lord has several wolf spirit guards with keen noses. Li Su, you should hug the Immortal Lord or rub against him to transfer more of your scent onto him, to cover up the human cultivator's scent." After she said this, both men showed disgusted expressions and said in unison, "Impossible." But the cat spirit's eyes rolled and he quickly changed his tune. "Well, it's not entirely impossible, but the Immortal Lord's immortal aura is too strong. Just hugging or rubbing won't be enough to suppress it. I'm afraid only a splash of urine would do the trick." Xueqinjing was so disgusted he stepped back, his tentacles forming a barrier in front of him. Golden snake scales crawled up to the tips, armoring them into sharp spears that glinted golden in the light of the shark oil lamp. "You dare." He turned his head towards Yui and said through gritted teeth, "Master, please rest assured. I won't let anyone detect my aura." As Xueqinjing said this, the aura around him indeed began to fade. Whether it was the lingering bloody smell, the powder fragrance that Jihani had been forced to wear, or even the cat spirit scent left on his clothes, everything was thoroughly cleansed. Even the wind would carry different scents from its surroundings, but he could achieve a state of having no scent at all. Li Su sniffed towards him a couple of times, asking in surprise, "How did you do that?" Xueqinjing replied impatiently, "It's none of your business." Yui remembered that the book had mentioned something about the villain indeed having some methods to conceal his aura, which was how he could frequently infiltrate the righteous immortal sects to cause trouble. She explained to Xueqinjing in advance, "All right, but if we're discovered by the Xiandan Mountain Lord after we leave, I'll hand you over to her directly." Only this way would Huili not immediately turn into a roasted little bird. Hearing this, Li Su felt a surge of joy in his heart, but then sensed something odd. This wasn't like something Huili would do. From what he knew of her, she would never sacrifice others for her own safety. But before he could think it through, he saw that cunning human cultivator nodding obediently, lowering his head to try and get close to Huili. He deliberately lowered his voice, saying softly, "I'll do whatever Master says." Li Su no longer had the mind to think about anything else, focusing only on guarding against this human cultivator who was trying to seduce Huili at every opportunity. Besides the entrance on the altar, this confinement room had another door located on the mountainside, which was a security door for patrol personnel to enter and exit. When they came out from the mountainside, it was the middle of the night. Dark Cinnabar Mountain was still brightly lit, as the Mountain Lord hadn't given up on searching for Jihani. The spirits were gathered at the top of the altar, trying to break open that damn confinement room from the outside. Xueqinjing secretly sent an order to the Xiandan Mountain Lord, commanding her to remove all the spirits from their original positions at the foot of the mountain. The three of them returned to the palace complex at the foot of the mountain almost unimpeded. Yui, holding the complete soul-settling formation diagram, deduced the location of the formation gate, and headed there. The gate of the soul-settling formation happened to be under the large locust tree in the central area, where there was a shrine called Huayan Hall, the ancestral shrine of this branch of the Ji family. The location was gloomy, with the locust tree's leafy canopy covering the entire shrine. When the Ji clan was still around, this locust tree had developed a tree spirit that had been guarding the shrine ever since. When Xiandan originally occupied this place, she led a group of spirits to destroy the shrine out of anger. She had initially wanted to kill the pagoda tree spirit that had been used by humans, but then thought that someone should witness the state of the Ji family shrine. So she left it alive until now. The gate of the soul-settling formation was set there, so the pagoda tree spirit must know the inside story. Yui told Li Su to support Xueqinjing, half carrying him as they walked forward. The three stumbled into Huayan Hall. The shrine still maintained the appearance it had when it was destroyed. The plaque was shattered into pieces lying under the porch, with stains penetrating the Namu wood, making the inscriptions illegible. The beams and pillars had also collapsed for the most part, with broken tiles scattered all over the ground. Especially the tablets inside, it was almost impossible to find a clean and intact piece. Every remaining fragment bore some cursing and insulting characters, with traces of fire burning visible on every inch of land here. The ancestral hall reeked to high heaven. According to Li Su, it had been doused with feces and urine for 49 days straight. Back then, these demons had specifically stolen night soil from the villages at the foot of the mountain to offer as tribute to the deceased ancestors of the Ji clan. Li Su gripped the immortal lord's arm tightly, supporting half his weight on his shoulder, and said maliciously, "Anyway, every tablet here has been drenched in excrement and trampled by countless demons." "Shut up," Shuechenjing reprimanded in a low voice. Feeling the turbulent emotions of the other soul within him, he rubbed his brow and suppressed Jihani's resistance once again. Yui turned her head to scan the four walls of the ancestral hall, then looked up at the large pagoda tree overhead. She had naturally investigated this ancestral hall before but hadn't discovered anything unusual. She had even been inexplicably cursed at by the tree spirit of this lush pagoda tree that shaded the entire hall. At that time, the scolding had made Huili cry. Now that pagoda tree spirit was lying back on its branches, its semi-transparent spiritual form emitting a faint glow. Hearing the commotion of intruders, it immediately started cursing. "You bunch of savage ruffians, there's nothing left here for you to vent your anger on. What are you doing here?" The pagoda tree began to shake violently, its trunk bending down as its massive seed pods swung like hammers towards the intruders. Branches lashed out, sending bricks and stones flying as it roared, "Get out! Get out now!" A shower of pagoda tree flowers scattered through the air like stars, creating a surprisingly beautiful scene for just a moment. "Huili, be careful," Li Su flashed in front of Yui, shielding her behind him. At the same time, he pushed Shuechenjing out with one hand, saying, "Look carefully, you old tree. If you kill your immortal lord, you'll be the one crying." Shuechenjing coughed up a mouthful of blood at the push. He was half-conscious and weakly falling towards the filthy ground. Fortunately, the tree spirit reacted quickly, extending a branch to catch the immortal lord in its lush foliage. The pagoda tree spirit suddenly sat up on its branch. With its white beard and hair, it was only half the height of a person. It flew lightly onto a leaf, which shook to turn the immortal lord over so it could examine him closely. After a long while, it finally recognized this immortal lord of the G family and reached out to support him, saying, "It really is the immortal lord. My lord, you." The tree spirit choked up. Seeing the blood-stained gauze over his eyes, it wiped the corners of its own eyes with its sleeve and wept. This old one was useless, unable to protect the ancestral hall or save the immortal lord. "I could only watch as a group of evil spirits bullied you." Shuechenjing shook his head gently. "It's not your fault. My own abilities were lacking, which is why I ended up in this state." Li Su interrupted their master-servant exchange. "Old tree, you should thank us properly. If it weren't for Huili and me rescuing your immortal lord, he would have died long ago in the mountain lord's bed." At this point, Li Su's cat eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He turned his head to wink at Yui, not missing any chance to slander that human cultivator. He leaned in close and whispered, "That's right, it took him so long to escape from the bridal chamber. He must have been defiled long ago." Shuechenjing was still lying on the pagoda tree branch, pretending to be severely injured. The system chattered in his ear, "He's slandering you. I suggest you must find a chance to explain clearly to the female lead that the snake demon never touched you." Shuechenjing was completely unconcerned. "He's slandering Jihani. What does that have to do with me, Shuechenjing?" The system said helplessly. "But you and Jihani are one and the same now. The female lead doesn't know when you entered the ghost realm. What if she misunderstands you?" Hearing this, Shuechenjing observed Yui and saw that she clearly didn't care at all. Meanwhile, Li Su was looking smug. He raised his tail to Yui's hand, curling it around her fingers. The tips of his ears turned red as he said, "Huili, stay away from him in the future. Don't let him touch you again. If you want to touch someone, touch me. I'll only let you touch me." The little bird demon's soul squeezed past Yui and raised a hand to cover his cat mouth, saying urgently, "Don't talk nonsense. If the immortal lord hears you, he'll be upset." "Is that the point? Is there nothing in her head except concern for that despicable human cultivator?" Li Su's expression instantly darkened, the blush disappearing from his face. He turned away and glared fiercely at the despicable human cultivator, then said nothing more. Huili timidly lowered his hand, gripping the lingering sensation of Li Su in his palm, and asked in confusion, "Yui, did I do something wrong? Why is Li Su angry again?" Yui laughed inwardly. "No, you did very well." The pagoda tree spirit shook its branches, carefully sheltering the severely injured immortal lord under its leaves. It looked at the two small demons whispering to each other with hostility, wanting to confirm if its immortal lord was being coerced by them. Shuechenjing closed his eyes. Jihani's soul was resisting fiercely, so he had to focus on suppressing him to avoid being affected by his agitated emotions. Feeling the tree spirit's gaze, he placed a hand on his chest and struggled to sit up. "I once had some friendly relations with that little bird demon. They did indeed save me. We have nowhere else to go now, so we can only come to the ancestral hall for temporary shelter." Only then did the tree spirit withdraw its hostility, though its gaze towards Huili and Li Su still held wariness. It sighed. "The ancestral hall has already been destroyed to this state. Where is there left to hide?" Li Su opened his mouth to curse but was stopped by Yui raising her hand. "Grandfather tree spirit, there are demon guards searching for the immortal lord everywhere. We could only bring him here to ask for your help. No matter what, we'll leave the immortal lord in your care." We'll go draw away the searching demon guards first. She gave Xueqinjing one last look, then grabbed the cat demon's sleeve and pulled him quickly out of the ancestral hall. Xueqinjing pretended to pass out. The tree spirit examined him carefully once more, saw the G family emblem connected to the meridians on the inside of his elbow, and finally dispelled all doubts in its heart. The pagoda tree's dense branches intertwined, lifting the immortal lord and carrying him into the half-collapsed ancestral hall. The tree spirit grasped Xueqinjing's hand, its fingers turning into sharp twigs. It cut open a wound on his palm, then reached into its own chest and dug out a green bud, placing it in the wound on his palm. The bud entered with the blood, and a green light crawled up Xueqinjing's arm along his meridians. All the spiritual power from the 1,000-year-old pagoda tree flowed into his body with this green light. As the broken meridians in this body began to repair along with the entering roots, Xueqinjing woke up at the right moment. The veins on his neck bulged as he gritted his teeth and asked, "What are you doing?" The spiritual form before him said shamefully, "When this old one was still a seedling, I received the careful cultivation of the G family ancestors, which allowed me to grow and gain sentience. Now I have no other way to repay them except to offer all my spiritual power to reconnect the immortal lord's meridians, hoping to help you escape the demon's torment." "No, I don't need you to do this." Xueqinjing took a deep breath and reached out to try to dig out the bud that had burrowed into his palm. "My lord, if you want to open the underground palace to hide, you must use spiritual power. There's no need to refuse, this is what this old one is willing to do." The tree spirit revealed a relieved smile. Having lost its core, its physical form began to wither and decay at a visible rate, with dry leaves and crushed flowers drifting down. Its spiritual form also began to gradually dissipate. In its final moment, the tree spirit pushed the filthy altar inside the ancestral hall and said, "My lord, once you recover your spiritual power, please leave this place through the underground passage as soon as possible." Half of Xueqinjing's body was enveloped by the green light crawling along his blood vessels. The tree spirit's core was like a seed, taking root in his body and beginning to grow wildly. Branches reconnected his broken bones, stems and leaves formed new meridians to replace the ruined ones. As sensation returned to this body, Xueqinjing was racked with pain, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He gripped a nearby pagoda tree branch tightly until it lost its vitality in his palm, becoming a withered branch that broke easily. When the tree spirit's core had fully merged with his body and all his meridians were reconnected, Xueqinjing was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, as if he had just been pulled out of water. He threw away the dry branch in his hand and, still not satisfied, turned back to stamp on the withered pagoda tree trunk, cursing loudly, "Who the hell asked you to reconnect my meridians and mend my broken bones? It hurt like hell." When Yu and Li Su returned, alarmed by the rapidly withering pagoda tree, this was the scene they witnessed. The cat demon immediately shouted, "Weren't you supposed to ask it about the soul-settling formation? Why did you kill it?" Xueqinjing turned his back, rubbing the soaked bandage over his eyes. His voice was a bit hoarse as he said coldly, "I didn't even get a chance to ask before it died." Ch 26 Substitute 10. Chapter 26. The cat demon finally caught his weak spot and wasn't about to let it go easily. She raised her voice and questioned. "This old man's life was so tough that even being set on fire couldn't kill him. How did he just die out of nowhere when you arrived? Did you?" Xueqinjing took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and irritably interrupted, "It transferred all its spiritual power to me, repairing my meridians and mending my broken bones." He clenched his fist tightly, gripping the wound in his palm. Lowering his head as if looking at the withered branches and leaves on the ground, he muttered with a displeased expression, "I never asked for it to do this. I don't want its sentimental self-sacrifice to save me." Yui surprisingly sensed a hint of sadness from him, though she figured it must be coming from the other soul within his body. She bent down to pick up a strand of withered locust flowers. Before she could straighten up, the petals scattered from the dried stem. She had to let it go and asked, "Did it leave any message?" "There's an underground palace beneath here," Xueqinjing said, composing himself. He walked to where the locust tree spirit had disappeared and placed his hand on the spot it had last touched. "Now that it mentions it, I do recall there is indeed an underground palace here." Xueqinjing had only skimmed through Ji Hani's memories before, focusing mainly on the battle scene between the little bird demon and the human demon, without paying much attention to other details. Now that the locust tree spirit brought it up, he remembered seeing something about this underground palace in Ji Hani's memories. Xueqinjing closed his eyes, carefully tracing back through his memories. His palm moved along the broken altar, feeling from left to right. Blue spiritual light flowed from his fingertips, lighting up the eyes of several carvings on the altar in sequence. Finally, he gathered spiritual power in his palm and pushed forcefully against a brick on the altar. Spiritual threads shot out rapidly from under his hand, cutting through the bricks of the altar. These bricks disassembled at an extremely fast pace, then reassembled, eventually stacking up to form a white stone memorial archway with 3 spans and 4 pillars. A plaque hung under the eaves in the center of the archway, with golden characters on a black background that read, "Soul Settling Hall." On the two central pillars were couplets that read, "Evil spirits shall not invade," and "Demons and monsters shall not disturb." "The Ji family's true ancestral hall is actually behind this archway," Xueqinjing said. Li Su stretched his neck to examine the suddenly appeared archway up and down, exclaiming angrily, "Your Ji family actually used a fake ancestral hall to deceive us. Human cultivators are truly insidious and cunning." Xueqinjing ignored the foolish cat and closed his eyes briefly, attempting to dig out more information from Ji Hani's memories. However, the soul-settling hall was a restricted area of the Ji family. Whether it was because he didn't know much about it himself or because this part of the memory was too well guarded, Xueqinjing couldn't extract more information from his memories at the moment. Thus, he didn't know exactly what the situation inside the soul-settling hall was like. His tendrils carefully scanned the couplets on the door from a distance across the archway. He asked Yui, "Do you want to go in?" Yui nodded. Of course she wanted to enter. The core of the soul-settling formation must be within this underground palace. If she wanted to break the formation and release all the earthbound spirits in the city, she would have to venture inside. Huai Li's soul timidly said, Do we really have to go in?" Yui reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Huai Li hesitated for a moment, then the little bird soul nodded its head, choosing to trust her as always. The withering of the large locust tree in the ancestral hall also attracted the attention of the demons from Dark Cinnabar Mountain, and some began to gather here. Yui didn't delay, concentrating as she stepped towards the archway. However, Li Su suddenly reached out to stop her. His expression was determined, his golden eyes filled with the reflection of the young woman. He deliberately softened his voice, though somewhat awkwardly, and said, "I'll go in first. If there's no danger, you can follow behind me." Without waiting for a response, Li Su turned around and walked cautiously into the archway. The cat demon youth had a tall, slender figure and a straight back. Beneath his clothes, one could see the taut muscle lines of his back. His cat ears stood upright on his head, the ear cups turning back and forth, alert to sounds from all directions. Below his like waist, 6 fluffy tails fanned out. The silhouette of his back, resolutely shielding her, looked steady and reliable. The little bird demon chirped softly, and suddenly the tiny bird soul grew warm. Her emotions infected Yui, causing the heart of this body to pound wildly. Yui's face and ears flushed red for a moment. She pressed her hand against her frantically beating heart in surprise and asked confusedly, "Why, Li?" The little bird demon flapped her wings to fan herself, her soul blushing bright red as she stammered in panic, What? I don't know what's happening either." Yui took a deep breath and inwardly scared the little bird demon, "Don't distract me. If we encounter any traps inside and I don't react in time, you'll end up as a dead little bird." Frightened by her words, Huai Li stopped fluttering about and buried her head in her wings, trying hard to suppress her fluttering heart. Yui couldn't help but smile. A disappointed sigh came from the system behind her. "Master, please try to show some initiative. At times like this you should rush forward to protect the female lead, shielding her behind you. Not let a cat demon steal this perfect opportunity to gain favor." Xueqinjing was stunned for a moment. After processing the system's reminder in his mind, he belatedly realized why her heart had been beating so fast earlier. He thought to himself in frustration, "Why didn't you remind me earlier? The system. Do I need to spoon-feed you everything? Can't you have some awareness on your own?" But by now it was too late for Xueqinjing to try to show off. Li Su had already stepped into the archway, with Yui following behind him. He could only click his tongue in annoyance and hurry to catch up. Suddenly, a water-like white light rippled inside the doorway of the white stone archway, and the inscriptions on both door pillars lit up simultaneously. At the same time, Li Su, who had already disappeared behind the archway, let out a warning cat's cry, followed immediately by a powerful force that violently threw him back out. Yui reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side. Half of her body was immersed in the white light of the archway when she suddenly felt an enormous suction force. There was a strange sensation of being split apart, and she heard Huai Li's surprised cry, "E." Yui turned her head and saw Huai Li staring at her with wide eyes. She quickly glanced down at herself and realized that the two of them had separated. Huai Li, seeing her face, joyfully stretched out her arms, wanting to touch her. I can finally see Yui." But the barrier stood between them, and Huai Li ultimately couldn't touch her. Yui was sucked into the archway doorway by the great force, while the little bird demon was repelled by the barrier on the door. E. Yui only heard Huai Li's last two calls before the scene before her eyes completely changed, and she stepped into the underground palace of the soul-settling hall. On the other side of the archway, Li Su and Huai Li were thrown out by the barrier one after another. The cat demon's reaction was extremely fast. His body twisted flexibly in midair, and as soon as his toes touched the ground, he dashed over to catch the ejected Huai Li. Xueqinjing's demon spirits, which had been closely following Yui, were now all blocked by the barrier. He opened his arms to catch the large group of transparent demon spirits that bounced back. Turning his head, despite the gauze covering his eyes, he accurately located the direction of the little bird demon and asked, "Did Yui go in?" At that moment, Wiley felt gazes from all directions as if countless eyes were staring and examining her. She couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising all over her body. Ignoring Lisu's anxious inquiries, she nodded dazedly. Why yes, she went in. Yue? Who's Yue? The cat demon was utterly confused. Xuechenjing didn't bother with them anymore. He turned and plunged into the doorway of the white stone archway. The inscriptions on both sides of the door pillars lit up again, and a water-like barrier appeared in front of him. His figure was trapped in the white light of the barrier, locked in a stalemate with these two decrees. Evil spirits shall not invade, demons and monsters shall not disturb. I'll invade and disturb as I please, Xuechenjing sneered. Demonic energy exuded from his body, enveloping his hands. He spread his fingers and inserted them into the barrier in front of him, forcefully tearing it apart. The veins on the back of his hands bulged prominently, his joints turning white from the exertion. The barrier fluctuated violently and the decrees on the door pillars shone even brighter. Sword lights and blade shadows that exorcise demons and repel evil shot out from within the barrier, slashing down towards him. The chaotic sword light swept towards the ancestral hall behind them. Lisu hurriedly embraced Wiley and leapt towards the outside of Huayan Hall. Wiley clutched Lisu's shoulders and anxiously asked, "What about the immortal lord? And he?" "Forget about them," Lisu said jealously. "You're always concerned about so many people. Everyone can find a place in your heart. Can't you focus solely on me? Look only at me." Lisu's emotions were running high, and he failed to dodge in time. His back and legs were struck by a sword, causing him to fall to his knees with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The demon-slaying sword light attacked from above, surrounding them. Lisu raised his hand to protect Wiley's head, burying her beneath him. Lisu. As the dense sword light descended, Wiley looked up at him nervously. At such close range, her wide eyes were filled with nothing but his image. "That's right, just keep your eyes on me." Lisu smiled with satisfaction, but his smile quickly froze on his face. The five-colored bird's wings spread wide, embracing him from below and covering the cat demon's head. Lisu's heart leapt into his throat, his voice almost tearing as he shouted, "You stupid bird! What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Quickly fold your wings back." Wiley hugged his neck tightly, shutting her eyes and completely ignoring his roars. The sword rain fell, clashing with sharp metallic clangs. The expected pain didn't come. Wiley opened her eyes and looked up, peering over Lisu's shoulder through the parted feathers to see a graceful, enchanting figure standing above them. The master of Dark Cinnabar Mountain, her white dress fluttering, held a snow-white parasol. The canopy was thin and translucent, covered with a layer of hard snake scales made from her own shed skin. As the parasol collided with the falling sword rain, it deflected all the blades amidst ringing clashes. Xiandan glanced back at the two small demons behind her. "Hurry up and leave." "Thank you, Mountain Master," Wiley said tearfully. She quickly retracted her wings and supported the cat demon as they headed out of the ancestral hall, comforting him. "Lisu, it's all right. We're not dead. The Mountain Master came to save us." Lisu's heart was still constricting as if someone was squeezing it tightly. He hadn't yet recovered, his limbs felt weak, but his fingers gripped Wiley firmly. His voice trembled with anger as he said, "Who asked you to protect me? If you had died, I would definitely eat you. I definitely would eat you." Wiley's eyes widened and she shrank her neck in fear, whispering, "Didn't we already agree? Why do you want to eat me again? So you better not die." "Don't die for anyone." Lisu squeezed these words out through gritted teeth, then tightened his arms around her and pleaded softly into her shoulder, "Wiley, I'm begging you." Wiley raised her hand to pat his head. "Don't worry, I won't." Outside the ancestral hall, demon clan members had gathered, but they were blocked by the sudden outburst of sword energy and dared not enter. After the sword light dissipated, the long-dilapidated ancestral hall finally collapsed completely. Even the dead locust tree beside it toppled to the ground, chopped into chips. The surroundings had been razed to the ground, leaving only the central three-bay, four-pillar white stone memorial archway standing in place. Xiandan fearfully glanced at the figure beneath the archway, then folded her snow-white parasol and stepped out of the ruins. She ordered someone to capture the two small demons and questioned, "What happened?" Lisu was covered in blood but straightened his back to shield Wiley. Without mentioning how they had arrived here or why they were with Jihani, he loudly declared, "Huayan Hall is fake. All the Ji family ancestral tablets enshrined inside are fake. The real Ji family ancestral hall is behind that memorial archway." The demon crowd grew restless, their emotions stirred. Many drew their weapons, wanting to charge forward, but were restrained by Xiandan's raised hand. "You should know well what happens to those who betray me." Xiandan's slender, demonic eyes swept over Lisu and Wiley. She ordered them to be detained for later punishment. Her attention returned to the white stone archway as she commanded, "Surround this place first and await my orders." The demon clan members dispersed to encircle the archway. Beneath the archway, dark demonic energy intertwined with the barrier. The decree on this gate incorporated the cultivation of more than one Ji family member. The cultivation of dozens of generations was condensed into this barrier, making it difficult for Xianxia to break through for the moment. The light of the ancestral decree containing the Ji family ancestors' magical power on the gate pillars stirred Jihani's soul into momentary clarity. Jihani could no longer endure the heavy demonic energy surrounding Xianxia. Even though the immortal lord's cultivation had been destroyed, and he had languished in the ghost realm for thousands of years, his soul eroded by demonic energy, he still retained a fraction of his own steadfast heart of Tao, not having completely fallen. Without any hesitation, he quickly began reciting an exorcism incantation with his firm Tao heart. Caught off guard, Xianxia's soul was directly struck by the exorcism spell. His spirit severely damaged, under attack from both inside and out, his footsteps faltered and he was forced to stumble backward. At the same time, he felt a sense of separation within his body. Xianxia was blasted out of the barrier, the blindfold covering his eyes coming loose and falling away. He opened his eyes, his pupils black and bright, squinting as he watched Jihani's form fall into the barrier. The two were completely separated, with Jihani entering the barrier while he, like the little bird demon, was repelled by the decree on the gate pillars. The person who tumbled out of the barrier had beautiful long black curly hair, with a golden hairband intertwined with the dark locks, fluttering in the air. The cat demon narrowed his eyes, his rapidly vibrating pupils capturing the other's facial features. He lowered his head to ask the person in his arms, "Who is he now? What else are you hiding from me?" Afraid of being overheard by Xiandan in front, he kept his voice very low, with a kind of helpless exasperation. Wiley covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide as she looked ahead. They've separated too. The immortal lord had entered behind the archway, so he should be safe now. At the foot of the archway, Xianxia pressed his hand to his chest. Jihani's exorcism incantation seemed to still linger in his body, the demonic entity in his heart writhing in pain. Xianxia paced before the white stone archway, his face dark as that damned exorcism spell churned in his mind. He shook his head forcefully. "Shut up! Shut up!" He couldn't help but bend over and retch, as if trying to vomit out the buzzing exorcism spell from his throat. Xianxia's entire face turned red, his eyes nearly bloodshot. He collapsed to the ground, raising both hands to cover his mouth and nose, desperately trying to stifle the useless convulsions in his throat. After a long while, the sound of the exorcism spell finally began to fade in his mind. Xianxia removed his hands and gasped for air. He wiped the moisture from his face with his sleeve and turned his head to look at the white stone archway standing beside him. Being separated from Yue again made him extremely agitated. Only 5 parts left, there were clearly only 5 parts left. After his breathing steadied, Xianxia closed his eyes and sank into his heart sea. He passed through the chaotic demonic shadows in his heart sea, walked past the oath steel, and entered directly into that ray of white light deep within. The familiar mountain cave temple appeared before his eyes. Xianxia stepped into the main hall and said to the person sitting quietly on a rush mat, "Go out and help me find someone. Find her and bring her out of that ghost city." The person on the rush mat stood up and turned to face him. Standing together, they looked like a pair of twin brothers. Their build and facial features were identical, even down to the long hair hanging behind their heads and the curve of the curls at the ends. However, one had a gloomy expression while the other had a gentle demeanor, as if they were two extremes. "Is it the young lady who once came to visit me here?" the other person asked in a mild tone. Xianxia nodded, leaning in close to warn him in a low voice, "Don't do anything unnecessary. You should know that I can sense your every move now and can seal you back in here at any time, my dear elder brother." The other person smiled helplessly, not angered by his malicious tone, and said, "All right, I'll do as you say." The person in front of the white stone archway opened his eyes again. The bloodshot hadn't completely faded from his eyes, leaving his eye sockets red, but those eyes looked as clear and bright as a lake surface under sunlight. It was now the time when night retreated and dawn broke. Even in the ghost realm, the sunlight was pale and devoid of warmth, but for someone who hadn't seen sunlight in so long, suddenly seeing daylight again was immensely joyful. He tilted his head back, his pupils filled with sunlight, and took a deep breath. A nostalgic smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It was clearly the same person, yet in the blink of an eye, their whole demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. The system immediately sensed his change and exclaimed excitedly, "Master? You've finally emerged, Master." CH27 Who is the double one? Chapter 27. The sudden voice in his mind startled him, but he quickly recovered and asked, "Are you the system he mentioned?" The system cheerfully replied, "Yes, it's me. Master, we finally met." Amused by the system's enthusiasm, he adapted quickly to this intangible entity that existed only as a voice in his mind. Curiously, he asked, "You sound like you've known about my existence for a while. Did he tell you about me?" "He never mentioned you, but I've indeed known about your existence for a long time," the system responded. Xianxia would have loved to obliterate this aspect of his personality, never to appear again, and would never have mentioned him to others. But the system, holding the original script, naturally knew everything. It even knew about their childhood bedwetting incident, where the older brother pinched himself, his eyes red and brimming with tears, pretending it was his younger brother who had wet the bed. The younger brother would just stare blankly at the sheets, protesting too much. It was my brother who wet the bed, not me. However, before anyone else could speak, he would burst into tears from shame. So in their parents' eyes, only the younger brother was seen as a crybaby who frequently wet the bed. Known for a long time, huh? The man standing before the white stone memorial arch lowered his eyelashes, not dwelling on the thought. After all, with such an entity residing in his mind, all his thoughts could probably be seen by others, which he didn't like. He stood up from the ground, rubbing his sore eyes. His voice was warm and tinged with a smile as he said, "You don't need to call me master. Just call me Mingyuan." The system, accustomed to being ordered around by Xue Chenjing, was hearing such a gentle tone from its host for the first time. He was so different from Xue Chenjing. The system remembered how Xue Chenjing, upon first hearing its voice, immediately closed his eyes and searched frantically within his own body to find it. He had scoured every corner of his chaotic mental sea, probed his meridians in flesh, nearly counting each hair on his body, trying to find and destroy it. He had even attempted mental control over it. Of course, none of these attempts succeeded. It took a long time for Xue Chenjing to accept being bound to such a useless and troublesome system. While conversing with the system, Xue Mingyuan turned his gaze to look at the demon clan surrounding him with hostile intent, then back to the white stone memorial arch with its 3 sections and 4 pillars before him. His eyes fell on the imperial edict inscribed on the 2 central door pillars. Evil spirits shall not invade. Demons and monsters shall not disturb. Xue Mingyuan reached out to feel the magical power in these 2 edicts and realized, no wonder he couldn't enter. He closed his eyes. In his mental sea, the surging demons had already been sealed away along with Xue Chenjing. Now only an oath steel remained in the empty mental sea, covered by a black mist that obscured its contents. Xue Chenjing had hidden the contents of the oath steel, not wanting him to see it. The Xiandan mountain lord stood 100 paces away from the memorial arch. Her slender phoenix eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Her red lips parted slightly, and a forked snake tongue flicked out, tasting the air. Just now, when that man reopened his eyes, the feeling he gave off had changed. Even the blood-suppressing power he had over her earlier had vanished. Instead, he now emanated an aura similar to Jihani's, which she despised. Xiandan retracted her long tongue, its forked tip brushing across her crimson lips. A dangerous glint appeared in the corner of her eye. She wasn't one to willingly submit to others. As the coldest and most heartless of snakes, she certainly wouldn't pass up an opportunity for revenge. As Xue Mingyuan reached out to touch the edict on the door pillar, the Xiandan mountain lord's alluring figure flickered. She transformed into a sinuous white beam of light, passing through the ruins and reaching the white stone memorial arch in an instant. At that moment, Xue Mingyuan was touching the edict, listening to the system in his mind saying, "Master, the female lead has been inside for a long time. We should hurry in too." Xue Mingyuan nodded in agreement. "All right, but can you tell me about her first?" The system had high expectations for this personality of its host. Compared to Xue Chenjing, who had made no progress on the romance mission, he seemed more likely to achieve a happy ending with the female lead. It immediately replied, "Of course I can." Just then the massive snake demon rose from the ground. Its body, covered in scales as hard as armor, reflected a blinding white light in the sunlight. The white light grazed the corner of Xue Mingyuan's eye. He turned to look and saw a huge, gaping maw with sharp fangs lunging towards him. The demon's bright red tongue lashed out like a whip, and even the saliva droplets from its tongue tip sizzled on the ground, releasing toxic fumes. Xue Mingyuan twisted his waist to dodge the incoming snake tongue, stepping back into the doorway of the white stone memorial arch. The barrier on the doorway rippled slightly, swallowing his figure without any resistance. The snake demon crashed into the white stone memorial arch, triggering the sword formation barrier once again. Countless beams of sword light shot out. Xiandan coiled up on the ruins, raising her long tail to fend off the rain of swords. It took quite a while for the sword rain to subside. The coiled white snake disappeared, and as the dust settled, her alluring figure was revealed. Xiandan's white dress was somewhat disheveled, with a few bloodstains, but her injuries weren't severe. The snake's scales on the side of her face hadn't fully receded. Her vertical pupils gazed at the unyielding white stone memorial arch, and she said in disbelief, "He actually went in." The barrier that repelled demons, evil spirits, and monsters had accepted him without any resistance. Wasn't he a demon? Behind the white stone memorial arch was the hidden underground palace of the Ji family. This underground palace was vast, like a spacious underground plaza, supported only by encircling pillars. In the center stood a 3-tiered circular mound altar, wider at the bottom and narrower at the top. Each level was enclosed by white jade stone railings with staircases on all 4 sides leading upwards. On the ground of this underground palace were tens of thousands of lamps, one at each step, extending from the base of the altar all the way to its top. Each lamp held a flame the size of a fingertip, illuminating the entire underground palace brightly. Half an hour ago, when Yui passed through the white stone memorial arch and entered this place, she was initially awestruck by these lamps that resembled a galaxy of stars on the ground. But it didn't take long for her to notice something strange about these lamps. The pattern formed by their arrangement was exactly the same as the soul-settling formation that Xueqiangjing had completed in his notebook. The cracks between the stone tiles on the floor of this underground palace were filled with plant roots, and the surrounding pillars were also entwined with plant tendrils. However, these plants seemed to be under some kind of restraint, only extending their roots through the cracks without damaging any of the stone tiles or creating even a single fissure. Yui reached out and pinched a slender root with her fingernail, guessing it might be from a locust tree. She had originally thought that the locust tree absorbed the spiritual energy of this place, causing its flowers to glow. Now it seemed that the tree must have absorbed the power from the soul-settling lamps underground, which was why when the locust flowers fell, they were guided by the soul-settling formation, forming the layout of the underground formation on the ground. Yui walked to the outermost lamp and made a grasping motion in the air, summoning her green bamboo sword. Blue flames erupted from the sword tip. She gripped the hilt with both hands and thrust downward forcefully at the oil lamp. When the sword tip was an inch away from the lamp, it suddenly stopped. The sound of the sword's cry echoed repeatedly in this vast underground space. Yui was forced back 2 steps. She swung her sword to disperse the reverberating sword energy. Frowning, she intensified the sword light on her green bamboo sword and struck 3 more times in quick succession. The sword light howled towards the ground lamps but was once again deflected by the light from the lamps. The blue sword light, weakened by a third, veered off to the right. Yui followed the path of her sword light and suddenly saw a figure appear where it was heading. He raised the long sword in his hand and brought it down vertically, splitting Yui's remaining sword intent with 1 strike. Behind the dissipating blue flames, a familiar face was revealed. At first, Yui thought it was Xueqiangjing who had followed her in again, but upon second glance, she noticed the differences and asked in confusion, "Are you Jihani?" Jihani sheathed his sword on his back. His eyes were still gray and lifeless, his sight not yet recovered, but because the locust tree spirit had sacrificed itself to reconnect his broken meridians and bones, half of his immortal lord cultivation had been restored. He could now rely on a cultivator's keen senses to perceive his surroundings. He faced Yui's direction, cupped his hands in a salute, and said with a neither humble nor arrogant attitude, "Miss, this place is where my clan's ancestors rest. I hope you will show mercy and not disturb the spirits of the departed." The immortal lord's demeanor was cool and dignified, proper and elegant. His eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice and snow, yet he was not overbearing. He was like a winter plum blooming alone on a snowy branch, completely devoid of the gloomy demonic aura that Xueqiangjing had when he occupied this body. Yui couldn't help but look at Jihani a few more times before replying. This spiritual place has been occupied by evil spirits. Even its name changed to Dark Cinnabar Mountain. Demons revel wildly overhead. Does the immortal lord truly believe your ancestors can rest peacefully here? This could truly be called dancing on graves. Jihani's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting look of pain crossing his face. He said guiltily, "It is our generation's incompetence that we couldn't protect our home. But the soul-settling hall is the last place of peace. I cannot stand by and watch you act recklessly here." Yui withdrew her green bamboo sword and tried to explain, "I'm not acting recklessly. I'm trying to release the earthbound spirits trapped above and restore peace to your clan's ancestors." "Where does this idea come from, miss?" Seeing her sheath her sword, Jihani politely put away his own long sword. His attitude towards this intruder in his ancestral shrine was not aggressive. Yui said, "Doesn't the immortal lord find it strange? Someone suddenly entered your body without reason and suppressed your soul. That was a demon. It was my lack of firm resolve that allowed the heart demon to take advantage." As Jihani finished speaking, there was a hint of doubt in his expression, as if he couldn't quite convince himself with his own words. When earthbound spirits are deeply trapped in the past, they only regain clarity when they reach the moment of death again. But that clarity lasts only for a moment before they sink back into the past, continuing the next cycle, repeatedly experiencing what they endured in life. Yui had experimented on Huili before. After explaining it clearly, the little bird demon cried until she fainted. When she woke up, she had forgotten everything. Yui wondered how the immortal lord would react. She observed Jihani's expression and tried to speak frankly. The immortal lord must have sensed it too, that it wasn't some heart demon. His name is Xueqiangjing, and like me, he accidentally fell into this ghost realm. Ghost realm? Jihani's dull gray eyes widened slightly, making the immortal lord's expression seem somewhat bewildered. Yui said, "Yes, ghost realm. You were forced to marry Xian Dan, but that's an event from 1,000 years ago. Afterwards, the Jiang, Yao, and Yun families led cultivators to attack Dark Cinnabar Mountain to save you, resulting in a great battle between humans and demons. All the demons on Dark Cinnabar Mountain, including you, Immortal Lord, have been dead for 1,000 years." Yui observed his reaction. "Since entering this place, I've been investigating what's binding so many souls here, preventing them from transcending. I've recently found some clues suggesting it might be the soul-settling formation in this underground palace. Ji-hani turned to face the direction of the circular altar, the furrow between his brows deepening. He wasn't convinced by the few words of the female cultivator before him, but during the time his soul was suppressed, he had vaguely sensed something was amiss. When things first deviated from their original course in the bridal chamber, his soul had been disturbed, hovering on the edge of consciousness and unconsciousness, which led to his confusion. What Yui was saying now was like a gust of wind, blowing away the last layer of mist obscuring the truth he had already begun to glimpse. Earthbound spirits. Ji-hani murmured, his expression changing several times. 1,000 years of repeated humiliation caused his expression to twist in pain for a moment, but he closed his eyes and quickly suppressed this pain. Finally he said with acceptance, "Very well, I am willing to work with you to break the formation here." Yui admired his ability to see through the illusion and stabilize his state of mind so quickly. This formation is operating at full capacity. It's nearly impossible to shake it from the outside. We can only go to the circular altar at the center and see what we can do, Yui said. Ji-hani nodded, and the two walked together towards the center of the formation. With Ji-hani leading the way, their progress was much smoother. After all, he was of the Ji clan bloodline, and while the ancestral grave might guard against others, it would never guard against its own descendants. Yui followed behind Ji-hani as they ascended the circular altar, turning to look around. Lit lamps were also placed on this circular altar, but at the center of the lamps was an exquisitely carved crystal lotus platform. The lotus platform was as white as jade, with each petal flowing with dense spiritual energy. It appeared to be made from a large piece of natural spirit stone. At the center of each lotus platform floated a soul flame. Just on this first level of the circular mound, she could count 7 or 8 lotus platforms with soul flames within her sight. Yui's fingers moved slightly within her sleeve as she turned her head to look at Ji-hani. She felt a bit wary but asked with a puzzled expression, "Why did your ancestors leave these soul flames here?" During her 5 years in the Bamboo Grove secret realm, she had read all the books left by her master. Her understanding of this world was no longer limited to the 800,000 or so words in the novel. She now knew many things that those 800,000 words had never mentioned. The way of heaven has its rules, life and death have their order. The human body has 3 fires and the soul also has a soul fire. The soul fire is the foundation of the soul's existence. After death, the soul dissipates, but the soul fire doesn't extinguish. It enters reincarnation to reshape the 307 put to be reborn. The Ji family leaving their ancestors' soul flames on lotus platforms, surrounded by a soul-settling formation. Could it be that they wanted their ancestors to never be reborn? This defied common sense and human nature. Ji-hani frowned, equally confused. "I only knew the location of the ancestral shrine. I've never been allowed to enter here before." As they were speaking, the ground suddenly shook beneath their feet. The surface of the circular altar began to rotate, with Yui and Ji-hani on different levels. She stood on the bottom level of the altar while Ji-hani was on the second level. They were carried in opposite directions. Yui acted quickly, leaping backwards into the air, trying to fly away from the altar. However, the circular mound rotated rapidly, the positions of the lamps changing with it, causing the formation they created to change as well. It suddenly locked into a strange formation pattern. Yui had clearly jumped backwards to retreat, but when she landed on the ground, she found herself standing on the topmost level of the circular mound. Her gaze was quickly drawn to a lotus platform in front of her. This was the only lotus platform on the top level, with the light of the formation flowing into it from all directions. The white stone lotus platform gradually became translucent, as if coming to life. From the center of the half-closed petals emerged a light golden soul flame. The light of the soul flame reflected in Yui's eyes. She stared fixedly at the flame as if entranced, her expression gradually softening. Unconsciously, she raised her hands to cup the lotus platform. As she touched it, the lotus petals closed one by one, enveloping the central soul flame, finally transforming into a white pill about the size of an egg yolk. Yui grasped the white pill and raised her hand to feed it into her mouth. Just as the white pill was about to enter her mouth, her wrist was suddenly gripped tightly. An overly familiar face appeared before Yui's eyes. He blinked, and a tiny red mole on his right eyelid flashed for a moment before being hidden in the fold of his double eyelid. His gaze was clear as he looked at her and said, "Don't swallow it. If you do, you'll become pregnant." Ch28 Who is the double 2? Chapter 28. The words pregnant hit Yui like a thunderbolt, jolting her fully awake. She hurled the white pill from her hand as if it were a hot potato. The pill rolled across the ground, shattering into several pieces. A golden soul fire leapt out, and within its flames appeared a semi-transparent spirit. This spirit was over 7 feet tall, wearing a jade crown and wide robes, the form of a full-grown man. His narrow eyes looked down with an imposing air, clearly indicating his high status in the Ji family. His cold gaze swept towards Yui as he sternly rebuked, "How insolent! Who dares to carelessly discard my embryo essence?" "Embryo essence? You look more like a placenta to me." Yui had nearly become an unwitting mother, and her anger was at its peak. Blue flames and lightning intertwined on the bamboo sword in her hand as she slashed fiercely at the shattered white pill. You think you can trick me into being your mother? This old lady will teach you a good lesson. Yui raged. The sword light whistled from her hand, and within the blue flames, the faint outline of a celestial crane appeared, wrapped in sparks of lightning as it charged straight at the floating spirit. Yui hadn't fully summoned the celestial crane sword spirit left by her master, but she had borrowed some of its power. This sword strike was nearly at the nascent soul level. The man in the golden soul fire frowned. If he were still alive, he certainly wouldn't fear a single slash from a small golden core sword cultivator. But alas, his physical body was dead, leaving only his spirit. Without the protection of the Lotus Formation, he dared not directly receive this strike. Where are the members of the G clan? How can you allow this woman to act so brazenly here? He shouted sternly, quickly glancing around before a look of astonishment crossed his face. The G family had dominated the cultivation world for thousands of years and naturally had countless methods to preserve their elite descendants. The 9-transformation Lotus Rebirth formation on this circular mound altar was one such method, capable of reforming the soul fire of the deceased into an embryo essence, to be placed in a suitable mother's body for gestation and rebirth. Because they hadn't gone through reincarnation, the 307 souls hadn't been cleansed anew. Children born through this method could fully retain the memories of their previous life. Their innate qualities and aptitudes would be identical to their previous life, and as they grew, their previous cultivation would gradually recover, without needing to start from scratch. The soul fires placed on this circular mound altar were naturally no ordinary beings. Selecting a maternal body for their rebirth should have involved a series of prudent rituals, including burning incense and chanting. While the ritual wouldn't be as grand as a major sacrifice, it certainly shouldn't have been this rudimentary. There wasn't even a single person guarding the formation. However, it wasn't entirely deserted. There was still one descendant of the G family present. As the 9-transformation Lotus Rebirth formation halted, Hani rushed up from the second level, arriving just in time to block in front of the spirit. He raised his sword to intercept Yuyi's sword light. The blue flames clashed against his snow-white sword, emitting a sharp ring. Even Hani was forced to retreat 3 quick steps from her all-out strike, barely managing to stop in front of the spirit. At that moment, 3 snake-like lightning bolts suddenly burst forth from the flames. 2 streaked out along the circular platform, while 1 curved around Hani and directly pierced through the spirit behind him. The electric current entered the spirit, branching out into several offshoots. The lightning spread throughout the semi-transparent spirit body, causing the golden soul fire within to violently shake. The spirit body in the flames also convulsed violently, its 307 souls nearly scattered apart. The entire top level of the circular mound altar was filled with sparks and lightning. Shui Mingyuan, merely at the foundation establishment level and without the protection of magical beasts, was nearly blown away just by the sword wind sweeping past. He retreated to the edge, his right hand tightly gripping the white stone railing. From behind he looked at the lightning aura surrounding Yuyi's body and rubbed his nose. Her cultivation level was clearly much higher than theirs. Yuyi's sword strike thoroughly angered the deceased G family ancestor. He must have employed some other trick as the ground began to shake again. The 3 levels of the circular mound altar rotated and interlocked, forming a new formation. The lanterns on the circular mound altar blazed brightly, transforming into countless arrows of light that shot up into the sky before targeting Yui and raining down. Yu looked up at the shower of arrows rapidly falling from all directions and gripped her bamboo sword tightly. Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind, extinguished the 3 lamps in the northeast gen position on the right to break this formation. Hearing the words break the formation and catching a glimpse of the spirit's momentary change in expression, Yui didn't hesitate. She raised her sword and swept it towards the 3 lamps in the gen position as instructed. Just as the sword light extinguished the 3 lamps in one sweep, the whistling rain of arrows had already pressed down to her head. Yui wanted to raise her sword to defend, but it was too late. She looked up, her pupils reflecting nothing but flickering golden light. At the last moment, the arrow rain disintegrated into ash mere inches from her, leaving only gusts of wind to whip her clothes and hair about. With one formation failing, the G family ancestor rotated the circular mound altar again to form another. Shui Mingyuan's gaze quickly swept over the lamps forming the array, and he said, "Split your sword chi into 3, extinguishing in turn the second lamp in the Li position, the first lamp in the Kan position, and the 3 lamps in the Chen position." With the experience from the first time, Yui barely paused. As soon as his words fell, her sword light pursued, snuffing out the oil lamps he had indicated. This time the formation was broken before it could even activate. The G family ancestor was furious, his face dark as water, as if frost could form on his spirit. He demanded loudly, "Who are you? How do you know the inner workings of my G family's formation so clearly?" Shui Mingyuan replied modestly, "Your formations are simply too simple." The G family had dominated the cultivation world for thousands of years, possessing divine methods and supreme techniques. Even the texts and cultivation methods stored by their lesser branches were sought after by other cultivators. How could the formations within this circular mound altar be simple? The spirit said coldly, this underground palace can only be entered by members of the G clan and the chosen maternal bodies waiting to nurture embryo essences. Are you from the G family? Which generation? To be so arrogant and disregard the rules, are you a descendant of Ji Luan from Jiawang Mountain? Xue Mingyuan's eyes flickered slightly like a light breeze rippling across a lake surface but quickly returned to calmness. He smiled and said, my surname is Xue. The spirit gave 3 cold laughs. His refusal to admit his identity suited him just fine. Good. Since you're not from the Ji family, killing you for trespassing in our forbidden grounds is only natural. He looked down at Ji Hani, recognizing this Ji family descendant with whom he shared a relatively close blood relation. He said, you're the youngest son of Ji Zhongheng's family? Ji Hani's movements faltered slightly. Just as he was about to inquire, the other party continued, I am your granduncle. Go, kill that Xue boy for your granduncle. Ji Hani gripped the sword in his hand but didn't immediately act. There was hesitation on his face. He too had sensed that the existence of this underground palace seemed different from what he had imagined. It clearly wasn't for ancestral worship. Yui glanced at the lotus platforms on the circular mound altar. Here, each soul fire meant that a woman would be brought to this place forced to swallow the so-called embryo essence, then become pregnant and give birth, bringing forth an old being unwilling to die. In the words of this Ji family ancestor, were they only fit to be called chosen maternal bodies waiting to nurture embryo essences? What did they take women for? She retreated to Xue Mingyuan's side and glanced at him. The Xue Mingyuan before her now felt different from before, one could say vastly different. But now wasn't the time to delve into his changes. Just his 2 previous hints on how to break the formations were enough for Yui to choose to trust him. Xue Mingyuan's attainments in formations indeed far surpassed hers. Yui gestured towards the clusters of soul fires on the circular mound altar's lotus platforms, still vainly hoping for rebirth, and asked in a low voice, how can we completely destroy this place? Send all these ghosts who refuse to die into the yellow springs. The 2 of them stood close together. Xue Mingyuan's gaze fell on her face, carefully taking in her delicate brows and eyes, her small straight nose, and then her full lips below. His gaze was excessively lingering, as if wanting to engrave her features into his heart with this one look. Before Yui could become uncomfortable under his gaze, Xue Mingyuan blinked, his eyes once again becoming gentle. He spoke quickly and clearly. The formations on this circular mound altar belong to a multi-layer changeable formation system, including the soul-settling formation below. To interlock these formations, allowing them to change without interfering with each other, there must be a main lamp. No matter how the formations change, this lamp will not move. Xue Mingyuan's lips curved in a slightly apologetic smile. I'm sorry, there are simply too many lamps here. I still need a bit more time to find that main lamp. The souls of Ji family ancestors vaguely heard his words and urged Ji Hani. Boy, what are you hesitating for? Do you really want to watch these 2 outsiders destroy our ancestral shrine? Ji Hani closed his eyes briefly, and when he reopened them, his expression became determined. He turned to face the souls behind him and asked, Uncle, your nephew wants to know what exactly this ancestral shrine is for. Are the soul fires on the circular mound altar lotus platform all from our deceased Ji family ancestors? The soul hadn't expected him to question rather than act and scolded. I told you to protect the ancestral shrine, not to question me. Ji Hani shook his head. Our Ji family's motto is to slay demons and uphold justice. If our ancestors left their soul fires to defy the natural order and cling to life through unorthodox means, I'm afraid I cannot obey. Yui gripped her sword, looking admiringly at Ji Hani's righteous bearing. His family's ancestors were nearly driven to despair by his words. Seeing this younger generation as useless, the soul cursed him as an unfilial son and once again set the circular mound altar spinning rapidly. Yui lowered her center of gravity, standing firmly in place. She turned her head to speak to the person behind her. This time, don't rush to break it. Let him change the formation a few more times, then you can look for the main lamp. Xue Mingyuan replied, all right, be careful, miss. Miss? The gentle voice entering her ears suddenly reminded Yui of the young man imprisoned in the mountain temple deep within Shuechenjing's sea of consciousness. But before she could think further, the changing formation brought new waves of attacks. Suddenly, the flames of all the oil lamps in the hall shot up, turning into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. The raging flames swept towards them. Ji Hani quickly retreated to Yui's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Their intersecting sword light sliced through the flames. Xue Mingyuan peered through the gaps they created, his gaze quickly scanning the lamps on the ground. The Ji family elder also realized that Xue Mingyuan, who knew how to break the formation, posed the greatest threat. He waved his sleeve, stirring the flames into several fire dragons that lunged at Xue Mingyuan. Chased by the fire dragons and unable to stand steadily on the rotating ground, Xue Mingyuan stumbled and rolled about awkwardly. Yui caught sight of this from the corner of her eye. She flew over to help him slash apart a fire dragon that was closing in and asked in confusion, Why don't you summon your tentacles to grip the ground? Wasn't the giant octopus best at gripping things? When he was in the confined room, he had practically coated the surrounding walls. Shui Mingyuan, his face stung by scattered sparks, hissed in pain. He looked up at her and said, I can't. I'm unable to do that. He was inherently incompatible with demonic creatures. Those beings couldn't be used by him. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, his gaze passing over her shoulder to the back. He cried out, Watch out! In the reflection of his eyes, Yui saw the raging fire pressing down from above, the flames turning his pupils golden. She immediately turned around, her fingertips sliding along the sword blade, sword incantations lighting up in their wake. The fire dragon pounced, its fierce light almost engulfing them in an instant. Shui Mingyuan felt only the scorching heat on his face. His vision blurred by the flames, he watched the slender figure shielding him disappear, consumed by the fire. What if I can't get her out of here? The thought flashed through Shui Mingyuan's mind, but he quickly suppressed it, letting the nascent idea dissipate without a trace. Suddenly, a green light appeared amidst the surging flames. The green glow grew stronger, eventually forming the outline of a sword, its blade inscribed with a string of sword incantations. Wrapped in the sword's energy, the flames were like a flood drawn into a vortex, disappearing into the green bamboo sword. The girl who had been swallowed by the flames reappeared, her long hair flying, her clothes fluttering, like a phoenix reborn from the fire. As the flames completely dissipated, she executed a beautiful sword flourish, sparks still clinging to the blade. Yui glanced back at the person behind her, her long lashes curling upwards, her eyes reflecting the lingering sparks, and asked, Did you find it? Shui Mingyuan, gazing up at her profile, replied, I found it. It's the 23rd lamp to the south, counting from outside the circular mound altar. Yui immediately turned and rushed in the direction he indicated. The Ji family's soul was greatly alarmed and tried to raise the formation to block her, but as he lifted his hand, a long sword suddenly pierced through his soul form from behind. The blade directly impaled the golden soul fire at the center of the soul's chest, instantly freezing it with frost. The Ji ancestor's movements abruptly halted. He slowly turned his head to look at Ji Hani, who stood behind him holding the sword. Through gritted teeth, he spat out, Well, you've really outdone yourself. Taking advantage of this moment, Yui flew to the outside of the circular mound altar. She quickly counted over and saw the oil lamp standing motionless amidst the sea of lights. Compared to the other lamps, it had no special features. Yui didn't dare blink, fearing that in the moment of closing her eyes, it would blend in with the other lamps, forcing her to start counting all over again. She truly couldn't fathom how Xue Chunjing had managed to find it among this starry sea of lamps. She stepped firmly in front of the main lamp, gripping her sword hilt with both hands. Channeling all her spiritual power into the blade, she thrust downward with all her might. Lightning crackled along the green bamboo sword, splitting open a crack in the lamp's halo. At the same time, the old crack on Yuyi's sword blade began to spread once more. She noticed the fracturing of her sword but didn't hesitate. Green flames erupted from the blade, mixed with the fire she had absorbed earlier, rushing down along the crack and into the lamp's wick. The entire underground palace seemed to freeze for a moment. Then with a crack, several fissures burst open from the center of the oil lamp. The lamp shattered into pieces, its oil depleted, and its flame gradually extinguished. As this flame died out, the surrounding lamps followed suit, as if swept by a fierce wind, vast swathes of flames darkening across the ground. Soon, the once bright underground palace grew dim. Finally, even the lamps on the circular mound altar went out. Seeing that all was lost, the Ji family ancestor sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and his soul began to dissipate. I remember your name now, Ji Hani. You were born on a snowy winter day. Your father brought you to me for a name, and I casually picked 2 characters from a poem about a fierce tiger I was reading. The soul chuckled lightly before his flame dispersed, reciting, Cold yet not fearing snow, hungry yet not eating men. But you've done well, turning around to bite the flesh of your own kin. As the lamps went out, the soul fires within the circular mound altar's lotus platform began to violently tremble, withering and vanishing one by one. Agonizing screams suddenly filled the dark underground palace. Ji Hani listened to these cries piercing his ears, his brow furrowing in pain. The entire underground palace began to shake violently with deafening rumbles. The circular mound altar cracked, and spiritual energy surged out from beneath, whipping up howling gales in the chamber. This soul-settling hall was about to collapse. Yui saw Xue Chunjing stumbling as he tried to fly through the air. The next moment he was struck by a gust of wind, falling towards a ground fissure like a butterfly with broken wings. His eyes met hers from beneath his wildly flying hair, the corners of his eyes curving slightly in a faint smile. Then he closed his eyes, pulled into the chasm by the chaotic winds. Yuyi's fingers tightened, finally gripping her spiritual sword. She cleaved through the gale, chasing after the falling figure. She knew this could very well be another of Xue Chunjing's ploys to gain points, but it was also possible that he truly couldn't escape. If he really couldn't summon those demonic creatures, his foundation-building realm cultivation would indeed be insufficient to resist such rampant spiritual winds. Yui had broken the underground palace's formation with his help, so naturally she couldn't abandon him. She guided her sword with her fingers, the green bamboo sword's light cutting through the gale. Her figure, like a streak of light, closed in on him. She reached out and grabbed his belt, pulling him into her arms. The green bamboo sword's light traced a beautiful arc, guiding them through the fierce winds and out of the chasm. Outside, the underground palace completely collapsed, all formations destroyed. Sunlight poured down from above, warm and brilliantly golden. Xue Mingyuan's entire body was bathed in this real, warm sunlight. He looked down at the girl holding him and said softly, "My name is Mingyuan, Xue Mingyuan. I'm very glad to see you again." CH29 Who is the double 3? Chapter 29. Yui flew with him and landed on a stable broken wall. When she turned her head to look at him curiously, she only saw an extremely gloomy face. Xue Chenjing lowered his eyes, his thick eyelashes pressing down on eyes as black as an abyss. That abyss seemed to be churning with a violent storm. His whole body exuded an uncontrollable anger, causing an unusual flush to appear on his face. His chest heaved violently, his breathing heavy. His right hand gripped his own neck, the base of his thumb pressing against his Adam's apple, his 5 fingers distorting his throat. For a moment, Yui felt that he truly wanted to strangle himself to death. Yui released his waist and stepped back in shock. Xue Chenjing turned to look at her, slowly relaxing the fingers that were gripping his neck. Tears of physical pain welled up in the corners of his eyes. He opened his mouth and then closed it, giving her a complex look that was difficult to describe. Without saying anything, he jumped down from the broken wall and quickly ran away, disappearing behind a tree. Yui was utterly bewildered, having already given up on trying to analyze Xue Chenjing's mental state. She raised her hand to touch her ear, where that voice seemed to still be echoing. He said his name was Xue Mingyuan? Could the person just now be the young master from the mountain temple deep in Xue Chenjing's heart? Then the one who helped her break the formation in the underground palace just now was him? No wonder he felt so different from Xue Chenjing. So he could actually come out and control this body. What was going on with the two of them? Multiple personalities? Or were they like her and the little bird spirit before, 2 souls in one body due to some reason? Thinking about it this way, it actually matched the plot of Title Shock. In the story of Title Shock, Xue Chenjing was indeed portrayed as a gentle and considerate secondary male character in the early stages, only to start going mad later on. She had thought that the secondary male character turned into a villain because he couldn't get what he wanted, but it turns out they were actually 2 different personalities from the beginning? Yui looked again towards the tree where Xue Chenjing had hidden, but couldn't find any trace of him. The formation at the bottom of Dark Cinnabar Mountain was completely destroyed, including the soul-settling formation. All the past illusions of the ghost realm disappeared along with it. Palaces collapsed, the ground cracked, and the carved beams and painted pillars faded and were eaten by insects over the years. Rampant grass and vines covered all traces of the past. This ghost realm returned to reality overnight. The demons scattered throughout the ghost city all became confused and then gradually came to their senses. Turned out they were already dead. They had been dead for a long time. Some remained silent, some became hysterical, while others happily opened their arms, finally gaining liberation. They allowed their souls to slowly dissipate, their soul fires falling like stars, descending into the yellow springs to await the next reincarnation. Ha 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 ha. The Xiandan Mountain Lord threw back her head and laughed loudly. She supported her snow-white parasol and spun around on tiptoe on a protruding broken wall. The white light of her dissipating soul flew out from her skirt. In the end, I still killed so many cultivators to accompany me in death. I, Xiandan, have not lived in vain. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure standing behind the group of demons. The immortal lord's eyes, which had been corrupted by demonic poison, had regained their clarity. His jet-black eyes looked at her through the scattering soul lights. There was neither hatred nor resentment on his face, but even a hint of pity. Jihani. The remnant soul of Xiandan twisted in pain. That look again. She remembered this look. She would never forget this look until her death. Like the little bird spirit, Xiandan had also once been fortunate enough to receive the immortal lord's kindness. At that time, her cultivation was still shallow, and she was being chased by hunting cultivators, hiding here and there in constant fear. She was eventually caught by a human cultivator who wanted to dig out her snake gallbladder. It was Jihani who stood up and asked that person to let her go. He said that she had no blood debt on her and wasn't an unforgivable demon, so she shouldn't be their hunting target. The other cultivators burst into laughter, mocking him for being an idiot who had cultivated himself stupid. They said, "She's a demon. Demons are inherently evil. She will eventually kill people, eat people, and be stained with blood debt." Jihani fought with that cultivator, snatched her away and set her free, coldly saying, "If she ever incurs a blood debt, I will kill her with my own hands." When they met again, the Xiandan Mountain Lord was no longer the helpless little snake at others' mercy. She had killed people and was stained with blood debt. On that day, Jihani pointed his sword at her with the same disappointed and pitying look. At that moment, Xiandan suddenly understood. He really was an idiot who had cultivated himself stupid, stubbornly adhering to what he believed was justice. These demons and ghosts, chased by human cultivators until their homes were destroyed and they had nowhere to go, how could they possibly keep their hands clean and never commit killing? Her father and mother who could once protect her were dead. If she didn't kill, she would only be killed by human cultivators, along with her younger siblings. In that world, how could there be any good demons untainted by bloodshed? The Xiandan Mountain Lord's cool parasol suddenly transformed into a snow-white curved bow. She drew the bow and knocked an arrow. The long arrow whistled as it shot out, piercing through Jihani's soul. If I'm reborn as a demon in the next life, kill me or flay me as you wish. But don't use your hypocritical words again. It's sickening. Jihani didn't resist the arrow. His soul shattered under the arrow, and his clean and bright soul fire fell down, sinking into the ground. The remnant soul of the Xiandan Mountain Lord also disappeared completely, her soul fire falling to the ground and vanishing in the ruins. Ear! A voice called out. Yui turned her head at the sound. A small bird with a 5-colored long tail fluttered its wings and flew over, calling ear, ear, as it circled around her. The soul of the little bird spirit was dissipating, the scattering soul light looked like its falling feathers, or like ashes after burning. Yui reached out to catch it, but the soul light disappeared before it could land on her hand, like extinguished fireworks. Ear, being burned really hurts. The little bird spirit landed on her shoulder and stretched its head to nuzzle her cheek. Ear, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been burned many, many more times. In the next life, I don't want to be a bird anymore. I want to be a fish living in water. Yui said. Fish can be grilled too. The little bird spirit was startled into silence. Yui burst out laughing. You should be reborn in the deep sea then, growing into a big fish that people can't catch or dare not catch. As big as a kuan, then you won't be caught and grilled. The little bird spirit nodded vigorously, happily saying, All right, I'll listen to you. In my next life, I'll be reborn as that kuan you mentioned. A spotted wildcat emerged from the bushes, nimbly jumping over the broken walls and ruins to the foot of this ruined wall. He transformed into human form, crouched under the wall, looked up and called out, Huili. Huili nuzzled Yui's cheek once more, saying sadly, Yo, I have to go now. Yui gently stroked her, okay. Huili flew up from her shoulder. Her 5-colored tail feathers had already fallen away completely. She fluttered her incomplete wings, stumbling as she circled around Li Su. Li Su, goodbye. Li Su rushed over to hug her, but then feared that his action would make her soul dissipate faster. He could only carefully cup the 5-colored bird, watching her beautiful soul irreversibly fade away. He cried out in anguish, Don't go. I know how to treat you well now. Don't go, Huili, I love you. He thought he had finally learned how to love her, how to treat her well. They surely could have had a better future together. Who knew that they actually had no future at all? Until death, he was still expressing his love in his clumsy and foolish way, smugly mistaking her fear and dread for something special. His heart was full of regret, but heaven didn't give him a chance to make amends. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I shouldn't have scolded you, shouldn't have bullied you, shouldn't have. Li Su's voice choked up, unable to continue. Huili smiled and made chirping bird sounds. She gently nibbled his fingertip with her beak. I don't blame you, Li Su. You should remember in the next life, don't die for anyone again. The little bird spirit closed her eyes in his palm, her 307 souls completely dissipating. A soul fire the size of a fingertip fell from his palm. No matter how he tried to cup it, no matter what he used to catch it, he couldn't stop the descent of that soul fire. Li Su watched helplessly as she left, crawling on the ground and lamenting, If you don't blame me, why can't you stay for me? I just wanted you to see me. How can you be so heartless? How can you leave without any attachment? Where should I go to find you? The soul lights fading in the ghost city were becoming scarce as the souls that needed to leave had departed. Yui crouched on the wall, looking down at the cat demon weeping on the ground and asked, Are you going to sit here forever? Turning into an earthbound spirit again because you can't let go, trapping yourself here? The cat demon didn't respond, only digging at the ground, seemingly still desperately trying to dig out the little bird demon's soul fire. If you keep guarding this place, you'll never see her again, Yui said. She said she doesn't want to be a bird anymore. In her next life, she wants to be reborn in the sea as the biggest fish that no one dares to mess with. The cat demon finally stopped moving. After a long while, it let out a mournful cry and its soul began to dissipate. Yui quietly waited for the cat's cry to cease and Li Su's soul fire to sink into the ground before jumping down from the broken wall. 3 years in the ghost realm had passed like a dream. She had always been prepared that once the ghost realm was broken, the little bird demon would leave. But after all, this was the first close friend she had made since coming to this world. They had eaten together, slept together, and spent so much time in the same body. Parting like this inevitably left her feeling a bit lost. Suddenly, a crane's call came from under the fallen locust tree. The crane senior brother squeezed out from under the tree full of withered yellow leaves and flowers, and as soon as it saw Yui, it opened its wings and rushed towards her, calling out, Crane senior brother, long time no see. Yui hurriedly reached out to catch it, the sense of loss in her heart easing considerably at the sight of the crane senior brother. The red-crowned crane finally reunited with its little junior sister, opening its wings to hug Yui, resting its bird head on her shoulder and crying Jijie. To save her, the crane's senior brother had obediently followed Shuechenjing's instructions, perching on the locust tree and calling out. However, not long after Shuechenjing went in, this locust tree suddenly withered, scaring the crane's senior brother so much it almost lost its bird soul. It was terrified that Yui would never come out again, and it would never see its sword spirit again. Fortunately, it finally waited for her return. Yui soothingly patted the crane's head and took out the green bamboo sword to give to it, comforting its longing. The crane's senior brother hugged the bamboo sword with both wings, its crane call lingering, as if crying and complaining, as if they had been separated for thousands of years. Truly a deeply affectionate bird. Halfway through pouring out its feelings, the crane's senior brother lowered its head and saw the cracks on the bamboo sword. Its call stopped abruptly. It angrily raised its long beak and pecked Yui without mercy, flapping its wings against the sword body, its small eyes accusingly glaring at her, as if she were a sinner of all ages who had mistreated its wife. Yui's gaze shifted guiltily back and forth, not daring to meet the crane's senior brother's small eyes. Ah well. She let out a dry laugh and patted the crane's senior brother's back. I've now reached the middle stage of the golden core, my cultivation has increased by 1 level, and this sword couldn't withstand my spiritual power for a moment, so it cracked a tiny bit. The crane's senior brother let out a long cry. Who cares about your cultivation? It only cared about its sword spirit. Yui patted her storage bag again and promised, don't worry, before I left the secret realm, I stored over 100 green bamboo swords in my storage bag, as well as more than a dozen high-grade spirit swords plucked from the sword sealing stone. When we get to Injo City, I'll find a place to melt down the spirit swords and reforge the green bamboo sword, ensuring that the sword spirit will live comfortably in my green bamboo sword. Only then was the crane's senior brother satisfied, no longer raising its long beak in an attempt to peck her to death. After the bird's cry subsided, Yui heard the system's voice coming from the vine-covered ruins. She looked over in that direction but couldn't find Shuechenjing's shadow. The system sighed and asked helplessly, Master, what are you hiding here for? At this time, you should go comfort the female lead and find a way to make her happy. Shuechenjing let out a cold laugh in his heart that made the system's hair stand on end. Master? Who is your master? Isn't your master Shui Mingyuan? System. We're all on the same side, why do we have to distinguish between you and me? The system was silent for a moment, then made a ding sound. System. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing this temporary mission. You have obtained a total of 110 reward points. You can now exchange for 1 plot clue. Does the host want to exchange immediately? Shuechenjing frowned. Where did the additional 15 points come from? The system replied, when the female lead rescued the host who was swept into the ground fissure by the gale, she held the host's waist while bringing you out of the fissure, thus earning a 15-point reward. Shuechenjing looked through the lush vines and leaves at the person hugging the crane's senior brother not far away, and said ominously, she didn't save me, she saved Shui Mingyuan. If it were him, he thought, Yui would probably abandon him without hesitation and coldly watch him fall, wouldn't she? Why? Why am I not good enough? They've only met twice and haven't even had a proper conversation, so why can Yui trust him so easily? Why? Why? Why am I the only one who's not acceptable? Shuechenjing stared coldly at her through the gaps in the vines, biting down on a dangling vine flower in front of him, grinding his teeth fiercely. The fresh scent of the plant and a hint of sweetness from the nectar spread on his tongue, very similar to her scent. She must taste just like this. Yui keenly felt the intense gaze on her body. She turned her head to look towards the area submerged in vines. The vines there had broad leaves piled up in layers, with clusters of small white flowers blooming among the green leaves, looking very lovely in the golden light of the morning sun. They covered the broken walls and ruined earth below under a veil of spring. She heard the system's voice ask again, then does the master want to voluntarily give up these 15 points? Shuechenjing licked off the white petals sticking to his lips, watching as Yui's gaze scanned back and forth across this patch of vines, yet never managing to find him. Give up? What a joke, he said righteously, no longer quibbling about you and me at this moment. Exchange for the plot clue right now immediately. System. Ding, exchange successful, points have been deducted. The clue comes from the lotus pond below the circular mound altar. There is something there that the host has been searching for. This item is related to the next stage of the side plot. Shuechenjing's expression became solemn. The earth impurity floated out from his sleeve, quickly enveloping him, turning his form into mist, and flowing into the underground palace along the ground crevices. In just a few breaths, his figure appeared on the collapsed circular mound altar in the underground palace of the Ji family ancestral hall, and he jumped down into the deep crevice in the center without hesitation. As he fell, Shuechenjing asked with a cold laugh, will you also exchange this clue for Shui Mingyuan? The system said weakly, you are both my masters. Shuechenjing's laughter echoed in this deep crevice, and he said through gritted teeth, a good horse doesn't wear 2 saddles, a good dog doesn't serve 2 masters. You're worse than pigs and dogs. The system listened to his angry nonsense, feeling very innocent. As far as this system is concerned, you're not really two masters either. On top of the circular mound altar in the underground palace, another figure landed. Yui looked down and could faintly hear laughter coming from below. This sound echoed between the walls, changing its tone by the time it reached her ears. So happy? What good thing is it? Yui thought to herself as she leaped down. Since she couldn't shake off Xianxia, it meant she couldn't escape those troublesome plots to some extent. Since she had a part in unlocking the plot, of course she should also reap the fruits after unlocking the plot. Unexpectedly, there was another hidden space deep beneath the circular mound altar. To maintain the formation on the circular mound altar, the G family had set up a hidden spiritual eye here to capture the spiritual energy of the surrounding mountains and rivers. Now that the circular mound altar had collapsed, the spiritual energy in the spiritual eye had leaked out, returning to this world. But in this defunct spiritual eye, there was still a pool filled with lotus flowers. In the pool, one lotus flower had lost its petals and withered, 4 were still half open, and there were 2 newly emerged flower buds. The lotus flowers floating on the water surface were crystal clear and white as jade, identical to the lotus flowers on the circular mound altar that enveloped the golden soul fire petal by petal, ultimately transforming it into an embryonic element. Xianxia plucked a petal from a half-open lotus flower at the edge of the pool. As soon as it detached, it immediately dissipated in his hand. He leaned over, took a deep breath, and with a slightly dazed expression on his face, murmured, "Primordial chaos energy." No wonder those old ghosts of the G family could bypass reincarnation and directly transform into newborns. These lotus flowers were the crucial element that allowed the G family ancestors to be reborn through the 9 transformation lotus rebirth formation. Yui was quite unfortunate. When they opened the G family ancestral hall, a lotus flower in this pool had just matured, capable of allowing a soul to be reborn through the 9 transformation lotus rebirth formation. That's why she was dragged into the underground palace, nearly becoming the vessel to nurture the G family's embryonic element. Xianxia had already guessed what was at the bottom of the pool. With a gloomy expression, he reached out and tore away all the lotus flowers in the pool, watching them dissipate into primordial chaos energy. He then reached into the water and after a moment, pulled something out from the bottom. Just as his hand emerged from the water, he saw a white blur flash before his eyes, and whatever was in his palm was suddenly snatched away by something. Xianxia immediately looked up. Countless tentacles surged from the void, chasing after the white blur. But when he saw the white figure crash into someone's arms, the tentacles writhing in midair instantly froze. Yui hugged her Crane senior brother, who had been shrunk by a talisman, and took from its beak an object that looked like jade but wasn't quite jade, resembling a lotus root segment. "What is this?" she asked. Xianxia stood up from the edge of the pool, his pitch-black eyes fixed on her, and asked, "Why did you come down?" "I saw you come down, so I followed," Yui replied, stroking the lotus root-like object in her hand, examining it with curiosity. Xianxia pressed his lips together, his body tense, with invisible tentacles rigid around her, their tips quivering anxiously. His breathing was heavy, his pupils trembling slightly. He clenched and unclenched his fists several times before finally managing to suppress the violent impulse in his heart. He said softly, "It's a tailbone, an infant's tailbone." Yuyi's motion of stroking the object froze. She instinctively wanted to throw away the thing in her hand, but ultimately resisted the urge and asked, "How do you know this is an infant's tailbone?" The object in her hand was exquisite and lustrous, not even as long as a finger, with 4 pieces nested together, larger at the top and smaller at the bottom, looking more like a piece of fine white jade. Xianxia stared at her unblinkingly, focusing on the tailbone between her fingers. "Because it was once cut from my body. This bone was clean, neither tainted by demonic energy nor containing any divine power. It was a bone of primordial chaos from when they were first born." Yui lowered her eyes to look at the bone in her hand. Xianxia had lied to her too many times. There wasn't a single truth in his mouth, so she didn't believe his words at all. But after what he said, holding this bone still felt like holding a hot potato. Xianxia slowly walked towards her, his face pleading, and asked, "If the master doesn't believe me, would you like to feel for yourself? Feel if I have a tailbone or not." Stage 30. Who is the double for? Chapter 30. If you don't believe me, would you like to feel for yourself? Feel if I have a tailbone or not. Yui examined his expression, pondering seriously for a moment before nodding. All right then. If she was going to feel, she would. If it really was his bone, she'd return it. Xianxia was visibly startled, apparently not expecting her to actually want to touch his tailbone to believe him. His eyelashes fluttered quickly twice, like a startled butterfly, a flash of embarrassment passing through his eyes before he could hide it. "You really don't believe me?" Xianxia asked. Seeing her nod in affirmation, he inhaled deeply in frustration, ultimately choosing to compromise. He moved closer to Yuyi's side, turning slightly, and reached out to grasp her wrist, pressing it to his lower back. Through gritted teeth, he squeezed out 4 words, "Feel for yourself." Yuyi's fingertips slid down along his concave spine, feeling for the position of his tailbone through the no longer thick spring clothing. Xuechenjing turned his head away, facing her with the back of his head. His black ponytail nearly whipped her face, revealing a stretch of snow-white neck and gradually reddening ears beneath the hair strands. Yui pressed down with a bit of force, and Xuechenjing's fingers within his sleeves clenched tightly. His shoulders and back tensed, revealing clear muscle contours. It was as if a spark had ignited from his tailbone, spreading an indescribable heat throughout his body. Xuechenjing's breathing almost stopped. His tentacles, invisible to others, drooped to the ground like soft noodles, their tips curling and uncurling uncontrollably, twisting into spirals in the empty air. Yui was oblivious to this, focusing on feeling his tailbone. The sensation under her fingertips was soft and indeed, in the place where humans should have a tailbone, she couldn't feel the corresponding bone structure on his body. Are you the same as humans? Yui asked reasonably. For a monster like him, it should be easy to hide his tailbone, right? The heat in Xuechenjing's body suddenly cooled. His misty eyes regained their clarity. He turned around, stepping away from her hand, and stared coldly at the tentacles in the air that others couldn't see. He said, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Yuyi's gaze swept over his paling face and she held out the tailbone in her palm to him. "All right, I'll trust you this once. After all, you helped me break open this place." When Xuechenjing heard her mention Shuemingyuan, his expression became even more unpleasant, almost gritting his teeth. "Such a simple formation, I could have broken it too." Before Yui could respond, his tentacles shot out from the side, quickly snatching the tailbone from her palm. His form turned to mist before her eyes, disappearing into a nearby crack. Sure enough, this bastard changed his attitude as soon as he achieved his goal. Yui frustratedly clenched her now empty palm, lowering her head to ask Crane Senior Brother, "Did I get tricked by him again?" Crane Senior Brother tilted his bird head, making two ga sounds. Yui exclaimed in surprise, "You're actually speaking up for him?" Crane Senior Brother, after all, he was the one who rescued it from those fierce cultivators of Jiahua Palace. Yui looked around this empty spiritual eye. After the spiritual energy had drained away, nothing was left here, even the water in the pool had dried up. She searched around but found nothing of value, so she summoned her sword and flew out of there. The commotion in the ghost city naturally alarmed the nearby villagers. Since the latter half of last night, they had been feeling intermittent tremors coming from the direction of the ghost city and once again heard the continuous, shrill cries of cranes. The nearby villages were so frightened that they lit torches, illuminating their villages inside and out as bright as day, not daring to let the fire go out for a moment. They feared that something from the ghost city might break through the barrier and drag them away as scapegoats. The surrounding villagers were anxious for most of the night. They didn't dare to come and investigate the ghost city in the dark, only daring to gather a group of strong men to observe from afar when the sun rose. Outside the ghost city, the ashes of incense and talismans burned during yesterday's ritual remained. On the talisman rope encircling the ghost city, newly added talismans were still fresh, their vermilion runes bright and eye-catching. But everyone could sense the disturbance within the ghost city, seeing the shadows of evil spirits darting about inside. This unprecedented scene frightened everyone. People kept looking towards the village head, asking when the immortal cultivators from Jiahua Palace would arrive. The village head's face was full of bitterness as he tried to reassure the villagers, soon. "Last night, I already burned the communication talisman left by the immortal cultivators to report the disturbance in the ghost city." The villagers were somewhat comforted by his words, but the village head's heart was pounding. As mere mountain villagers, how could they always summon immortal cultivators at will? The communication talisman burned last night had yet to receive a response, and he couldn't guarantee that the immortal cultivators would come. If it weren't for that immortal crane breaking through their barrier yesterday, the immortal cultivators from Jiahua Palace wouldn't have come so quickly. The village head stared at the newly added talismans on the rope, wondering if he should tear one off to test. If the barrier weakened, the immortal cultivators would surely come to check. With disturbances 2 days in a row, they could use this opportunity to request the immortal cultivators to reinforce the barrier ahead of schedule. But hearing the miserable wails from within the ghost city, he worried that if he destroyed one talisman, these lingering evil spirits would immediately rush out and devour them. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, specks of white light suddenly began to drift out from within the ghost city. At first glance, they looked like sky lanterns floating out from the ghost realm, rising higher and higher until they finally dissolved in the sunlight. Within that light, occasional remnant scenes could be seen reflected, showing the shadows of people and beasts laughing, arguing, and in various states, as if a stage play had been moved to the sky. The villagers below were both frightened and curious, all craning their necks to watch the sky. After some time, the sky stage came to an end, the ghostly wails gradually ceased, and the cold energy within the ghost city melted away completely, like snow under the sun. The talisman rope surrounding the ghost city spontaneously burst into flames, burning away the last traces of energy from the ghost city. Feeling this change, the gathered villagers rejoiced. "Village head, it seems the ghosts and monsters in this ghost city have been pacified. Did the immortal cultivators from Jiahua Palace already enter? That's wonderful, we can finally sleep soundly at night." Without the ghost city's energy affecting the land, Our village crops will have a good harvest this year. The villagers cheered jubilantly, taking out yellow paper and incense from their baskets to kneel and kowtow towards the ghost city. Amidst the flying incense ash, suddenly, a crisscrossing sword light shot out from behind the half-collapsed city gate of the ghost city. The vines climbing on the gate creaked and collapsed with a rumble. A slender figure slowly walked out from among the fluttering green leaves and white flowers, followed by a tall immortal crane. As soon as Yui walked out, she saw a group of people burning incense in paper money, kneeling and bowing to her, which startled her quite a bit. Fortunately, a white-haired old man took the initiative to approach her, his face bearing a respectful smile as he repeatedly expressed gratitude. This old man didn't receive a reply from the immortal cultivators last night, and thought they might have been delayed by other matters. We didn't expect you had already entered the ghost city. As the village head spoke, he wept with joy, hurriedly wiping his tears with his sleeve. He exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, immortal cultivator, for ridding us of the evil spirits in the city. The people from several nearby villages have lived in fear of this ghost city for generations. Now we can finally be at ease, and from now on, our children can play without worry." Other villagers gathered around, thanking her in a clamor of voices. Some even knelt down, wanting to kowtow to her. Yui could hardly stop them from bowing and quickly said, "There's no need to thank me, everyone. As a cultivator, exorcising ghosts and capturing monsters are part of my duties. This was also a form of cultivation for me." The village head nodded repeatedly through his tears, agreeing with whatever she said. The immortal cultivator is right. You must be tired after pacifying a whole city of ghosts. If you don't mind, please invite your other fellow disciples to rest in our village for a while. I'll arrange for people to prepare a feast to celebrate right away. Yui was just a rogue cultivator with only Crane's senior brother beside her. How could she have any fellow disciples? She waved her hand, saying, "No need, no need. I'm just a rogue cultivator passing by, lending a hand. There's no need for such courtesy." The village head asked in surprise. "A rogue cultivator? Aren't you from Xianxia Palace?" Yui blinked in surprise, then explained with a smile that she was a disciple of the xianxia Taoist priest, without any formal sect affiliation, and could hardly aspire to join a great immortal sect like Xianxia Palace. The people around exchanged glances, and after their initial shock, someone called out, "That's true. Those Xianxia Palace folks only come to tie some paper talismans every time, claiming they can suppress evil spirits. We've never seen them actually solve the problem of this ghost city. Immortal lady, with your great abilities, it's Xianxia Palace that can't measure up to you." "Exactly. The xianxia Taoist priest who could train such a formidable disciple like you must be a great immortal himself. Immortal lady, you've solved the ghost city's curse for us. When we return, we'll surely build statues and temples for the great immortal Xianxian and you, offering 3 incense sticks every day. We won't worship that so-called Xianxia Palace anymore." Seeing that the crowd was getting carried away, the village head quickly reprimanded them. "Silence. What nonsense are you all spouting?" He pointed to the sky sternly. "Are immortal sects something you can casually speculate about?" The village head commanded considerable respect among the villagers from the surrounding area, and his words immediately silenced everyone. Yui also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming, and besides, she hadn't done anything particularly extraordinary. Statues, temples, and daily incense offerings, she could hardly accept such honors. Unexpectedly, after silencing the crowd, the village head turned to her and said, "However, making a statue to worship the immortal lady is indeed appropriate. May I ask what your Taoist title is? We'd like to inscribe it on a plaque for you." Yui was torn between laughter and tears. Seeing that it would be impolite to refuse outright, she thought for a moment and said, "If you truly insist, perhaps you could make a statue for my master instead. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. My cultivation is still shallow, and I'm not worthy of being placed on an altar." With this suggestion, the crowd finally relented. Yui took out a portrait from her storage pouch. The figure in the painting held a sword in one hand and formed a mystical gesture with the other. Dressed in a blue Taoist robe with a flowing long beard, he truly looked like an otherworldly sage. This was a self-portrait left by the xianxia Taoist priest. In the Bamboo Grove secret realm, there was a room dedicated to her master's paintings and calligraphy. The old man had left many self-portraits, from his youthful years full of vigor to his prime years as depicted in this painting. Each stage of his life was represented by dozens or even hundreds of portraits. Before leaving the secret realm, Yui had taken one with her. The village head accepted the painting with utmost reverence, promising to ensure that people from nearby villages would sincerely worship it. They wanted to invite Yui to a banquet in the village, but unable to bear their enthusiasm any longer, she quickly made an excuse and left. Xuechenjing, hiding in the underground of the ghost city, reintegrated his tailbone into his body. Only then did this frail form regain some strength. He clenched his fist, his eyebrows rising in delight, his eyes full of joy. Countless transparent tentacles emerged from the shadows at his feet, carrying him up the broken rock walls. He quickly emerged from the crevice of the underground palace. When he reached the surface and returned to the ruins of the ghost city, he happened to hear a long cry from Crane's senior brother. Xuechenjing looked up. the joyful expression on his face suddenly fading, turning gloomy once again. The crane flapped its wings and flew into the distance. On its back, a figure could be seen. Yui, hugging her green bamboo sword, was bathed in brilliant sunlight. Her robes fluttered, the red pomegranate bead string in her hair shone brightly, and her black tresses danced in the wind. She left swiftly and decisively, completely forgetting that she still had a little dog. No sooner had Yui left the ghost city than another group of cultivators arrived. Talisman lights fell rapidly like daytime meteors into the ghost city. It was the cultivators from Xiaohua Palace. This time, many cultivators had come, including an elder of Xiaohua Palace. Behind the elder followed Xianxia, the head disciple of Xiaohua Palace. Just looking at this lineup showed how seriously they took this matter. Before the Xiaohua Palace cultivators even landed, they saw the talisman rope surrounding the ghost city had burned to ashes. This barrier that had been restraining ghosts wasn't forcibly broken by someone. Rather, as the spirits in the city dissipated, the barrier naturally collapsed. That's why the Xiaohua Palace people couldn't detect it immediately and arrived late. The elder acted decisively. Upon landing, he sensed that all the yin energy and ghostly aura in the ghost city had completely dissipated. His gaze swept around, and he immediately commanded, Lin Feng, take a few people to intercept the villagers who haven't gone far. Ask them about what happened here. Lu Yin, lead the rest to thoroughly investigate inside and outside the ghost city for any anomalies. As everyone carried out their orders, the elder turned to Xianxia and said, Qingji, come with me. Xianxia responded, yes, Elder Yin. The two came to the withered locust tree in the center. Elder Yan's expression was grave as he bent down to pick up a yellow leaf. With just a light touch, the leaf crumbled to dust in his hand. This locust tree was thoroughly dead. He brushed off the leaf fragments and looked down into the large pit that had collapsed next to the locust tree. Without delay, he jumped down into the hole, stepping on bricks and stones. Xianxia instinctively followed behind him. Elder Yan waved his sleeve, and several talismans flew out, shooting towards the collapsed bricks and stones ahead. Under the talisman light, the huge end walls and stones seemed as light as falling leaves, moving aside with a rumble at the elder's gesture. The two proceeded deeper underground, soon reaching the half-collapsed underground palace. Xianxia turned his head to survey the surroundings, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had visited this ghost city several times but never knew there was such a space underground. Elder Yan didn't turn around, but seemed to guess his thoughts and voluntarily explained, this was once the ancestral hall of the Ji family, originally hidden by a barrier. He seemed quite familiar with this place. After just a glance at the extinguished lamp scattered on the ground, he quickened his pace and headed straight for the circular mound. When he saw the deep fissure under the mound, he clicked his tongue and said, not good. As he spoke, his form turned into a blur, swiftly diving into the fissure. Xianxia put down the lamp he had just picked up and followed him down. A moment later, the two emerged from the ground fissure one after another. Elder Yan's expression was stern while Xianxia seemed rather puzzled. He asked uncertainly, Elder, is there something down there? Xiaohua Palace has long been merely suppressing but not eliminating the evil spirits in the city, all to hide what's in the underground palace. He glanced back at Xianxia. Never mind, you'll know when we return to the palace. As they came out of the underground palace, a disciple came to report that they had learned from the villagers about a rogue cultivator who had been here. She had guided all the ghosts in the city to transcendence but had left half an hour ago. Elder Yan immediately strode out, ordering, bring those villagers here. I want to question them personally. As the Xiaohua Palace group left the ruins of the ghost city, under the dense foliage and vines in the city, more than a dozen plump little black worms slowly wriggled out. The little black worms had recorded all the scenes that occurred in the ghost city in their eyes, and their figure silently disappeared.